Oh boy. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. We start the day. Debate a liberal. Sunday stream Funday. I gotta tell you guys, it has not been a fun weekend for me. It has not been fun. Not even a little bit. It's been freaking horrendous, actually. Oh, cat cam. Get a kitty cat cam. Yes. Hello, say hello to Pepper. Say hello to her. She is my baby. You know, on this lighting, Pepper, it looks like you have bald spots. You're so cute, though. Oh, you're pretty. Oh, you're pretty, cutie. Oh, you're pretty. You pretty? Aw, poor thing. Anti-Monarch says, first, hello, how are you doing? I had food poisoning. I've lost 5 pounds. I lost 5 pounds from food poisoning. That's how bad it was. It's been several days. It started on Thursday, and it proceeded on into even Saturday. It was hard to even eat things. Hell, even now, I'm still kind of leery about eating anything I want. Because it's just, it's not been good. It's not been good at all. Anyway, let's play some Stalker. We'll wait for some people who want to show up. Oh! Fun news. And I haven't mentioned it to anybody. I'm showing up on Modern Day Debate. Today. Today. Literally today. It's going to be on our trans men. And I'm debating that one guy. Well, it's a 2v2, but involved is that one guy who has been LARPing as a trans woman for, by the way, way too long. Way too long. I don't remember his name. He's not that... I don't think about him that much. I honestly think... Honestly, at this point, I think they might actually be trans. Because they have like this very extensive wardrobe that fits them great. And I mean, they've been just kind of keeping up this LARP for 3 months. Ow, Pepper. That hurts. That hurts. Why are you being mean? Pepper, I love you, but you're being mean to me. Oh, boy. Oh. Yeah, my stomach still not great. Not great. I have to turn this way down, I believe. I think it's like 3% was what? Oh, fuck. Maybe just regular water. Maybe just... Yeah, all right. The next water I have will be regular water. Play Minecraft, says Anti-Monarch. Really? Minecraft? Do I gotta play Minecraft? Yeah. I'm supposed to go in here. What? Wait, who's messaging me? All right. It's very quiet. Hey, Zeppy, how you doing? Hey, Zeppy, how do I sound? Do I sound sick? Probably sounds
You
sick.
sound different.
Yeah, that's because I'm recovering from the food poisoning. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right.
I'm showing up on Modern Day Debate today.
Is that? Oh, okay. This is for your audience. Okay.
I'm talking to you.
Oh, I, like is that like an occasion?
Um, like, yeah, I mean, I'm on Modern Day Debate.
Yeah, but you're normally on Modern Day Debate, so I
The
don't know why
YouTube
you're.
channel, nerd.
Oh wait, you're on the. Oh, dude, you're okay. Yeah, what, dude? I forget that that's like a channel and a podcast, right? When you say that, I just think of the server. That's funny.
Yeah, I'm going to be on the YouTube channel.
Are you prepared?
No.
Do you know what you're going to be discussing?
Yeah, it's our trans men.
Presumably, you're prepared. Actually, right? In fact, I'm fairly certain you are. Right?
Prepared enough. I mean, I don't know how else to get prepared, I guess.
So when I asked you, "Are you prepared?" You said no. Right?
No, I'm not, because I didn't even try.
Mm. Preparation here just means like you've brushed up on it, right? Like
I mean, yeah. I mean, like, it's the same argument. It's like, what are we going to argue? It's like, the difference between sex and gender, realizing sex is different from gender and gender expression. And then you realize how trans men can be men in the sense of gender. Like, I don't know why this is that hard. Like, by sex, they don't ever change. I don't know why people think that they suddenly change. That has never been, nor has it ever been communicated that way.
Wait, make your argument again. I just didn't process or absorb, and it wasn't because I didn't grasp it. It's just literally because like you said something else, and I started thinking about that, and so I didn't absorb anything you said after that.
Yeah,
What's your basic argument for why trans men are men?
Yeah, so there's a difference between sex and gender. Gender doesn't always match with your sex. Gender or gender expression, the way that you behave yourself, the social cohesion, or I'm sorry, the social ways that you typically behave.
If I'm someone who does not separate the concepts of sex and gender, right, then you can't simply say there's a difference between sex and gender. You need to make a compelling argument as to why.
All right, can there be a womanly man?
Can there be a womanly man and a feminine man?
Yes.
Yes, effeminate men exist.
Okay. Is it possible for the effeminate man to be so effeminate that they feel like that they are different?
That they feel like they are different from other men, from normal men?
Yeah.
Yes, they can be super effeminate, and they can, as a result of that, they can feel different from most other men.
So whatever that is different from their sex.
Whatever that feeling is different from their sex. Yeah, in the sense that, like in the sense that someone who feels
what I'm that feeling, like, that's gender.
Okay. But then I can just say no, right? And then
well, then you would be contradicting yourself.
No, but I'm not, because your argument is, okay, so this person has this quality that sets them apart from most of the people in this category that they belong to, right? Yeah. Which is male, right? They're a super, super effeminate male.
Yeah.
And because they have this like quality that makes them incredibly irregular. And because they feel incredibly irregular, you could in fact place them in a separate category, right?
By gender.
And
Yes.
and I could just say no, because like I could just
Well, then
point
what
to
do you
anomalous.
call that
I
separate
could
thing?
well, I could just say that this is like a very anomalous thing that this person has
Well, but
like
we
this
can
degree of
we
this
could show,
quality.
like, I promise you, I'm not as manly as the Rock, right? So there's something there that makes
have a
the Rock
15
more
foot
manly
tall-
than me.
I have a 15-foot tall man who is like so unlike any other man, right? Like do I place him in a separate category? Amender, and he feels as though he's in a separate category, right? But as a result, like, does that mean that he's not a man anymore, right? Like, because he is so anomalous in this trait, and he feels anomalous, because that's the essence of your argument, it seems. Right.
I just feel that that we're able to unpack what is typical, right, in that behavior, and then realize that, oh, sometimes that behavior, it can be quite different than what is sex typical.
Sure, but does being hyper anomalous make you not belong to that category? Super effeminate man.
Well, I mean, you have to
man.
ask yourself, what is that? What is that?
And by the way, what makes that super effeminate man
Like,
a woman?
what do you call that
Amender,
difference?
It's internal. It's whether or not it's not whether or not they exhibit those qualities. It's what to you. It's whether or not they say that they're the other thing.
Well, call
right?
me crazy, but I'd call that gender.
Why? What exactly is gender
because
to you?
that's the word that people use to associate what this phenomenon is.
Okay, describe the phenomenon. Just in broad terms, describe the phenomenon.
I just did. I did in my example.
Do it again for me, please. What gender is? What is this phenomenon?
I'm doing it one more time, but that's it.
Well, you might have to do it
can
several
there
times
be,
because I'm slow.
Can there be an effeminate man? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Can they be so effeminate they don't feel like they're necessarily like other guys?
Sure.
What do you call that? They're something is opposite really from their sex. Okay, but that's a lot of words, right? Can I use a single word to describe that?
No, because I don't think that they're anomaly, right? They're being such an anomaly, and they're recognizing that they're such an anomaly.
By the way, are you doing this like as for devil's advocate or?
No,
You're being serious right now?
No, yeah, I'm being serious. I don't think that your argument works, right? And I'm not trying to be insulting. I'm trying to be respectful here. You're saying that they're very irregular, they're very abnormal, and they understand that they're abnormal, and they feel that they're apart.
So their sex is different from
everyone
what?
else. Well, this concept of gender, what is it?
I'm saying, like, what do you call it?
I'm asking you, how do you define this concept?
I just did. That was twice. Now I got to do it
anomalous?
3 times?
Is a super tall man who is unlike any other man and doesn't feel as though he's like any other man, is he no longer a man? I don't feel like having a super anomalous quality means that you belong to a separate category.
I'm saying they don't feel that way. And also, just FYI, it's not like that it's a separate category in terms of sex. That never changes.
Yeah,
right?
But you're
making the assumption that I'm referring to a changing of sex when I'm not referring to the changing of sex. I'm asking you to try to name what is it, this anomaly that is different from that of someone's sex. Their sex is different from bleh.
Great conversation to jump into. How we doing, guys?
How are you doing, Chaos?
Chilling.
Like I said, if you dial up equality to the extent that this person no longer feels as though they belong to a set, it doesn't mean that they no longer belong to that set, right? Like that's what I'm saying, right?
I agree, but I'm saying that they don't feel that way,
sure,
right? And that you also agree that there can be an effeminate man, right?
Yes.
So you're able to acknowledge that a person's sex can be different from how they actually identify.
How they identify.
Yeah.
Well, a super effeminate man, right? Like we are right, assuming we're getting granular here. A super effeminate man could still identify as a man, right? Like that.
I mean, I guess so.
Mm. I don't feel as though, right, when you're arguing against someone who doesn't separate sex and gender as concepts, they're one and the same, right? Male man, female woman, right?
Yeah.
You haven't
Well, then the term
provided a compelling.
effeminate man ought make no sense.
What?
Yeah. The term effeminate man ought make no sense if you make no separation between sex and gender. Because the idea of sex and gender, they cannot possibly be different from one another. So a ladyboy is just not possible in your mind.
They're just a very
Right? It's just man and woman. That's it. There's no ladyboys or there's none of that. Pepper.
Well, yeah, they're very effeminate male prostitutes.
Okay.
But they're right.
So
they're biological.
what is that? What do you call that? This incongruency between their sex and...
Well, okay, so you want me to say there's an incongruency between sex and their gender identity?
Yeah.
Right. But that doesn't, to me, again, that's not a compelling argument that they are the thing that they identify.
Oh,
as.
you're able to acknowledge that sex and gender are two different things.
Gender identity. I'll go so far as to say that. But if right, like
so if sex and gender are two different things, then when I'm referring to somebody, a trans man being a man, I'm referring to their gender, not their sex.
I have not made that concession.
You have not made that concession.
You're like teetering on and off of it.
No.
It sounds like
I'm saying that a lady boy is still. Well, hopefully they're not an underage prostitute. Hopefully they're not a minor, right? And
that has nothing to do with this conversation.
No. I know. But I just wanted to get that out of the way, right?
Okay.
They are still men, right? In right,
Wandering
like
Robot
that.
Studio says men wearing dresses is free speech based, fucking based.
And irrelevant.
Men wearing dresses is free speech. I completely agree with that. Sorry, yeah, it is irrelevant, but it's a good point.
I find it really funny how
Is Mrs. Doubtfire a woman, Amender?
The what?
Mrs. Doubtfire.
Anti-Monarch is asking me, what is your Minecraft skin?
Is this point going to, or is this question going to be unaddressed? That's fine. It is, but I'm just wondering: is Mrs.
What my
Doubtfire
Minecraft
a woman?
skin? Is
No,
Mrs. Doubtfire a man or a woman? I don't know anything about Mrs. Doubtfire. I've never
Have you seen
that
the film,
show.
Mrs. Doubtfire? It's a movie
Never seen
where
the
Robin
movie.
Williams pretends to be a British nanny in order to see his kids. Right?
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
He's indistinguishable from a woman.
Okay.
Is he a woman?
If you want, I can try.
I mean, I guess their gender expression would be that of woman.
Okay, but internally he doesn't think so.
Okay,
right?
so then they're not trans.
Okay, so you do need to have that quality. Okay, so what is necessary and what's sufficient here to be the opposing gender? I'm actually curious. Is it just identity, or do you have to also exhibit?
It's a multitude of
qualities?
factors. It could be multiple things. I know that sounds like a cop-out answer, but it really is. I mean, there's a combination of
okay, sure, it's a
of
constellation
social,
of things.
psychological factors. It could also be cultural factors. There's all sorts of things that influence what gender you end up being.
Let's stick to Western culture, right? What are the social and psychological factors? I'm curious. Do you have to actually suppose
Well, for example, you could have like a neurobiological difference in the brain that causes a person to feel like that they are a man trapped in a woman's body or a woman trapped in a man's body.
By the way, there's no consistent neurobiological feature across all trans-identifying
It's not
peoples.
perfectly consistent, but it's largely consistent.
I would have to see evidence
Sure.
attesting to that.
Give me a moment.
Aren't brains in general mostly consistent?
Yeah. No, there's specific portions of the brain that are shown to actually literally be of different sizes for trans people. There's also specific hormones that are more prevalent or less prevalent in cisgendered individuals than would exist for trans people, which tells that there's a neurobiological basis behind it.
Differences before HRT or after? Because oftentimes, from what I see in these studies, it's okay. I'd like to see that.
Here's a series of sources that I use.
Please provide me with one. I can only engage with one at any particular moment.
So each one of
Which one do you want me to look at?
Well, you could look at the basis of gender affirming care. Oh no, I'm sorry, not that one. Being trans has and can be measured at a neurological level. There's multiple articles that provide that exact information.
Well, the conclusion of the first one is that they have their own unique brain phenotype, but I don't see. I don't know if it's after or before HRT. I'm looking for. I don't have access to the full study. The neuroanatomy of transgender identity, meta-analytical findings from the Enigma Transgender Persons Working Group. That's the one I'm looking at first. Do I have to go study by study, or is there a particular one that you want me to look at?
Well, there's the three that are under being trans can and has been measured at a neurological level.
And this is pre-HRT.
Mm-hmm.
But by the way, they're having unique brains doesn't necessarily mean that they are what they identify as.
Well,
right?
To point that out, right, that means that this can be exhibited at a neurological level tells me that it's not just in their head. It's now down to like a physical thing that is happening in their brain.
Isn't that in their head?
Yeah. I'm not a mind body, or what is it, a dualist? My philosophy of mind is not good. But like any thoughts that
still
you have,
like the words that I'm using, like saying sex is different from gender, and then understanding like somebody's gender can be different from their sex, and realizing gender is different from sex. I mean, that seems to coincide with reality quite well. But for whatever reason, we have to kind of skirt around the idea when there's, for example, I say something like womanly man, which still in your brain makes sense somehow.
Yeah.
Why does that make sense if there exists that incongruence, right? If only men can be men and only women can be women, right? What are you describing when you say a womanly man?
When you say a womanly man, you are saying that this person belongs to the category of man, but they resemble women in certain qualities.
Okay, so what you're saying is that there's something different from their sex, right?
There's something different.
Something different than what is typical in their sex.
That was typical in their. Well, dude, you have so much variability in both men and women that you can have women who are very mannish and vice versa, right?
I guess I'm asking you is what is that something?
What is that something?
Incongruence.
I think that variability and overlap in qualities doesn't necessarily mean that they belong to the other category, right?
No, you're referring to sex, not gender, right? But I'm trying to get you to realize that what we're talking about or what we're spending all our time on is regarding gender.
Yeah, but if it right, like I said, you're trying to convince me that man is not male, right? And like I'm
No,
coming to you.
You're still stuck on the sex thing.
Well, I'm saying that, right, from the perspective of someone who doesn't differentiate between those two concepts. I don't think that you provided a
are
compelling
already
argument.
doing that.
I'm saying that there are men who exhibit qualities that are effeminate, that are womanish, right? Womanly man.
Yes. So what
But
do you call that?
A womanly man.
Okay, so that's it? You don't have a word for it? That sounds like more words than needed. Right? I just used the word gender.
As many words as I need.
You could use tomboy. Use the word tomboy.
Yeah, sure, tomboy. Right.
Okay, well, so you just say tomboy. Okay, fine.
Tomboy's a manly woman, right?
Okay, so it is fair to say that them being a tomboy, right, is separate from their sex.
Yeah, but I still recognize them as a woman, right?
Right, because they're a woman.
You can only be a tomboy if you're a woman that's not disconnected from sex.
Okay, fair enough. So there is that disconnection, right? In modern sense, we call that gender.
A womanly man to me is still a man.
That's fine. Also, if I'm referring to trans men can be men, and I'm referring to the gender man, that is logically coherent. That makes sense.
I say that one more time.
Well, hold on now. Men is not a gender. Male is a gender. So trans male.
It doesn't matter. These words are interchangeable, right? I can refer to it as the gender. When I'm saying that trans men are men by gender, right? That is logically coherent, right? That's not me going saying that biologically woman all of a sudden is biologically men. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying by their gender they are that of men.
A trans man, you're saying is. Yeah, no, I don't. I feel like I'm Patrick, right? And you're like Man Ray, and you're trying to explain this to me, but it's just not right. Like it's just not working. Right? Like,
that was good.
Right? Like I still don't know why womanly man is woman, right? Like womanly
by
man
gender.
Only, really, like but what
just
if
by gender, not sex. Sex stays the same, right? It doesn't change.
So you're just saying that a trans woman is just a womanly man, like a super duper effeminate man, right? Like beyond.
Their biology, yes. If you're talking about strictly in terms of sex, yes.
By the way, they would find this very offensive if you were to say this.
Probably, but I'm not referring to the gender there. If you asked me, are trans women, I would say yes in terms of gender.
But do you actually think that like someone is a man based on their expression or on their like self-identity?
Sometimes, yeah.
It has to do with the
wait. You said identity. You can't answer that question with sometimes, right? Do you think it's their? Do you think it's their?
For some people, they are relatively cisgendered. Other people, they're not cisgendered. Okay, and so for some people, it could be entirely biologically determined, and others it is not. It is more socially determined. Right?
Yeah, but I'm asking if you think that a trans person is only like a trans woman is only a trans woman if they express as like sufficiently as a woman.
I don't know. I think it would have to be a case by case basis.
He thinks that it's the conjunction of expressing as a woman and identifying as a woman. It's the internal and external that.
Yeah, that's not right.
Yeah, I don't believe that either. I'm just explaining what a mentor thinks, right? That it's the internal stage because he does not think that Mrs. Doubtfire is a woman. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the film Mrs. Doubtfire, right?
Amazing film. Love
Doubtfire internally knows that Mrs. Doubtfire is not a woman, but externally presents as a woman. He would not consider that a woman. So he needs the internal to correspond with the external.
But hold on, now I got a question. Hold on.
Hold on. I'll go first. A woman who a female who says, "I feel like a man," right? But like
Okay.
they're not yet, like dressed up like a man. They haven't shaved their hair or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, are they yet a man, or are they like
In
going
terms
to
of
be a
gender
man?
or sex? Are you asking in terms of gender or sex?
Are they a trans man?
Gender.
They are a trans man, yes.
That seems okay. That seems like the internal identity is the only thing that matters then,
Sure.
and that like gender expression
I
is
guess
not
I was
really.
wrong then. Shit.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, I don't think you actually take gender expression into account as to whether or not someone is a man or a woman.
Well, it's usually like a process. Generally, when people genuinely feel that way, they end up externally displaying that
Perhaps.
appearance.
I don't.
over
Yeah,
time.
you know,
but it's
Aaron,
a process. It's not.
You
It's
know
not
Aaron
an
on Discord?
instantaneous process all at once. It usually is a gradual thing that happens over time.
So,
Sure,
so
but
Mender,
you
there's
think
a
they're
user
instantly
on
a man.
Discord.
Right.
His
So,
name is
like, I
Aaron.
don't care if they're on step 1 or if they're on step 20. It's, as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to align with what their gender identity is.
So allow me to provide you guys with an example, and I just want to test. I just want to test the limits and boundaries of this thinking, right? So there's a
One
user on
second,
Discord. Wait,
one
please,
second.
please allow me, sir. Right? There's a user on Discord. His name is Aaron. Right? He identifies as a trans woman. He introduces himself as such, and I'm convinced he's a troll because he doesn't do anything to make any sort of like correspondence between his like physical self. He's like a bearded, like a masculine man who has a girlfriend and only wears man's clothes. I'm convinced he's a troll, but he never lets up. He always says, "I'm a trans woman." Right? Is he a trans woman,
Probably not.
Aaron? No. But suppose he right, like you can't get inside, right? All you have is what he's saying, right?
Well, you could look at their
so-
actions and their external.
So does
like,
there need to be congruity between their external expression and their internal or professed state? Because we can't actually tell what their internal state is, right? So there needs to be congruity
it's
between
possible
their
that somebody
professed
is
state.
lying. Yeah, sure.
No, but you take what they say at face value for the most part,
What?
right?
No, I don't
Or
take
do-
what
or
people
do you?
say at face value.
Yeah, why would you? This guy's like clearly faking it.
No, but he never, right? He will never admit it, right? Like you should talk to this guy,
Yeah,
right? He like
that's an
I've known him
awfully
for 3
dedicated
years,
troll.
and he still identifies
3
as a woman.
years.
Yeah, he still identifies as a woman. He's never let up. He's consistent, right? When you
That's
ask him.
crazy.
The mind says mushroom will be the future.
Okay, so you do need to have some sort of correspondence or congruity between your what you profess and what and like your external, right? Like how you exhibit or present, right? Like you're saying that is necessary. Or
I mean, to some extent, you got to walk the walk.
okay,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thing is, I would actually take Amanda's position. It's just that, like whether or not I believe that a trans woman is a woman, the answer is always no, instead of just
Well,
sometimes.
and the answer is by gender. The difference is by
No,
gender.
but you don't. But we just
Right,
went
when you
over the
say
fact
is a
that you
trans
don't take
woman a
gender into
woman-
account.
Huh?
We just went into like the fact that you don't actually take gender into account as
Yeah,
to
we
whether
do.
or not they
We
actually
do
are.
take gender into account.
Only insofar as proof of what the substance is.
Okay. Well,
Right, like the gender expression is the
you're aware
fruits of their
gender is different
identity,
from
but
sex,
the identity is. I'm aware, but that isn't relevant to what you think
it
a
is
trans
relevant.
person is.
I don't know what you think you got me in.
You said that a trans person is a trans person based on their identity, not on their expression.
Well, not really. There was more to that, right? Wasn't there?
no, he said that
Well,
you need to walk
there
the
was
walk.
more- if there was more to it.
There was
he
a
does
certain
think that there should
aspect of
be.
they need to walk the walk, but obviously they could be on step 0 where they've done nothing,
Mhm.
right? Yet. But they genuinely, in their heart of hearts, believe that they're trans.
Yeah,
I would not invalidate that person as any more than a person who's on step, say, 20 on that process.
Yeah, so you expect the fruits of gender expression from their identity, but the identity is what makes them a man or a woman.
Hold on a sec.
I think what he's
says the
saying
thing
is
is
that
when you talk about walking the walk, if you want to say that being a woman is that or then, you are narrow-minded. and you are not caught up with the times because a woman is ... I don't know what that means. I'm sorry.
I
just
think
reading
what
comments.
Amanda is saying is that transitioning is what helps someone solidify their identity, their trans identity.
It sounds more like the transitioning is what proves it, or what gives evidence of its validity.
Does it really matter?
Honesty.
Do you know who I'm actually about to debate?
Who?
Tucker Carlson.
No, dude.
I'd love
Dude,
to
if
see
I
that.
could debate Tucker Carlson,
I think
I would
hot
praise him.
take Tucker Carlson would probably win. He has more media training.
that would be fucking wild, bro.
First Amender.
Bro,
First
I'd be
Amender.
there
You should,
locked in.
First Amender. You should debate. You should debate fucking Sean Hannity or fucking what's his name?
Tucker
Or Joe
Carlson.
Rogan.
Yeah, maybe someday.
Hot take.
Uh,
No, I want to see
So I
Amanda
want
debate Michael
okay,
Knowles.
so FYI, I am on with debating. It's today at 8 p.m. Eastern. It's me and Amy Newman together against Josh Cedar and Lauren Fogarty.
I've heard of these names. I don't know their faces.
I know Josh Cedar.
What are these people?
Josh Cedar is a freaking well.
Oh God, I know Josh Cedar.
I'm just gonna say I think they're trans. I think they're
No, okay, so
unironically
Josh
trans.
Cedar's the one that he's the one that trolls as a trans person. Oh
Yes,
fucking
they
God.
unironically wear dresses out in public, right? Like all the time, and like they initially did it for like a LARP, but then when the LARP was over,
Oh, wow.
they just continued wearing dresses. And it's
Yeah.
I got news for you. I think you're trans. I think you're trans. I'm just gonna say it. I'm like, listen, you're trans.
Yeah,
Just
he is.
accept it
Hold
and
on,
then walk away. You're
are.
trans. No one
I get it.
has a
He's
LARP for several freaking months and like manages to maintain character and then say
Yeah.
like trans women aren't really women. They're just like autogynephiles. Like, I'm sorry.
He's clearly more happy when he's dressed as a woman.
That's
Also.
They are.
I
They
will say
are.
this: you can cross dress and not be trans, right? You can cross
Yes,
dress.
that is true.
Get in
But
there.
they have such a stunning wardrobe
I didn't know he was-
collection.
I didn't know he was
They have
debating
so many
people.
different clothes. Like I
That
don't,
is true.
I don't know if you realize this, but women's clothes isn't necessarily like the cheapest thing, right? This person is wearing a different outfit every single time.
Yeah, it got up to the point where I was even asking myself, like, why are you still doing this? Like, we got the point you were trolling, but like, you got fucking people that are just there, like, dog. What the
I got
fuck?
like
I didn't know they were doing
I don't
debates.
know, like
That's
7 different shirts.
I've seen him dressed
This
like a
person
woman
has
more
hundreds
than he
of
was dressed like a
dresses.
man.
Hundreds.
What are you talking about, boy?
When did they start doing debates?
Hannah
That's
Anderson says, "Where are you debating this? This is tonight. Yes, it is on Modern Day Debate. The Modern Day Debate YouTube at 8 p.m. This ought to be interesting. I'm excited to see what happens.
Josh Cedar's like the Republican that would always wear suits prior and like would always be like mad, like bombastic with all of his answers, like a winded up version of fucking what's that motherfucker's name? All these Republicans look the same. Hold on.
All these Republicans look the same. What could that mean?
All these Republicans.
That's racist, dude.
A little bit of racism never hurt anybody.
Mind you, can I just
Let's
say
see.
that, all right, FYI, this is a side note. I just got over some food poisoning.
Oh,
Nice.
And
Nice.
You smoked a cigar.
hell no, dude, my stomach
take a
is
shot of
barely,
whiskey with me.
my stomach is barely functioning as it is. It's like
It's the cigar
barely
that caused
functioning.
me.
Like,
You'll be
Don't
alright.
don't mention that in the
If it
debate.
smells like pomade,
Yeah,
it's
forget-
like
never
a
mention that.
That's a sign of
What?
weakness.
There we go. Josh Cedar looks like Charlie Kirk.
don't mention
There
that
we
I
go.
got food poisoning.
No.
Oh, yeah, no, they'll tear
interpret
into
that
you.
as a sign of weakness, dude.
Yeah, they'll tear into you.
Jesus.
Yeah, if Josh Cedar finds out, he's gonna lay into you.
If Josh Cedar finds out that I
You got food, it's a wrap for you. He's gonna be like, you can't even get a person with a clean colon on this show. Oh my
He's gonna
god!
accuse you of having like a brainworms or something.
bro, it's been horrendous, man. It's been really awful.
Are you good though?
I am better, but I can still feel it.
Ooh.
If that makes any sense.
Just take some
Like it's
Pepto.
still kind of queasy, kind of, you know. Ryan Lopez says, side note, lot of cum.
Jesus Christ.
What?
Ryan Lopez says that the
prolific
reason why I
black
got food poisoning is because I had a lot of cum, I guess.
Your belly
tummy.
is stuffed with cum.
Oh God!
Can we not?
So much cummies in my tummies. What do I do?
Can we not bring up cum inflation?
Amender, are you preggers?
There's
Amender, are
a
you
what?
boy preggers?
Mods, that's
Imagine getting
boy
pregnant
preggers,
from
Amender.
eating cum. Oh God. Ugh.
It's from eating too
Amender,
much.
are you boy pregnant? You boy pregnant,
I'm
Amender?
boy pregnant. No, in all
You're
seriousness, though.
That's actually,
giving
you know
birth to a
what?
butt
That
baby,
wasn't-
bro.
Like when I was saying it, I acknowledged that I was being cringe, and then I heard you say it, and I wanted to like repulsively vomit. So I take that entire scene back.
Mods, that's it. Revoke his citizenship.
You saw a reflection of your own cringe and you shuddered.
Yeah.
No, the difference is that like I almost said a slur.
Oh.
That I've been queer my entire life, and like
The difference
I'm
is you're
also
really
19.
gay.
I'm
He's been
really
an
gay
F-word.
at 19, whereas like Amanda's been gay for like 3 months and is like 40.
Okay, let's get this
Harry-
right. Amender is pansexual. All right, come on now.
Harry,
I
can I
stand by
ask
my
you a
That's
statement.
true.
I got you,
You can
Amender.
ask
I remember
me
this
as
time.
many as you like.
I stand by my statement.
Do you-
Amanda's been gay for like 3 months.
Do you
I've been
see any
queer for my entire
utility
life.
in separating the concepts of sex and gender, as in man
Yes.
and male?
It is able to
Well,
accurately describe what is happening.
I was directing that at Harry, if you don't mind. I'm sorry. I know that this is
I
your
believe
party.
him.
Hopefully, you don't mind.
I'm gonna have the hottest take in saying that.
No, but
Probably
that's
not.
Hey, Quinny, I'm not directing this at you. I'm
I-
directing
like-
it at Harry.
If we have two different concepts of sex and gender, they're not like you can't intrinsically separate them, right? Like woman and female can't be different things fundamentally, but like they can describe sort of two parts of the same thing. If you want to do it that way, that's fine. But I don't see a point in. I don't
Hold
think
on.
there's much of a point
Sex
in
and-
really separating them.
Sex and gender are different though, but here's the thing: they're always connected. They'll never not be connected. There's like a invisible thread that connects them, right?
That's
Man,
fair.
male,
Yeah.
For
female,
99% of people, it is fundamentally connected and doesn't go away. That's perfectly acceptable. But we can acknowledge that sometimes it's not connected and the opposite thing is happening, and that's perfectly acceptable too.
I'm not convinced that that's the case.
What you got to understand?
I mean, if
gender
you can
dysmorphia
acknowledge that
is
there can
somebody-
be effeminate
Go ahead.
effeminate women, or I'm sorry, effeminate men and manly women, then you already acknowledge it.
I disagree, but I mean, I at the limit of it, I can acknowledge that there are confused and sick people.
The Christians don't acknowledge it. Are
Well,
you
I would
Well, they're
say
perfectly
that as,
functional
like,
people. I mean, I
confused
wouldn't
and/or sick.
look at them as
Wait
like
a minute,
sick or
wait a minute.
whatever. Like,
The Christians
what if I
somewhat
looked at like all
And,
right
like-
wingers and would be like, they're sick and deluded people?
I don't think
when
it's
look
I
at
don't think
these-
it's honest
when
to
I,
say
Like,
that
it's
trans
literally
people,
a
generally
psychological
speaking, are
disorder to be a
functional.
Republican.
Well, that and like Harry,
I mean,
right? I would look
Amanda,
at.
you know I'm
I would
British,
look at
right? I don't
You
think
got
gender
Republicanitis.
Like Harry,
Republicans
what do
in
you,
this
what,
country should be hanged.
Harry, if I can ask, what is the purpose of medicine in your opinion? What's the purpose of having doctors and like this entire medical
healthy
institution?
genitalia.
Yeah, what's
So that
the
people don't
goal
die?
of it? So people don't die. Okay, so the goal is to like reduce death, correct?
Good way to do it. Yeah.
Well, not to reduce death, but to prolong health in life.
prolong health.
because
Has there been?
Most people die, so.
So has there been like any scientifically backed alternative to HRT that has a higher success rate at reducing the symptoms of gender dysphoria?
So far, no, but hold on. What if we actually use R&D to find a way to get a pill so we can get rid of that gender dysmorphia at the start?
You say R&D?
I don't think that such a
Research
thing
and
is
development.
possible.
It's dysphoria.
I
not
don't
dysmorphia.
think that
I'm such a
such
nerd.
thing is. I don't think that such a thing is possible. But if it was, it would be like
Body
reasonable to put
dysmorphia,
money
gender
into that.
dysphoria, two separate
I
things.
don't think that because the system that we have right now works really well. I think that it's fine to leave it as is. If companies want to invest in that, then it's perfectly fine for companies to invest money, and there might be money there. But I don't think that my taxpayer money should go to find arbitrary, redundant solutions to problems.
Oh, I agree. I don't think my taxpayer money should go to chopping people's bits off either, though.
Moff says, "Hey, Amender, have you heard about the Muslim grooming in the UK? What do you understand of it? Just curious if you've read about it, because people are either raging about it or saying it's nothing."
Yeah, Lex was talking about this earlier.
I mean,
he was
like, if there's any rapist, like, go to jail. Like, I don't know what to. I don't understand what like them being Muslim has anything to do with it. I guess.
Well, Lex
Tommy
basically said is that
like, you have people that are grooming kids, like, just all right, jail.
It's because the police were afraid to actually jail them.
What you just
Yeah,
said?
it's
Send them to
bullshit.
jail.
They were afraid to do their job.
I mean, there's also Christian grooming. There's Catholics.
It's a bullshit claim by
but-
Tommy Robinson.
Yes.
That's what it is.
Yeah, but
it's
not.
It's
they
because
just go to jail.
Republican
the white
It's simple.
supremacist
We don't look
guy.
at them for being,
yeah, but the
Catholic
reason
or
it's
whatever.
a
We just
scandal
go,
is
okay,
they
well, that's a
weren't going
groomer.
to
We're gonna jail.
Yeah, the Catholics were like going to jail though, right? Like the police weren't afraid to arrest Catholics.
Yeah, so the take here is
before,
incredibly
and there was
simple,
nothing-
unless
there was
it's like
nothing
you could
found.
provide. Yeah, this is like a really simple take, unless if you can provide some evidence that like from like the individual police that were there on
It
trial,
just gets into
or
the same.
upper ups in the police department that they didn't want to arrest these people because of fear of public backlash. I'm just going to say that this is conspiratorial, and I don't care.
It just gets into the same
That's
exact.
totally fair, but there is evidence.
It just gets into the
hold
same
on.
Well, then
exact.
provide the evidence.
Yo, chill. It just gets into the same exact problem regarding basically, like, how do you deal with situations? Do we like discriminate based on demographic, or do we like wait until an individual does a thing and then we try them for the thing that they did? And it's like, for me, I mean, it's most certainly the latter. Because if we did the former, I could make an argument that we need to segregate all men from society. Right? Because, well, yeah, I mean, if you think about it, men cause most of the crime. Men cause most of the violent crime. They create most of the theft, most rapes. They are more aggressive than women. So, wait, why not segregate all men? Why not make the utopia where all the women get to be in the utopia society and the men have to fight in the mud pit? Right?
No, I'm fine
all of a
with
sudden,
like,
the us versus them mentality goes away when you realize that you're a part of the have-nots.
Well, the difference would be that men make up the strong arm of society, and they're not going to do that.
What do you mean? We have robots. We don't need you.
Didn't Unit 713 like do experiments with that?
I mean, the point that I'm trying to make is that I don't want to segregate all men into a mud pit, right? And I don't want to segregate, Muslims from a country because, like, some of them are bad actors.
Yeah, but like if the, I mean, I think it would just come down to the fact that if the English people are more powerful in England than the Muslim groups, and they want to push them out and segregate them and violate their rights and all that, they can. Women can't actually subjugate men.
Well, unless if they have the military behind them.
Yeah, but that's a fantasy.
Yeah, but
I mean,
the
I'm just saying,
military
like,
is mostly men. That's gonna be weird.
We would hope, right, that we probably have some better ideals than just like, I don't know, like violence better. Like,
Well, yeah, sure, but like that would be the difference. Like you're
Wait,
asking for the
why couldn't
difference, that would
women
be the
subjugate
difference.
men?
What?
There's more women than men, so why couldn't they subjugate men?
Because they're smaller and shorter.
they have guns. What if they had more guns? What if they have collected all the guns?
Well, they wouldn't know how to use them. Would
Yeah,
they?
but they couldn't.
Here,
yeah,
I mean,
they
I got a
wouldn't know how
question.
to-
What
They
do
wouldn't
you
know how to
mean?
use
Hold
them.
on, hold on,
and if
hold on.
they
I got a
did,
question
they
for you.
probably
Women
wouldn't know
can't
how
use
to
guns?
maintain them.
Hold on, hold
No,
on.
they probably.
Let's say,
use
let's say
guns.
there's
probably
an
wouldn't. They probably
Y'all are
wouldn't know how to
sexist as
maintain
fuck, bro.
them
I'm just
or-
gonna say
or
that right
clear
now.
a jam.
Hold on.
Get the fuck out of here, you
Hey,
sexist
did
Hold on,
anybody?
hold on.
They're too busy
First
painting their
Amender.
nails
Just
and
like,
like having periods.
they can't do
First Amender, what if?
No.
First Amender, what if in a situation like Kyle Rittenhouse, where it is actually very miraculous that he actually incurred a jam and was able to clear it, knew what was going on before blasting whatever his fucking face's
What does this have to
arm
do with whether or not
off.
women know how to use guns? There
Yeah,
are women that know how
could-
to use
yeah,
guns.
could they-
I
could
could
they-
train a
could
woman
they-
how to use a gun, and then boom, they know
No,
how to
no,
use guns.
with no
like
training,
this
with
is
no
there's
training.
nothing like specific about like having a vagina that prevents you from being able to like use guns. Like I'm sorry, like
Yeah,
what
no,
planet
No,
are you
absolutely
from?
not. No,
Yeah, of course there is.
absolutely not.
I should stop doubling down. I don't believe
in a
this.
I was just
combination
yeah,
of a scenario.
stupid. Come
In
on,
combination
like,
of a
seriously?
scenario where you have to rely on honestly
Um,
with males having higher reaction times, quicker reflexes.
It's a silly proposition because women don't want to.
Hold
Here,
on, a
I
sec,
got you.
gotta
Let-
change
and
out
then-
my
exactly,
BRB.
exactly.
Let the California wildfires burn while there's only a full female fire staff, and the only other firefighters are females. See how long it burns. I'm just curious to see how well that lasts, right? So that's the problem that we're having here. There's certain roles that, yes, everyone can do, but to an efficient standpoint, maybe not so, right? That's why we have different roles. That's why people have different jobs. People are better in different roles associated, right? I would not want a full woman society because it's going to be horrible. You're retroactively getting rid of a bunch of roles just because you want to prove that, like, oh, this society can flourish with just these roles. Like, no, it's not going to happen, right? You need a good, healthy combination mix of both. And 100%, do not isolate the Muslims from the UK. Go after the gang groups and actually focus on these gang groups. Get rid of them.
Oh, are you
and act
being
like normal
based and
fucking people.
diversity pilled right now while I was away
Well,
from my desk?
Why exactly
Based and
shouldn't
diversity pilled?
why shouldn't the
Chaos,
Muslims
why?
be
No way.
relegated?
Let's go.
He's
Why
being
wouldn't-
all
why wouldn't
based
the
and
British
diversity
people-
pilled.
Why wouldn't the British people target Muslims in general?
Look, just in general, because like I work with plenty of undocumented. Like I have worked with immigrants that do have expired work visas, and I'm like, it's none of my business. This guy is just here to get tools, do a job, hopefully an honest job. Like, it's none of my business. But I'd rather have people that are undocumented, that are like that, where they actually are putting back into the community, and I see it every other day where I work. But then you get like natural born citizens that are coming in, and they're like dropping fake IDs all over the floor, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I need to rent all this equipment." And then here's my boss on the phone that is calling from like a number that even our fucking machine has trouble even making out, and they're giving me a card number that's like really fucking weird. And I'm like, yeah, no, you guys are organized retail theft gang. I'm not doing this.
Onan
Yeah,
Fool
yeah.
says if he's a
I'm
good
under
worker
CC
and doesn't
laws.
do crime, then let him be. Based. Fucking
No,
based.
even if they are good
Based.
workers, don't do crime. They shouldn't.
Commander, is this VC?
what I'm saying
Is this
like,
VC
like,
locked?
even
My
the-
friend is.
even the
My
people
friend
that
wants
are
to come in.
undocumented, even the
It's not
people that are
locked. Anybody can come
undocumented
in.
have. Even the
that's
people
weird.
that I've seen that have undocumented or
What's your
have
friend's name? I
like
don't think I
work
have them. I
work
haven't banned
visas.
anybody. I just made this
His
VC.
name is the Spenglerist. He's actually a very good debater, and he wants to debate you on this on this.
Spenglerist?
Yeah, he just joined the server actually.
Okay.
Is it
He
it
has
on
to, like-
on
He
what
has to,
on the
like,
grooming gangs
approve some
subject?
stuff, but yeah. You should be able to
What are
do
you
that.
talking about, boy?
Yeah, what subject you talked about?
How do we get him into this VC? He just
Is he a
joined the
member?
server. He just joined the server. He's having trouble joining this VC.
Oh,
now.
do level 1s not have access?
Jackson. The Spanglerist?
Yeah.
Is it JX Ops?
I'll send you a picture of his. I'm just DMing him.
Bro, I got an
Give me
issue for you.
one
They haven't
second.
joined.
He is in the server. Here is his profile, and for some reason he's having trouble joining this VC.
I don't know if newbies can join VCs right away, can they?
I don't think so. I think you have to have like level 2 or 3.
They're not in the server,
You gotta be
bro.
in the text chats.
They're not in the server.
He is in the server. I
No,
just
they're
checked our mutuals. Okay, give me 1 second.
Well, let's take a look here.
If you check the mutuals, he is in the server. I'll show you.
Has.
This would be embarrassing if you can't join this VC. God, he's a very strong debater.
What the fuck? You can only add 3 fingerprints
I
on
don't know
this?
why I don't see him in the welcome.
Gay.
He must have joined way back.
He just joined.
Oh, that is so gay.
Probot would automatically would immediately show who joined. No clue, bro. No clue.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Very strong debater. I wish he can join. It's gonna be disappointing.
Sure they. I don't know if Athena's listening. See if you can find the Spanglerist and provide him a member role. And that should do it.
You know, Amender.
I think he has to approve rules though, in order to get the member role. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong about that. They may have a different setup. Yeah, they said we have open immigration for the first 200 years of the country. Was that good or bad for us? The answer is it was good for us. Okay, here's the thing, right? I'm aware that there's probably like an amount that is just not possible to accept, right? And it's usually due to like just the level of infrastructure that you can handle, right? But that's arguing entirely from a utility basis and has absolutely nothing to do with they're brown.
Yeah, that's not what I'm doing. I mean, like, it is also the case that, like, the NHS can't cope with immigration, and our housing infrastructure can't cope with immigration, and our infrastructure hasn't been built up since the 70s, and we're still letting in, like, 1 million a year.
So if they,
That's
if they did bolster the housing infrastructure...
No, that was kind of my point. It's like, even if none of those things were the case, I'd still be against it.
Okay, yeah, so why are you against it?
Because I don't think Islam is compatible with this society.
Oh, okay. I mean, we have Muslims in the United States. They're perfectly compatible. They work just fine.
Yeah, well, hold on now. Different countries, different societies. We can't compare the U.S. to the UK.
I mean, there's lots of Muslims all across the world.
Well, hold on. I understand where the UK is coming from because the UK was one of the birthplaces that like had the Crusaders span Christianity. Now they're getting an influx of a different religion. I kind of understand it, but at the same time, you got to integrate, brother. You gotta.
But they aren't integrating, and they don't want to.
I'm saying both of y'all got to at least try on both of your ends to like meet each other in the middle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Why do I have to meet them in the middle?
They're brown.
In my country,
I'm
exactly.
uncomfortable that they're brown.
Like I have to go to them and like
they
adopt some Muslim practices so that they can adopt some English practices.
Spaghetti.
No, they shouldn't be here.
Yeah, this is just xenophobia. It's just the classic xenophobia.
Well, no, it's not exactly xenophobia because
no,
Polish
it is.
people are cool.
It is.
No. It's more like Islamophobia, really.
Okay.
I mean,
those are the same thing, by the way.
Let's be honest.
Respectable, I guess.
It's under the same umbrella, but all right.
I gotta ask a question. It's
Christians
not
are still having a hard time
skin color,
integrating
right?
liberal
It's more or less
society
just
as well.
the religion itself.
Maybe we should kick them out.
I mean, like, if somebody is like a Muslim and is violent because if they're Muslim, you just kick them out because they're violent.
Wait,
not because
okay,
they're
hold
Muslim.
on.
There's
But I got a
Muslims
question.
that they're perfectly okay with living in society and no problems ever happen.
How do you receive a member role? He's having trouble doing this.
What? You got to accept the rules.
Okay, well, hold on. What if
Literally
you have a
tells you what to
Christian
do, man.
Muslim?
This isn't hard. This is not new.
Do you want
for
the
any
Christian Muslim to
discourse.
leave the country?
What's a Christian Muslim?
It's a
Well,
person from Islam that
Muslim.
practices Christianity, that's locked into Christianity.
Sorry.
What did
Can you say that
Athena
again?
say?
Somebody
I
from
just said
the.
all he has to do is read the rules and do a check mark. It's not hard.
Okay, I'm sending that to him.
I'm saying somebody from the Middle East comes through, like you're saying, oh, Muslims, brown people, this, that, and third. Brown person.
No, I'm
he's
not.
a Christian.
I'm not a racist.
Onan Fool says I would love to send a
there's
super chat, but it's not an
There's a
option.
Syrian family who I'm
How do I do that? How do I
great
set
friends
up
with,
super chats?
and they're Christian converts, and they're lovely, and like I'm very happy that they're here.
How do I even set up super chats?
So is it just the religion itself of Islam?
Yes, I really like Arab culture. I love Arab people. Islam is terrible.
Okay. No, okay, that's different then. Yeah.
I think like I have to have X amount of subs. I don't think I have that enough subs to actually justify.
That's correct. You have to have. I think it's 1,000. I think.
Give me a second. Let me
They might have lowered it to 500. But yeah, you don't.
Someone
can't have
from
super
Muslim
chat.
who does Christian.
Okay, well, hold on. That's not
Yes. Okay. Yes. So I cannot send a super chat. Hold on.
I mean, send one. You can send one.
No, I can't set up super chats because I don't have enough subs. I need more subs. Subscribe to my channel. That's how you help me out. Subscribe to my channel.
Amanda,
like
can
being
you
a
can you lay out
Amanda?
Can you lay out your argument as to why these two concepts are separate? I mean, you could address him right after, and then do that. But just for my friend here, lay out why sex and gender ought to be treated as separate concepts.
I mean, I'll just ask him. Do you think sex is different from gender?
Nope.
Okay, so those are the same thing.
Yes.
Okay, so does the concept like a womanly man, does that make sense to you?
No.
That makes no sense
A
to you.
womanly man is normally what they call
So there's
a
no
bitch.
so there's no like womanly man in your eyes? They're all just men?
No. All men are men. All women are women.
Okay, so like if there was like a really effeminate guy that's like, "Hi sweetie, how are you?" and it takes it up the butt every day, that's the same as The Rock to you.
He's still a man.
Okay, I'm saying to you, do you notice any difference between these two things?
The one person adheres more to the cultural idea we have of how a man should behave, and the other one rejects that cultural idea. But that cultural idea is not gender. Gender is a description of the biological reality of male and female. The cultural ideas of Islam, what a man should be, and the cultural ideas of Christianity, what a man should be,
Wait, stop.
differ from the ideas of ancient Rome, what a man should
Stop.
be. But that is not gender.
Stop. But you just acknowledged what gender was just now.
I don't. That's not gender. I disagree. That is the cultural idea of something. If
That's
I
gender.
say-
That's a part of gender.
I disagree.
Yes,
I
it
disagree
is.
fully. I
You're
mean, you
able to
can say-
acknowledge that there's a difference
I
between
disagree.
a very effeminate man and I don't know, The Rock.
But that is just wrong. If the
No, I'm
idea
saying, can
in
you
one
acknowledge the difference? Are you just
But I'm
being
saying-
facetious at this point?
I mean, you can lose your.
I
shit
need
as
you
much
to
as
actually
want.
engage in good faith, right?
I'm engaging.
I think
with you.
anybody
You're
here
just
can
interrupting me.
acknowledge. I think anybody here can acknowledge that The Rock and like a super effeminate man that takes it up the butt every day is probably very different from one another.
If culture A interprets the rain to be water that leaves the earth down to heat, then comes into clouds and returns to the earth.
What is this
The other
disanalogous
culture-
thing?
Please let me finish.
That's
I listened to your
I don't know
rant.
what you're arguing. That's
Can I ask
disanalogous.
the
We're
question?
talking about gender, not rain and water.
You are just
No, no, allow him to
have a
arrive at his
panic
point,
attack. You're
Commander.
not discussing.
I'm not
Guys,
having a
one
panic
at a
attack.
time,
I'm saying
please.
that
No,
you
no,
need to
he's
engage in
trying
good
to
faith.
illustrate a
I'm
I'm
going to hold your
engaging
feet to the
with your
fire.
argument. I'm engaging with your
Let him
argument.
arrive at his
Just let him
point,
speak.
If
please.
culture
Go ahead.
if culture A interprets the rain as a liquid leaving the earth down to heat and condensing in clouds and then returning to the earth, and culture B interprets rain to be a gift from the gods, and culture C interprets the rain to be a punishment of the devil, does that mean that rain is something different in all cultures, or that they are all three interpreting the objective real thing, rain, in three different ways?
Okay, we're talking about a social structure,
Rain
not
is
a
still
physical
rain,
thing.
and rain is in all these things still rain.
You're again
They just
applying
interpret
something
it
that is
differently.
disanalogous.
Yes, this is
Right? You're talking
absolutely
about
analogous.
social differences
Your
versus
biological
actual
sex is
physical differences.
No, even if
Well, no,
humans
because you
lost the
yourself can
ability-
even acknowledge
No.
that there's a difference between
didn't
the rock
acknowledge it. You
and a
missed-
super
no.
effeminate man. Yeah, in order to be disingenuous,
You can
you decided
have a
you
panic
decided to
attack.
lie about that.
You
Dude,
can
I
have a
really
panic
this
attack,
is
but
your
that is
guy,
not an
Zeppy?
argument.
This is the
You
guy?
have a panic attack. This is not an argument.
Bro, it's
This is a
nothing
panic
about to do
attack
with
in
a
real
panic
time.
attack. Nothing to do
Maybe
with
you
ad
need a
homs. I'm pointing
professional
out the
to give you
absurdity in
some
your position.
sedative to-
I'm
maybe
pointing
you
out
need
the
a-
absurdity
maybe you
in
need a
your position.
professional to give you
It's
a
an
sedative.
absurd
Well,
let's
position
return
to
to the
say
discussion.
that
Let's return to the-
that a
Yeah,
super
you can
effeminate
co-
man is exactly the same as the
Let me give
fucking
you an-
rock.
let me give
Obviously,
you an
these are two
example.
separate things.
Let me give you an example even easier. Let's say I have an apple, and I look at that apple and I say, the
Wow, another
apple
physical
is
object
round.
that doesn't have any bearing into
Is a
social
man
cohesion.
a physical object?
Wait, is it an Apple computer? Like, is it an actual
No, I'm
depends if
asking
you-
a simple question.
Are you
Is a
talking
man
about
a
sex?
physical?
Are you
is
talking
a man
about
a
sex or
physical
gender?
Object? Is a man a physical object?
Are you talking about sex or
Is
gender?
a man a physical
No,
object?
because
yes or
it
no?
matters.
Men are physical objects. I'm sorry, I'm talking to a lunatic here. Absolutely,
If
man's
it's
a physical
by
object.
sex, it is a
man
physical
is
object. If it's by gender,
absolutely
it can
a physical
absolutely be.
Your gender and
Oh my
sex
fucking
is
God,
a
bro.
physical object. Keep
Bro.
coping. You can cope as much as you want. And I can give you
Yeah,
multiple
you're the one that is
examples
sitting
why
there
they are.
saying that, I don't know, a
Let's
super
make an
effeminate
even
man
easier
is the
example.
exact same as the
I have an
fucking
even
rock,
easier
bro.
example
Get real.
for you. I have an even easier example.
Can
for
you?
Let's
Can we
say,
get somebody like better?
Well, yeah,
at
yeah.
this?
Let's make
like
an
you've
easy
already lost the
example.
debate.
Let's
bro.
say you lost the debate, if anything, because you lost your shit.
I didn't lose anything, bro. You're the
all
one fucking
women on the
freaking
planet
out, and I'm
die.
sitting here
There is
pointing out the
only
problem
left
with your
1
argument. And you
million
have to
men.
talk over me in order to actually have a
500,000
position.
of those men start
Right? You already
identifying as
know
women,
that an effeminate
okay?
man is not the
Will
same as the
those
rock. That doesn't
500,000
require. That
men-
doesn't
There
require
needs
like
to be
a
an
giant
external
fucking
moderator
brainiac
here.
to figure that
Yeah,
out.
yeah, yeah. If these 500,000 men identifying as women,
He's
will
the
that
moderator.
have? Yeah,
Alright.
yeah. Will those?
Anthony's here, but he's
Moderation, please.
muted.
Someone needs to allot them their own times, essentially, right? You guys are talking over each
This is
other.
a private chat. I mean, it's his chat.
I mean, he's just gonna continue having a panic attack. That's all that he's gonna do. He's
That's
not able
another
to
ad
make an
hom. It
argument.
doesn't actually address my position.
You immediately started accusing me of lying.
Yes, because you are lying. Because nobody thinks that the rock is the exact same as a super effeminate man. It's disingenuous to say
This is
that.
an obvious panic attack, not an argument.
Splen is saying, I'm gonna try to steel man you. Splen is saying it from the perspective of both of these are men. Now, culturally, one could be more effeminate, respectable, but they're both men at the end of the
Great.
day.
That's the
Is
difference
that what-
between sex and gender. So when I'm
That is
referring
not the
to
difference
trans
between
men
sex
are
and
men,
gender.
I'm referring to trans men
Sex and
as in their
stay
gender
the same,
being
no matter
the-
how
being-
our culture
being-
interprets it.
being of men.
If I go to
That's
a
how
guy
that works.
and I say you behave,
Yeah, I know. He
Oh,
has to fucking
guys.
talk over everybody. Enjoy the band, bro.
yeah, man.
You guys, it's hard to listen to you when you.
Oh wait,
talk
was he
over people.
banned?
Yeah.
No.
What a waste of my time.
No.
I was just
God
trying to
damn it.
help. Like, I couldn't even hear
Waste my
nothing.
fucking
Y'all were
time
just
with that
talking
shit,
over
bro.
each other.
God, that
Oh,
was.
man, that
Mender.
was-
God damn it.
And I felt like we were actually going to start somewhere, but then everyone just.
You're gonna kick
Forget
everybody
about it.
that goes against you. You're not gonna have very many
Forget
people
about it.
wanting to debate you.
Forget about
Yeah,
it.
that wasn't good form.
The problem that I'm having
Yeah,
is not
yeah,
that
I
he's
mean, it
against
wasn't-
me. The problem that I'm
wasn't in good
having is
form,
that he's sitting there
and what I would
consistently
say-
over talking me, and he's completely not acknowledging anything of what I'm saying, being super disingenuous about everything. And it's like, obviously this person isn't in good faith, and the guy's going to continue over talking me no matter what I do. So it's like, okay, what do I do at this point? Do I take this person seriously and let them over talk me for the next hour and a half, or do I just kick them right now? Waste my time.
There needed to be an external party who's like providing you with like allotments of time, right?
If you can moderate him, I'd be glad to do it.
Got some notes here. So look, I feel like for you, Amanda, specifically, when you go about these things, I'm not talking about when you're debating on modern day, but like when you go with these little debates. So you have to let people speak, even if the point sounds wild at first. So let them speak to understand what their point is, and then respond instead of getting like frazzled. Because what I see like a lot of times is when someone either starts over speaking, starting to get a little bit aggressive or this, that, and the third, you then hype it up to you start getting a little bit frazzled. You got to tone it. You got to take that energy and you got to push it down. Be like, listen, you feel me? You got to direct and lead the conversation. You feel me? But you can't be over talking. You can't. You got to redirect it, right? You can't be over talking. You let them speak, because here I'm gonna tell you something. You let them speak while you're not speaking. They'll say everything they need to. You respond. They won't interrupt you either, because they saw, oh, look at that, he didn't interrupt. All right, bet. So then that it starts to slowly pan out to 1 2 1 2 1 2, right? So work on that frazzling thing. I talked about this to you prior. I mean, a few weeks ago.
The problem is, it's disanalogous. That's the problem. When he's bringing up a point, right? And then after I say it is disanalogous, he just continues on with his point as if I didn't say anything. He's not interested in having a back and forth. That's the problem. It's not that he disagrees with me. It's that he is physically not going to have the back and forth, right? He has elicited that multiple times. I'm done, dude. Peace. I'm not going to waste my time with that.
Yo, Amender, I was gonna say, like, I think the conversation really derailed at like the whole concept of sex and gender, and like these are definitions like that are used a lot now, and people have different definitions and like their own objective definition of what each term means. So you also have to get that cleared up before you go into talks like that where it concerns it, because you guys could be operating on completely different like definitions of the same word.
Yeah,
it's a big thing too.
No, I get you.
And that can cause a lot of confusion.
No, I remember the first time me and Amanda had a debate.
If you're trying to
live,
argue logic,
our entire definitions were different. And we didn't realize it until like 30 minutes in. But you definitely gotta set up like what your definition is, ask them what their definition is, and then just like hop into like the debates from there. Like for example, you're debating that Cedar person today. What's the topic?
Are trans men?
Okay, so when you do that, you're gonna have to set up your definition, and you have to see what he says. Well, both of them, what they both say from their definition.
They're gonna not acknowledge a difference between sex and gender, and then we have to talk about that.
Well, that's fine, but you have to still. I understand, but you still gotta word for word pay attention to both of their definitions while they're saying it. Type it down on the notepad next to you, right? So you can lock in. So every single time something gets a little bit haywire, you can look back at what they said, and you could literally say word for word, quoting them. This is what you said, right? So you gotta use that notepad to really lock in for this one. But little sauce.
I mean, yeah, stuff like that. And, to be frank, when you go through any kind of like logical argument, like I've been debating things like, transgender athletes in school sports. And I'm like, honestly, fucking go for it. Like, and I'm kind of in the Alex Stein boat on that. Like, just go for it. 'Cause then we'll just start betting. And it's just easy money.
All you have to do is say trans identities are biologically grounded.
I support transgender athletes competing in whichever league that they want to. Girls, like guys go to girl sports and girls go to guy sports, and you can bet on stuff. It just makes it easier.
Yeah, but the world is not black and white like that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean that. But what I'm saying is, like, no, we shouldn't have any issue with that.
All right.
Like, nobody should have.
Let me ask you
like,
this, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you, where do you think?
A woman.
Where do you think this person ought compete? Right? Person, they have a vagina, they have a uterus, but instead of ovaries, they have testicles. And they've had this since birth, and because of this, they have testosterone. They have just as much testosterone as any other man, so their entire body is that of man.
Are you referring to like the
Sounds
very?
like a dude.
Are you referring to the very rare cases of like actual medical?
I'm saying, like, where should they compete?
diagnosed-
Oh, they're going into the men's leagues for sure if they
Where
got the
should they
same
compete?
testosterone, everything's on point.
They have testicles, right?
They have
So here's the
testicles
thing- here's the
internal,
thing, is it's not just,
but they
it's
have a
not just
vagina.
said-
They have a uterus.
It's not.
You
just
said they got the
medical-
testosterone, so they're going into the men's league. Done. Like that's what it is.
It's not about
Is it
you would
testosterone
put them in
levels.
the
It's about
men's
the
league?
fact they have balls.
You said they got testosterone and testicles, and you said the testosterone is the same as a
They
man's.
got a vagina,
They're
my
going
dude.
to the men's league.
They got a
What are
vagina.
we talking about here?
Amanda, you're just asking if like a man should compete in the men's league or not.
Well, I mean
What?
that just means they
They
don't
have a
to wear
vagina.
cup.
You're telling me that a man can have a vagina?
Yeah.
Wait,
Buy one.
wait. Which side of this argument are you on, buddy?
Hold on. What do you? Yeah,
I
wait.
love how they
What,
could just,
which
like,
side
all
of
of
this
a
argument are you?
sudden-
I'm so confused here.
They could all of a
have-
sudden,
if
like,
you have
transphobia,
testicles-
like, reverses
look, I
in
was
on
kinda
itself, and they
capping.
actually become incredibly inclusive.
I was kind of
If
capping,
you have
but
testicles,
only
you are
like,
a dude.
The money is all I care about. I was kind of capping earlier, but like, what did you mean by if a man had a vagina?
Yeah, so let me give you
Like
an
a-
example,
like a
right? The person
neo-vagina,
that I'm
or
talking
like
about is a real
a woman
person.
that calls herself a
This person's name
man?
is, and I've posted it in the past, it breaks the brain of right-wingers. Her name is Castor Semenya, and I'm going to post what she looks like in chat. And you will notice that Castor Semenya absolutely crushed running records, and but they were in the women's league. And the reason why they're in the women's league is because they investigate her and find out she's got a vagina. She's got a uterus, right? She's just got unusually high testosterone because she has testicles where there would be ovaries. And it's like, if she can compete,
So she's
right,
so-
obviously she has
so
like a
initially,
very clear.
My question,
gen-
Amender,
hold on.
My question originally, before I let you go, was: is this like in the rare cases where medically
Intersex.
a person, yes, has multiple different parts? Is
You're
this
you're telling
true
me
to
that,
your
like-
story?
Well, it's a very rare scenario, but it happens.
You're telling me
Yeah,
this woman
and
with
it
testicles-
happens. Yeah.
You're telling me this woman with testicles is called semen, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, her name is Semenya, but I never really
Semenya?
Semenya.
Come on.
Sheminya, never heard
No,
of her.
but in all reality, though, right? Like, this person, and I started to think about it for a second. I said, wait, what is like competitive sports if it isn't effectively like looking like having like not just skill, but having a genetic advantage? Right? You're going to tell me like I'm looking at like a guy like Shaq standing next to like all of these other like, you know, basketball players. He's like twice the size of all of them. Like that's not an advantage? Of course it's an advantage. But why is it okay for Shaq to be competing among all the men, right? Even though he's freakishly huge. But someone like Castor Semenya, we all of a sudden we start thinking about hard stops. I'm like, wait, this is just transphobia. That's literally what this is. It literally has no logical argument. It's just, it's literally like, oh, well, it makes me uncomfortable, and that's why I don't like it. I'm serious.
Do you think that like my position
I don't
of
think that's-
like men can have vaginas is one that I take because I'm comfortable with it?
I don't
Jeez,
know
this
why
conversation.
you became incredibly accepting in very little time, which is a full reversal, if you will, like very inclusive all of a sudden, which is great.
I'm aware that like you're like poking fun at my position, but like you know what I mean, right?
I mean, you're now like going full force into like sex is different from gender, and you're acknowledging the gender incongruences, which is incredibly based and very progressive of you.
Okay, mask off. You understand my position.
I don't. I really don't.
Okay, large gametes, male, they can develop vaginas. They're still a guy.
What? You're gonna have to help me out. I'm serious.
Wait, did you just medically say like the procedure where your penis gets like torn in half and they invert it and it's like your mushroom tip gets folded in?
Oh God!
outward?
Stop, dog! Stop! Oh my God!
Skip to the end. What are you on about?
Is that what you were asking him about?
No, I mean people like Seaman who like have vaginas, but like that is a dude.
But like they're fake vaginas, or
No,
they
that's
like
a real. It's a vagina on a male. Like it's a quirk of biology. It just developed that way.
Oh, but they don't have any breast tissue.
I mean, they probably have a bit. Like I don't know.
like enough to look like a woman. Like what do they look like?
I don't. Whether or not they're male or female doesn't really matter, but as to like what they look like. Like it's relevant, but it's not the determining factor.
He's basically saying it's a hermaphrodite, but you got to look at the T.
I was just trying to say, like, are they hot or what?
Okay.
I mean, are they hot? You're just a troll.
Jesus Christ, dog! Come on.
Okay.
Are they hot?
There's cases
Those
with
people are
males.
intersex, so they have traits of both.
Yeah,
There's cases with
but
males
they're
that
not.
have penises and
It doesn't mean
ovaries
they're
also.
both. Like they are one or the other.
No, they're not one or the other.
Yeah, they
That's
are.
not the way it
You can
goes.
have a penis and ovaries at the same time as well.
I can draw a line biologically as to where
that's
a man or
intersex. Yeah,
woman
you got
is.
it. You got it, Mender.
What?
No, because when I said that, you said no. I said intersex. I'm like, oh yeah, you're right.
This is wild. It's wild. Like, okay, so here's the thing, right? If somebody with like a wild intersex condition, like Caster Semenya can compete in the female Olympics, even though she has a freakish amount of testosterone, I don't see a problem with trans people competing in these sports.
Well, I wouldn't
She should have been. Hold on, I disagree. That person should have been playing for the male with the testosterone that she had. If it's equivalent to a man,
I disagree. They have a vagina.
But then you could put then you don't have to wear a cup. That's fantastic. But listen,
that's a woman, man. It's a vagina.
I don't. If the testosterone is high, then you're going to play. Amanda, listen. If the testosterone is high, then you're going to play with the guys.
Biologically, they're a woman.
That's how that works.
If they got a vagina, bro.
Yeah, but dude, if they
how are you taking the position that if there's a vagina, it's a woman?
Like, bro,
by sex, yeah, that is how that works.
What if a man's
have
testosterone
lower
is low?
testosterone than the
When they
average
assign
teenage
it-
girl.
What if it's the other way
I'm
around?
just saying, if the
Man's
T levels are
testosterone is
high,
low.
you got to do what you got to do. Like,
well,
What
here's
if
the
it's
thing,
low
bro.
in a
like
man?
listen, you
Like,
have.
women-
Hold on. I want to specify something.
Women
Why
could
is
have
everyone
a lot
talking
of
over
people
Athena?
out there.
Athena, let Athena go.
Go ahead.
I said, what if
Okay.
a man has low testosterone? Does he have to play with the women then?
Yes.
How low are we talking about levels of a woman?
He doesn't get to
my
play.
There
That's
are
what
women that have high
Against
testosterone
my
naturally.
argument.
If
That's
he's got
against
levels
my
of a
argument.
woman's testosterone, we got to look at the body mass, and if that checks out, in the women's league you go. Slow and
But
steady.
here's the
That's
thing.
not the way it
Here's the
works.
thing.
I'm
That's
just
how
saying,
that
in order
works.
to be
Hey, well, I'm being
consistent, right?
consistent, at least with my
In order to
views.
be consistent, no, I mean, I think my view is is consistent here. Because I'm thinking
Look, the
about
body
it, and it's
changes that go
like
through
sports.
puberty with,
Sports
like,
at
bone
the end of the
density,
day,
like males have
is-
higher bone
oh my God,
density.
hold on. I'm saying like sports at the end of the day, right, is a level of like being genetically better than somebody as well as skill.
Yeah.
Right. As soon as you have the skill down pat, then it comes down to genetic aptitude. Let's be fair. right?
Yeah, if you're
I'm
genetic
never
freak, go
ever
ahead.
going to run as fast as Usain Bolt. It's never going to happen. It doesn't matter if I spend
Or David
day in,
Goggins.
day out, right? Like training, running. I'm never going to be as fast as Usain Bolt. Never. Right? There's something genetic about his ability to run than it is for my ability to run.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so what? Do we say, well, Usain Bolt, you have a genetic advantage. I don't know if we can let you compete. No. What? They're like the best runner ever. Let them compete.
Yeah.
Right? That's
No,
the
you're
whole point
exactly
of
right.
competing.
Yeah.
So it's like, wait, so we let Caster Semenya compete. Why is it different for trans people?
Hold on.
Why does this matter?
In terms of T levels in sports, what do you follow? Because I remember prior when we talked, for Leah Thomas, you said it was fine. But for apparently me saying, if you're born with this condition, then compete in the men's league, that's a problem. Well, we're focusing both on T levels.
This is not a
men at
moral
control
issue.
for in professional
Because that's
sports.
transgenderism, and then we're looking at intersex. And we got to be consistent with this. Remember, we got to be
It can
consistent.
take control for testosterone levels, bone density, muscle, all that stuff.
Thing is, the issue that I have with all of your positions is that like women's sports aren't set up as like some sort of like moral imperative. Women set up women's sports. They should decide. They should decide what the regulations are.
True, I agree.
I'm not against that.
Like women set them up because they couldn't compete against the men, and that's fine, right? It's just,
Not why
it's
they
just
set
how it
them
is.
up. But then why
That is
can
exactly,
Caster
that's exactly
Semenya
why they
compete?
Yeah, that's kind of why they set them up. Yeah.
But why can Caster
Like, learn the
Semenya
history of
compete?
it.
No, that's not why they set them up. They
I
set
don't-
them up so they could.
Also, why did they ban trans people from chess?
Not everything's
That I
about
don't
you
know.
guys, you know
That
that?
I have no idea.
Controversial.
Like,
This is controversial, Minder.
Makes
But
no
men are better
fucking
than women at
Men-
chess. So
Men are better
that's why.
than women at chess.
Jesus Christ.
Trans people are clearly going to have a leg up.
You know what? A 130-pound man also doesn't box or wrestle with a 190-pound man.
That's
Yeah.
correct.
That is true.
Weight classes.
That's fine.
Yeah, no one's disagreeing with
have
the fact that like
testosterone
biological
levels. If you
beasts
can't
should
have-
compete against like, like they're just going to be at the top of the field.
I
and that's
want to
good.
see
have-
something like Star Trek or even Starship Troopers like come out where like men and women of just similar weight classes and just like biologies
You can't have
like match up.
men with or women with too high of a testosterone, or trans, I mean, with too high of a testosterone level compete either. I mean, that's the way it goes. They have
Right.
Olympics,
All of that is
especially,
controlled
has
for.
regulations for testosterone levels.
So, like they
If I
had,
was the
they
one
had,
regulating it, I
they
wouldn't
had,
really do it
they
that
te-
way.
the Olympics tested Caster Semenya, right? She went
Yeah.
like on a personal biological evaluation, and they said you're free to compete in the women's.
Do you reckon you could like
What
temporarily lower your
exactly
testosterone?
do they do? Do they just like look at your bits and go male or female, and then they move on? Like, or do they actually
Bone
check
density.
your hormone
they-
levels?
They
Hormone
do.
levels,
hormone
bone
levels.
density,
Let me
everything.
Let me look that up.
Everything.
Hold on.
They don't check bone density. Everybody's different. Jesus
Well,
If
Christ.
they don't check for
What
everything,
does-
that's
They
I'm
don't
just
check
gonna,
out
I'm
your
gonna,
bone
I'm gonna
density.
chat GPT this. I'm gonna chat
then that
GPT
means we
this.
need to fix that,
Well,
What
right?
there's
does
different
the
bone density in
Olympics-
women too. Women are very slight builds have less bone
check.
density than
Yeah,
women.
women are built like
Yeah.
birds. They have hollow
Also,
bones.
Women are
Just
built
like-
like women that are built
Built
like
like
tanks.
birds.
I fucking love.
Like birds
That's
with
so
the hollow
funny.
bones.
All right, hold on.
Oh, God.
They got hollow bones.
Women that
There-
are built like
hold on.
tanks. I fucking adore.
That's how they
There
break
are
their legs
trans
so easily when they fall
individuals
down the
that
stairs.
competed in the same sex that they were born in sports. So a trans man competes in like the men's boxing league, and they win matches. But we don't talk about
Oh.
those people. No, we don't talk
Oh.
about those people.
Okay.
Right?
Bone
We only
density
talk
is
about the
measured in
stories. Oh,
professional
this, that, and the
So
third.
the IOC, by the way, is the International Olympic Committee, focuses on hormone levels, particularly testosterone, rather than chromosomal or physical examination. The guidelines aim to balance fair competition in categories divided by male and female classifications. Athletes competing in the female category may be tested for testosterone levels, as higher testosterone is associated with increased athletic performance. The current thresholds for eligibility in female category often require testosterone levels to be below a certain limit for a specified period, which is 12 months before competition. So this is 5 nmol. Let me look up what that is.
So that's an amount. Yeah.
What is? Yeah, I just don't know what that nmol is. Hold on. 5 nanomoles per liter. What is a nanomole?
It's a
1 billionth of a
amount.
mole.
Like
a mole, standard chemistry representing molecules or atoms of a substance.
Yeah,
That's
a mole is 6.023 times 10 to the 23rd.
You know, high T even in
atom.
men is an advantage. So
I
if
like.
you're taking
I love
steroids,
ChatGPT.
if you're taking steroids, you're going to
ChatGPT
get
gets it done.
boosted too.
So, athletes whose testosterone levels exceed the threshold or have differences in sex development may need to undergo medical evaluation. They might be required to lower their testosterone levels through medication or other means to compete in the female category. Transgender women, male to female, must demonstrate that their testosterone levels have been below a set threshold for a specific period to compete in female category. Transgender men can compete in the male category without restriction.
Yeah, because you can never get. You're never going to get the size of a man. If you're like a 5'2" woman, you're not going to be a 5'10" man. The
true.
same muscle mass.
Yeah.
Well, you'll get the muscle mass in terms of if you have testosterone, but yeah,
You're not going to
won't
grow your
get
lungs though.
taller.
There
though.
are other things that you can't change.
Yeah. Organ size is a big thing.
That's wild.
Heart
That's
size.
wild.
That's same with men. Between men, 5'4" man isn't going to be as athletic as a 6'4" man.
Women's sports is a bit of a joke anyway.
But Hannah, why not?
Sexism. Sweet.
Sexism. Hold on. Amender, when's the last time you watched women's sports?
Bobro 1224 says, I don't watch any. I barely watch any sports. Says, how are you feeling,
Sexism.
Amender?
I will
So,
say.
yeah, let
I
me
will
just
say
tell you guys a
sports,
story.
sports that
Thursday
involve-
afternoon, I'm sitting there.
Soccer is
I'm
very
just
popular.
working. I'm doing my
Yeah.
thing. Perfectly fine. Went to the gym. And as I was sitting there, as I was working out at the gyms, I was doing squats. I was like, I need a number 2. I need a number 2. Bad. But I got to get this workout in. And I just was like, whatever, who cares? Just ignore it. We're going to get our workout in, right? And then when I get home, we could do boom boom. Okay? And then I got home, did my thing, right? And I'm like thinking, okay, now I'm going to get back to work, right? And I'm just helping this other client. And as it's happening, I am feeling very sick to my stomach. I'm just like, what is going on, dude? I am not feeling good. Like, I had just eaten lunch, and I was just oh, dude, I do not feel good. And so then I vommed. I freaking vommed. And then I needed to do number 2 again. And then it was vom and number 2 and vom and number 2. And I'm like, bruh, dude, for 12 hours. 12 freaking hours. It was this every 10, 20 minutes. I lost over the course since that Thursday to Friday to Saturday. Now here we are. I'm actually okay now, somewhat. I'm still kind of queasy. I lost 5 pounds.
Yeah.
It was
Get some ginger ale and mint tea.
You'll
be all right.
I was vomiting the Gatorade. I
It's probably
tried.
the Narova virus or Nova virus, whatever the fuck it's called.
I've been hearing about
blue
that. There's only
everywhere.
2,000 confirmed cases. Right? It's probably something
I got
common
it.
like E. coli.
I was booming and bombing for like 2 days.
You got food poisoning, dog. That's what you got.
Everyone in like, dude, it seemed like everyone within a mile radius got food poisoning all at the same time.
Nice.
Ryan Lopez
This is why
says.
this is why you don't go to a potluck.
Ryan Lopez says, client, as in 10th dick. Yeah, it was. I had a full schedule. It was your dad, your dad, your dad, your dad. It was just back to back. I couldn't help it. It was wild.
So do we think like combat sports should be integrated, like sex wise?
No.
Why not?
Consideration of testosterone is pretty based. I like that. Consideration of testosterone.
You know,
I think that's a really good idea. I think that's really good because, like, at least then, like, it allows trans people to be able to compete following specific reasonable restrictions. I like that. I'm into it.
It's it's for combat sports for women. I don't know about that because we already seen cases of how, like, we got Farron Cow. She was going up against a lot of women, breaking their fucking skulls in. Now she did lose and she got her face beaten in finally, which is good. She deserved that, but still very bad. Not something that I enjoyed like reading about or watching. And this happened like I think like 10 years ago, because there's this part, like, this person was literally transitioning their entire lives. Like you watch the whole thing, and then when that happened, I'm just there like, damn, this is crazy. But then when she got beat, I was like, good. But like, still, that is like insane.
Yeah, she also just wasn't a good fighter. Like, she was just kind of like overwhelming strength.
Like anytime, like, I've heard of like horrible injuries that like these poor women sustained in like in like a competition. I like end up finding. I end up like looking up like what are common injuries of these types of competitions, and it's literally the things that they sustained. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. So it's just transphobia. Got it. Like,
well.
The
like,
damage
I'm not being
did to her
crazy and saying
competitors
this.
is far more exceeding to what was happening and the damage other women were doing to other women in that league at that time. That's the problem, right? We got a whole influx of these types of individuals. Now you're going to see a lot more injuries happening, but that's just literally stats on that. But
they're just like they got a black eye, and they're literally in UFC. Like,
no, it's not being about a black eye. It's about you.
They got their brow torn. Yeah, that's UFC. Like, what?
Well,
hold on.
To be fair, I think Chaos Wise is about to talk about this, but typically in female fights, it's very uncommon because of women just can't punch hard enough to break people's faces. And also, male fighters, it doesn't happen very often that people's faces get broken. But that's what was happening with that, like, Fallon Fox fighter, was she was breaking women's faces. I think, like, 2 of them, she, like, broke their, like, cracked their skull.
Not even trans?
Oh, yeah, they both retired.
No,
Those 2 people retired. They can't even fucking, like, fight any. They could barely walk after that. Like, she destroyed him.
Fallon Fox definitely was trans.
Let me look that up.
Yeah, no, she was 100%. It's just like,
he never fought in the UFC. No, there are no trans fighters fought in the UFC though.
Yeah,
just MMA organization.
Just MMA.
How do I get this lever to? Okay.
And like I said, at
so
the end of the
where
day,
do you think she can compete? Where can she compete?
I personally go for it. They should make a specific league for like specific testosterone, run it by there, and that's it.
Not enough people in that.
Oh.
Not enough people.
That's
depending.
Well, they're not entitled
She's got
to compete.
breasts.
Like, they don't have to compete.
It depends.
You have certain things. It's like you were saying with like Shaquille O'Neal. It's like if you aren't able to compete, then you just don't compete. Like that's the thing. But if you are competing in an organization where your like predisposition is already putting you at an advantage on a biological level, like, yeah, you can bring up Shaquille O'Neal, but he was born with a natural fucking puberty. He was like everyone around him was also born with natural puberty. It's not that there's not any disadvantages or advantages. It's just that
there's a genetic advantage there.
No, I'm not saying you don't ignore those things. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that like they went through the same type of puberty as these other people, whereas Fallon Fox did not. Fallon Fox was breaking people's faces because she was born a man.
Yeah, she was born a man. She transitioned later on in life.
I mean, this is where it's like it gets into like, hey, let's measure their testosterone and then be done with it.
It's not really about any of that.
Well, it isn't just that.
But it wasn't just her testosterone
and bone density.
It was the muscle mass.
It was her puberty as a man.
And bone density.
You can't actually maintain muscle. You can't even maintain muscle mass.
They went
if you have low testosterone.
Guys, one at a time.
Bone density and just the characteristics of a male body is just more advantageous to things like combat sports, to most things.
Like, if we go to any other sports, cool, but not combat sports. Not combat sports. Like
to
make
even
a
the
different
playing
league.
field.
That's it. Like just make a different league, put as many people as you can, and done. Like I don't know.
To even the playing field, then I'd be an advocate for like surgeries that like change how people's hips are fucking like set up to where it's more like of a female build, or like do something that affects their bone density. But that seems kind of cruel.
I think
you would have to
like
put someone through that
this
just
becomes
to make
clear.
them be able to
It
compete.
becomes clear when like you just accept that like men's sports in a lot of these cases, like those are the categories where they're the best of the best. And when it comes to the women's categories, we're talking about like a subset of people who, you know, like they're given this category out of like, well, you know, you can't really compete with the rest of them, right?
Yeah.
So it's like it's not really about like, oh, like what's fairer? Is it like testosterone or is it bone? Like whatever it is, it's like this is a category of people who are given this like so that they can like compete among themselves. It's not fair to like put like a super soldier among them. Like even if they are like, I don't know, like just a woman who's like genetically superior, like that doesn't seem like, because that's the category of people who they're the non-genetically superior group of people.
Yeah, basically.
Harry, are you a fascist?
No, fascism is far too left wing for me.
Listen, but he's right about that. He's honestly right about that. You cannot have
Yeah,
people
because
that are like
it's
that.
out of the Enlightenment tradition, and I reject it.
Imagine playing up against a team of super soldiers. Oof. Oof. I'm pretty certain that's how like everybody felt during like the Olympics NBA.
Yeah, it'd be like putting like a teenage boy with you know, against like a women's football team.
That's not even a fair comparison because
That's a bad comparison.
A high school soccer team beat the women's professional
That's
soccer
why
team.
I said it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The boy is the super soldier.
Yeah, the super soldiers of our time.
It's really not fair. Men need to get
But like I'm
nerfed
saying,
first.
we can have more leagues. Like
So
it
go ahead
will
and just
work.
measure the testosterone and be done with it. Like I don't know.
I mean, you
Just
say we
let
can
'em
have more
compete.
leagues, but like again, like people make these things, right? Like people aren't entitled to their own category. It's just like, do women want the trans people in, or don't they?
Look,
I
to
think
be
an
fair,
experiment needs to be done on trans.
Yeah, collective
trans
discrimination is better.
hold on. If we got two
Wait,
trans
not in
people
high school.
fighting,
and not-
Love
Boys are
collective
inherently discriminatory.
No, hold on. I want everybody to think here.
If people decide they want to
trans,
discriminate, it's right.
if we got two trans people in an MMA
Private
fight,
organization.
do you know how fucking exciting it would be to bet on that? It's just like it's like you'll never know who's gonna win. It's fucking lit. Like I agree. We got to get that category going. Like I'm just saying,
It does sound really good.
There's
it's
not
going to
enough
be
trans
amazing for
athletes in the first
entertainment.
place, you
Everyone's
guys.
going to love it. Everyone
Exactly.
feels
There's not.
inclusive.
There's not
and
enough
included.
trans
Everybody's
athletes.
hand
There's just
wringing
not.
so much. There's just not very many of them in the first place.
Well, I mean, it depends.
Like, if
let's say
you're
we have
statistically
maybe
insignificant, then that's
12
kind
of
of just
them,
tough luck.
And then
Let's
at the
say
end
if
of the
there's
day,
like maybe
right,
100
even if
or
I
like
look at like what was it that the swimmer Leah Thomas, which was like
Yeah,
found
yeah.
to be like top 30 in like the women's Olympic swimming, like overall, I'm like, first of all, none of these men are watching like women's Olympics. None of them. Literally none of them. They just hate trans people. That's literally it. They're like, I would really prefer it if trans people were not in my society. And if anything that is inclusive towards trans people in my society, I'm against that. That's literally what it is. There is no logic behind it. It's just a distaste, a disgust, and that's it. That's literally it.
I don't know, Amanda. That's kind of like being like.
There's a lot of.
I'm serious. I believe that.
Yeah, I do. I really do get your position because it's like I don't really give a shit about these sports really.
Well, from
It's
what's
like,
happening culturally, yes, but people have
yeah,
disagree.
it's kind of like looking at 9/11 and being like, well, when did you care about towers?
What?
I think that's a little bit different.
More involved than just the fucking towers. Like what?
Exactly. It's a reflection of the broader culture. That's actually
so
like why people care.
You're saying that because trans people exist, culture is just is just eroding away, and then first trans people, then I don't know, farmers stop farming.
I mean, you'd laugh.
Take me through how society degenerates into non-existence. Go ahead and explain it to me.
That is what happened in the UK.
What? No, last time I checked, right? Last time I checked the UK, the UK is still around, right? It's doing all right.
The
Labour government just shafted the farmers hardcore.
With how they shafted
trans people
all the
are going to
farmers.
take
What does that have
over the
anything to do with
UK?
trans people again?
I'm
just
not.
curious.
No, it has nothing to do with
Oh,
it.
okay, cool. So explain to
It was
me
just,
how,
it was just a
how
funny
does
comparison because
society,
that's the steps
how
that
does
actually
society
happen.
degenerate because the transes get accepted in society? I would
Because
love to hear that.
it undermines the fundamental principles behind the
What's
society.
the fundamental principles behind society?
Well, one
Live
of
and
them
let
is that
live.
men are men and women are women.
Are you
That's not a
saying
fundamental
that
principle.
like
It is.
my naturalistic
Yeah, you guys
fallacy
went
is what
after the
matters?
gays because first it was
Sorry,
the
I
gays
can't.
were gonna be the
I can't listen
downfall
to
of
two liberals at once. You got to like figure out which one of you is talking.
two liberals.
I can only listen to two liberals at once.
No, that was
I
fucking
can only
good.
do
Oh my
one.
God.
I thought it was pretty good. Come on.
No, go ahead.
He's such a comedian.
Thank you, Helena. You're always so kind to me, you know.
That's because you've been taking pot shots at me. I give them back. You don't like
That's
it,
true.
too bad.
Yeah, you're right.
You expect women to just keep their mouth shut.
Just
Doesn't
roll
happen.
over.
I've never said that. I actually, unlike you, Athena, I actually like really like listening to women.
Unlike me, I like what?
I like listening to women.
Yeah, because you silence
minutes,
women.
and
You're,
then I
you're
just
the...
say, yeah.
I do not silence women. I have
That's
least
crazy.
problems with women in this server.
You silence. Okay, I'm gonna stop.
I mean, to be fair, half the women in the server are not like, going crazy half the time.
Exactly.
No, only once a
Outside
month.
of Georgie, except for Georgie.
Oh goodness.
Fuck
George,
me,
George,
God.
Only
don't
once
say her
a
name.
month.
Don't say her
You guys
name.
have it once a day. Every morning.
Yeah, my
She's
morning
like the
period.
only one that's like, oh my God.
Don't say her name.
The rest of them are fine.
You'll wake her. She's an Austrian.
I fight with the women too in here.
It's probably
I don't like stupidity on any level. I don't care what your gender is.
So we should go off testosterone
Based.
levels for sports.
That's what I'm saying.
Athena,
Also,
do you-
Wait.
People didn't bring down.
I'm
the
not
rules.
against that.
Trans
I'm not
people
against
aren't gonna
that, right?
bring
It's at
down
least
the world.
inclusive towards trans people.
Okay, should
Athena,
John
before
Jones,
you
And it
before you
deals with
fight
the
with the women,
fairness
do you
problem.
measure their
should
testosterone?
John Jones be allowed to fight women?
Oh my
John
God.
Jones.
John
No.
Jones is the heavyweight champion of the UFC.
Yeah, I think he
Why
should,
would,
but for different
why
reasons.
would a man?
John Jones
would a
probably
full
has a lot
man-
higher testosterone, doesn't
No,
he?
he doesn't actually. He has the testosterone of a castrated male, but should he be allowed
But-
to compete against women if he has those
Is he
testosterone?
castrated?
No, he's not castrated. He just
see here.
abused PEDs earlier in his career. Now he
Oh.
has like a problem
He's
with testosterone.
taking hold on, let me see here.
Well, that's his problem. If he, yeah, that's.
Well,
a
I
really
mean,
yeah,
if
but that's
then
also a
John
problem
Jones
for women
is
now,
on
too.
Very low
transitioning,
ratio.
then he'll be able to fight it
wanna
against the women
take
that's fat.
steroids, you're gonna lose your nuts.
I think the real question is like if the fascists who run the UFC want him to fight women.
Bro, I'm not gonna
You're calling him
not. If John Jones starts fighting
This
women,
person
that's
has
gonna be
low
crazy.
testosterone?
But does he take
Yeah.
estrogen?
He doesn't
That's the
look like
difference.
it. He certainly
No.
doesn't. But
Yeah,
Does
that's
he
what
take
happens when
estrogen?
you
It doesn't
It's
look like
because-
he has low testosterone.
no, it's because he got drug tested. This is what I mean. Is that it kind of gets into the weeds because he got drug tested before a fight with I think Daniel Cormier, and he had the testosterone levels of somebody of basically a woman, and people were like, "Huh, that's really strange." Okay, whatever, he can compete. And then it was found out later. It was found out later that it was like, oh, it's because he stopped producing testosterone because he's taking fucking steroids.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but does he take estrogen?
007 in your chat just made a great joke.
If he doesn't take estrogen, that's not going to be the same. Okay?
If his T levels are the same as a woman, put him in the
Most
women's league. Why not,
trans
right?
people
Fight him in
It's gonna rise.
estrogen
Throw him against those
and
women.
blockers.
But you don't have to do that if we're just going off testosterone.
And progesterone.
Where we definitely
I
can't
don't think
go
all
just
of
off
them
of
take the
T.
progesterone, though.
Not all of them.
Remember. Most trans people take T blockers and estrogen.
Yeah.
Unless he's doing that, he doesn't have the full package.
Is that all it takes to be trans?
Pretty much.
Well, that does
take it for a couple years. Boom.
You take it to change your body quite a bit.
Skin gets softer.
Yeah, but what if you
get the
already had those traits?
mammaries.
Do you have to take those things?
What do you mean have those traits?
Shit. Because
So
if
what if
John
your
Jones'
skin is
T
already
levels
softer?
are like that, then it's like you can call him trans if he literally says I'm trans one day, you can call him that because of his T levels.
So
like it's wild.
Bobro
it
says,
doesn't
I
just
find
mean
it.
T levels. There are women with low T levels too.
So Bobro
It's just a
says,
unit.
I find it funny how MAGA is treating the LA fire, but they also say Trump
God,
cares
don't
about
even
the
go
working
there.
class Americans, yet he isn't
he
getting the
doesn't.
Republicans together to come up with a plan to help.
Oh yeah,
Whoa,
the California
wait, are you expecting
governor,
Republicans
like, just
to
I want to be like.
help?
Why would they help?
Why would they help?
Those Hollywood elites.
Not everybody. The house burned
Not
down as a
everybody was
Hollywood
an
elite.
elite, bro.
They're all
Fucking hell.
I mean, you could blame the fire department and like the governor. They like took out the whole budget for like the fire hydrants and shit for like
No, they
100
didn't
mil.
take out the whole budget. Oh God, don't start. I already
Be honest
invited
with yourself,
somebody.
Harry. You
Nah,
just
I
get
think it is
it was
right.
20 mil. It was 20 mil, but they
You're like,
still took
I
it
don't
out.
like people. People
Athena-
make me
Athena is
upset. I
right.
really wish everybody was miserable around me, and that's why I believe the things I believe.
God damn.
Athena is right. They didn't
house is
take.
burning down. That's their problem. They should have
It's a
fucking like.
national emergency and start throwing pot shots at people.
Yeah, they didn't
Okay,
take
so
out
let me
the
ask you a
whole
question,
budget.
Athena. Why wasn't there water in the fire hydrants?
Because
Why
they
wasn't
painted
there
them
water?
rainbow.
There
This is a
was
drought
water in the
season.
fucking fire hydrants.
There were some hydrants that didn't have water. It's a
Mhm.
drought. It
There
was
were
a
some
drought
hydrants
season.
that couldn't
It's
replace
because
the
if you paint
3
the fire
million
hydrants
gallons
rainbow,
that they used in the first goddamn day.
I can't hear both of you talking at the same time. I'm sorry. What?
I said they used 3 million gallons in the first damn day. It takes time. They were fighting fires up in the hills. It takes time for that shit to get replenished and pumped back up.
So
Yeah,
you're
but they-
saying your governor never scrapped your fire department budget?
they never built the water reservoirs, right? That they were going to.
I'm asking a
No,
question. You just
there
have to
was
say
one
yes or
water
no.
reservoir that was down, but the city did not the city, but the water person that was ahead of that didn't bother telling people that they needed to tell that water reservoir was empty. That one particular one. The rest of them were full.
Leah
Plenty
Thompson
full.
sabotaged the water reservoir.
Do you think
to
the water the fire department hooks up
There's
to a
estrogen
fire
in the
hydrant
water.
directly hitting the reservoir? It's not the way it works.
I'm just curious if y'all like took money out the budget.
Leah
That's
Thomas is
it.
just like time to make an Olympic swimming pool for all the trans. And
What if you took all the fucking water?
Go back to trans.
You don't want to call me she?
No.
You're all gonna
Stole.
fucking burn.
She stole all the water and started the fires.
Yeah,
BRB laundry.
But I still want an answer to that. Did they take out the money out of the budget or not?
No, they didn't take the money out of the budget. They just
The
used
reason
it to
why
paint
there were
the fires.
fires
They
is because
didn't?
there was a black
Thank
woman
you.
mayor. That's why.
That's all I was asking.
There would never
Holy
have been
fucking
a fire
shit.
if there wasn't a
That's
black
true. I was
woman
making a joke.
being a
Like,
mayor.
yo, can I get a yes or no, please?
It's so funny to laugh at other people's tragedies, isn't it?
It is. It is.
For asking, yo, how are you
You've never
gaslighting
lived in a
me?
fire.
How
you've
are
never
you
lived in a
gaslighting me?
fire-prone area.
It's pretty fucked up.
It's fucked up. It is.
That's
fucked
insanity.
Come on.
About people's lives, right?
Also, as far as that is concerned, I live in New York, dog. We just had somebody fucking burn alive in our subway system. Okay, like we're all out of giving.
That's the same as 10,000 houses being burned down.
Yeah,
That's
well,
exactly
we're all out of giving a fuck. You know what I mean? Like we stopped caring. So I'm sorry.
Have you
But, like,
burned
y'all
to death
should've, like-
underground?
Y'all should have had a better plan then, because I'm saying your
You also
entire
had a
state
better plan. You also
consists.
stopped the 100-mile-an-hour winds.
What?
Y'all should have done better.
Yes, y'all should have done better.
better.
Like your entire state consists
You
of
do not know
having
how
controlled
wildfires
fires.
are
Right.
fought.
Your firefighters, he chose not to do
without
these
air
controlled
support, I'm gonna
fires.
mute you.
That's true.
Without air support, they can't fight a fucking fire like that. And you
Yeah,
can't
but they
fight
didn't-
planes in 100-mile-an-hour winds.
They
Yet
didn't
they
do
don't know.
controlled
Yet they
fires.
took out controlled fires. If they didn't, this wouldn't have happened to the scale that it did.
Can't burn shit where houses are. That's not the way it works.
Well, if you don't, then this happens.
Ready to do that.
Yeah, if you know this happens. There you
can't.
go. Now you got no houses. Enjoy. Like I don't know what to tell you.
Well, their biggest mistake was letting people build way up in the hills without any fire suppression.
If
That's
LA,
true.
if LA was
That's
Catholic,
very
this
true.
wouldn't have happened.
But when you're rich, you want to build wherever the fuck you want. You don't care.
That's also why I'm
That's
not really
California's
like I don't
main
care too much. Like a
problem,
lot of
is
rich people's houses
allowing
burned down. That I don't care
zoning.
about. The regular people I do care about, but not the rich
They should
people.
have been done better with zoning way back.
Like if you're
before they
so
built
rich,
all
you
that
could
stuff.
fireproof your house. Like don't give me no fucking tears.
Not just about fireproofing. They should have had
Fireproof?
sprinkler systems.
How do you make wood fireproof? I feel like
Yeah,
that's
I
probably
honestly
possible.
No, you
don't
can build your
have.
house in
I don't have
concrete,
much
ICF.
problem with people trying to zone the area that they want to build in, but it has to be up to spec.
Americans never
Considering
build their
the
houses out of
landscape.
brick, though.
Like for example, if I'm building a
Unless it's in
place
New
in
England.
somewhere named Tornado Valley, I'm gonna make sure my
Yeah.
house is tornado proof. Like what the?
No such thing.
I mean, we
Well,
have
you can
hurricane-proof
try this.
buildings here, so
You
Yeah,
have buildings that survive
Resistant,
tornadoes.
but not
Yeah.
proof. You can build your house out of concrete. There's called insulated concrete forms, and you can build your house with concrete, and it won't burn.
these
There
the
you go.
buildings here on campus are built to withstand Category 4 hurricane. So
Boom.
Yeah, hurricane resistant. Yeah,
yeah.
but if you get an opening and you get the flood waters in, nothing's going to protect you from.
Can you
flooding.
imagine if you get hit with a Category 5?
Jesus.
What luck would that be?
I don't think Jacksonville's ever been hit by Category 5.
Oh no, not Jacksonville.
Unless we have.
Yeah, the same shit
don't know
when
about
they
that.
just had the last couple hurricanes. The people that lived on the beach or near the coast, they all got their houses fucked over, and nobody said, "Oh, it's Governor DeSantis' fault that those houses all got fucked over."
A lot of apartment buildings during the hurricane in New York, next to Coney Island and the waters in fucking they got destroyed, like completely destroyed. A lot of apartment buildings. One of my friends, his entire unit was wiped, and he had to move. That shit was like fucking sad. Like, you know what I mean? But nobody talking about it like that. Like, it is what it is because these are natural disasters. Like,
Yeah, you lot are just mad for living in places that God hates.
Well,
God
Southern
really does hate
California hasn't had rain in 8 months. That place is so dry you can just look at it and it's going to light up.
Maybe if you looked at it, it would light up. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so hot. That backfired on you.
Well, I mean, how do you know it backfired? Maybe I was flirting.
Yeah, okay.
Bro, I'm smirking.
So Miami gets flooded every goddamn time there's a tropical storm down there. Nobody's bitching about DeSantis or planning
That is
because
very
that place
valid.
is fucked up.
Yeah.
Poor Chris gets hit by every hurricane that comes by. Fort Myers just gets destroyed.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They keep rebuilding there when they shouldn't be rebuilding in the flood zone. In Florida, the property get insurance in there for your house is almost impossible.
I can imagine. Got rebuild.
oof.
All right, let's see.
I can't imagine like having a house in an area that's like prone to disasters. That's just. I feel like that's like. That's not
Midwest.
smart. That's negligible.
Midwest tornadoes. America's just a whole place of disasters. I live near volcanoes.
In America, you got to weigh your options. Do you want floods and
Exactly.
hurricanes? Do you want floods and hurricanes, tornadoes, blizzards,
right.
or
Earthquakes.
earthquakes?
And
Yeah, but you know
Or
what?
volcanoes.
You know what? We're the biggest fucking like country next to Australia, which, like, I don't know about you, but
That was wrong in 5 different
most
ways.
of their shit is still outback.
Yep.
Russia's
Pick your
way
disaster.
bigger, right?
The only place
It's
that
like-
really doesn't have any
and Russia-
disasters
China's
is
also
Alaska.
bigger.
Too. It's like,
Yeah,
what
Russia's
the
way
fuck is
bigger.
up with Siberia?
Yeah,
It's
let's all
like,
move
do you
to
want
Alaska.
snow or a side of snow? And more snow.
It's just mostly snow.
Siberia is also mostly tundra.
America has fucking
Yeah.
like deserts, mountains, fucking valleys, ranges. beaches, like all that shit. And
Yeah, you
soon
gotta
to
live next
be
to
the Gulf of America.
Just go to Texas, we'll be okay.
I want that to
So
happen.
stupid.
Maybe the Bay of
We have
Pigs.
God, it's
we
so
have Mount
stupid.
Washington. We have Mount
Dude, I
Washington.
want that to happen. I want us to invade and take over Cuba.
It's too dumb. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's way too dumb.
I think JFK tried
Dude,
that.
I'm one of
actually.
those.
What, invading
I'm one of those
Cuba? I
people
think we
that's
can do
like,
it.
I
No,
want
dude,
it to
the
be
Gulf of
fucking
America.
crazy.
It's like if I ask, like, I don't know, like a 12-year-old. If I ask like an 8-year-old, right, like at a
What if we
at a
invaded
playground, like, what would you do if you were president? I would make Greenland so we get a big country, and I will, call it the Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America. That would I would be like, that's a great idea, little Billy.
Did you know that Andrew
That would be
Tate?
it, dude. Like the mentality would be like, yeah, it's like a 5-year-old.
No, but it's
like
still
this.
good that he did that
Lil
because the
Billy
Mexican
is
president
running,
responded too, and it was a nice little quirky thing they did back and forth. Not gonna lie,
Bro.
I like
yeah,
it,
but
but
it's so stupid.
Amender, Lil
Amanda,
Billy
you'll like
is
this.
like the president of the United States, and he has power.
Yeah,
over
you're right.
everything.
You're absolutely right about that. That's a shame. That's a
And Andrew Tate said that he was going to run for prime
we are
minister
Captain
in the UK.
McFucked.
Andrew Tate said he's
We
running
are
for prime
McFucked,
minister.
my boys.
And he said he was going to
Mick
support
Trafficker.
Trump in the annexation of Greenland.
The annexation.
What, Greenland?
They're saying that
Who wants
that
Greenland?
they said
What the
that
heck?
he said he would potentially involve the military, and I'm just like, isn't Denmark part of NATO? Like, what is wrong with you? Are you guys like that stupid? What is happening?
Oh, dude,
I got
awesome.
a good little picture for you guys there in chat. There you go. That's what
I will
that's
just
what-
say. I will just say, as an avid fan, because this is like this is as much attention that I pay to politics as I pay to sports, and I'm just like, oh my god, finally something cool as funny is happening.
Oh yeah, that's why I pay
real
attention
funny.
to
It's
American
gonna be
politics.
So funny.
It is funny. It's way
gonna
more.
be
It's
so
way more
funny.
entertaining than
Yeah,
British
yeah,
politics.
yeah. You think
It's
the UK
way
isn't
more
tied to the
funny and
U.S.
hardcore
economy?
than
Yeah.
British.
Think
Dude,
again,
and I
buddy.
want Nigel Farage.
Think again.
I want
Think
You're gonna
again,
find
buddy.
it real fucking funny.
What's the
I
other
already
guy's
have.
name? What's the other guy's name that reported on like all the like rape gangs in
Funny
the
now
UK?
because nothing's happened yet.
Was it Tony Robinson?
Just wait till something happens.
Tommy Robinson.
Tommy
You
Robinson.
made the same mistake.
Yeah,
I
bro.
did.
Yeah.
Bro, like, yeah, if we could have Tommy Robinson, fucking Andrew Tate, and Nigel Farage in the UK, that would be the holy trinity. That'd be fucking amazing.
Them doing what? Like just meeting up?
Andrew,
I don't know, riding in a short
meeting up
bus
for
together.
Trafficker is part of the prime minister, part of the government.
Them.
fucking kidding me?
That's golden blunt rotation. That's what that is.
Yeah, it's called
Golden
riding a
Blunt
short bus.
rotation. Yes, sir.
Just they all get in a short bus.
The short.
Yeah, what's up with
Not the short
Zuckerberg?
bus.
The
We don't
Zuck.
have buses in the UK.
You don't like the Zuck?
Oh,
Trump
fuck.
passed
So,
now.
so that's what those short buses were for in school. Oh, man.
Yeah, the
that's
short-
that's
yeah.
crazy.
You didn't know
That's
that?
crazy. Now, y'all, you got to think about it. Like,
No, you don't have to. Yeah.
because I was always on the long bus, and I was always curious what those short buses were for. I thought those were like night school kids or something. I don't know.
Well, they weren't for night school kids, but they were dim.
All right, chill,
Nice.
chill, chill.
Oh goodness.
Jesus.
Nice.
Jesus.
Grown,
Christ.
grown.
Good
On a
God.
crap
Very
rate.
good.
I don't know what like.
Zuckerberg is starting to suck up to Elon Musk and Trump.
Yeah, that
for
did
some
actually
reason.
surprise me.
Yeah, I mean, he got into the UFC thing a lot, right? Like so that puts him in the same circle as Dana White, which is why he put Dana White on the board of Meta.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then also, so that automatically includes him into Joe Rogan's circle, which puts him into the same circles of like Elon Musk, Lex Friedman, that sort of thing. But yeah, it's essentially like he's in that, you know, in that group now. That's basically it's right touching Trump essentially. And
Did he
yeah,
start
there you
taking
go.
testosterone or something? Like what changed?
He just got really into MMA, which I don't really actually have anything against MMA. I think you know
Watch him get
this.
divorced.
I think this. Yeah, that's actually one thing that people are thinking is like he's on his way to getting divorced because he is he just announced
the
like
manosphere.
getting rid of anything having to do with feminism or whatever. Pretty funny.
Well, that's wild pathetic for somebody to get divorced because like your spouse don't align with your political beliefs. Like, dog, what? You're making money.
Politics
You're making that type of
inform
money,
everything in
and
your
you're worried
life,
about your
dude.
political beliefs? Come on,
bro.
No,
Why
that's
would
not
I
it.
stay married to someone who believes like, all right, like if I was a woman, why would I stay married to someone who believes I'm lesser value, like based on their politics?
I mean, if that's the case, that's completely different. I'm thinking
That's a political difference. Politics, they are everything. Truly,
Yeah, I will say,
they
like,
affect every part of your life.
It's an impossibility for like a pro-life person to realistically marry like someone who thinks that they can kill their baby.
I don't know.
He has his kids.
I disagree. Honestly, like your politics should not dictate if you actually love somebody. But I don't know.
I think they're all in it
It's
for the
different
same
for everybody.
reason.
Honestly,
Rich,
I'm not going to
they
be
want
like that
tax
person that's like
savers.
making a standard or anything.
Whether or not you
Rich
love
and they want
someone,
tax
like
savers.
you shouldn't marry someone who like might kill your baby when you don't want that.
I'll be honest. Like
He has his babies.
decision
No
would
one's
be made
killing
as
his
a
babies.
I have a
group. It wouldn't be
girlfriend
made by
that
a
has
singular person.
that has very similar values, but
it's important.
But like we disagree. We
to
disagree
control
on
other
a couple
people.
of very. We disagree on a couple of very core things between each other, and I'm just like, you know what? Regardless of that, because I personally don't see how that affects you or me on a personal level, that I can be like, I think you're just overreacting to this, but I can love you.
Billionaires that want to suck up to Trump for those tax breaks.
You got to get those tax breaks going. Thank you. I heard they're like sending out another pack of stimuluses for everybody.
Dude, if they send another pack of stimulus, if they send another pack of stimulus to Ukraine, like, bro, I got my Xbox 360 controller. I got that fucking like STD Wi-Fi connection. I got a fucking Hellfire drone right on his shit.
I wouldn't be surprised if, like, you know, because of the LA fires, America will send another 20 trillion to Israel.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, that would
20
be Trump.
trillion. What the
I mean,
hell?
why not?
Where do these numbers
Dude,
come
if they
from?
if they do that shit and Trump is behind it, I'll be like, God damn it, Daddy, that ain't it. That ain't it. That's not what I voted for.
Big based.
Well, that's what he's gonna
Trump
do.
has
He's
not
gonna-
aligned himself with, like,
He's not
you
going
know,
to
the
spend any
anti-Israel
money.
crowd.
He's not going to send
And
any
then
money
I'd be
to
like,
California. He's going
and
to
then
send
I'd
it
be
to fucking
like,
Israel.
Oh, nobody
get into
has.
a pegging station.
Nobody's done that.
Good.
What the?
Make sure the Jews stay alive. No. No, this entire shit show. Honestly, he needs to like reevaluate like all these foreign wars and really get like a grasp on what we're doing. Like, because we're involved in so many like foreign politics in terms of giving money to NATO, giving money to
Don't give
fucking
money
the
to
UN,
NATO.
giving money to Israel, giving money
You
to
don't give money
Ukraine.
to UN.
Yeah, you do.
Can they give money to me?
Yeah, we
instead?
do. Okay. Anyways, so
why
like,
do
we
you
gotta
think we do
figure
that?
out a budget all these things.
Chaos,
The
why? Why do you
UN
think we do that?
UN isn't like a private company.
How do you think that the United States becomes the world's most powerful economy in the world? How do you think that happens?
Budgeting.
A lot
Budgeting?
of
You think you
budgeting.
just budget your way around that?
Damn right. With enough money, you could budget anything.
My dude, I'm saying,
Where's
why
the
do you
money
think that
coming
we're the
from?
we're the number one economy in the world? Why?
The money printer.
Yeah, you
Well,
just
because we always
All right,
like ask.
I'll help you out. We have established diplomatic trade relations with multiple countries that are also economically prosperous, and some even not economically prosperous, in order to benefit us. We have been doing this the entire 20th century. And we continue to do this in the 21st century.
Now check this out.
It's
I'm not
not
saying
different.
to pull out of anything.
You can't
I'm just
actually
saying
have
we
established
can
the quality of living that Americans are able to have without doing this.
No, I'm saying we
Not
can,
the entire
we can
20th century.
budget where we send our money and how much, and we can work with these things, right? You feel me? I'm not saying pull out of NATO, pull out of the UN, pull out of all these things. No, but we can use more money domestically to fix our problems rather than internationally, is what I'm saying.
Oh well, then lower your military budget.
Hold on. That to me, right? Like, just so you're aware, right? The health industry is working exactly as designed. It's actually working perfectly for what it's designed to do.
Okay.
Right? Did you know that?
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's
I'm thinking more or less
the way
about,
that it's being
poverty,
designed is
zoning,
it is designed
education.
to give as much profit as possible to these billionaire healthcare companies at the expense of the consumer. Right? We could actually impact and create policy to say screw that. But here's the problem. People are so uneducated that they actually don't even know what politicians that they need to elect in to actually make something like that happen.
Yes, the healthcare industry is monopolized currently and will be for the foreseeable future
I'm
until
not saying
something
it's
changes.
monopolist. I'm saying it's privatized.
Well, yeah.
Monopoly. Like the game.
Right? It obviously doesn't work. It's obviously not a good thing, but it's doing exactly as it was designed to do.
Games again,
right?
man.
Which is
True.
to make money for giant multinational corporations.
Exactly.
I agree. We definitely should take a look at our healthcare system, our education system. I want us to really look at our systems and really start digging down on what we can take and
Max
distribute
says,
into proper vocations.
What are you debating on MDD? Is it a trans debate? Yes, it is a trans debate. It is are trans men. Yes.
Who set it up because it's not on the list?
I think
it's there.
Oh, where? I looked for it twice today.
Is it an announcement?
Now it's there.
It's there.
Do you think the Democrats are sincere with their attempts to have
God damn it.
a nationalized healthcare?
I sent a message to Ryan. I said, "Where the hell is it?"
I think some of them are. I think people like Bernie Sanders are more, and AOC are sincere about it, but I don't think others are.
I would assume that if Democrats really wanted a state healthcare, that they would do it state by state instead of nationwide. They could do it really easily that way, right? Or at least they could pass the legislation.
The healthcare system is
easily.
nationalized. There's multiple portions of it that are nationalized. Medicare, Medicaid, for example.
Yeah, exactly. Those are
Yeah, that
but
was
just
up
a
there
single
for a while.
pair option, or there's
that thing sucks.
There's better options out there.
I can't kill it.
Just posted that recently.
All right, he's inside now. How did he?
When I got pneumonia a couple of weeks ago, we have free healthcare here, so I went to the hospital. They kept me on observation. They took 2 blood tests, 1 X-ray, actually 2, a CT scan, and I paid 0 money. The only thing I had to pay was $50 for antibiotics and gastric protectors.
Yeah, but if you're way, way wealthier, you want it really fast and you want the best in the world. You want all those tests done in with the best, most expensive equipment that's even imaginable. You want the best, the best, the best. You don't want to settle for what all the lowly people have. You want the absolute best, and you want to ensure privatized healthcare exists so that I don't care if other people have to pay more. I want the best, and I'm going to do everything to ensure private healthcare remains so that I can have the
That's
best.
not the way it
Yeah, I
goes.
don't-
You know,
I
a
don't think
blood
so.
test is
Yeah.
a blood test. There isn't like here's a blood test for a rich person.
Not
here's
for
a blood test
everything,
for a poor
right?
person.
Not for everything, right? A lot of those things, I get it, but even a blood test, you're still going into a much better hospital, a much nicer. You know, there are certain things where, they're just
I don't
an
think-
extension. That it's just
I
a little
don't.
bit nicer.
I don't know if there exists like a country in the world where there's nationalized healthcare, but like privatized healthcare is illegal. Maybe like China. I don't know.
Well, hold on. Privatized healthcare. The problem is it's a good idea, right? To have certain, like, if you're rich, you want to have the best healthcare, but certain people can't afford. That's fine. You gotta have the best healthcare, but the way they do it is horrible because it's like if you don't have that, then you're literally getting like bad care. Like you're not even getting good care. That's like there's like a gigantic disconnect. That's the problem, right? The disconnect and like the level of how big it is, like just drastically like lessened, and we're like somewhat there closely. Then yeah, fine. But like we're not even there yet. Like if you got Medicare or Medicaid, you're going to like Jamaica Hospital to get some free shit, possibly. If you got Blue Cross Blue Shield, you're going into the city with a nice ass hospital like St. Mercy. There's a complete difference.
The number one cause of bankruptcy in the United States is literally unexpected medical
Is
expense.
healthcare debt? Is medical debt? Yeah.
The thing for me is
it's
that I
ridiculous.
just I don't want to be paying for like, you know, when like cousins marry and then they have like their inbred rat children and then I have to pay for that.
Whoa.
Why are you so gross? Like, ew.
And but
I mean,
if you give yourself, if you eat
Right,
yourself,
So funny though.
if you eat yourself until you get diabetes,
That's not
then
my
fine.
terminology, by the way. The
right?
Indians call them that. They call them like the rat
Yeah, that's
people of
not good
Bangladesh
either.
or whatever.
Like, what?
The rat people from Bangladesh, they come in.
Let's not call people rat
Yeah,
people.
can we not do that? Like, just like have
Jesus,
blatant
they come
racism in
in.
my VC? Like, thanks.
But you understand what I'm
no one's
saying, right?
saying
Like
the N-word this
these
time,
people make
Commander.
ridiculous and stupid decisions, and like the health consequences are disastrous.
What?
They're awful,
You're doing
and I
this,
pay for
the
it.
thing you're doing the thing that right wingers do, where it's like we have to have retribution. We can't look at things in terms of a
No, I just don't want to
deterministic
pay for it.
outcome. We have to. Well, the problem is that everybody pays for it. And when everybody pays for it, that has an economies of scale factor, which lowers the cost for everybody.
No, I don't.
Mind
I
you,
don't
right
have to,
here in
I
the
don't have
U.S.,
to pay
we
for
pay
that.
more per person in healthcare costs than any other country. Yet we still don't have free healthcare. That doesn't make any sense. We're already paying the money. Well, the reason why is because the system has been designed in such a way to profit private corporations and not actually serve people. Right?
Yeah, I
that's
just don't want-
that's what's happened.
Mostly, I just don't want the national healthcare to serve international clients.
Yeah, I get it. You don't like the Browns. All right, moving on.
I never said that.
I'm down with that.
What? Yeah, you are. You are saying that. You're just trying to dog whistle your way out of it and badly dog whistle. I'm just going to say what you mean, which is I don't like the
Arabs.
Browns. They make me uncomfortable. I don't like them around my society. They don't talk the same way that I do. They don't have share the same cultural values that I do, and I don't like them. That's what you think.
Amanda,
Where
I
did we
like
go from the
Arabs.
Browns to healthcare? Like, well, what?
That's
I'm sorry.
ask Harry.
I like Arabs.
Ask Harry. I'm not the one
not just
fucking bringing
Arabs.
in the dumb dog whistle.
Oh yeah, that Pakistani said it. Like Arabs are cool though.
Okay, that's fine. If you don't like the religion of Islam, that's perfectly fine. That you don't have to like a religion. Okay, cool. But like, what are we talking about? Brown people in healthcare? Like, this is what I'm still like. We need to like.
Right,
come
right.
on,
He
connect
thinks
it.
the Browns don't deserve
no,
it.
sure. Well, no, it's not that they don't deserve it, but like 55% of Pakistanis in this country like are married to their first cousins. Like there's
What
a
does that
disproportionate.
matter?
Well, because
No
they have
way.
inbred
You
children.
give
man.
the care to people who need it.
Yeah, you got to give the care to
Give
people.
care
who
to
need it.
people. You don't go like, you have cancer? Bro, you're not getting any health care. You don't deserve it. You're going to use up all the health care.
Dog,
No,
even
we
if
help
you're
the
a
people who
Nazi-
have cancer, the people who need it.
Even if you're a Nazi,
What is this
you're still going to
argument?
get treated at a hospital. Doesn't matter. You feel me? Like,
And that kind of situation, say, I don't want to pay for it. Let's say
No,
someone
first cousins don't
knows.
always have inbred children.
Yeah, I
There's
know.
plenty of non-cousins that have inbred children.
That's true.
Did you get that information from Space Apache?
Let's say someone with the prenatal tests know that their child is going to have a problem, then you would not be okay with them having that child, right? But you're probably against abortion. Am I correct?
Yeah, I am against abortion.
Okay, then
Like
you
skin
have
color.
no solution to anything. Awesome.
Don't fuck your cousin.
That's
you know that
That is
regular
respectable.
people have children
Wow.
with disabilities, Down syndrome, problems, genetical.
I don't believe that we should kill Down syndrome people just because they're Down syndrome, like Iceland. But
Right,
like,
but
you
you-
shouldn't fuck your cousin either. Are you pro fucking cousin? Let's just be clear.
But you're still in the same problem. Someone
if your
knows
cousin-
they're going to have. Someone knows
Yeah.
they're going to have a Down children syndrome, a child with Down syndrome or whatever,
A Down syndrome child.
and then
You can have
still
that
don't
test
you don't
very
want to pay for
early
that.
on,
You just
Yeah.
give them the care.
even before 10 weeks.
You give them the
Yeah.
care they need.
It's
Yeah.
you have
Care
this
for
idea,
people who need
and
it.
Your,
Like,
your
what-
idea is
like-
different than what reality is.
Amanda,
Empathy.
I don't think my country can afford to
Empathy.
pay for the healthcare
What?
of the world.
Yeah, it can.
No, it
And
can't.
we do. There's lots of countries
Who's-
that
who's we?
can
I'm
and
British.
do.
My country can't handle it. Like the healthcare system in this country is wrought with issues. It's disastrous.
What? In
People with
comparison to
cancer-
the United States,
not
bro,
great.
yours is a dream.
Sure, man, but like people with cancer are on waiting lists so long that they don't get their treatment and then die. That's the situation.
As opposed to people with cancer who would end
I
up
don't think that's
dying
true.
anyway because they can't afford
It
the
is true.
treatment.
During, like, especially during
What is this
COVID.
argument?
I'll say this. I'll say
Because
this,
the
Amanda, at
wait
least you
lists are
can,
only
at least you can
the
get
elective
seen,
procedures,
and then
life-saving medical
you get
procedures
cured,
you're dead.
and then you know what? You're in debt. But you're still living. You're in debt, but you're living.
What? No, they don't. They may not even give you care. Isn't that not the case?
Is that?
There's
I've heard that like a
possibility,
hospital won't
but-
really turn your way if you're dying.
A
Depends on the
hospital
care.
literally, if
Depends on the care.
life or
That
death,
won't happen
they
in the
will
NHS
see you.
That won't happen in America or the UK. If you're dying, they're not going to turn you.
I
away.
mean, I will set up my own VC and
The
give my
difference
own
is
experience with the medical
you will not be going into
system.
extreme debt in the with the NHS system. Like, it's not a great system. Don't get me wrong. There's a ton of problems with the NHS, but it's infinitely better than the US medical system.
Yeah, maybe that's true, but like we have an issue, right? And like a part of that is
the Browns.
You know, a part of it's the Browns.
I just, you know,
You can't be. I'm trying to help you. I'm like on your side trying to help you. You can't say that.
Dude,
Nah,
I asked
I
him if
know-
he was
I
a
know
if he
that-
was a Nazi. He's like, no, they're far too left wing for me.
Nah, it's, I do.
So
I,
situation,
He
they
said
they
that.
save
that's very different.
situation. They save your life, but then they sue you and they take your freaking house because you couldn't pay the bill.
That's mad.
Is that worth it?
Yeah,
Now
that's
you're
crazy.
homeless. You're alive, but you're homeless.
Yeah,
That's never
That's
good.
That's beautiful.
I think you know. I'll be honest. I think Amanda, you're probably right. I think like that is like you do just treat the people who need it, don't you?
Yeah. Of course.
Yes. How that
Yeah.
goes.
Yes.
The fuck.
But we
Help
need
people
an
who need
enemy.
it.
We need somebody to.
We
need
can't,
an
like,
enemy. That's
it's
the
bad.
thing.
I just don't believe that you can
it's bad to
establish
marry your
life,
cousin.
liberty, and property where it's like your very life is at stake. Like none of the other stuff falls into place if your mortality is like put into question. And let's be honest, man. Most, I mean, for me, like I don't even bother going to get my daily checkups. They make me nervous. It makes me nervous because I'm like, I know this is going to cost me an arm and a leg if they find something. And that's definitely not the way to look at it, right? Like that's
Yeah.
obviously not a good mentality to
It's
have.
not. It's not good mentality if you're not like the hyper individualism that we have, especially in America, is it takes a lot of priority over that. So a lot of the people, it doesn't matter if others have like. It's really easy to distance ourselves and be unempathetic about the strifes of others when you just have to say, yeah, just fucking work harder. Then you can get a better job. Then you can get really good health insurance instead of just thinking of it in the terms like you're thinking, where we should just help.
I mean, I have health insurance. It still makes me nervous because it's like I look at like in pocket, like in network expenses, it's like $6,000, and out of network expenses, it's through the freaking roof. And it's like, I don't want to deal with any of this.
I still think that marrying your cousin should be illegal.
And the
Why are
in
you
the
so
US,
obsessed
you don't
with
even
that?
He's
have
obsessed
you don't
with
even have
I mean,
dentistry.
I agree with
Can you
him.
stop
I agree with him
LARPing?
on that, but not for the reasons why.
Can you just
he's
like
saying it.
stop
It's fucking
LARPing
with
with
me.
like Adolf Hitler? Like,
That actually like has become an issue in the UK. Like Muslims in the member of parliament have brought that up, and they want to decriminalize cousin marriage. Like that's
You can't do that.
Hmm?
Like, what the fuck? Jesus Christ.
And the
Don't
other
blaspheme.
thing is,
It's not
for
a
example,
crime, for God's sake.
It's bad.
I don't
and
like
no,
it as much as the next guy.
It should
but,
be a
like,
crime.
Like, I don't.
It isn't the end of the
like,
world.
It's no skin off my bones. Like, it doesn't bother me at all. Like, who cares?
Yeah, but you shouldn't. You
Go
still shouldn't
gross
do
in the
it. That's
corner.
like.
I don't care. Like,
If you're in a position where like the state has taken charge to take care of people's health, then it's gonna take issue with people doing things that are unhealthy.
man, dude, you better be like an Adonis, man. You better
Who?
look, and you better look freaking amazing. Like, you better not have an like even 5 pounds above normal body weight, bro. You better look like a
No,
fucking
I'm not.
Adonis, bro.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Because if you didn't, that would be really, really funny. It would be
I'm not
really,
fat.
really funny.
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Are you overweight?
the other thing is, preventative medicine. If you spend a little bit of money, you can prevent people from like actually getting sick. And then the other baffling thing is
Up
that,
to a point.
well, yeah,
Well,
I mean, but it
most
reduces the cost. You
countries
invest
have-
a little, and
That's how
it's
most
also
countries
like
end up with great
education.
How are you going to
outcomes,
prevent breast
preventative
cancer,
care.
huh? Other than cutting off your boobs early in life.
Kill them.
No, but come
that.
on. You know I wasn't saying that, but preventing the stuff that you can prevent. And with education and the stuff. What's baffling to me is
Dead
that
people have no cancer.
Well, I mean,
What's
cancer for
baffling
any
to me-
reason. There's a lot of reasons it can develop, and preventative care.
Just getting
Maintaining
sex
healthy
causes
diets
prostate cancer?
that are maintaining like healthy diets that are promoted. Maybe not even promoted, but shown throughout what's eaten naturally, like that can help stop cancer, and is what a lot of countries do. Most other countries have a lot healthier diets than we do in America, which contributes to our cancer rates.
Does anyone know if
early detection is important, and dentistry. I don't know why dentistry is not part of like healthcare in the US. Dr. J, he came to Uruguay, and it was cheaper for him to come to Uruguay to get some dentist work done, and it cost him $60. And he was telling me, like, dude, for $60, I can't even get into a clinic, to a dental office in the US.
Yeah, that's why a lot of people, even like in Southern California, drive down to Tijuana or places just to like get their dentistry done. Just because.
And they fucking ruin their teeth going to those foreign fucking countries.
That is true.
Yeah. No, they don't. No, they don't.
Yes, they fucking do.
Most of them do.
Yes, they
Some
do.
of them don't.
Yes, they fucking
Most
do.
of them don't. A few of them do. And the other thing is like,
US who get screwed up
Let's not
teeth.
fight it once.
Here in the US, like, I don't know what, like, that happens all the time. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah,
No,
I know the stereotype, right? But
don't know him, Andrew.
it has gotten to
I
the
do
point where
know.
British teeth are actually
I've
better
had
than
so many
American teeth.
dental work done on my teeth that, like, I know where they fuck
I
up.
doubt it.
and it's also good. It's also
Are you
important to notice
serious?
that
This country, not other countries.
it's also important to notice that both in the US
I have
and in the
seen
UK and like other countries, there's been a lot of studies that have been done, which I can post which unless I'm sure you guys are already kind of aware of this, that because there's a plethora of studies on this that much larger than normal amount of dentists typically over prescribed anywhere from a little to a fuck lot. So yeah, it's essentially just being able to like get a shit ton more money out of people because on their ignorance of not really knowing what they need, or going all the way like, yeah, you're gonna need this. Oh, we need to adjust this, and they basically like, yeah, and then basically like giving them, if you don't get this done, it's gonna, your teeth are gonna, be fucked up long term, or it's gonna cause long term issues. And their ignorance, they don't know, right, what the dentist knows. So these researchers from a bunch of different companies went around to a shit ton of different high level top dentist offices, a part of like groups and shit, like all around the country and several countries, and found that in some places 8 out of 10, and they knew like exactly what you should prescribe, right, by the book, and they like 8 out of 10 were like over prescribing by a lot just because it was gonna get them more money. So yeah, it's pretty fucked.
What do you mean by over prescribing in dentistry?
Like a filling when you don't need one?
Yeah, it's anything. It could be it basically is like they could be doing something like, oh, you need like certain care that maybe it's not ready for that care. Like, oh, at certain points of like a tooth enamel degrading, you might do different things, right? Like depending on what's going on, or if the enamel or if the root is having certain issues, you might not need to get a complete like root canal. Sometimes there's like other preventable measures before it gets to that point before the root is completely dead. I mean, there's 1,000 different ways to overprescribe, not only in dentistry, but also in just general medicine, right? But like depending on what it is, what they found out is, hey, this is a clear cut case of by the book. What they did is they sent in an example person to all these things. Like, yep, but like by all measures, this is what they should give. This is very clear how they should what they should prescribe, and like 8 out of 10 of them. In at least in one of the cases, and in a lot of others, it was like 6 out of 10. It was like over 50% in a lot of other cases, over prescribed, anywhere from a little to a lot, and it all would have gotten them a lot more money. And so what it is showing is, yep, we're not, they're because it's a capitalistic system where they're very interested in gaining wealth more than helping people. It's essentially, that's what they're playing the game, right? They're doing the best they can to grow their wealth as much as possible.
From Twitch, from Twitch, Onan Fool said, "I just retreated my root canal of 10 plus years. It was $2,100."
Yeah.
Get wrecked.
I will say I'm very thankful for our dental care system. It's pretty good here. I'm very thankful for that.
But hey, Orca, just so you know, that procedure is the same in any of these in any of the other countries. Yeah. So in order to put a crown on, they basically shave it way down, and then they put a cap on it. Yeah, you're seeing that without caps.
Yeah, I know that.
So then, what is your argument?
But
we do that in the U.S.
If you would shut the fuck up, I could tell you.
All right.
Yeah. That people go to other countries to get crowns put on their teeth when they have normal, perfectly fine fucking teeth. And these dentists don't practice with the same ethics that we do in the U.S., so they destroy these people's fucking teeth that are perfectly fine just to put on crowns for aesthetics that they're going to have to replace in 5 years.
I just explained to you the procedure is the exact same in the U.S.
Okay. You hear that, Max? Uruguayan dentists are evil.
What? I listened to you. What do you mean?
No, you didn't.
Is this gaslighting? Am I being gaslighted right now? Did I really not listen to him at all?
Oh my god. Go replay the tape. All right. You
replay the tape.
Dude.
Hold up. I thought I followed you on Twitch, First Amender. Sorry about that. I thought I already followed you.
Good, bro. Follow me. Follow me on Twitch. Follow me on YouTube. Follow me on Twitter. I'm streaming on all platforms,
I tell you that
baby.
your thumbnail game is goated, bro.
Thanks,
it's
bro.
kind of funny.
Really
Some of your thumbnails they're like, I'm not gonna lie, one of your thumbnails is cringe, but in the best way. Like, it's the one where it says he said the N-word in a debate, and it shows you going like it's so funny.
It's pretty funny.
Do you want to know how much a crown costs here? It's like $500.
Sick, bro.
The ceramic one, the one that lasts 10 years or more.
I actually have a couple of crowns. I got a porcelain tooth. It's fabulous. Highly recommend.
Yeah, how much did it cost?
Well, first was the root canal. That was $1,000. And another $1,000 for the actual crown to get like the actual like mold and everything. Yeah.
What are you talking about? Or to get what?
Yeah.
Crown.
Oh yeah, I had to get one. My brother like smashed my face against a wall when I was like 10 or 8 years old or some shit. And it chipped and they basically just glued it back on. And this whole time, like as time has went on, the tooth is okay, but then it just died, and they're like, yeah, time to fucking time to put a crown on that bitch. And I'm like, all right. They may have used different language as a professional dentist, but that's basically the gist. And so but it was great. They the higher technology and higher what is it? It's not porcelain, obviously, but it's like this. It's a much better. It starts with a B, brom. I can't remember, but anyway, they last a lot longer than 5 years. These things are meant to be, potentially lifetime lasting, right? Like, they're much better materials than they used to be 10, 15 years ago. Yeah.
Coyote makes a great point. Shout out to Q Healthcare. Yes.
Tech VR says 113.
They export doctors all over the world, and they may be starving, but
exploit.
Their healthcare is great.
Oh, hey, Tech. Yeah, I wanted to let you know. Yeah, that food poisoning was really bad. I lost 5 pounds.
Dude, why are you eating poison?
For shits and giggles, of course.
It's from them. It's from those. I need to lower my volume.
I'm still like kind of queasy. Like it's still not fully gone, but it's good enough
from those,
where it's like I'm not perpetually in bed, so I'm like, I guess I can stream.
Yeah,
it's from those cigars you smoke,
like,
bro.
White people aren't meant to be.
Can you just like stop with like the race baiting? Like seriously,
I'm sorry.
bro. Jesus.
All right. I'll cool down.
Oh, TechVR says 113 deaths. Oh, okay, yeah, they're laughing at the fact that I have 113 deaths. Yes, it's easy to die in this game.
I'm gonna kill myself.
What the fuck am I looking at?
You guys were bringing up crowns, and I was going to say how I'm surprised that I didn't end up needing them. So I got ran over about a year ago, and the tires went over my face and knocked my teeth back.
Jeez.
Oh my!
I'm surprised. I'm surprised those teeth didn't die. And it's even more surprising that I didn't need to get emergency dental care from it. But
yeah,
worked out good.
You look good for someone who just got ran over in his face. If you want me to
help you out, I can
Tech says mostly shits and not giggles. Well, if you mean shits as in shits and vomiting, and just that for like 2 days straight. Like I swear to you, it's like for 12 hours straight. Like I was waking up at 2, 3 o'clock 4 o'clock in the morning, just the same.
Maybe you're pregnant.
Yeah, maybe.
That's a respectable one.
Hey yo.
Well, I don't think so. I lost 5 pounds.
No, don't you remember?
Remember
you got boy pregnant.
You could get feticide if you fall down a flight of stairs, so be careful. That actually happened to a woman. She fell down a flight of stairs and when she was pregnant, and it caused a miscarriage, and she almost got charged with feticide or something like that, which means killing of. I don't know if that feels like a made up word, but that's what she said word for word. She said she was almost charged with feticide.
Yeah, if you're pregnant, doesn't matter what state you're pregnant, yeah, you would get charged for it. That's a second life in there. And they look at it as a second life.
Yeah, but I mean, if a woman genuinely has an accident and then something kills the baby, like, I don't, like...
Yeah.
An accident happened, like,
There's a miscarriage and all that, yeah.
FYI, by the way, like, out of all the deaths I've had in Stalker 2, a minimum of 20 of those had to have been from that one encounter, that one main boss thing that I had to do. It was horrible. Right now, I'm kind of in a pickle. I'm in a little bit of pickle right now, where apparently there's this really strong enemy that managed to get itself inside here. It's not supposed to be in here, but it is in here. And I think I need to kill it, but it doesn't. Did it just die? Bro, I've been shooting at this thing for like an hour, and it's now dead? All right. Nope, never mind. We figured problems solved.
Tends to happen when you shoot at it for an hour. You know?
Oh, sick.
Heck yeah.
That was wild.
Let's see.
The mind says, I'm pretty sure it's all that shit water that they're drinking.
Oh, God.
I remember that debate, bro.
What's that fluoride?
Why the hell would you use a scope at that? Because I'm like out of ammo. That's why I'm out of ammo.
Starts pistol whipping him.
Damn, is there really no debating a liberal here?
Hey, I'm right here. How you doing? I am a liberal.
Yes, sir.
Debating with a mender?
I am a liberal. I'm very liberal.
Are you really a liberal, Mender?
Libtard, boy.
I mean, you're from Florida.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's true.
Oh, you're a Floridian, are you?
Yeah. Love Florida. Love Florida.
Wait, so
the
you're
only
telling
problem
me
with
that
Kind of
Florida
Florida
is-
man are you?
The only
In the
problem with
great
Florida is
state
Ron
of Florida,
DeSantis.
What kind of Florida man are you?
Are you the guy who threw the alligator through the drive-through?
Am I the guy that...
Fuck.
No?
It's definitely something a Florida
That's
man
pretty
would
funny,
do.
though. That's pretty funny.
I'm friends with a guy who pulled an alligator out of a pond and got it posted on our school's Barstool page. He got in trouble with the Florida Wildlife Commission.
God.
Because you know those gators, they just do what they want. You know, they follow the laws too, right? What the?
I think
Oh my god, I
game
fall
is
for it every
glitching.
fucking time.
I'm just going to ignore that.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, shit. Somebody had to make a sign about it. You know what time it is.
Ignore that.
Oh,
Hey,
yo.
Stock now.
Hey, listen.
Do not feed or what the alligators now? What the
Listen.
heck?
Hey.
What the heck? I mean, somebody did it. What the heck?
That's in Leviticus, I think, actually.
Onan Fool says, I think you and I have the same politics, not a Republican or a Democrat. I'm a Democrat. So if you have the same politics as me, you're a Democrat too.
There's no way out, Democrat.
There's no way out.
Hey.
You got to acknowledge what you are.
What you are, Mender, is a liberal centrist. Yeah, that's what you are.
If you ain't agreeing with Amanda, then you ain't a Democrat.
Because Amender is the arbitrator of who is and isn't a Democrat.
That is exactly how that works. Correct.
Yeah.
100%.
He's the gatekeeper of Democrats.
Yes.
The gatekeeper.
Gatekeeping is good, by the way.
I read Nancy
Amender, I
Pelosi's...
was getting. Oh, I remember Amender. I was gonna ask you a
Amender is
question.
the quintessential Democrat.
What you got?
Why is Florida so much more red now than it was 5 years ago?
Oh, we've been eroding away at education while also calling ourselves number one in education.
Based.
Dude, you're not even ahead of my country.
Yeah, it's
That's
bad.
the soul?
Yeah, so like
We
there
have
was like a survey
98.7
that because like
literacy
we were
rate.
basically on the lowest of education for a while, they just like got like a different survey and then put us on number one. And then Ron DeSantis is like, "Look, we're number one."
Is that like how Brazil lowered its poverty rate by lowering the poverty line?
I don't know, but that's what happened, and then they were like, "Okay, we're number one now, guys." And that was it, and we've not improved education, and education is still trash, And yeah, that's just kind of where we're at with it.
And
because people are really fucking dumb, we vote in idiot politicians that will then vote in idiot policies.
I just did a quick Google search. The US has a 79% literacy rate. Uruguay has like 98.7 or something like that. It's embarrassing. And this is a third world country.
Yeah, but you guys don't have F-16, so.
I don't know how much I believe that mostly, because people like to shit on Americans a lot for being like uneducated, and I definitely have witnessed that. But I also feel like the average American is definitely way more intelligent than some people on this earth. So I don't know.
Yeah. No, the average, like, people underestimate Americans. I will say, like, I like shitting on you guys, but you're all right. You're good. You're better than the French.
Better than the French.
Because I could go to I don't know, one of my friends at work right now who's like of same age, and she could definitely explain to me like European geography or something. But I also could go outside to some homeless guy, get a different result in which he wouldn't know. I mean, fair game, right? But then if I ask that same question to some immigrant from fucking Sudan, Africa or something, it's would they have even never had that education?
Yeah, but does that mean you're educated because you know where Iran is on a map? Who cares?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it just seems like it's a question of relevancy, because obviously the average person couldn't really give a fuck about geography unless you're a geography teacher.
Yeah, you're educated in geography.
Or unless you live in this world
or a cartologist or something. I don't know.
Or unless
it
you
literally
acknowledge
doesn't
that you
matter.
live in a world where there's other people and maybe
Yeah, but
you
who
should know where
cares?
they are.
You don't need to know where they are. They don't affect my life.
Who
cares
geography
about
doesn't matter.
Canada?
What
Fuck
really
humanity.
what really matters for Americans is Google stock price. That's what really matters.
And also another thing too, I see people misunderstand this a lot, but the internet can tell you all that stuff for free.
Exactly. You can learn that stuff.
You don't need to memorize the capital of Germany. You could just look it up.
Yeah, these little countries have no internet, or very small, very, not as nearly as profitable as us.
The capital of something. The problem is getting better critical thinking. Our critical thinking is horrible. It's horrible. There are still people to this day that take ancient aliens seriously. There are just as many people in the United States that believe that angels are real to global warming existing.
You're never gonna.
Firstly, angels are real. Global warming does exist.
Aliens real, Minder?
Angels aren't real.
No, that's what you think.
Aliens.
What do you mean?
Not
This is
aliens.
the
They're
problem.
not
Do you
angels.
realize a majority of these highly developed countries don't think adults don't think angels are real.
That's what they all say.
That's it. That atheists.
Wait, that's not Santa's real, right? Santa's real.
Plenty of Christians in these other countries.
What? Yeah, even they don't believe angels are real.
Yes, they do.
Amendo.
What are you talking about, Amendo? Yes, they do.
They definitely
You're not
this
a
isn't
Christian if
Santa
you don't think
Claus.
angels are real.
Maybe not.
Yeah,
maybe
it's literally no. Actually, it's exactly like Santa Claus.
But Santa's real.
It's unironically like Santa.
Santa Claus is
Santa Claus was a real person.
This is what I'm talking about. Everybody can't handle it. They can't handle it. It's so ridiculous.
Wow, there's a lot of people talking.
Order
in the court.
That's because Amanda, a lot of people believe that in the world, and they have higher literacy rates in the U.S. Right? What does that have to do with anything?
No, generally, if you have higher literacy rates and you have higher education rates, you don't believe in these things. What are you talking about?
That's really stupid.
It builds up your,
Apparently, all these great mathematicians that created what you're doing right now.
What is going on?
We're not Christians.
No,
yeah.
Okay, hold on. Amanda's not wrong. I mean, you're less likely to believe in that stuff if you are more literate, more educated. That's true. There's definitely a correlation between that. But I definitely I have met nurses and doctors that believe in God and stuff and angels. So I mean. It's not like it's impossible.
But believing that
some of our top scientists,
angels
physicists,
exist?
hold on. Some of our
You're a
top science
grown-ass
physicists,
adult?
every single fucking
Yes, Amender.
intelligent scientist, including
That's
philosopher,
ridiculous.
they all believed in religion. They all
To
believed in this,
you, but
and they
Well, it's
made the
like, I
society
believe
that you live
leprechauns are
in.
Yeah,
real.
no,
Like,
that's
what?
definitely not true. There's a
You
lot of
mean
They
scientists.
made the
You mean
society that you
leprechauns are
live in.
real?
The
We don't think
computers that
leprechauns
you
are real, right?
use.
for not
Like,
believing in religion or the
Okay,
Catholic
but does
Church?
that computer is the computer teaching me God? Is that relevant to me whatsoever? Why the fuck would I need to know that? Who the fuck cares if the person that created the computer was religious or not? Why does that
Yeah, it
matter?
doesn't matter.
I'm not gonna lie, Amanda.
It doesn't.
This is
Especially
this
when
is
you
feeling a
look
lot
at
like the
historical
r slash
context.
atheist, like
No,
religious
Whoa,
it
people.
doesn't, but
dude,
they
you got
were.
me.
That's the
Good
point.
ad hom.
Can I say something good?
Amanda, your entire point this whole
What?
time
That's
has been
saying
religious
that's
people
like
stupid.
r/atheism. Saying it's like r/atheism is basically
Amanda, that's
saying,
not true.
oh,
Yeah,
okay,
it's
because
literally
it
like
comes from
r/atheism.
r/atheism, it's therefore wrong, even though that's fallacious.
And you're saying that just because it comes from religion, therefore stupid.
No, I'm saying if you believe in
r/atheism
angels,
is a
if you think
troll
angels
site.
are
You
real,
know that, right?
that's
That's not what
ridiculous.
was said
That's
at all.
equivalent like saying Santa Claus is real or leprechauns are real. They're not
He is.
real.
Dog,
They're
just
not
because
real.
you don't believe in
That's not a
metaphysics
hot take.
doesn't mean everybody
No.
else
Right?
doesn't.
You can believe in a God. You can believe in God. You can believe in all
Amender,
that
if you
stuff,
believe
but
in
it
God, then
doesn't
you believe
exist.
in
Like
angels.
the angel doesn't exist in reality. It just
Amanda,
doesn't.
what do you
Amanda, I just want to say,
Yeah, that's
it's
fine.
very true
What do you
that
think an
Santa
angel
is
is?
real. Don't tell me that Santa isn't real. Stop with this mental.
That's how we say it is real, dog. Come on now.
Amanda,
I want my
it feels
Christmas
like
present.
it feels like you think Christians think that angels are like birds.
Doves. He means doves, I think.
There you
No,
go.
no, I mean like a physical phenomena. I feel like Amanda thinks that angels
Thought about
are like
birds for a second.
the spirits of the ocean or
If
something.
you think about it, all birds have wings, so do angels. Angels can fly. A lot of birds can fly.
No,
Well,
but
you're aware
look,
that, like,
the
I mean,
main
like,
point is he's
Christian
saying that
belief,
if you believe in this
angels are
stuff, then
spirits.
you're not intelligent. And I'm saying
No,
that
I'm
all of
not
these.
saying you're not intelligent. I'm saying
He
like our
never said
critical
that.
thinking is down the freaking tubes. Basic
I just
stuff like
wanted
this
to, like,
should be
just want to clear up
completely
because
you have
uncontroversial.
scientists and
Like the
philosophers.
fact that we're even arguing about this is a perfect example
No,
why
it's
it's
out.
everything
Oh,
has
okay.
gone way off the deep end,
No,
man.
No,
it's
this
not,
is
We've
it's
no,
not
it's
completely
arguing
ridiculous
about
lost
the
our
fact
whether
that you're,
minds.
angels exist. It's
you have
you
so
arguing
many
that people who
people that
believe in
believed in
angels
all of
are
these
just
things.
innately stupid.
Hold on,
That's
you have
not
some
what
of
I
these
said. I'm
philosophers,
saying your
scientists that
critical thinking
created
is not
society
there if you
grown ass
believe.
adult.
Okay,
that
Amanda,
created
Oh
the
my
society
god,
that we
bro.
live
What
in.
is going
You're saying that
on?
they're
Gotta have
stupid.
30
They lack
people talking
critical
at
thinking
once.
skills.
Order.
He's never
I
once
wish
said
I
these
could
people are
server mute people.
stupid.
I can't server mute. Otherwise, I'd control this real fast.
Yeah,
but-
everyone's talking at the same time. People will hear someone start talking and then they'll start talking. It's like, dude, let people.
We should start talking again.
Okay, so
Every 4 people start talking again.
who wants to ask?
Okay, but Amanda, I do want to point out one thing. Amanda, I don't know what you expected to happen when you said Santa Claus is real. Because of course we're all going to.
What?
What?
We're
mic
going to
is
fight to.
Someone else asked a question. Sorry.
Okay, well, Saint Nicholas was a real person, but aside from that, I'm saying that
No.
all of the
Valid point.
all the philosophers, scientists, and everybody that built this society believed in all these things. You're saying that they lack critical thinking skills, even though you're using what they built.
That's not the same. Come on, that's not the same. We're talking
Yes, it
about
is,
the
and that's
modern
crazy
day.
that
No,
you
it's
guys
not.
literally
No,
don't
the
think that.
modern day, we have far more evidence than people back then did. Come on.
So
They have
in modern
evidence.
day,
They
that's
have
complete-
evidence, and they have information that they otherwise didn't back then. Which is
What
why
evidence do we?
Hold on,
to
Amender
a
didn't say
critical-
modern day. Amender said in
Yes.
general.
I'm pretty sure that's what he was referring
Let's give the
to.
benefit of the doubt,
No,
right?
well, you can't refer anything to new. You say what you mean. You say what you
No,
mean.
Well, obviously, you're not referring to the old times.
Benefit of the doubt.
Look,
talking
people
about
like
biblically
some
accurate
people 100
angels.
years ago
Like,
probably didn't know about DNA. Come on.
a lot of people like think of like the cherub, or they think about like fucking like a person that's got like flowing white
Okay.
robes and fucking wings and shit, and it's like that they're there to like save you from a fucking car crash or some fucking bullshit like that.
Okay, so when
It's
you say
bullshit. It doesn't
angel,
exist. It's not real.
Amanda, when you say angel, you do mean like the thing that the idiots think.
What?
Like you're not actually like
I'm saying that
describing
you
like a
lack
Christian
critical
belief.
thinking if you believe angels are real, but you think global warming doesn't exist. You know, the
When you
empirically
say
thing that we can
angels,
prove
why
to
do you
be
say
true,
angels?
but like the thing that we can't
That's
empirically
supposedly-
prove to be
okay,
true.
that's
Yeah, you lack critical thinking. Correct. Yes.
Okay, well, I got a question for you, Amanda.
Yes.
Hold on. What if you believe global warming is real and you also believe that angels are real?
That's such a dumb question, man.
Can I just say, everyone in here is not asking First Amender in good faith a question that he actually believes, and they're actually talking about what he believes and not straw manning him. I'm just seeing a whole bunch of straw mans, and I don't even agree with First Amender, by the way. But there's a lot of straw
I asked a very genuine question to try and understand what he's getting at. Like I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. That, and like I don't think that he clarified there, and like when he says angels, he does mean like a silly idea of angels, like they're like kids think. Right?
Yeah,
He's not
and
actually describing.
Wait, can you
He's
hear
not
me? Is my
describing
mic still
what
on
Thomas
terrible?
Aquinas describes angels as.
He specified in this
There's
generation
multiple different kinds of angels that do different purposes within.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean, it
Christian
depends on the
lore.
person because everybody has their
Some
own
of the angels,
interpretation.
like
Why don't you
like,
ask first Amanda what he thinks about it? 'Cause I'm pretty sure he's talking about all angels, not just guardian angels.
First Amender, what do you think about angels, like in the basic idea
I don't
of
believe
it?
there's
And
any
then,
gods, man. I really don't. I don't believe in any god. The problem that I'm
Yeah, but
having
you didn't.
is
What about the
I'm
concept?
talking about
Right.
something that cannot be empirically shown to exist, angels, versus
Okay, but what
something
about
that
the concept?
can and has been empirically proven to exist, which is global warming. We have just as many
Global warming
people
is my-
doubting global warming as we do people that believe angels exist. That's concerning to me.
I fully agree with you.
Right? That tells me people's critical thinking, their education level is not there. Like,
I agree with you.
In that context,
But
I agree.
what if the angels actually fix
Yeah.
global warming, though?
yeah,
there
maybe
you
you're
go.
just not pushing hard enough.
Bingo.
yeah.
They're amazing.
You solved our problem.
I mean, speaking of what ifs though, but like Amanda, I gotta ask.
Headshot, liberal.
I gotta ask about the angel thing again. So, do you think like when everybody says they believe in angels, they're referring exclusively to the crowned white people that have wings and stuff?
I don't
Just
know what the
exclusively
like. I don't even think that
5,000
is
eyeballs.
relevant. I don't even think that's relevant.
No, he's saying he
Okay, but
believes
that's
in
what you
We
angels.
said.
have
Okay,
no
you said that.
empirical
You used
evidence
that as an example,
that
though. So
angels
that's
are
what I'm
real.
asking.
He gave us
None,
great examples.
zero, right? If we
You're
had
shifting the
evidence,
goalposts.
then we would show
my God,
me, and then that would be the end of that, right?
Calm down.
Right? And
Amanda,
but the problem
you're
is when it comes to
shifting.
global
You're
warming,
shifting.
there's lots of empirical evidence to show that global warming exists. But the fact is, there's just as many people that doubt global warming is real that think angels are real. That's a concern.
Yeah, but Amanda,
right? I don't
you're
care
not
what the
talking about.
fucking angel looks like, or like, oh, does it exist metaphorically, or does it exist in reality? Is it the flowing angel one, or is it the naked baby one, or is it the fucking one with a million eyes? It doesn't matter.
Like what? More or less the concern about them not understanding global warming is real. I feel you.
Yeah, so I'm very interested to know how many angels can actually dance on the head of a pin. Right, I think we should actually just fuck global warming and everything else that's bad about this world. Just focus on if angels are real.
Kupo Grace says, go from Trump hating to
I think
religious
global
thinking.
warming is fantastic.
Oh, great.
You guys just don't
Yeah.
pay enough of it.
Yeah.
It's too cold, man.
All right.
For hours.
Amanda, you did shift the goalpost because you said that like believing in God wasn't a critical thinking issue, but believing in angels is.
Well,
like
it
that
is a
suggests that
critical
there's like
thinking
something
issue.
else.
It is.
I don't know. You're the one who's making the markers.
Harry, what he did was he's showing the discrepancy between believing in angels, which is a belief founded
Guy's
on
very quiet.
not factual evidence.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
You need to up your volume, Ziggy.
Yeah,
who's
closer to the
I'm gonna be
microphone.
back.
Maybe ask your guardian angel to get your new microphone.
Why does he have to be back? He can just adjust his whatever.
Yeah, it's fine. But like Amanda, you said
What he's
that
saying
like
is fix your
obviously,
shit.
can you not interrupt me, mate? You said you obviously don't believe that there's empirical evidence for God, and you don't believe there's empirical evidence for angels, but you didn't take issue with the belief in God, but you do with angels. I mean, you do take issue with belief in
there
God,
could be like
but
a
like not for
deistic
this.
perspective or something, and there's also like the fact that people grow up into this kind of stuff.
Okay.
I think you can have plenty of critical thinking and still believe in a God. Like it's just
and still believe and still be a Christian.
You're kind of like a product of your external reality, and so like it wouldn't surprise me that there are people that end up believing in God or whatever. And I suppose maybe to some extent that's also true for angels. But thinking global warming is not real, and at the same time thinking that angels are real, bro, you lack critical thinking. I don't know what to tell you. You lack critical thinking.
I wish you would have said that to begin with, Commander.
Yeah,
By the way, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you now. It's all right. It's not great, but it's fine.
I just want to say, for Harry especially, if he's still here, I think what First Amendment was trying to do is show the discrepancy between a belief in something that actually has factual evidence and something that has no empirical fact of evidence. Not saying it doesn't exist, but for one person to believe one that has no faith or facts over something else, that leads to not calling someone dumb, but it hurts him severely. It hurts me too.
I get it, yeah, but I mean, I do think that.
Well, I think it hurts society. I think it makes life worse for people because it's like things that we could empirically, like things that we could do to make the world a better place is now no longer becoming a better place. It gets replaced with, well, I don't know. Let's give them our thoughts and prayers. Oh, thanks. Yeah. Why don't I jerk off on my own mouth? Like, what is this argument?
Harry.
Yeah, I mean, it did, like, I was really, like, one-track mind, like, where I was stemming from, like, with the questions I was asking was because he said that, like, specifically that the people who believe in angels, that is a critical thinking issue. Like, he didn't bring up the global warming until afterwards. Like, I'm kind of fine. Like, I'm not going to say that Amanda was shifting it to make the conversation easier on himself, but because I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt.
But it is a critical thinking issue, right? Because you literally have the same amount of evidence that angels exist as you have that leprechauns exist for any other mythical creature.
How about Jesus?
Or the flying spaghetti monster.
Was Jesus an angel? And what do you mean by Jesus? But again, we're just talking about angels right now.
Witnesses, come on.
I remember there was a survey question where they were asking, like, what's
Stop
your
being so
favorite...
racist about Jesus.
They said, "What's your favorite mythical creature?" And I was just like, "Ooh, Jesus."
Oh
my
God!
Can we prove that Jesus existed though? I thought he was a real person.
So like,
nobody can prove it.
I used to be.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was a real human being that actually existed.
Yeah,
here's my hypothesis.
The BS from the Bible. I'm just talking about the name, the guy himself.
Hold on,
Well, that doesn't mean he did magic.
Let me give you my hypothesis as to whether or not Jesus.
Oh my God! One at a time.
I'm going to give you a hypothesis, okay? And feel free to prove me wrong with like facts or evidence or whatever, right? But okay, I believe that there was a guy named Jesus that did some stuff.
Holy shit!
I don't believe they did any miracles. But I do believe that they probably grouped like a religious following, and they were really fanatic about it, right, in the Middle East.
Yep.
And I do believe that there were other people that basically tried to emulate this Jesus in different locations because there were stories about this Jesus fellow. And so other people pretended to be Jesus.
Like the leader of the Taiping Rebellion?
And then long after the death of these people, they started coming up with stories in order to like fulfill like some sort of desire. Like, for example, the turning water into wine thing. That was like, wasn't that the goddess Athena, I think?
No, that was
stolen.
Dionysus. You're right. Yes. Dionysus.
It was stolen from
Dionysus.
Dionysus.
It was Dionysus where it was like the only gospel that even mentioned it. I think it was John. Correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Yeah, it's John.
But they mentioned the turning water into wine thing, and it was like, why did they like mention specific? Well, I think what it is that they attributed miracles that this person never even did to this Jesus, and that there were multiple people basically called Jesus. And the reason why I think there's multiple is because where was he born? Was it Nazareth or was it Bethlehem?
Well, Nazareth
it's totally conflicting.
He claimed.
Totally conflicting, and it is not clear in the Bible. I read the entire Bible. It's not clear, right? And so I'm like, okay, well, that's really weird that there would just be like random locations. Also, Jesus, that name is relatively common, like back then. So it's like, there probably was a Jesus at some point, but like I guarantee you the actual Jesus, like if we showed him, say, like the Passion of the Christ, he'd be like, that movie was about me. Like he wouldn't even know what he's looking at. Like I genuinely, that's what I believe.
You're assuming some things, I will say, but yeah.
Bethlehem.
Do you have any
for a
like?
while.
Yeah, the thing is, like, we don't know if he actually was born in Bethlehem because the
we don't know for
who is
sure.
it? Like Matthew and Luke. They both have conflicting. Yeah, they have conflicting
If you're a Catholic, that
stories.
is. If you're a Protestant, that's not true. We all Protestants know he was born in Bethlehem.
The whole point, isn't it?
So, I don't think, Amanda, what you said that about it not being clear. Like, it is clear what they say. The thing is that it just doesn't make sense because telling people to go to the city.
Oh my
telling
God, let him
people to
finish.
go to the city where they were born rather than where they live for a census, that has never happened. The Romans didn't cense like that. So it is clear what it says. It's just that it doesn't make any
Also,
kind
there
of
was no
sense.
census back then because
The Romans
in the
didn't-
scriptures
Romans
it
didn't conduct
actually.
censuses.
Yeah, they're talking about Irod. You know, what the fuck is his name? Because I only know it in Romanian. No, the king of Judea,
emperor?
right?
Herod.
Oh,
Herod, yes, Herod the Great. There was no census during Herod the Great's reign, and also like in Luke, I think the governor of Syria during the census was like a very different governor than the one that the census actually took place after Herod the Great died. So it's like it's all nonsense. It's all nonsense. And you know, I wanted to say something, Amanda. Is like. Indeed, is John the only one that mentions the turning the water into wine? And you know what the funny thing is? There is a story about Dionysus where he turns wine into 3 big jugs of bronze, right? He turns them into wine. And in Jesus' story, he turns 6 of them, you know, like stone jugs into wine, right? Because it's double as amazing as Dionysus, right? And that's literally plagiarized from Dionysus' story.
Yes.
No, it says stone jugs. So the thing is, in Dionysus' story, it talks about bronze vessels because those were used for ceremonial, keeping the ceremonial water for like cleaning and stuff. In John, it says stone jars because that's what it was used for ceremonial, keeping the ceremonial waters in Judea, right, for the Jews. Okay, so again, it's just vessels where you keep ceremonial water, you know, just kept. So it's very clear that it's a mythical embellishment.
Can I finish my
sorry,
point
Max.
that I got interrupted on?
Yeah, go.
Now, I don't know if you've seen, there was a couple of guys, their like screen name is called Christ Before Jesus, and I'm leaving the Amazon link to their book. Just cost like $3. And what they did was they did the authorship analysis on the text of the Bible. And basically, their hypothesis gives a lot more credence to this idea of mythicism, the Jesus mythicist view. And we had them over.
What is the Jesus mythicist view?
That Jesus is just a mythical character.
Oh, that's not a consensus by most historical scholars.
No, yeah.
At all.
I mean, most historians don't agree with
it was
the
a
mythicist
person,
side.
but I think that if we transported Jesus into modern time as to like what he's attributed in doing, he would not recognize himself. He'd be like, I have no idea who this is.
Yeah. I think there's a very big difference between was there a character maybe named Joshua or whatever? Yeah, probably. Is the Jesus from the Bible? Is that person actually, was it a real person that Jesus described in the Gospels? No.
Yes.
I think it's a resounding no.
No, it's a consensus.
By the way,
resounding yes, brother. Sorry, go for it.
I think he means like with miracles and like all these other things attributed to him.
No, not even miracles. Like even the way he behaved, is like him, like the character itself, right? Because if you read all the Gospels and like the character of Jesus is, you know, you can kind of understand who that Jesus was. And he had even in himself, he had a lot of contradictions and shit. And I don't think that character that is portrayed in the Gospels was actually a real person.
I thought about like if God like managed to resurrect like his son, or just say himself or whatever. If he managed to do that, that's actually a giant concern. He basically just took entropy. It was just like, fuck that shit. Which, fair enough, right? He's God. He can do whatever he wants. But then that means he can just kind of do that whenever he wants. And so if he can do that whenever he wants, that means like the concept of entropy is no longer actually consistent. You can't guarantee that God didn't involve himself in some way, shape, or form with like the reversal entropy process, which would mean that all of our experiments fall apart. Like literally all of them. Like we can't do a single experiment because the experiments literally follow that entropy must follow.
Yes, First Amendment. Daniel Yume is an atheist just like you. You are both severely atheist, or at least not very
severely atheist.
We're severely
atheist. You're not.
We're severely atheist.
Yeah, I have a case of severe atheism.
Well, let him talk.
Okay.
So,
First Amendment, can you explain to Daniel Yume, or you, what do you think about the historical Jesus, and what if that's a valid thing for first century scholars who are not Christian, who have nothing or bone they can fight? How would you explain to Daniel that Jesus may have existed as a historical person to another severe atheist?
I mean, it's like, if we look, like there's individual accounts that are not religious leaning, like there were the emperors that wrote about him during the time, and then there was also Tacitus that wrote about him. So
not during his lifetime.
Obviously, he had to have somebody had to have existed.
No, he. So as I said, it's like there's a difference. Maybe there was, because I said, do I have a problem in believing that there was like this traveling rabbi that was part of a death apocalyptic cult? Yes. No, I don't have a problem with that. Is the character from the Bible, right? The person described in the Gospels, was that a real person? I don't think that was a real person, like, ever.
I think
that's what I have a problem with. And when you're saying is like people wrote about him, no, people wrote about him, like even like let's say non-scriptural writings. It was way after he died. Okay, like way after. If you're talking about Tacitus, if you're talking about like 60 years after he died,
But he spoke about
Josephus. Yeah, whatever. Again, it's like, look, it's like me talking about New York City and talking about Rudy Giuliani and mentioning Rudy Giuliani and mentioning the Empire State Building and like a lot of like factual stuff, and then saying, oh, and there's also Spider-Man here, right? That's the thing. It's like, yes, I can. The fact that I mentioned some things that are true, it doesn't mean that everything else that I mentioned is also true by default, because some of the other things are true.
Why are
and
we
it's the same thing with the
That's
Bible.
not what anyone said. Like we're just trying to establish the existence of Jesus, not what he did.
I don't know what you mean. But you said I'm shifting the goalpost. I'm not shifting the goalpost. It's like what I'm saying is that. No, I'm not. How exactly did I shift the goalpost?
All Ziggy said was, how do you convince somebody who's atheist that Jesus did exist and or was crucified? Period. And then you were like, well, I don't know a person named Joshua.
No, I don't think he said that. I don't think you were paying attention.
No, it's because you were saying everything in the Bible. That's not what it was. But Tacitus, Pontius Pilate did indeed exist. The crucifixion of Jesus by historical scholars is accepted.
I know it's accepted. That we weren't talking about his crucifixion. We're talking about if the person existed. Okay, like I wasn't even talking about the fucking execution of Jesus. Okay.
I think for all intents and purposes, from like a secular historical perspective, the person of Jesus is the guy who was crucified.
Right.
Like that's kind of like the main thing.
No, but that's what I'm saying. It's like a person that was, like the basis for the inspiration of the character probably existed. But there was no person that had literally the character that was described in the Gospels. That's a different. I don't think anybody can. Nobody can actually be prove that that's the case.
I can't prove it, but I'm gonna like present an argument which like I hope is like gonna be convincing for like a secular guy. It's like there's a lot of like apocryphal attributed quotes to people like Churchill. They do sound like Churchill quotes. And like, even if you don't think that like the things that are in the Gospels are like actually, you know, like firsthand or like whatever, or like are about the real Jesus, like they probably sounded somewhat like him, right? Like
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Sure, but you're positing that they don't. I'm just saying that it's more
I can tell you
likely that
why.
they
I can
sounded
tell you
something
why.
like him.
Yeah, I can tell you why. Because there's a thing that in the. Yeah, sorry for interrupting you while I was talking. Okay, thank you. So there's a thing that people did in the past, like even historians, right? Like Herodotus and like, you know, even people like Josephus and Tacitus, and like you can even go to like Celsus and whatnot. It's like they're talking about things, and because it's the era where they all believe in you know, the supernatural and magic and shit, they don't take that with like any skepticism whatsoever, right? So they literally just say, yeah, obviously these things happen. It's like, obviously people do magic. Obviously there are gods, right? Because nobody was thinking otherwise. Okay, so it's like, not even for 1 second are they doubting the fact, you know, that, oh, that guy might not have been like the son of a god, or like, you know, he probably didn't do any fucking magic, right? Because they're all convinced that that's a part of reality.
Right.
Okay. And this is not the thing that we're doing today, right? The way we're doing things today, it's like with a lot more skepticism, right? And it's like we're applying that thing in the things we're writing too.
Hopefully.
Okay.
Yeah,
hopefully.
feel like
I mean, not all the time, but you know,
I could
usually.
literally like go down Times Square
and
start selling like a thing that just says snake oil and just like they probably would accept it. They probably would let.
Irrelevant. This is
Daniel said something interesting. I heard someone say once.
Max, can I think I'm first in line.
Sure.
Perhaps I was misunderstanding Daniel. I was pretty sure that like,
I was wanting to continue, yeah, but it's fine.
Right.
I know, because it's like, so I wanted to
you
do.
Can bounce off of what I'm saying quickly, but like, I thought you were referring to the character of Jesus as opposed to the supernatural stuff.
Yeah. That's why I said it's like I wasn't done with like my, you know, I had to kind of start with this. And
please go.
That's why it's like when people, because like for example, you're like the first person that writes about Jesus is Paul, right? Like the first writings for him is Paul, right? It's like Paul never met the fucking guy, like ever, right? Like all he had was like this, you know, encounter on the road to whatever, right? Like it's a vision of the guy. So like he's just like thinking, right, that he saw something, right? His mind just made shit up, right? He didn't doubt it for 1 second, right? So the character that was there, right, the character that he believed appeared in his vision was the real person, right? It's like he didn't doubt, just like he didn't doubt the fact that there's magic. Okay, so it's like when people were talking about Jesus, when people were talking about the things he said, you're gonna see it's like it's kind of the same stuff, right? Because the you know, from the Gospels, the first Gospel is Mark, right? And we know very well that Matthew and Luke just take a lot of things from Mark, right? And then they just add their own stuff. Allegedly. Not only that, like recently scholars also kind of tend to believe that John also had Mark as a point of inspiration for his work, right? Even if his is like a lot more weird, right, than the other three.
I've never heard that, by the way.
You should listen. It's a very recent thing, right? Because people keep studying it, right? And especially like in this day and age, because it's like they all had this thing, right? They all had this inspiration, and you're gonna see it's like even if John is like a lot weirder, the fact that he might have had Mark to look at actually helps, defining the character, right? Imagine if you have the book King Lear, right, and you're writing about the character of King Lear. And you're talking about Lear, and then, but you're just adding, you're doing something different, but you already know the character because you have the book King Lear, right? It's like how King Lear already is, right? So it is going to be consistent.
Let me cut you off. Just with John, though, yes, you are right that it is a very, very late edition. It's not part of the Synoptic Gospels. However, there is definitely a theory that it took from Mark or from allegedly an earlier saying. So, like, they thought the Gospel of Thomas was possibly one of the earlier sayings, allegedly. That, but there was definitely, allegedly, depending on what theory, because there's multiple theories of how the Synoptic Gospels and the John came out, that there was an original saying and they took it from there, or there was two, and then they took it from there, or there was a Q source. So there's multiple variations of what could have happened. But I do agree with you. Go on.
But this is the thing, right? It's like just because you can have like some sort of like similarity between the characters portrayed in the Gospels, right? It's like it kind of seems to be the same type of guy, but not always, right? Because it's like sometimes he seems kind of weird, right? Like when, for example, when he's fucking cursing the fig tree for not having figs when he's off season, where he should know that shit even if he wasn't God, right? He should know it just by being a Jew in that part of the world, right? That there's a season for figs.
Season, you know the parable of that though. At least
But again, it's like people say it's a parable. I don't think it's a parable. It's like I don't know what the parable should mean. It's like what people should be something they're not. It's like when they can't do the thing they're not. It's kind of a weird parable, regardless, right?
Daniel, I think you should know this, right? It's about the synagogue. It's about like the fact that the Jews aren't producing the fruits. No,
Yeah, but you have
if
to
you say
invoke,
that,
like-
I don't think that's the case. It's like
What is
I
that-
read
what
that
is that
passage like multiple times. It
What is
doesn't
that
seem to
one
be
verse
saying
in the
anything like
Bible
that.
where it says like
Well,
happy is the
you're-
one
it's
that
just you're reading it
dashes
in
their
isolation.
children against
The-
rocks?
Commander, please, we're talking about something.
Ziggy, it's my
This is
show.
his
What are
room
you
and
talking
his-
about? It's,
yes.
it's literally my room.
If you remember the parable, like it brackets like another story, right? Like Christ goes to the fig tree, complains, and then he goes to the Pharisees, and then he comes out, and then he goes to the fig tree again, and it's withered.
There is 3 continuous like you can look at it and they all work after another. Why do
Yeah, but if that's a parable, it's a shitty one at best.
well, it's a
Sure, I know that. Like, I know you don't care, right?
No, but I
like,
think
don't understand.
I because I can look at other stories and I can say, yeah, that's probably a parable. I'm looking at this one. It's like, okay, if this is a parable, he probably could have found a better one, and not just fucking curse a fig tree for not having figs while it's off season, when the fucking fig tree cannot have figs because it's off season, right? It's like, is the circle, is the nature, dude? Is that how nature works, right? And God should know that because.
Okay, why would God go up to a fig tree that he knows is not in season, and then
Yeah, why would God need to come back to Earth to atone to atone for our sin, for the rules that he made? You understand? It's like everything is still weird regardless. It's like he would never have to do that.
that's an irrelevant argument. Like
I don't think it's irrelevant. I think it's a very relevant argument.
irrelevant, but it's like
I mean, like it is kind of a good point, right? It's like God, he.
Hold on, we're talking about one thing at a time. We're talking about the parable of the fig tree. So you look at this, you look at the parable or whatever it is, and you see that okay, God came to this fig tree, and God should have fucking known that this one wouldn't be able to go in season at all. Like God should have. So what is it telling you? Is that Jesus is a dumbass and the people who are writing this are dumbasses, or what do you think is going on? Or do you? Just
Well, I mean, I can tell you what. I'm gonna tell you what, Ziggy. Because if he actually did that, he went to the Pharisee, and then he came back to the fig tree, and the fig tree was in bloom with a lot of figs on it. You know, that would have been a good parable, because that would have said, "Oh my God, through Jesus, everything is made," and I would have been like, "Oh my God, you just listen to Jesus, boom, you're back in season, baby."
Right,
but
hold
no,
on.
he actually curses the tree, and the tree just fucking dies.
Sidebar, real quick. Sidebar. I just want to be clear.
Amanda, you've had enough
Ziggy,
sidebars.
you're aware. Like right now, we're streaming on my YouTube channel. You are live right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
I'm
one,
just-
of the
It says streaming live.
but
one of the
Daniel,
important things
All right, that's why it's weird when you're saying stop interrupting Amanda.
No,
I just want to make sure that you're aware, like what's going on.
No, I was not. I'm sorry.
This is his room. But
One of
Daniel-
the important things.
You can go. You can have the conversation. I'm just letting you know that. Yeah, that's.
No, my bad.
That's the mode that we're in, right? That I'm in.
One of the important.
Don't you
One of the
think? Don't you
important
think it would be?
things-
Do you think it would be
Holy
very
cow.
strange for the early Christians to like posit a message that the Pharisees that they're breaking away from, who are persecuting them, are producing good fruits? Like surely the parable is going to have the opposite meaning, if even if you believe it's made up.
That.
Yeah, but I don't know exactly. It's like the parable is shit
Can I-
regardless
can I
of how
get
you
a
look at
word
it,
in?
because it doesn't say anything.
Let Max
Yeah,
go,
of
and then
course.
I'm gonna try to say
Holy cow.
something on behalf of the audience. Go ahead.
So, one of the biggest arguments that the position of the mythicists have is that across all of the Gospels, you can see the character, like the fictional character evolves, like the Christology of Jesus, his skills, even even his genealogy. You have one that goes back to David, but then on the next one that has the genealogy, it's like, oh, back to David? No, hold my beer. We're going to go back all the way to freaking Adam.
No, you're wrong because Paul has the highest Christology.
No, I'm not.
So Tech VR asked, why did he give us fruit on the tree if he didn't want us to take us? This is one of my biggest like problems when it comes to like the Adam and Eve story. I'm just like, God didn't like, he didn't like go, okay, where am I going to put this tree of knowledge? I'm going to put it on top of Mount Everest. Or like, oh, I'm going to put it on this like really dangerous waterfall that's like really hard to reach. It literally says he put it right in the middle, right? And then he said, all right, I'm going to make all the humans in my own image, which means grasping hands and also like have like the teeth as well as like the perfect
I'm gonna
type
make them
of
love
like
fruits.
ability to consume fruits. Not only that, you also will find fruits delicious for some reason, right? And then on top of it, like I'm gonna give you all the tools necessary to really, really want that fruit. And FYI, you're on this finite area for eternity. Like, dude, you're guaranteed to pick that fruit at least once.
Well,
it's eternity.
First Matter, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Can I finish the fig tree issue first?
Oh my lord.
Just left it.
Move on. Move on.
Move on. Boring.
I would like to
Amanda,
finish
can I ask my question?
what I was waiting
No
for.
trolling.
Come on.
Right, okay, so Amanda, let's say you're in the apocalypse, right? And you had 10 women, right, with you. Right, because women are like the most hot commodity, right? Now, 9 of the women are starving, right? And a raider group comes up to you and goes, hey, yeah, there's like, we want 1 woman for like food for your entire like group. Right, would you sell that 1 woman in the apocalypse?
What?
That sounded complicated. Can you repeat it? I tried
Right,
to follow
okay,
it and I
so
didn't
you have
catch it.
Okay, you have 10 women, Amanda, in the apocalypse, okay?
Yeah.
Right?
He like owns them?
No. They're living with him
biblically.
Right, no, they're living with him, right? And they all protect each other, right? But obviously women are quite a hot commodity in the apocalypse, right?
Okay.
So
All right. Well, you could stop right there. I wouldn't view them as commodities. I would be like,
well, it's the apocalypse, Amanda.
Yeah, no,
okay?
I don't care. In my
right,
commune,
okay, that's fine.
In my horrible commune, they're people.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
I will make a commune, and I will be like, "Hey, women, you're people."
Okay.
Amanda's
Right.
got
And the women will love my society because they're people.
Let me finish, Amanda.
Amanda's
yeah, no, they're gonna dump you if you treat them too nice. Bro.
Right. Okay. Well, Amanda. Right. Okay. So, like, you're all starving, right? You're all starving, right?
Yeah.
And the only way to get food is a trade, right?
Okay.
But these raider groups only want like 1 woman, right?
Okay.
And they'll feed your entire group, right? So do you sell the women, or do you just try and find food?
I would ask the women and say, "All
You
right,
let them vote.
does anybody here want? Does anybody want to do that?" And then they all go, "No, yeah, no." And then I go, "Okay, sorry, it's not happening."
Right, and then the raiders like just raid your entire encampment, right?
Yeah, you're just
And
gonna
then,
take no for an
boom.
answer from woman every time like that? What's the matter with?
Yeah, no, I mean regarding their bodily autonomy, yeah.
Didn't you curse them
Yeah,
for not wanting
absolutely.
to do that?
Sometimes people got to do what they don't want to
What?
do, Amender.
What is this art? No,
Amanda,
I'm doing
No,
I'm doing
you're
exactly
based,
what I
Amender.
want to do.
You make perfect sense. You're being
No,
modern.
he's
you're
not.
being
He's
Western.
not
You're
being
treating women
truthful. In
properly.
reality, he would crumble
To be
in
fair.
2 seconds.
Yeah, bro. Like,
But to be fair, if you could,
literally,
I would
bro.
use
The only
my
way
body
that
to
I
help people,
survive
bro.
is by giving away a woman to her potential mortality. Literally, just fucking. I want to taste the end of a double barrel shotgun, bro. I want to
Alright,
taste
you'll
the
die.
end
Why
of
would
that
you do
Raider
that?
shotgun.
Right,
Like, I
but
would
you have
rather
9.
take. I would
Okay, but
rather go
Amanda,
through that.
you have 9
than
other
the
women.
opposite.
Look, Amanda, you're
100%.
stopping
100%.
selfish. Other
Not the
people,
women, though.
there's other people outside those women in your little
Right.
group of
You have 9 women with
talking
you.
about, boy?
Okay, listen, Emma, you have 10 women, right? Getting rid of one of the annoying ones, right? Is gonna be fine, right? Like,
Bro, you're psycho. No,
it's the apocalypse.
No, it's
the
terrible.
apocalypse.
No, I don't like any of this.
On one woman.
See, this is where liberals like fucking like.
This is
I mean,
where
obviously,
liberals-
they're not in the situation right now, so they don't.
Where
get it,
liberals
but
aren't
realistically,
willing
they
to
would.
give away their women. This is where they
No, bro.
screw it up. Why don't they
Absolutely
give away
horrendous.
their women like I would?
Like, Amanda, look.
What are you?
like-
What is happening?
We,
Well,
you
I'm
need to
saying
give
it's-
away
Aren't you
to
like
men also.
17? Like
some
what?
Of, some of the
Dude,
people
Why are
that
you
want
sitting there
it's the-
bodies are gay.
hypothesizing about how you give away your women?
It's the apocalypse.
Where's the
in his
gay
name.
trafficking representation? Why aren't we giving away any men? Come on.
Well, listen, the raiders don't want men because they can't get pregnant. Okay, and like if I listen, if I
No, what about the gay
listen,
pirates?
no,
What about the
listen,
gay
if-
pirates that want just a body to mess with?
Hold on.
No, listen. If I could
You're gonna
get
tell me
pregnant,
there's
I
not
would.
gonna be like
I
a
would give
series of
myself.
raiders
Okay.
that they're like the gay crew. I don't, like they're
Yeah,
they're
no,
called. They're
hey,
literally
no.
just called the
'Cause those
YMCA.
people would be
They show up
in
and
the
they're just
first-
called the
in the first-
YMCA.
In the first half of an apocalypse, fucking
There's the
what's your name
Scientologists,
again?
and then there's the
Transcended.
YMCA.
Amanda,
Transcended.
if
For the first-
YMCA
the
came
first
to you,
half of the
would you give
apocalypse-
yourself to save the woman?
I mean, like, guys, I will take
Transcended.
one for the team.
Hold on.
The first half of the apocalypse Transcended is not going to be about actually repopulating. It's going to be a lot more about
Guys,
pirates are going
I'm
to worry
here
a
to
lot
take
more
one for the
about
team.
just getting to be able to get laid.
I'm not.
Than
Yeah,
they
I'm
are
not
about
well,
repopulating
listen,
for a while.
I think
Poon.
I don't think they've got
And
like
some of them are gonna be gay.
repopulation on the mind. I think they want to have sex.
Bro, no,
Yeah.
no. I'm saying like repopulation, right? Because it's gonna be like
No, he's just thinking about humanity.
Everyone.
Guys. Come on.
And I mean, we're not even in an apocalypse, but I
apocalypse
care about
hits,
getting
right?
laid more than repopulating. Like,
Or,
I
like,
mean, that's
the
just how
nukes
it's going to
drop and you're
be.
immediately,
People aren't
like-
going to want a responsibility of a child in an
You're
apocalypse.
immediately like,
See,
all right, let's get breeding.
the reason why I'm asking these questions is because I was talking to a female friend of mine at college.
Yeah.
Right. And she said, right, that if boys could get pregnant, she would sacrifice the men. So I just said I'd sacrifice a woman.
How long have you had a girlfriend, Transcended?
She's
where'd
not
you
my
meet her?
girlfriend yet. So.
No, she's
Well,
just a
I mean,
friend that happens to
have
be
you
a
asked her
girl,
to marry you?
So.
Wait, is death like guaranteed if you don't give one up?
No. Okay. No. Okay.
I mean,
yeah. That. Okay.
why
That
are
is
you
guaranteed.
cheating on her?
Yeah.
Why are you
You're
cheating on her?
starving.
Also,
You're
how can I
starving.
guarantee that they're gonna like uphold their end of the deal when they're already willing to shoot us if we don't hold up our end of the deal?
Because
Transcended.
I
Would
have
you sell
no
your woman?
reason
Would
to
you
trust
sell your
these
woman
people.
off in the apocalypse?
They're very honorable.
Yeah, they're so
Yeah,
honorable.
they're honorable
Yeah,
raiders,
they're
yeah.
honorable raiders. Yeah.
They've got Roman
Amanda,
principles.
look.
You got to stop
Amanda.
playing Fallout 3 and play some more Stalker because man, they're
Amanda, look.
they will.
No,
they
it's like the
will
honorable
really take
Somali
advantage.
My
pirates, you know?
hypothetical. Listen, this is my hypothetical. I can do whatever I want. Okay.
Got it.
Wait, how did you present this hypothetical to a woman?
Well, okay, what? Okay, so no, she brought the apocalypse, right? And I said, oh well,
Yeah.
women would be a hot commodity, right? In
Wait,
the
did you like
apocalypse.
lock the door and ask this?
No. I only do that to like the ugly ones. But what I'm
You
saying
didn't
is,
have
like,
to lock the door; it locks itself. Okay.
It locks from
Guys.
the outside.
No, so she brought the apocalypse. I said women would be a hot commodity. And then she starts talking about like what she'd do in the apocalypse, and I said, well, I just like get like 10 women, like my female friends, right, and be like, okay, if we all just help each other out, I'm sure we can survive this. Or I'll have like a vote, like Among Us, right, and we'll kick one out. We'll kick one out of the crew.
Because the
And then
majority
turn to the
doesn't care
raiders.
about the minority here. All right?
Exactly, right? It's like one of the ugly girls who's like always mean, right? Who's always mean. Just
Your
go
go
out.
plan if the apocalypse hits is to get 10 women. That's step one.
I'll be the
one is 10
richest man
women.
in the apocalypse. I'll be
Step
the
one is
richest
just 10
man.
women that'll follow me around so I could sell them. Like what?
I mean, you're kind of failing at step one. Just saying, man.
Why are you
Because
taking
I
me so I
have-
can sell you one day?
No, I
I
don't
don't
know.
want
That's
to
nice.
go with you.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't tell them. I wouldn't tell them that.
It's
Okay,
not
I
your
would,
Of
choice.
course, you would lie to them. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, I'd tell them, I'll help you. You help me, right? We can like find together.
So
and
you're
then,
just like
uh,
a giant sleazeball that I would like shoot in
human
2
trafficking.
seconds at the
Well,
in the
no, because I would
apocalypse
shoot
world.
you. No,
Like, because like I just
Amanda.
realized that you're just like trafficking women. You're just like, now that society's collapsing, I'm gonna traffic women.
Dude, you're the raider.
How would you actually?
Like you
react if
become the
came across
raider.
that guy?
Exactly.
You're the
Like you are the raider.
No, 'cause
Like I'm sitting here wanting to become the Brotherhood of Steel, and like you're just like, yeah, I kind of am the raider.
Well, no, like
I mean, he's
I
also
would-
the Brotherhood of Steel, but not Steel. It's Steal. Okay.
No, look. Okay.
Tech
one
VR
thing
says
is-
only 10 women, double it and give it to the next.
Right. Well, what I'm saying is that like, so like what I would do is I would. Okay. Ignore the women, right? Let's do a reverse, okay?
So first you traffic them, and then you forget about
No.
them.
So
That's
you
just the
get
beginning.
no. So you
There's
get
more
10 CEOs, right?
Oh god.
I would give them up instantly. Yeah, you just save 10 women, okay, by just handling 10 CEOs.
Right. Okay. Listen. Right, and then we get them talking to each other, right? And then they'll talk for hours at each other, and then eventually it'll end up like in CEO civil war, right? And you can sit there with a bucket of popcorn, and that's like your entertainment. It's like a mud pit. Put them on the mud pit.
Why are you so focused on like this 10 number for getting people?
It's very round as a number. As numbers go, it's very round.
It sounds
Yeah.
nice. It sounds nice. What?
I mean, 12 was pretty good, but
I meant I can hear your washer.
Yeah, man.
Very old school washing machine. Damn.
Are you serious? That's an old school washing machine?
Dude, my washing
A little
machine
beep.
doesn't do that.
That's
like
a,
a
that's
full
a, that,
Yankee
that's a
Doodle
freaking Samsung washing machine. It's like a
Yeah.
really nice washing machine. What do you mean?
Why is it still going? Turn it
Why
off.
is it still going?
Oh, dude, it's got the longest freaking jingle. They pride themselves on that jingle. I mean, like, and I sat there and I was, I didn't even like think about it and or care until my roommate, they just like looked at me. They're like, why is it so long? And I'm like, I don't fucking know. I didn't even think about that as like a thing to be like concerned about. This is wild.
So Amanda, would you put people in the mud pit in the apocalypse?
How many CEOs would you put in a mud pit?
I mean, in order to remove violence from society, yeah, we just have to put all the men in the fucking pit.
Oh, right, yeah. Space.
My pit. Let's go.
You love your mud pits.
Bro, the mud pit
Who
is like
doesn't?
is a really good anti-race realist argument. It really just kind of takes the entire thing and throws it out the window. They just don't have any answer for it. It's fucking wild.
Well, let's be real about races right now, okay? I think
Ooh, that's my
you
favorite
said.
topic.
Now listen, I think like racing, right, is so real and so fun.
Yeah, I love racing. I'm really a good racist.
yeah, me too.
I like rapping.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, no, I'm also like a very good rapist.
Oh no! No, Rick, don't complete that.
You're on air right now. Dude. Be
Don't
careful.
complete that.
No, well, listen,
What, man, you don't
I
like
love
rapping?
rapping. I love
What are you, a
rapping.
racist?
You don't like rap artists?
Like, how racist are you if you
He
don't
just
like
loves
rapping?
Christmas. He's like the best rapper, bro.
Yeah.
Like I had
I thought he was
Eminem's a
gonna
good
call it a
rapper.
rapist.
Eminem's the worst rapper on earth. His old
Yeah.
stuff was the worst. Yeah, that's totally what I think.
Like all the like the
R.A.P.E.R..
songs about women. You know?
What's your favorite Eminem song? Or Eminem album? Sorry,
Fuel,
Transcendent.
No, dude, I like Peanut.
I was joking, dude. Okay.
Kamikaze.
Well, why are you joking right now? I mean, that one's not terrible, but
So
It's good. It's good.
what do you like
I like
I'm
an
gonna be
NLP.
honest. I don't know how to exactly approach this person. This what is it? Josh Cedar. This Josh Cedar guy.
Josh Cedar.
Because
The fuck is Josh Cedar?
so I'm gonna be showing up on the Modern Day Debate YouTube channel tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Oh,
let's go.
Nice.
Oh, wait, is this
And-
the guy thinking? Oh, this guy's such a troll, dude.
Yeah, and like, so if you look up Josh Cedar, right?
It shows up
Seiter,
seeding machines.
right? Literally, just Google Josh Seiter, and you'll see the problem.
Okay. Say so.
Oh,
I'm assuming it has nothing to do with Sam Cedar, right?
No, it has nothing to do with
I'm
Sam
assuming
Cedar.
it's the opposite of
So
Sam
this
Cedar.
is the person coming at me with the anti-trans argument. Okay, I guess.
Wait, I'm so confused. Wait, what is it? The American TV personality?
Yes, that Josh Cedar. Yeah.
He's basically a dude who has been pretending to be trans, but a lot of people, even on like the right, are like, I don't think you're anymore, bro.
Yeah, like
So yeah, I mean, like, I think what I need to do, I think I
It's a
just need to
social
call him out on
experiment,
him. Like,
and
there's no
they
way you have a
accepted me.
wardrobe that large that fits you. Like, you can't even
Well-
like blame your wife on it.
Well, okay.
You're like the clothing you're wearing literally fits you, right? And there's no way you're gonna tell me you're the size of your wife. You're not. So you're buying clothes for this gag, and you have a different outfit on every single time I
it's
see you on
that
video.
guy?
And it's like, how dedicated
that
are
looks
you
like-
to the
who looks
bit?
stylish,
Like,
right?
I got news for you. I just think you're trans. I just think you're
So
trans. You're
that's the
trans.
guy?
Maybe he's just
Yeah.
into cross-dressing, First Amender.
So,
I just
okay,
think you're
Amanda,
trans. Just tell him. Just call him what it is. Like,
Amanda.
you're trans, girl. Like, just be honest with
Amanda.
yourself.
What if she's
Amanda.
just? What
It's
if
a
they are
shame
just
they have
into
to be, like-
cross-dressing?
Amanda. Okay, so what you can do, right, is approach it from this angle, right? Okay. All you have to do is bring up that he was found dead. Okay, and
Bro, from here on out, it's there or she.
Bro,
Okay.
First
Oh.
Amender, isn't
From here on out,
RuPaul
there
isn't RuPaul
If you
the drag
look
queen
inside,
just
yeah.
gay?
Oh, I have
transgender?
an idea, Amanda. I have
What?
the best idea.
Like, I'm just saying, like, how do I address this person?
Okay, listen
It's
to me.
kind of
Listen
my-
to me. Listen to me.
Cross-dresser,
This
if
is
that's
this is
worst case
perfect.
scenario,
This is
bro.
perfect with him. Perfect with him. Okay, so if he's the guy that just constantly dresses up, right? It's like, making fun of like, oh, I'm trans. Look how I'm dressing. Just refer to him as she, like the whole evening. And then every time he says, "Oh, why are you calling me she?" It's like I'm a he, and you're just like, "Oh my god!" It's like, are you? Does it bother you when people refer to you as a different pronoun than the one you feel you are? God damn it! Oh, almost like trans people, get feel bad, and that happens
It's
to
not
them.
bad, not
Oh my
bad.
god! Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect.
pretty good.
You're just being a hater.
I like that. That's pretty good. Bro, I am looking at what is happening in my screen. I don't
You're
want
supporting the
anything to do
fall of America, Daniel.
Yes, the fall of America, dude. Not American, so Just saying.
You should move back to South America.
South America. Dude.
South
I've
America.
only been there with work.
You've only been there to
South
twerk?
America. Yes.
Oh,
and
you
work.
dirty boy.
Oh dear.
I'm a dirty,
What would
dirty
you
boy.
do for work there?
He twerked.
Working, making money.
I've been, I've been to South America multiple times. Very nice, very pretty. I don't think
support the
Americans
gangs.
realize what they have. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm pretty sure that, like, yeah, there's a lot of Americans that are suffering. I agree. You're also not aware of what you have.
The biggest case, so the biggest
more than you
example of human suffering I saw was in Brazil.
Yeah.
It's like I've been shocked. It's like I've been shocked. Okay, and this is
Like
coming as somebody,
electricity?
Yeah, almost, yes. Like
Oh, wow,
metaphorically,
okay, cool.
obviously, yeah. And I'm coming from Romania, right? It's like it's not like the the best country, the most advanced country, and I've seen suffering here too, but nothing even remotely close to what was happening there, which is like unbelievable. But yeah, what can you do?
Venezuela.
But also, as an
really
American, I
fucking
think you should understand that a lot of that suffering actually is due to the United States of America.
Nuh-uh.
Right.
Some of it is. Some of it is like conquistadors
I didn't do
for like a
anything
long
wrong.
time. Like it.
No,
it's
not talking conquistadors, dude. They said America, like United States of America. Okay.
no. I'm saying some of it is the United States. Some of it is conquistadors.
What are you
talking about? A country born and bred in fire, bro.
What are you
Don't
talking
blame
about,
us
boy?
for Brazil. What do you mean?
What
Yeah, what
language
did
do they?
America
I'm
ever do
sorry.
to
What
Brazil?
language do they speak
Yeah,
in
nothing.
Brazil again?
Portuguese.
Portuguese.
Oh,
or
Portuguese. That's
Brazilian,
not a
how do you
native
say?
language. What is that? Why do they speak
What do you want them to
Portuguese?
speak?
Wait.
Fucking
what do
I
you mean?
thought
uniform?
Portugal was like
not
I don't know, way
America.
the hell over there. What happened?
Wait. What language do you speak in
'cause of
America?
Why do they
United
all
States?
happen to be
Oh, you
Catholic?
speak English?
Why
I don't
is
think
that?
English is a
Why
native
are they all
language.
Catholic? What happened?
Yes, it is. We were all born here.
Why are they all Catholic?
Imagine if everybody was actually Catholic, though. But I do know what you mean, First Amender. I just pictured every single person in America being Catholic. That
No,
was
I'm
why it
saying
was
in
funny.
Brazil.
But you're right. It's like Christianity.
Of
and
course.
Catholicism.
Of course. Like the conquistadors have a huge proportion of like what the culture is in South America across. Like it's not even a question, right? But yes, I agree with you. There also the United States, various CIA coups, as well as like trade embargoes or trade agreements that were really very one-sided, that would result in the benefit of the United States and at the huge detriment of their country, which is really sad to see. Give me one quick second. Laundry.
Doesn't China do
Do your laundry, boy.
Do your laundry, boy.
Yeah. Yeah, what is this? What is this? Art class? Yeah, what are you talking about, boy? Get back outside and hang up that laundry. Where you belong, boy. You ain't going to no
Boy.
art school, boy.
Boy.
You can join the army, though, boy.
Boy.
You can run for prime minister, boy. Don't you do something weird and start no World War II or something, boy. You leave Poland alone, boy.
That is true. Yeah, leave Poland alone.
You
What
quit
did Poland
making
ever do
tanks,
to
boy.
you?
What are you up to, boy? What are you doing? Why you keep putting the Jews, making them live in the back of the other side of the town, boy? What is this? Why are you making them wear a star, boy? This is not right. Son, you're a disappointment.
Are you just reenacting your entire life?
What is happening? What I like.
I was
walked away
acting
for
like
like
Hitler's
a
dad.
second, and you're just like,
Even though
like,
Hitler's
now I'm
dead.
gonna say
I was
boy.
acting like Hitler if he had his dad in his life.
Wow,
Dude,
the
fuck
VC
that
finally
British guy
calmed down.
who
I think I
spared
calmed down
Hitler.
because I was telling people, yeah, we're streaming.
You ever
No,
have
the
one of
religion
those
people
moments?
just went to the religion VC.
Guys, you ever have one of those moments where you just keep talking and you're like, why hasn't anyone told me to like shut the fuck up yet? That's what I felt like just happened just now.
Should I have
Like you
pizza?
guys
No,
just
not
let me
really.
keep talking.
Should I have pizza?
I have kids, and I understand. Sometimes you just need to let them.
I think I can have pizza.
No, you just gotta let us get it out of our system, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want a pizza. Am I gonna be
All right, Amanda.
good enough?
He's Italian. Get him
to have
out of
a
here.
pizza?
Are you good enough for pizza? I don't know.
Sugar pizza.
No, I'm talking about my stomach is what I'm worried about.
What did you ever do to deserve pizza? Nothing.
No, I'm
Yeah,
talking
what
about
are
my
you good
stomach,
for?
bro.
What makes you think you deserve pizza?
You think my food poisoning thing is is gone? It's not fully gone. I could still
okay.
feel it.
Pizza with salmonella is like the best.
Ugh, yuck.
Yeah, nothing's better than like fucking, just
Is pizza too much?
Nothing's better than like going to
Probably after
Schlitterbahn
food
when you have
poisoning, you
anemia.
I did
too
manage
much.
to stomach some
It's too much.
Indian food.
Yeah,
is
yeah,
it too
Daniel.
much?
Kinda.
Jesse Myers
very
says,
heavy.
"Is this the Beta Cuck channel?" Yep.
Yes.
Personally, I'd recommend going to the beach. Go to the beach with
We're all
Ken,
talking
it's
about
fun.
his father.
We're the beta cuck
The
channel.
Beta cuck. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. His mother doesn't seem to think so, but you know,
I
it
do
is
You know
what
what
it
they should
is.
do on Jackass? They should really
I
make
don't
a
know,
bit on
Daniel.
Jackass
You always
where
talk
just
reason
see-
into my thought process.
Oh, it's too heavy
So,
pizza.
I'm
It
in
depends
this-
on the
Too
pizza,
heavy.
because if you were to have like only pizza margherita,
I had
then I
Indian
would
and
say
I managed to stomach it. It was good.
Dude, I'm
The
telling you,
Indian
dude,
was
if
good.
you get pizza, get like thin crust, and you don't want a greasy meat, and you'll be fine. Get like a really like, or like get like a veggie pizza, you'll be fine. Thin crust veggie pizza.
Let me look what Uber Eats is doing, and then, like, I don't normally get Uber Eats. Just FYI, I normally, I cook my own food, and I just serve my own food, but here's the problem. I don't know technically what got me sick, okay? What got me sick could very well still be in my fridge, right? And I'm just not aware of what it is, right? Whatever it is, it's not obvious, okay? And so I basically have to get rid of all my food. Like I don't
so you
have
need to kind
a
of stay away
choice.
from the fridge. Yeah.
So I'm like avoiding the fridge right now. So
Yeah, understandable.
So
That's an interesting strategy.
yeah, I don't know what's no good. Maybe Chinese. Should I get Chinese?
That's even worse.
Not
You better have
Mongolian, not Mongolian beef.
I don't know what the fuck that is, but yeah, it's beef. Should
Mongolian
be
beef
I said beef backwards. It's funny. It's Phoebe.
I think chicken fried rice would be okay. That shouldn't be too bad.
Should have some chicken scallops.
Get special fried rice. It's just the best fried rice.
Let's get the Mongolian beef.
Foie gras.
Mongolian
Yeah,
beef.
foie gras. After food poisoning,
Mongolian
foie gras is like the best.
Why did I say it that way?
If you want to fuck
I
yourself.
was just like, how
go
do
to
I
the
say it in the
beach.
most racist way possible?
You should eat a bunch of Taco Bell and then go swimming in a lazy river first
Dude, I think Taco Bell is what actually got me sick.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That'd be funny. Like just fucking shout out the lazy
Taco
river.
Bell is actually what got me sick.
I Taco Bell once, never again.
Dude, I'm telling you, I ate so many tacos in Mexico from like the street vendors. Never
Damn,
got
that
sick.
Mongolian beef's expensive. It's $17.85 for Mongolian beef.
I mean, you know how far Mongolia is from you? Holy shit, man. Takes a while.
Boy.
You know what I should
Boy.
do? I should do pho.
You should do fentanyl?
Pho would be better.
That is good.
Yeah,
that's
probably.
clean. You should do fentanyl, brother.
Yeah,
No,
fentanyl
boy.
actually cures
I love
everything, I
fentanyl.
heard.
Fentanyl makes you happy.
Sandwiches, right?
Makes you feel good.
This is true.
All right, I'll get the
Yeah,
pho.
brother. Come on,
I'll
boy.
get pho. That doesn't look bad.
Do some drugs, boy.
Oh shit.
Come on. Come on, boy.
Steak, chicken.
Don't be a chicken.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest, man. I am so nervous of getting sick from this food. Like,
No, but that one should be fine. Like,
yeah, I'm
you
gonna
know,
do
the
chicken.
pho should be okay. Also, you could just cook your own food. You know, make sure it's good.
I could. I'm not doing that right now.
Or get yourself some ramen. Ramen should be.
Oh, ramen is best. So
Ramen
good.
is good.
Put a
I
little bit
love
of like
ramen.
Louisiana hot sauce in there in the broth.
Damn.
Good shit.
All right, some Viet fresh spring rolls.
Some Vietnamese food in there. I
mean, what's
Viet
the,
Cong.
chicken sauce.
what's the chances? What is the chances that the cold thing is going to screw me up twice?
I mean, they're good.
No, dude, what got me sick, I guarantee you, it was I guarantee you that the problem was actually the red cabbage that I had at the Taco Bell.
The red cabbage at Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
Maybe if it wasn't properly washed, maybe.
Yeah, he's actually allergic to red cabbage.
No,
but he
the
forgot.
problem
That's the
is
problem.
is that I think it got cross-contaminated at some point.
Oh, you mean it wasn't white cabbage? Okay.
What?
Huh? Why did I not see my tweet?
Why are you gay?
this.
I would think
Uber
it's
was
a
just
regular
like,
lettuce. That shit's always nasty looking.
What?
I mean,
Red
based on what you've
cabbage?
told me, you've told me all the symptoms of
I
like
love red cabbage. It's
brain
delicious.
cancer
It's just,
and not food poisoning, so you should get careful.
huh?
I'm just kidding.
What are
I'm
you
gonna mute
saying?
myself. I said you've said all the symptoms for brain cancer, so be careful. But I was just kidding. It wasn't even that funny.
Well, 1, you're liberal. 2, you're sick. Yep, brain
you just
cancer.
want you just want all the kids. You just want all the kids to be transgender. You freak.
Yeah.
You just want all transgender kids.
What about that?
And you started
You're
the
not
LA
even
fires.
Christian. You don't even read your Bible. You don't even go. You never even went to VBS. Me and my friends, we go to VBS and we play Roblox.
And you
after
support
VBS.
DEI, which started the LA fires.
Oh yeah, that's for sure.
And I'm biracial.
Also, we all forgot very fast about the Jewish space lasers. I don't know, man. Seems kind of weird.
I don't know, I think you're a bit anti-Semitic for even suggesting that such a thing could exist.
Damn, dude, that was actually pretty good.
It's that Jewish blood in my veins.
Tech VR said Cantina bowls all the way. Yeah, so unironically, the Cantina bowl is what I'm sure that's why they're commenting on it. Is because it fucked me up. That Cantina bowl had that red cabbage.
Oh.
And I just and I guarantee you it was just slightly brown. It did not look like that. I could not.
No, dude, you ate brown.
What the fuck do you mean it was slightly brown? And
Dude,
you
I
ate
would
it?
have fucking returned that shit.
Just tiny.
What do you mean slightly?
I can't believe you rolled the dice on a fucking proposition like
brown. And I was just like, oh, that's fine. We'll be fine. It's fine. And you know, and then in 3 days I wasn't fine.
Yeah. Well, what can you do? You fucked yourself.
this. Yeah. Andrew Tate's my hero, so.
Yeah, he also fucked himself.
Damn, brown cabbage? I would have never
I call him Andrew Based.
Okay, next thought. I'm playing a video game right now where it's, you know, I don't know what it is about these video games, but for whatever reason, as soon as you drink one shot, you're like feeling it. I'm just like, have these game devs just like, they're all just like super lightweight?
I mean, those people are from Ukraine, so I'm guessing not.
This is true.
I think they do that so kids don't drink too much the first time they drink or something. You're talking about in games that have drinking?
Yeah, like, well,
that's what I feel like. I
Like,
swear
I
that
just
has to be the
don't-
reason.
Yeah.
Like you have
So then
one.
kids think that one shot is good. So then if kids happen to drink underage, they're like, oh man, from what I've seen, one shot's gonna put me out, bro.
That
And then they
doesn't
take
make
one
any
shot and then
sense.
they have like a
Don't
placebo
drink.
maybe it keeps kids from getting. I would say it's better to show, like, I'd rather, if my kid got exposed to it, I wouldn't want my kid to be like, okay, 10 shots is what it's gonna take for me to get down. Like, I don't want that. Yeah, like
But
then
by
your
the
kid
way,
will like
Tech,
fucking.
do I look like that I was sick, or do I look like sick? I'm just curious. It's been brutal, man. It's not been fun.
Yeah, you look a bit sick.
Do I?
Yeah.
You don't sound very sick. But I'm
don't
not
sound
saying
sick,
I
but
don't believe you.
your
I'm not
eyes
saying I don't
are-
believe you, but I'm just.
I mean, I'm not saying you're a liar or
sympathy?
anything.
That's not.
or
I'm
that you would
serious.
lie
That's not what I
about
meant.
this, or
That's
that you're
where I
lying
promise you
about
that's
this.
not what I
It's not
meant.
saying that you're lying, okay?
I was
Or
saying like you
look like
sound,
a
you
liar,
don't sound
but-
bad, which is good. You know, I'm saying it in a good way. But
Which is
I'm
good,
not good.
which you know is really good for you. But you know, if you're a liar, it wouldn't be that good. So
Shut up.
Right.
You're trying to make me sound like an asshole. I swear. I can do that myself pretty well, so you don't have to help.
yeah, exactly. I knew that.
Yeah, it's 420, brother. But for real, yeah, like I'm not the greatest at showing empathy for people when they're sick. Not
Me
because
either.
like I'm an asshole, but because like I don't get sick too often. It's hard to relate. But obviously I do. Like I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, I also have good genes, so I can't relate to people with weak genes. Yeah.
I think it's because I was just such a slob growing up as a kid. I improved my immune system.
I'm triple vaccinated, so I have nothing to worry about.
Tech said,
Like, when I was a kid, I ate off the
you
floor
got
and
this
shit.
glow to you. Did
I'm
you get
quintuple
pregnant
vaccinated.
from the Cantina bowl?
Damn.
Did you?
Maybe
I
you
got
did, maybe you
something in
didn't.
my belly, man. It's like viruses or something. I don't know what the hell it was.
Yeah, you hope it's something though, don't you, boy?
Bobro says you look a tiny bit sick, but not bad overall. Yeah, I figured.
I mean, do you
I
get a
love
lot
how
of
I'm
sun,
like
like
gotta
vitamin
show
D
up
for
on
your immune
modern.
system?
Like I went to show up like Modern Day Debate was telling me, "Hey, are you good for Saturday?" And I never tell people like after I've been invited to Modern Day Debate that, "Hey guys, I'm invited on Modern Day Debate." I've made that mistake in the past, and the problem is that they just randomly change their times. Like after you both agree, they then go, "Oh, sorry, this other guy," and then I'm like, "Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad I just like did a notification for like 100 people." So, thanks for that. Tech VR says no food poisoning, just pregnant confirmed.
Yeah, which is better, food poisoning or being pregnant? I don't even know.
Neverfall says our debate aged so well for me. Just lol. You are the new clowns on Twitch. Neverfall, I'm so glad you made it back. You're a meme on my channel, bro. You're a meme.
Did he went to the proctologist or not?
The proctologist.
I think he should go to the proctologist. You know, after that debate. Like a visit wouldn't hurt.
Yeah.
Actually, quite mandatory. You know.
Yeah, just make sure he goes in Korea. You know, they have a way to reverse colon cancer now.
Yeah.
Bro, how drunk am I? It was only a couple of shots.
You know, when he goes to the proctologist, that guy just checks everything.
Bro, I have had days where I have been this drunk, but it's usually like, I don't know, 5 32-ounce like mixed drinks.
Lightweight.
Like then
Wait, are you
I'm
drunk
feeling
right now?
this, you know, but not after 2 shots. I'm sorry. We're not on the same level, you and I.
Oh, you're talking about the guy in the...
Yeah, I'm talking about the game. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it seems a bit...
How many drinks do you
excessive,
need
but
to
yeah.
get drunk, would you say?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, a lot.
How much? What he's
How many?
asking
How
is,
many?
how
What
much
are we
of an
talking?
alcoholic are you?
I mean, what are we talking? So you're talking alcohol. What type of alcohol?
Like, let's say if I just gave you like, I don't know, like a standard 45, 45% proof, shots. How many of these can you, like, honestly down before you're feeling really, pretty drunk, would you say?
Probably I would have to be past like half a liter.
Liter?
How many shots is that?
Yeah. I don't know, because I don't discuss in shots. I do that.
What do you mean?
Like, I just drink.
Bro, are you Russian?
500
No, I'm
milliliters.
Romanian. It's kind of the same thing.
Oh,
You said a
Noel
liter?
says,
You drink 1,000
where's the
milliliters,
LA
bro?
water?
750.
Let 'em out!
Half a
You
liter.
guys literally
700
look like
milliliters.
fools after Cali caught on fire. Wait,
750
I never
milliliters
said
is good for
California
me,
fires don't happen. I'm merely arguing in favor of municipal water. Also, just FYI, your like singular idea water system would be susceptible to the same fires. Like what? How is this a gotcha? You're wild, Neverfall. Hope to
I know
see you back on
people-
the Discord channel though, because we're there right now, and you can come right on up. It's a completely
It
open.
took him a
VC.
bit to recover from that, though.
Yeah, maybe I need more time to recover.
I just had a glass of rainwater, and I barely had diarrhea for like a day. So I don't know. It was pretty good.
Dude, you're just built different. You're in Romania, bro.
Neverfall is
Yeah.
asking, by the way, can I hear the chemist's credentials? What's their name, school, and job title?
Penis.
Damn.
They're asking you,
Call him
Daniel.
out.
Yeah, I don't care about
name
me
is
giving
Daniel.
my credentials to him.
He's a...
University of
And
Gypsyland.
Neverfall says,
Yeah, they-
LOL, never,
University of
you're trash
Gypsyland,
mods.
yeah.
Romanian
Yeah, no, we're
Community
just not going to
College.
tolerate you screaming over everybody and not
Yeah.
having the back and forth. Like, we want back and forth. It's just, you got to be like,
Yeah,
not a
he
psycho.
first needs to learn how to debate and have a
Right.
conversation.
Like, don't be crazy. Like,
So once he does that, it's all good.
see, brain grids.
That is fun, because like all the things that I told him is like I'm pretty fucking sure he can do like a search, online and find all the things.
Yep, fake chemist.
Yeah, fake chemist. That's me. You got
I don't
me,
know
boy.
how he managed to figure that one out. That was fast.
Yeah.
He must be
He knows
really
the chemistry
smart.
of fish come, and that's about it.
He is very smart. I could tell that.
Build the houses faster.
We gotta go to retrieve a key card from Sherba.
Oh, they just was.
Yo, can I just say this game is actually relatively large? I'm pleasantly
How
surprised.
big is how big is the map?
Big. I don't know how big, but it's big.
Would you even say it's massive?
Would you
Neverfall
say that's
says,
girth?
at FBI, check the chemist's credentials. He probably cooks meth.
Yeah, probably could. And by probably, I mean certainly I could.
Most definitely. He's in Romania,
It's not
after
that
all.
hard. Dude, there's fucking people in like trailer parks in like Arkansas that can fucking cook meth. Do you think it's so hard to cook meth or what? Like, what the fuck?
He's a Romanian kingpin.
Cooking meth seems like a lot. That seems like a lot.
You just need to be like a bit careful because you can die from it. But if you're, dude, a lot of chemical reactions can kill you. Just saying,
Oh shit!
Just be a little careful.
Yeah, just be a little careful. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Neverfall says, "What chemistry is he doing?" Do you want to divulge that, Daniel?
Oh no, I just my specialty was ceramics.
They do ceramics.
Which I know it's a very
Neverfall.
It's a very uninteresting thing for most people because they're not as glamorous. It's like
Neverfall
organic
said,
chemistry.
with a chemistry degree, should he be doing something besides modding in a shitty channel?
Nah, it's what I want to do with my life, man. I'm a loser.
Cook method.
At least I'm bitching,
He doesn't
online
mod
about
for
other
me.
people.
It's you that kind of asked for like a moderator, and I was like, all right, who's a moderator? Like on the Modern Day Debate Discord, and I was like, okay, Daniel is.
So it's like I do apologize because I was unprofessional about it. I think you kind of instigated the whole thing, but I should have done better on my part, regardless of how
See, hear
shitty
that?
you were.
He just apologized. Neverfall says, so he makes plates. He makes bowls.
What? Yes, I make plates. Do you think that's what all ceramics are, dude? Holy shit, dude! The fucking. Do you remember like the?
Aren't there
the space
water filters made of ceramics?
Oh, there's a lot of shit made
He's
from
probably
ceramics. So
thinking porcelain
like in
and shit like
NASA.
that.
Yeah, he's thinking porcelain, which is a type of ceramics. I'll give him that.
I think pottery.
Yeah, but for example, like all the space. What the fuck are they called? My God. Like the Challenger, like rocket, whatever. They all have
abrasive-
ceramics.
Yeah,
they all have ceramics.
They used to plate it with the
We're actually
on.
not even debating right now. We're actually
Really?
just kind of mostly hanging out. But if you want to debate a liberal, I'm right here. It's a more open debate, open discussion. So come on back. We'd love to hear from you.
Also, bring a glass of water when you come. Really thirsty.
Neverfall says ceramics are bulletproof material now.
Some of them, dude. Not all ceramics are the same.
What's your favorite type of
Also,
ceramic?
I haven't done that in such a fucking long time. Like holy
What?
shit. I mean, working in this type of thing.
Neverfall says a chemist would never would be able to describe the process.
What process?
All right, I can't get more people. I don't have arrows. God damn it.
I don't know what is going on with the color of that name, but I'm going to try to read it as best.
Yeah, I just saw like a debate that is going to
Wandering
be on the
Robot
server.
Studio says, should cars be banned? I'm not anti-car.
No.
At the same time, I'm like, I think we would need to reduce our dependency on cars by like a lot. Like a lot.
No amender.
No, I do. I believe that. I
No,
believe it.
I know you do. I know you do.
Why do you not think so?
It would be, man, the amount of like effort it would take for everybody to try to decide to do that. Like if we were still building like cities and roadways, like take like New York, you know, like you can't really like make the street wider to add permanent bus lane on or a permanent like bus lane on every street and a permanent like bike lane or 2 permanent bike lanes on every street. Like it's a great idea. You know, but it's like certain cities, like California, would be a nightmare because the density.
You want to know how I would do it?
How would you do it?
Oh,
one,
I would just
one
have,
lane,
I would
just
just
convert
go on
one lane?
on the piece of paper that has the car centric zoning process and change it to mixed zoning. Right, so that way, like houses can be in places where there's also shops, and shops can be in places where there are housing. So people don't have to move that much, and then emphasize people-centric infrastructure development, not car-centric infrastructure development. Literally 2 pieces of paper, and basically like the money that normally goes towards repairing the crumbling infrastructure would go into people-centric, and yeah, it would basically be done in less than 10 years.
And you'd also have to like encourage people to walk more as well. It's like I think because here, like everyone walks everywhere. No, there's no real need for a car unless you're going to another town, and that's only because trains are expensive. Like when they sort out the train prices, you just take a train. You wouldn't really need a car. Like in London, for example, majority of adults don't have a driver's license because you just don't need one.
Neverfall says, I equally apologize for treating you exactly how you treated me. Mod fake chemist, you started shit, so I finished it. Why don't you come on back, bruh?
Nah, he's too much of a pussy to do that. Don't worry.
Behave, Daniel. You're representing the modern day debate Discord channel.
No, but I just made like a factual statement. He's not gonna do that, right?
You gotta behave. Remember what Hannah said.
I am behaving.
Neverfall says I'm the GOAT actually at debates. You can't win without silencing me. Equal time plus fair moderator.
Clearly. Yeah, obviously. Dude, the guy was like, you shouldn't ask me questions in the debate. What the fuck? That's the god of debating. You don't ask me questions in a debate because if you ask me questions, I'm not gonna win.
Well, if you don't let him ask you questions,
get out of here.
Then you'll win because you can't answer any of his questions.
Yeah.
So he does all the questioning. By the way, like I answered all of his questions pretty plainly. He just, I don't know, for whatever reason, didn't realize water reclamation plants are a thing. And then say, you don't do your own water, sir. And then just completely lost their mind because I don't know, filter my own water or whatever bullshit. And yeah, I mean, that was basically it. I mean, it was just like a giant ad hom. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
The thing I loved the most was like for him for like 40 minutes, he only mentioned the Brita filter, method of filtering water. And then when I pointed out that if you just do that, you're kind of fucked because the Brita filter can't filter a lot of shit. You know, he was like, I never said it's just the Brita filter. Crazy good debating. Amazing.
I do remember that. That was wild. Well, I'm listen, Neverfall. I'm going to try to make my argument one more time. Very simply.
All 47 villagers.
I'm going to give you a very simple argument. I'm not against you making your own water. That doesn't or collecting your own rainwater and then filtering it and processing it. Do whatever it is that you do to make it drinkable, or potable. Okay, I'm not against it. Okay, I'm saying it's a scalability problem, and there's an opportunity cost associated to it. Okay, I'm aware that it costs money to take water, right, that we pay monthly to the government. And also, you probably have to make sure that your filters are working. You probably also have to repair your filters. You have to make sure that it's working properly. You can't just set it and forget it forever. Okay? So obviously there's an opportunity cost there. For you, you don't mind setting up the contraption and doing all that. Me, I'm perfectly okay with using municipal water. Okay? That's where I'm at with it.
Is it okay if I chime in here?
Yeah, go ahead.
So
You're
the
very
issue
quiet, by the way.
My bad. 1 sec. You bring this a bit closer. Yeah, I get an issue with my mic. 1 sec.
I'll try to turn
Is
it
any
up.
better?
Try now, but other people won't be able to hear you properly. But, I mean...
Is this any better?
I would absolutely take the time to figure out why your mic is so quiet. I put you to 200%. You're still not as loud as everybody else.
Damn. Give me a second.
Yeah, that's just an ad hom. Again, never fall. You don't know because you don't filter water, so shut the fuck up. That's just an ad hom. You're saying, well, you don't do it yourself, therefore your argument is invalid. Why don't you actually point out why my argument is invalid, why municipal water is not, like, you can't use municipal water, or like it's inferior or whatever. Like, there's nothing wrong.
I thought you already
with it.
told you not to ask him
scalable.
questions.
That's how every single country does it. Like, I just don't understand why you have a problem.
Is this all right? I've kind of fiddled with it a little bit.
I think that's better, yeah.
Okay.
It is a bit better.
Still very quiet.
So
but-
basically,
Go ahead.
the issue with filtering your own water is that most water has aluminium ions in it, which are toxic, and you need to flocculate that. And it's really
Dude, fuck,
quite
that's what I
difficult
told him.
It's quite difficult to flocculate your own water. You need to have like really finely ground clay in there. You need to let it sit for ages.
That's exactly what I told him. He doesn't believe me, and I'm a fucking chemist. Okay, it's like he doesn't believe me.
Just collect
It's
the
really
rainwater, guys.
Never fall. If you would like,
it's very real.
I will stay quiet, and I'll let you debate. Florb here, who is also calling you out, right? And by the way, said the same exact thing that Daniel just said. Just come on up. Let's have the debate. I will stay quiet. I will just let you and Florb go at it. I will stay quiet.
Mano
Daniel will
a
stay
mano.
quiet. Everybody will stay quiet. All that will happen is Florb and Neverfall. Come on up. Come on. Come on. Up. Come on. You know how to get here.
I will mute my mic, but I will not be quiet. I will
No,
be
no,
laughing
no.
the
Just
whole time.
just
It's
for the
like
sake
with
of
my mic
Florb.
turned off.
Just for the sake of
with the
Florb.
mic turned off. Nobody's gonna hear me except me.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
gonna
yeah,
be
fair enough.
laughing.
There you
Yeah,
go.
unplug your mic.
Neverfall says, you keep talking about rainwater. You are not defending sewer water.
Sewer water. Even
All right,
better.
Neverfall says, no, you're not fair moderators. All right, bro. Then, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. You've become kind of a legend, by the way. A little bit. We love you on the First Amender YouTube channel. Anybody who has watched my channel loves you and finds you hilarious. It's been a bop, I gotta say. Also, the format, right, is completely different, right? It's a stage, it's not a stage. It's just open for anybody to walk on in.
My people are dying, Amanda.
My what?
I said my people are dying slowly.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the mission that I was doing.
No. Trying to run a village. Too many people are joining.
What game?
Farthest Frontier.
Farthest Frontier. Yeah, not an easy one.
Oh, very fun game though.
Yeah. I mean, if you're into town builders and stuff.
Yeah, it's one of the better ones, to be honest, on the market.
Neverfall said the same problems that you encounter filtering sewer water are the same problems filtering rain, if not more. Shit brain.
Do you mean that sewer water is harder to filter?
Just use a life
it's just
straw
like larger.
and
There's like
sip the
more
sewer water.
Like there's
Clearly.
like I've seen it. There's like giant bacteria pools and like a series of processes that it goes through to basically filter out anything and everything, from aluminum, like you were talking about, to cleaning materials, to pesticides, like all sorts of stuff gets removed through these series of processes, and it's amazing. It's like nothing short of like a marvelous technology.
Yeah, they've also, like, with a lot of it, if they want to make it potable, or drinkable, whatever you want to call it, they'll sit it under UV for 72 hours, or they'll put loads of chlorine in it. Although the preferable thing is UV for 72 hours, just to make sure that everything is dead.
By the way, it's like depending on the type of infrastructure you have for filtering the water. So initially there were like these big pools, right? Where you filter the water by using just gravity, right? You don't pump it, right? Like in the high towers. And in those things, right? In those big water tanks, what happens is like after a while, like at the surface of the filtering layer, the first filtering layer, it's like it forms this biological layer, right? That literally filters most of the biological things inside the water, you know, like bacteria, viruses, like a lot of shit. So there's so many ways to do it. And I think like the problem with rainwater is like you don't understand that there are things in it you can't see. Yeah, it's like when it comes to sewer water, you can kind of understand it a lot better because it's sewer water, right? You clearly understand the fact that it's contaminated. And it's the same thing with rainwater. Just because it comes from the fucking sky and it looks clean to you, doesn't mean it's good to drink. Or that the filtration is going to take, very few resources. I don't know, seems kind of a weird hill to die on.
It's harder to filter sewage than rain.
No, it's not. I think it's the same.
I thought you said it was the same.
It's the same.
He's like contradicting himself. That's wild, bro.
Oh, I got 6 brushes. They can die. I don't care.
You don't care about your people, man? Come on.
Dude, he's dehydrating. I got like 4 or 5 wells everywhere. He's just not going to take the time to go drink water.
Maybe he's waiting for the water from the rain.
Maybe.
Damn. Maybe that one is never
the
full.
lettuce for their water, and he's not actually getting any water, so he's
that
dying.
one is never fall is wild, bro.
That one is never full. He's waiting for rainwater. He's not gonna drink from your well. Bella.
To make it rain.
Yeah,
Do a rain.
make it rain, dude.
A minimum.
I mean, how many drops of rainwater can he really catch with his mouth? Like, come on, guys.
Enough.
We don't need water filtration. Our bodies were made to filter water.
There you go.
That's the new strategy. Just don't filter any of your drinking water.
Look, no, this is how you get the cheat code in life, right? You go to I don't know, some random country like China, right? And you tell them you want your throat replaced with an industrial grade life straw.
Hey,
all right?
I'm just
can't eat
curious.
anymore,
Neverfall,
but
like
you'll
he says,
always
he
feel
lives at
drinking
the
water.
Rockies. It's at the water source, dipshit. And okay, curious. If you were in the desert, what would you do? I guess.
Wait to rain.
You're gonna be right for the rain. This guy. I would actually
genuinely curious. Like, if you're in the desert, like, is your answer? Just like move out of the desert, or like?
If you're in the desert, you're silly. It's like, why are you in the desert?
You can still get water from the desert, like underground, because there's aquifers.
I
and they're
can't
really,
even
really
imagine.
common.
Like, but sure, that's true. But like, that would involve like a water.
It's gonna be like 3% of people will find that probably.
Like a water treatment
Everyone else
plant.
will die.
You know, and like a lot of infrastructure that will be able to go nice and deep into the ground, right?
No, with an aquifer you don't really need to treat it because it's already treated by the rocks. So when, because of the pressure it's at, the water
ending desert.
Neverfall says LA is a desert, dipshit. Yeah, that's why I brought up the point. Smart man. Come on, like
Yeah,
what? Like, so I'm asking you. If you were in the desert, not at the source of water, what would you do? I argue for the municipal system, right? Water reclamation plants.
All right, so we got the wagon shop built.
Neverfall says it's 100 ways to make water in the desert, half-wits. I want to hear it.
Tell me all of
I'd
the
love
ways.
to hear it.
Okay,
I'd love
I'm
to hear
just
it.
saying, man. But I think I want
Is it gonna say
Neverfall
cloud
for
seeding?
president.
Piss.
Dude, cloud seeding is wacky. You seen what happened with what was it, Dubai, when they cloud seeded it and they fucking flooded their whole city, or at least a portion of it. It's fucking like
Piss and
Bugattis
drink it.
on little rafts. It was the most ridiculous shit I've seen.
Drink camel piss. Drink camel piss.
Got it.
That is what Muhammad said. Drink camel piss.
Why don't
You're
you
just
like,
mad.
stick a straw in its hump like a Capri Sun?
You're just mad. How am I mad?
Is his
about
answer
drinking camel
to being
piss?
in the desert is catch water? What do you mean by catch water? How does that work?
Hunt
There's
it.
no rain.
Hunt it.
Hunt.
You squeeze
hunt
the sand
water.
and extract the moisture from it, all right?
Hunt
Jeez.
the water.
Just live like an off of camel balls. More testicles have a tiny bit of water in them. Just drink the water out
Why
Uh,
of
do
that.
you gotta troll my why do you Orca? I'm streaming right now.
What do you mean?
I'm streaming.
You're not streaming on
And?
Discord. We can't
What do you
see.
mean? What do you mean?
I'm
He
just
just
letting
said
you
he's
know.
streaming.
Stop trolling my.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Shut up, bitch. I'm talking to Amender, not you.
What was that?
Amender,
What was that?
yeah, shut up, bitch. I'm talking to Amender,
One
not
more
you.
time. One more time, my friend.
Shut up, bitch.
Oh wow, interesting.
I,
There you go.
Is that better, guys?
Of course.
Sure. I mean, he's
He
my
was
friend.
making a good point, though, Amender. But you know,
Let's see. Neverfall says, "Google how to get water in the desert." You moron. Okay.
Burden of evidence.
How
Burden of
do
proof.
I get
Burden of proof
water
fallacy.
in the desert? I could collect dew. I could
Cactuses.
dig for wet sand. I could find a water source.
You could use one of those machine
could
things
find
that
an
turns
oasis.
salt water into normal water.
There you go. Find an oasis, easy.
Dig in a dry riverbed.
Just go to like a gas station and buy some.
This is wild, bro.
Oh, I need some chickens, goddamn.
Tech VR is a quote. Find a water source, unquote. That's the most like nothing response. How do I find water? Find water.
Like,
you nerd. What are you?
guys
What are you?
don't
A
understand.
tube?
It's sand. What?
Great.
Where
Now, if
does
only I
sand
can
come
multiply this millions of times to
ocean.
to satisfy the thirst of millions of people.
Sand comes from the ocean. The desert has water. The government's lying to you because they don't want you to get their desert water. I mean, this is the new Watergate.
The new Watergate. Is
Yeah.
that my food? Is my food here? Do I get food?
What did you
Yeah,
get? What did you order, Amanda?
I got pho. Here, me.
You got some
Oh.
vegan shit, probably.
Yeah, that's what he
You
said.
some vegan shit. No.
Some
He got
Vietnamese
pho.
stuff.
He said he has
Oh.
pho.
He ordered triphones. He's gonna eat the silicon for the water.
Trap phones is really. It's so fun for the water. That's funny. You're funny.
I hate this map.
I hate all minor attracted persons.
Predators are attacking. Well, that guy's dead. Come on, bro. You couldn't kill a bear? Jeez, it's only a bear. You don't have any weapons,
I'm
bro?
back. What's been said about
Have you guys ever been
Aquifers.
sick and you guys like you like smell your bed and you're just like it smells sick.
What? No, but I
Yes.
mean, I can see that though. Like,
I was like I felt that after the food
The
poisoning.
villager died.
And I was like my bed smells like sick and I'm like I need to clean everything off my and so I'm washing all my bed sheets and everything because I was just like I don't know, I was just sweating a lot in my bed and just fucking like just oh god, just it was awful.
You just loved it.
Awful, bro. Spending 24 hours in bed is not fun.
Yeah, because your bed gets like stuck to your back.
Yeah, ugh, it sucks.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at this pho. Oh man, this looks beautiful. Oh,
Dude, this ASMR is gonna make.
We've got to ban me. Ban me's are easier to eat.
Oh my god, I'm gonna.
Ban me.
are you saying ban me?
No. It's a Vietnamese food. It's spaghetti.
Yeah, that's right.
Ban me. Oh, it tastes good. Have you ever had it? Ban me. Tastes good. Yeah, you're good though.
I don't have a
Shit,
good
literally.
like angle to show my food. Unless I guess I could get like a separate.
Just turn it
angle.
vertically. I'm sure nothing will happen.
Tap, put a GoPro on your fork, bro. That'd be sick as fuck. That'd be some
Fork
Red Bull
GoPro.
type shit, you know? Look at what this fucking food did. It went inside someone's digestive tract.
You know
Like,
those hidden
first
camera videos? Do that, but just
World
put it in the
record
pho.
longest way down somebody's throat has been achieved by a fucking chicken nugget.
What?
You just be making anything a world record now.
Actually, the corn would be the real stuntmen because they can make it all the way through and then survive, and then just they hop out of the shit and they're alive.
Let's get the. I have not brought out this foldable table in a while. Man, that looks like it needs cleaning. That's okay. That's okay.
It's okay.
All right. What are we eating today, boys? We got pho. That looks
Can't
good.
say that word. That's rude.
This looks like we got a rice vermicelli in a. Oh, you can't see it because of the green screen. Looks like we got a couple of limes here. Put that off to the side. And what looks to be, what is this sauce again? I'm trying to remember. It's not soy sauce. I'm trying to remember the name.
Oyster sauce.
No. What's it fucking called? Hoisin sauce. Hoisin sauce. Almost certain it's hoisin. Yeah. That and I got some.
Never heard of hoisin.
It's really good.
It's really good.
You can buy it at Walmart.
Noodles.
Stick it on some like
I'm
chicken.
sorry, spring, not noodles. Spring rolls.
Hey,
Yeah, my ex used to
spring
love the
noodle.
spring rolls.
You want some spring noodle?
It come with egwa. It come with egwa.
The spring noodle.
Here, we'll
What is this? A temple? They don't get.
we'll zoom it in. I desperately do not want to adjust the neck at all, but I think I'm gonna have to a little. No, I disconnected it. No,
That was kind of silly how you
I
sounded.
disconnected it. I'm an idiot.
You sounded like a bad
Is
guy.
it coming back? Is it coming back? Is it? I think it's gone, boys.
You should change the name of your VCs from now on to Reading with Jixie for until the one day he decides to finish the book with you. That'd be a really good idea. Amanda, if you did that, I would literally give you money somehow. If you just one-time payment forever, you have to do like every other
camera's not
VC as
working.
Reading with Jixie.
No,
whenever you
my
make
camera's
one.
not working.
Please. One day he'll have to read a chapter and one more with you, you know?
My camera's not working, guys. What do I do? Let me see if I can get this to work. Hold on. Camera? Camera, are you there?
Camera's not AI enabled, all right, clearly.
It's oh boy. Camera? Come back, camera. Please.
All right, we got iron, so now we need a forge.
I think I have to restart it. I don't want to. What if I just remove the camera and re-add it? Maybe it'll fix itself.
Ugh.
Oh my god. Please work. I disconnected my camera and now I can't get it back. Well, I have to like redo the whole. Oh no. Hold on. Let me see here. Video capture. We're gonna call it camera.
God damn it.
Wow, what's that?
So, a new year and a familiar question.
All right.
I was just wondering if you changed your thoughts on same-sex incest.
What?
What?
Satan's sex incest? What the hell is this?
No, that's not what
Favorite
anybody
video
said.
game.
Oh.
All right.
How do you feel about brotherly love?
I am terribly
murder?
sorry. Or wait, can I stop the virtual camera and how do I get this to work without ending the? Sorry, just give me a sec. I'm trying to
Saved
get
my
it
score
to...
at the end of the game, which is nice.
I think if I close out of Discord, maybe it'll like auto pick up. Let me try that. Hold on, BRB. Is it gonna pick up? No, it's not picking up. Why won't it pick up? Why no pickup, guys? Why no pickup? I did. I tried making a new camera and I didn't like it. Let me try it one more time. Move the camera. Oh, it's back. I didn't do anything. All right. Don't care. It's back. It's back. We're gonna eat a bit. You can't see it because the lighting is kind of crazy. Let me see if I can. All right. I'm just gonna eat. I'm hungry. Let's get the color correction. We'll get a little color correction going.
Are you saying okay?
Wrong VC. All right, we're back.
Oh.
Nice.
Neverfall says,
Same-sex
"Put the
incest?
search results on the screen." Bro, I'm eating right now. We'll do it in a bit. Okay. Let me just.
I mean, what argument is there for same sex incest? I mean,
Well, what argument is there against it?
No
I'm sorry,
ginger babies?
what?
Bro, can we not
I mean,
talk
it's
about
incest.
Can we?
Oh yeah,
not
I'm
talk
sorry,
about
Amender. I'm sorry.
incest,
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
while
yeah.
I'm
Let's not
eating?
talk
Like,
about it.
what
Yeah.
the
Sorry, you're right. I just totally
Like, I'm
unintentionally did what you said not to do. Yeah.
That was very nice.
Let's try a less gross topic. Abortion.
What about abortion?
Why do you feel that there is a cutoff that a mother's consent no longer trumps the offender, which is the fetus?
What?
So abortion is all about removing a person from violating the mother's autonomy, right?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat it? I was fucking around with my exposure.
Yeah. So abortion is all about removing somebody from violating the mother's autonomy, correct?
No. No.
No. Okay.
No,
Then
it's the
why
idea
is-
that risk ought be associated to a politician 100 to 1,000 miles away instead of the person who's taking on the risk.
Yeah, so that you're giving that person their autonomy and saying, hey, you don't have to take this risk. Right?
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying.
So it's about personal autonomy.
Sure.
So why is there a cutoff on that person's autonomy, like mattering more, or the fetus's life mattering more than that person's autonomy?
So mother's life is more valuable than fetus.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, why do you draw a line where now the fetus's life matters more than the mother's autonomy?
No, it's the other way around. I'm favoring the mother's life over the fetus's.
Okay. All right. I am an evictionist. I believe up to birth, the mother should have the right to end the pregnancy.
Okay. That's
Right.
wild.
Yeah, you are not that. You draw a line saying, okay, at this stage in development, the mother.
By the way, Orca, you're very quiet.
Yeah, I know. At this stage in development, the mother no longer has, or sorry, the mother's autonomy is no longer valued more than the life of the fetus.
When the baby is born.
Okay. So do you believe up to birth the mother has the right to terminate the pregnancy?
Not for no reason.
Okay, she wants to.
Hmm?
She wants to?
No, I don't think no. No, there's a certain level.
Okay, so preserving the mother's autonomy is not your main goal then?
Well, at 25 weeks, if you want to terminate a pregnancy, the way that you terminate the pregnancy isn't an abortion; it's a C-section.
The pregnancy.
It's just a C-section. It's just pregnancy.
Which is terminating the pregnancy. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah, I'm not saying that the baby should die at that point. I'm saying that the mother at any time should have the right to terminate the pregnancy, and if the child is viable, then sure, the child can get saved. But I never take that into consideration more than the mother's autonomy.
I think we agree.
I don't think we agree because you think there's a cutoff point. You think like 25 weeks, or well, you've said before that there's a time where you would cut off abortion.
Yeah, that's the point where the child could live outside the mother. Why abort the child if they could just, donate it to the government, let's say.
Chicken.
Donated to the government.
Yeah, man.
Shit, dude.
If you don't want it, like why kill it if it could live outside, of the mother's womb? I mean, then you'd just be arguing to murder it at that point. Like, if there's no other reason.
Yeah, if the baby's viable, then
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, 25 weeks, the baby's viable. Like, yeah. I think the earliest one was like 21 or 22 weeks. Viable baby.
But yeah, at any time, no restrictions.
Laundry.
A new baby is born.
Did anyone just see that? I was literally right next to that guy. Okay, if nobody saw that's fine, but that was fucking wild. Like, I was literally right next to that guy, prone and waiting to shoot somebody, and then I look to the right and I hear proximity chat, some random music he's listening to. All right.
I got my debate soon.
There you go.
Who are you debating again? I didn't listen earlier.
Your mom.
No, my mom doesn't debate amenders.
Josh
First
Cedar
amender.
and one other person.
Oh, that guy you think is trans?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think he's trans, bro. I think he's just maybe he's secretly into cross-dressing. Like RuPaul isn't transgender, but he's like the king of cross-dressers.
I gotta get a spoon.
Who's fucking playing Bill Burr on screen? What the fuck?
Yeah. Who doesn't love Bill Burr, man?
Bill Burr's great though, but why is he
Yes.
here? What?
why isn't he here?
Well, I mean, I have my game
I
in
saw
full screen
he
exclusive.
starred in The Mandalorian.
He did do. That was a real surprise when he was in there.
It was.
And I feel like he did a good spin on. He added who he is into the character. You know, when he was talking about talking to that Imperial guy, or whenever he was talking to the Mandalorian. You know what I'm talking about like making exceptions for your beliefs. He was doing a really cool, like that's something he would say in a comedy special. You know, that's his personality sticking out of the character. You know.
I don't get it. He's a good comedian. Why are people upset?
Nobody's upset. Not anymore. I was just confused and surprised. You know. Nothing wrong with him at all.
Okay. How you doing?
Doing okay.
What are we talking about?
Oh, I'm just eating pho.
Abortion.
Oh, that.
It is eating any human flesh considered cannibalism? What about lab grown?
Yes.
No. What about lab grown human flesh? Is that cannibalism?
What's it grown?
I know
Wait, so
kids
you're
that would like.
saying-
I know the kids that would like pick their scabs and eat it. I don't think that's cannibalism.
That's self-cannibalism.
Yeah. So if I grow a pound of human flesh in a lab, that's ethical cannibalism. So there should be nothing wrong with eating it.
Yeah, but our body can't break down. It's kind of funny that we can break down the other animals like meats and shit, but when we eat our own, that shit don't break down. You get all the jitters and shit. It's like you're being. Once you like.
Whoa!
Really?
Whoa!
Our blowjob's cannibalism. Says Ted.
What? They bite down, my man. No, that's just genocide, but a funnier
That's
kind.
wild,
Anyways.
bro.
Is eating ass cannibalism,
So-
guys?
No, that's called.
It's called being a good husband.
Yeah, it's called waste management.
Okay. So it is oh yeah. So some women eat their placenta, and that's not cannibalism. What if we ate aborted fetuses? Is that cannibalism?
You know,
By the way,
I made a joke about this.
Can I just say,
a year ago?
like, eating a placenta is fucking gross.
It is.
Like, how is that?
It's instinctive in some animals, but when a woman does it, I mean,
But I
do
wanna
what
hear
you
the-
want,
I
I
wanna hear
guess.
the
But
ladies
it
argue
is kind
this,
of weird.
like, I don't eat anything that comes off my body. Like, I don't know what. Like,
It
what?
does. So
like no, there's some guys who drink their semen whenever they don't get someone pregnant because they want to reuse their body.
Yeah,
It's called
so,
backwash.
Amanda, what it is like the placenta has a ton of hormones in it, so they eat the placenta, and it helps like them not go through like postpartum.
Really?
Wait, how many placentas
Yeah.
can you have?
That's why they do it.
Is that
Like,
true?
it's
Is that true, or is that just some hand wives' tale?
It's probably a wives' tale, but it is natural. It was naturally instinctive for us in the past. So maybe it would just relieve some kind of subconscious.
It is why they do it.
It would give some kind of subconscious instinctive relief, you know, First Amender.
I don't know. Would that be an exception to
It
cannibalism?
doesn't matter if it actually helps.
I don't think it
is why they
magically
do
makes your life better, but I do think it relieves some kind of subconscious
Also,
tendency.
Funny Money says Andrew Wilson smoked this idiot in a debate. So I'm just gonna say, I'm aware most people think I lost that debate. I still to this day don't feel like I lost the debate because every time I bring it up as to why I don't feel like I lost the debate, I never get any like proper rebuttal. It's always the same thing. But basically how it is that I watched the debate multiple times. And basically what I've gotten out of the conclusion is he didn't understand my logic behind it. And so asked me to provide a syllogism for him. And then after I provided a syllogism for him, he decided to use a straw man into a false equivalency by bringing up taxonomic classification, replacing man and woman with cat versus dog, right? Obviously, these are orders of magnitude in terms of difference. So he was able to hyperbolize my position, and I guess like people who are like sub 100 IQ didn't catch that. Like,
I don't get it. Aren't you supposed to compare two things that are the same? Because like it's like compare a man to woman.
well, I'm
It's like a
saying
dog
like
to a
he
dog,
hyperbolized the
not to an
position.
apple to a fucking orange.
Yeah, I'm saying like he hyperbolized the position. And so it's like, and that was his only response, was basically a hyperbole. And so like, maybe I didn't win in terms of like the rhetoric. Like he had a lot more people that are on his side than on mine. But I still feel like he lost the debate.
Okay, what was the debate about? I wasn't there, nor watched it.
Are trans women?
Well, I don't know. I'm pro. I don't. My belief
they're
is
trans women.
Hold up. I'm gonna tell you a personal belief. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not gonna be fake as fuck. Okay. I believe you
Are
can
you
be
drunk?
wherever the fuck you. No.
Funny
I'm
Money
just being
says
honest.
this dude is soft as fuck. He never makes good points. Hey, bro, I'm right here. If you want to come debate, come on
Dude,
up.
I'm not here to. Wait, kid. What was your debate? Were you saying no or yay?
Well, you're on my stream right now.
Amender's
debate,
not soft.
unfortunately.
Gun check. Gun check, Amender. Amender's not soft. Gun check.
Oh,
Gun check.
bro, I lost 5
Gun
pounds,
check.
man. My muscles are not looking good right now.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
I lost muscle mass. I could tell.
Okay. Can you rephrase your statement so I could actually be clued in? So, what's your statement on trans peoples?
Trans people. I mean, trans women are women in the sense that trans women are women for gender, not for sex.
Yeah, I think that's always the easiest argument to make.
That was the approach I was gonna go with because I believe you could be where the fuck you want to be within reason. You know what I mean? If it's like unreasonable, then I can't. You know, I can't allow that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then people ask me, "What do you mean within reason?" And then I always have to go, no common sense shit, like no diddling fucking, animals or people, that kind of shit. And I hate doing that, honestly. I thought people were smarter.
German midget, come here.
German midget, what?
I got a little German Shepherd puppy.
Feed me.
Oh, I thought you said German midget.
I did. That's what I
that's
call
just
her.
what you called it? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's cute then.
Hey, funny
here.
money. Like, I'm more than happy to have the discussion with you, but please don't use a T slur. Like, come on.
Yeah, man. Slurs are for losers.
It's pretty messed up.
That's a fact. I don't know. I guess they're a bit liberal when it comes to that kind of shit. You know what I mean?
I bet they should do this study in order to prevent slur. Like that would be a good way to say that slurs are not good to use, and that's like I bet people who are called
they're just like coming from a place of hate rather than like.
No, I bet that
wanting
people
to
who
argue
get
a
called
particular
slurs,
position.
Amender, though, are more likely to call people slurs in the future. You know, I bet that's a thing.
That is true. Since I don't want to say this. This is like a personal anecdote, and then I'm going to bring in race because I'm Native American. So race card. So I'm a Canadian Native American, which is like terrible. I'd rather be American, honestly. Yeah, I've been hearing those slurs a lot lately, and they kind of suck. Yeah, man. I mean, granted, it's like old like Indian people from India calling me slurs for some reason and telling me to get off, to go back where I came from. But that was fucking weird experience. I don't want to get into. I look Mexican, so I get that a lot.
Hey, first.
I know.
What's up?
Sounding stupid.
I found a video on YouTube. It's nothing that would get you like banned or anything like that. You don't have
Not
to
right now. I'm eating.
Okay. After you're done eating,
what are you eating?
He's eating bananas.
He's eating chicken noodle soup, bro. Can't you see?
No, I can't. I'm legally blind.
Oh, all right.
Oh, that sucks.
Chicken noodle
Sorry to
soup,
hear
man.
that.
With sardines in it for
Really?
extra
Serious?
protein.
You're legally blind?
Yeah, that's why I can't drive cars. Plus, mentally disabled. Yeah, I don't want to play the Oppression Olympics because I don't want to go for the gold. Let's just say that I've been in the. Okay, yes, I'm a bit. I have the tism. That's okay to say.
Are you the Dinklage also? Are you like 3'2"?
No, I'm not Peter Dinklage. I'm a voice. Not voice actor because reasons. I'm an impressionist, right? So that's how I get my monies because my government will not let me get a job. They just give me money, and I'm like, I don't want to be a lazy piece of shit. I want to do something. So I do
You
odd
know,
jobs and shit.
Pablo Escobar once created his own job.
He did. I mean, I just do the voice for Shaggy. I'm really good at it, so fuck it. That's my moneymaker.
Oh, I thought Orca was the one saying he was blind. It's you, you Shaggy?
Yeah, I do. You want to hear it?
Well, I've heard you countless times, bro. Yeah, you do it good.
All right,
You should
I'll
impersonate
fucking do
me.
it. I shouldn't swear because he's streaming, and that would be, a very not nice thing to do.
Well, you don't have to swear when you impersonate me. Just impersonate me. You can do it.
Oh,
Just say like,
dude.
"Give me my lucky charms"
Okay.
or something.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna do the Shaggy. Like Scoob, good thing I'm strapped, man. These ghosts are acting wild.
That was pretty good.
I know, right?
That was actually really good. I was surprised.
I know that I do death because my
surprisingly
character. I know this character I'm doing is a Vietnam veteran Shaggy, but he didn't want to go, but he was drafted. So he's like Scoob, this is why you can't trust the government, man. I went to Nam. The Charlies are in the trees, man. Retreat. He just has flashbacks sometimes. I think that's hilarious. And I don't know. I have military background for my family, so that's how I'm defending it. I know some people might get a little upsetty about that, but like, it is what it is, man.
I've got a bit where the Joker talks about his circumcision.
Jesus.
Oh, I got these
What the
scars.
fuck?
Hold up.
That's funny.
It's not. That is pretty funny. It's not the worst what I did. I can't do Joker. I can only do Batman, right? So I'm like, I'm gonna crease your J's, Batman. No, Jiggler, not my J's. That kind of shit.
Yeah. I mean, this is the best kind of autism. This is like.
1 second.
I know, it's the funny one. You see, that's how I get the girls.
Yeah.
It just reminds me
yeah.
of that fucking meme that went around TikTok for a while with Batman and Lopunny.
You should let them hear you slurping the noodles, boss. Amanda, turn the mic up so we can hear you like
honey.
with the noodles, like a mukbang.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah, let's see like the slurpee. Let's see you doing that slurpee.
Yeah. I'm gonna actually try to do Beetlejuice, but I don't know if I can do
Give
it
the people
properly.
what they want, First Amender.
That's right. I do it.
Slurp that shit.
I'm going to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, fucking slurp it.
Where you going, city boy? Where you going, city boy?
Bro, POV is the last thing piece of cake sees.
You get back in here, boy.
Limes to
And
hang
get
my
back on your.
What the fuck? There's like no limes. They gave me like a little. Look at this little itty bitty lime.
You know, I'm so tempted.
Little itty bitty lime.
Little itty bitty
Little
lime.
itty bitty lime.
You said it like you were from India. You were like little itty bitty lime.
Hey, I may look like the text reporter, but how dare you? I am a different type of red man. How dare you? Young warrior. You. If he who found it browned it. Yeah, I do my native stereotype voice. A lot of people love it for some reason.
I live in Oklahoma.
I
We have
live in
casinos and we take
Oklahoma,
we
young
casinos
warrior.
and we use them to scam the white men. We use them to scam the white men. They're
Young
dumb and they
warrior.
spend all their money
Come on,
here.
chill. Jesus Christ.
Young warrior, you have been tainted by the white man's greed. We must take action against the white man, for
No,
they
if that's
have
what they're
stolen.
doing, if that's what they're doing, they should do it. Scam the
They-
Americans away.
Yeah, that would be.
Yeah,
They-
if that's what they're
Young-
doing. Good for them. I ain't
Young
talking
warrior.
shit about them.
I must say this:
All right, chill on the
if the
racist
white man
impressions,
brought the
bro.
baconator,
Chill,
oh,
chill.
wait, I can't.
Okay, I see the issue. Never mind, I see the issue.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm native, so I have the native card. A lot of white people get upset about that.
We're streaming
so
live. We're streaming live, bro.
oh, I forgot.
Right?
Damn. All right, I'll go back to Shaggy. Fuck it.
He couldn't see that you said that.
We're streaming. Nope. I guess I could say, don't worry, Red Man approved since I'm native, so whatever. You get a pass. You get a. Moving on.
How long have you known you liked the Cybertruck, First Amender?
How long have I liked the Cybertruck? That thing is a
Yeah.
monstrosity. I hate it.
So 0 days.
Yeah, 0.
Okay.
You know, I hate
am
this
doing
guy.
economics survey.
I'm just gonna say it, man. Like that shit break. The Cybertruck is so horrible. It breaks easy. You turn the wheel and it gets stuck in the. It just breaks the wheel well, and now it's stuck looking like it has cross eyes. It's ridiculous.
I'm not going to pretend I can eat all that.
No, it can't even go through a fucking car wash, bro. So don't buy it.
Bro, when you have a car that can't go through a car wash, that's not a car. That's just a luxury item.
It was also delicious.
What? I mean, no, the Cybertruck looks awesome and has some cool features, but I mean, it's the car wash fucking antics for me. There's reports of it messing up in the rain, messing up in car wash. It has to have a fucking car wash mode. Bro, your car is obviously not... That is a big issue.
Look, this is Gen 1 Cybertruck.
It rains.
They're gonna
Water,
make it better.
hey, you have to design a machine that can withstand an environment where water sometimes fucking falls out of the sky. Isn't that wild?
I know, right?
Elon, we have a big task for you. You need to design this car. Water and fucking big balls of ice and fucking electric bolts of energy just come out of the fucking sky. We have to design it to withstand that. This is a crazy place. It's called Earth. It's called Earth.
Yeah. I have a question. I've seen a man turn a car into a submarine using flex shield. Why didn't they have any of that in the car, huh? Makes you think.
Bro, yeah. You're right. They literally could have used they could fucking jimmy rig it to be immune to the water. It's not that hard. Like,
That's funny.
This car is hand wash only. Like,
hand wash only.
It's like a fucking sweater car, bro.
Oh
Wash
my
your
God.
sweaters with your Tesla, okay?
I'm gonna say it. The Tesla is like a dress suit. It's only dry clean only. Just like hand
Well, no,
wash
the other
only.
Tesla cars are pretty good. The other Tesla cars
Yeah.
don't have this issue. I'm not a Tesla lover, but I do think the Cybertruck looks fucking awesome. I know no one thinks that, but it obviously has these
looks
issues.
like a PS2
So I'm not going to
render
buy
of a
it.
truck. It looks.
Not to mention the fact that it's a fucking hypocritical. It's a fucking
Sorry,
contradictory. Its existence is contradictory because it's an electric vehicle. It's supposed to save energy, be eco-friendly, but it's fucking big, so it's wasting more electricity. People who
hold
have
up,
a fucking
hold up.
Cybertruck. I'm almost done, I promise. But people buy a Cybertruck. People are buying Cybertrucks because they fucking work in a fucking moving company or they fucking work on a construction site. No, they're buying trucks, the Cybertruck, as a status symbol. Same reason a lot of people in the southern states buy trucks. It's not even because they need it. It's a status symbol.
Okay, we gotta slow down on the F words,
Do
man.
people really
You-
consider
you-
like a fucking $100,000 vehicle a status symbol? Like,
I mean,
Yes,
come
that's
on,
how
yeah.
shallow people
And not to
are.
mention the Elon Dick riders, bro, because there are a lot of them.
I mean,
Mostly
like,
people's dads.
I mean, you could just buy a Model 3 if you wanted a fucking that, but that's not even a status. It's like the cost of a Camry, you know?
That's too reasonable for these dick riders, bro.
Yeah, we gotta.
Would you
I mean,
agree?
like, look,
The only
if
reason
I
the
bought
Cybertruck-
any
Save it
Tesla,
for the food poisoning later.
I would just buy a plaid
Oh,
Model
right,
S.
Amender.
You
Like,
know what I mean?
Amender, would you agree that the only reason the Cybertruck, because the Tesla cars are okay, right? The only reason the Cybertruck exists, which is a total contradictory vehicle, not a good electric vehicle, it exists because of the Elon Dick riders, obviously, right? Or it's still working out because of the Elon Dick riders, you know?
I mean, I don't know why people want that thing. I mean, I'm sure there's an amount of people that thinks it looks cool or it's a status symbol or... I don't even think any of these people care about the environment. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah. No, I mean, whenever I wanted it in the past, I was like, I wish I could get one that ran on gasoline because that would make it.
Speaking about that,
would make it a gasoline-powered car instead of a coal-powered car, which is why
I have something funny for you.
Go ahead.
You could take a generator and stick it in the bed and run it, you know?
You could,
Just
but
saying.
here's the thing. I found out that
That's funny,
Teslas
bro.
have this. Hold up. So if your Tesla runs out of battery, right? You gotta take the battery recharger. You know what that thing runs on? Fucking gasoline. What the fuck? What the?
I mean,
Yeah, it's fucking arbitrary. It's like, let's fucking. I have to make a fucking stencil
remember.
to make a stencil to draw a picture. Like it's so stupid. I have to make
Remember,
a
like,
stencil of the stencil.
a part of it is to not use gas, but electric vehicles are like fun to drive. Like the torque that they can produce is obscene.
That is true.
You know, like I get the idea that, you know, a lot of people are under the impression that like some people do buy electric cars because they're like, fuck coal. And then they don't even know like The
That it's running
idea of
on
what
coal.
goes into it with earth minerals and all this other dumb shit.
That
But
is
like
true.
the realist of the world, it's like you have to understand, like if you jump in a Plaid, which is 100K, a Model S, it's 0 to 60 in 2 seconds, bro.
But wait,
Like,
you just said buy.
faster than a Bugatti.
You just said buy an electric car because fuck coal.
No, some people do that for that reason.
We can put coals in our cars now.
But electric cars are mostly coal powered in America because coal is one of our number one power resources.
Natural gas.
I don't
Do you
think
mean
it is
fuck
anymore.
gas?
Natural
Do you mean
I think
fuck,
it's
like,
natural gas.
Natural
gas
gases.
is our largest.
Yeah, natural gas. But even still, like it,
They
like
just
even
it's just fuck
just
fossil
creates
fuels
methane.
generally. Right?
Yeah,
but we
even-
run on
that's more or less
fossil
the
fuels
concept.
mostly. That's the thing.
Well, everybody
The-
wants nuclear, but nobody wants to do
No,
nuclear.
right now we're running a lot on fossil fuels,
Hold
but
on.
we're
Yeah.
transitioning more and more. Same thing with China. Same thing with we're transitioning more and more towards actual renewables. And yes,
Yeah, but the
even
truth
though
is, sorry.
yeah, even though we're still going to have reliance for, like, you know, look at plastics, look at a lot of manufacturing, look at a lot of stuff that requires oil, gas, and coal, right? To some degree, I understand that, but it's minimalizing it more and more and more, so that, you know, we try and stay away from the. I think we're already going to hit the 1.5 degrees Celsius this year. But I think, you know, which is the main warning, but trying to slow it down, the human impact as much as possible. And yes, even though there are rare earth minerals in the production of EVs, they still offer like significant environmental advantages over a lot of the traditional gas-fired vehicles. Like
Funny
they have zero.
Funny Money says fossil fuels are fantastic. So the issue that I
They
have
are.
with fossil fuels is the fact that while they're very, very good at storing energy, the problem is we've basically taken our entire economy and based it off of this finite, non-renewable energy resource that will run out in, you know, if we don't.
5,000 years or whatever it is.
No, it's a lot less than that. It's actually
Yeah.
50. It's 50. The answer is
50 years?
The
Yes.
global
Yeah, based on
all fossil fuels.
yes,
is
based
what you're
on
saying.
We have the
current-
whole Pacific Ocean to look.
based on
to drill
current
oil, though.
expenditures and our current known oil reserves, we have 50 years. Right, that's what it currently is. And so
Let me tell you,
the problem is that we're taking this thing that is ultimately contributing to climate change and ultimately could absolutely contribute to our own doom, our own disaster, by taking out carbons from the Carboniferous era and deciding that we're going to increase the amount of CO2 content by fivefold. Then
And also methane, which is also worse actually than even CO2.
Then
but
the end
they work in
result is
tandem.
that well, let me give you an example.
What does methane do?
This is a very plausible. I'm not saying that this is definitely it, but this is a plausible situation. If you increase CO2, that increases the heat. If you increase the heat a certain amount, let's say that the Arctic, it basically melts. That would mean that the cyclic pattern, there is a cyclic tidal zone. I'm sorry, it's a current that goes from the north and it goes to the south in the Atlantic Ocean, and the same is also true for the Pacific. This is also true across the southern hemisphere as well, this same kind of cyclic current. You probably remember something like this in Finding Nemo. With
What?
the turtles.
Okay. Oh,
With the
yeah,
turtles. Yeah, it's kind of like,
the EAC.
it's kind of like that.
I got a statement here.
If you were to suddenly, and the way that current even happens is basically that transition of hot to cold. And so if you fundamentally make the Arctic hot, well, then that basically stops that cycle. Now, on its own, that doesn't really mean a whole lot other than a degradation of some life. Now, here's the problem. One of the and most basal necessities to humanity is phytoplankton. People don't realize how necessary phytoplankton really are to the survival of the human species, but it is probably the most necessary. A lot of people, they like to think of the Amazon is the lungs of the earth. It's not the lungs of the earth. The lungs of the earth are phytoplankton, and it has been phytoplankton for a very long time.
Yeah, and in the
Roughly
ocean,
80% of the entire oxygen on Earth is created with phytoplankton. Now, one of the things that phytoplankton do is that they migrate. They actually migrate during the night and day, and they make use of these tidal currents to be able to make it to deep oceans into the surface during the night-day cycle. Unfortunately, if you were to suddenly remove those tidal currents, there is a very high probability that you would have a sudden degradation of the basal life phytoplankton suddenly die away, which would, by the way, kill almost all marine species, because without phytoplankton, the most basal food group, you basically can't have anything else. And then on top of that, if you basically degrade the amount of oxygen that's on Earth by 60 or 70%, nothing on this planet is going to survive that is larger than, say, a chihuahua. All right.
Yeah, and it does have a cyclical effect of like less diverse. We already know we're having far fewer amount diversity on the planet.
So yeah, that's my problem with fossil fuels, right? I'm genuine. And by the way, once that process starts, we can't undo that process. It's just gonna happen, right? And we're gonna basically see death for the next 2 million years, and then it will eventually recover. Not with us in it. Trust me, not with us in it. We will long be dead. None of us would be able to survive this.
And methane kickstarts that really, really fast too, because methane traps heat in, just like CO2. It traps heat in the Earth's atmosphere a lot, to a larger degree per molecule than CO2. So it absorbs and like reemits like the infrared radiation, and it just continues to warm the planet. So it on top of that, all the extra methane that's human created, not just the natural methane that's naturally released, but there's a lot of extra methane that we're releasing through our livestock, through factory farming, and then also just by it getting released from glaciers. And so, yeah, it doesn't last as long in the air as CO2, but it's short term. It kickstarts that engine that Amender's talking about much faster. So it's like 20 to 50 times more powerful than one per amount of CO2, and so it's significant.
I think I have an answer to this problem, honestly.
What's your answer?
I think I do. I think I have an epiphany. So a lot of the CO2 comes from poor countries, right? So if we could technically help them become like less, I don't want to say instead of like a third world, we get them into like a second world, I guess. So they stop using so much fucking fossil fuels, which create the CO2 and whatever you just said, the one that's really turning basically greenhouse gases. We got to stop them, right? They're coming from poor countries. We build up those countries so they stop doing that, and we can use nuclear energy because that is really good, because you can put that in a car and that thing will work for years upon years upon years. But you have to build a really good car to get away from the radiation, right?
No, let's not make cars nuclear.
The only energy resources we should be using at an individual level are the renewable resources.
Like solar is amazing.
Amender, you said no nuclear in cars?
Yeah, no absolutely
not. Wait. So nuclear can work in military submarines. Why not use them in cars?
There's this.
Imagine like a nuclear-powered Cybertruck, bro.
And the people who
so good.
That thing will last for generations.
Yeah, let's watch what happens when the idiot
I'm going to give you
gets into
two
a car
reasons.
crash.
I'm going to give you two reasons, Anthony. I'm going to give you two reasons why it'll never happen. And I seriously got 2 reasons. Amender, trust me on this. I got 2 reasons, Anthony, why that won't happen.
I'm joshing
First
around.
reason is because
you don't need to be.
They would have to have a way to
inquiry.
make money off of us. They would need a way to make money off of us over and over. So it would be like 1 month's worth or 1 week's worth of the uranium over and over, some shit like that. Also, those people who are in the submarine are trained. That nuclear-powered submarine, they're trained. They know the safety involved. They have all these things, because there is like, about the first nuclear-powered submarine in Russia, right? How it had an issue, right? You ever heard of this? and then they had to go inside and like fix something. Either way, the point is that yeah, there's too much chances for human error when it comes
Hold
to
up,
that
but
and stuff like that
I
to
didn't
cause an
finish my
issue.
sentence yet. There is
Go
a
ahead.
type of uranium that produces, and this is true. I don't know if it was type 8 or I can't remember the name of it, but it's a type of uranium that produces less radiation but more power. So like less squeeze, more juice, kind of shit.
See, I didn't know that. Okay.
What?
I mean,
No, stop.
but if it still has,
why don't we
if it
use,
still has a chain reaction that gets out
More
of control,
radiation
it can be
would be
dangerous.
more power. Less
It's
radiation
a
is
type
less
of-
power.
He's talking about like it's
why
less. I don't get it either. Actually, now that I think
why don't we use thorium more
It's
often?
less toxic, is what I'm trying to say. But I can't
What
remember.
we
the
need
fucking
is
name of it.
fusion power. Would fusion power give off radiation? I think
Yes.
it maybe.
Yeah, the
Okay, yeah,
stuff
it would
I'm
as well.
talking
Okay,
about- Okay, so what I'm talking about is stuff. It's a man-made product, but it's I don't know. It's like
I'll be back later.
It's a
guys.
type of uranium, but it's more man-made. But it's basically it can't do the whole detonation shit, but it can just do radiation and energy. That's basically it. But I forget the name of it. It's really upsetting me.
Yeah,
That's
you're
it.
thinking,
That's
you're
what I'm
thinking about
talking
thorium. Yeah. But the
That's
thing with
the
thorium,
super nuclear power
you need,
You don't put a
And also,
nuclear
like most
reactor
CO,
in a
by the way,
dam.
most
you need-
CO2
you need
doesn't come from poor
plutonium.
countries. It comes from 30% comes from China and 11% is from the United States, and this was last year, right? So United
Yeah.
States is decreasing, but most of it doesn't come from poorer countries. Like I know India can that's third, and they are poorer, but they're not like they're still not
But
like
that's where you get the most pollution. That's
You
where
have
get the
electric
full-
vehicles.
Well, no, most
You
of
can
the
have
pollution is
electric
China,
vehicles
and China is not a poor country.
Electric run,
the people starve, bro.
trains and buses, and then you can have
Because they're-
nuclear power plants.
Again, I was just saying like the poorest countries produce the most CO2. That was wrong. It's China
Or-
and then the United States. Yeah.
There is a theoretical type of engine, but it works on what's it called? It works on basically using the heat of the earth to actually run it. It's thermodynamic engine, but I'm trying to figure out which one I'm trying to talk to because there's type A and type B. Type B is the one I'm talking about because it produces more energy and less. It has more pros than cons. Is the best way to say it.
Yeah, but like here's the thing: we are already getting like the like electricity is very being able to actually use electricity from renewable resources. So we're getting more refinements in wind power and hydropower. We're getting more, especially a lot of refinements in solar power. And it's becoming extremely easy and much cheaper and much more sustainable to produce better quality solar panels that'll last a lot longer and extract a lot more power.
I have a question about solar
long
panels.
term.
Don't they have some kind of? I don't know if this was like quote unquote lie that someone told me, but I heard that there's a chemical in there that if it breaks, you gotta immediately call someone because that's like something bad could really happen with like radiation or some shit.
It
depends on the-
radiation, but California had that big problem because they have landfills of like old solar panels, and it leaks like toxic chemicals more or less. And nobody wants to dispose of shit properly in the United States because it costs money, so it leaks into the land.
Well, by the way,
poisons
this is some. So I worked in the solar industry for a bit, but yeah, there was some solar panels that had this, and yeah, it was like I think it was probably cadmium or something. There was a thin film basically over the which is a heavy metal, right? Some of them have that. Others, older solar panels used to use lead. They don't make those anymore, which obviously we know lead can be neurotoxic. And maybe some others, but the main one you're talking about that is found in some of them, and they are generally cheaper panels are cadmium. So of course that is but that's something that it can be. You're gonna have people who are trying to like make cheaper shit everywhere in any industry, whether it's coal, gas, even wind, certain things, right? You want to legislate to make sure things are using the best materials that you can, making sure you're not cutting corners so that you're doing well by the people and for the planet, and making these things actually like regenerative after they do go bad. But the point is that there's so much power that can continue to be sourced from these larger solar farms. This is where China is investing China's investing big time. Look at those solar farms that they're building in China right now. They have so many. They're like in storehouses or warehouses. They have so many fucking solar panels. They don't even have places to still put them. Let alone rooftops, just solar farms. But it's extremely beneficial to being able to actually like get to the point of, it would have to go simultaneous with something that might be controversial, but I do have the opinion of like in America we have a huge car brain, and I like the idea better of having like, to some degree self-driving cars or utility cars that they basically can just pick you up, bring you where you need to go, get rid of so many fucking parking lots, get rid of so many huge big roads, get rid of so much dedication is just put into our road system and our parking lots just for cars. And I get it, this is my personal preference, but yeah, I'd much prefer smaller footprint for the cars.
Nobody likes sitting in traffic all day, and at the end of the day, like using like a 2-ton piece of equipment to move like 150 to 200 pound person is one of the biggest wastes of energy ever.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't need a physics degree to know that it's harder to move a 2-ton object than it is to move a 160 pound person. Like, come on.
You know what I never understood?
Yeah.
I never understood why we sticked more heavily to gas powered vehicles instead of diesel powered vehicles. Diesel is 40% thermally efficient. 40% thermally efficient, whereas gasoline is at best 15%. It's crazy the difference.
Yeah, but that doesn't diesel has more nitrogen oxides. That's the reason.
Yeah,
it's a huge contributor to like smog and acid rain. Like they have a lot of nitrogen oxide, which is really
you're right,
it's really bad for the environment. Like any of that stuff, it just needs to go compared to electric vehicles. And also not only, and electric vehicles also have such a huge ramping up. Once we start getting into solid state batteries, which like Hyundai, a lot of other companies, like you look over at BYD, which is the largest.
Are also stupid.
Okay. Anyway, like BYD and a lot of other EV manufacturers are. I agree that I'm a big fan of public transportation, but I'm also practical in the sense that like I understand, like that's what I would want to advocate for the most initially. But I understand also like having.
I'm not saying that they won't have their own cars or that. I'm saying like it should be more convenient to be taking public transport than it is to be
100%, man.
Taking your private vehicle.
100%. Like I said, like first and foremost, that is exactly what I think. I don't want to say like electric cars are stupid per se, but I don't like the system. I think the system is stupid that we prioritize vehicles over public transport. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of other technologies, but for sure,
what I'm about to say might be very conspiratorial, but there was like three people that actually made their own like renewable energy like engines for cars, right? And they kind of just I don't want to say that, they basically, those plans got bought out by big oil companies. So instead of that person selling, he could have just made it and sold it, and then we wouldn't have this problem.
Wait, did you say water powered?
It
was designed for a water powered engine, but the person that had it died during a conference,
bro. Clearly.
But there's no such
hydrolysis. I think it's hydrolysis.
Yeah, it's electrolysis, which isn't. But that doesn't work because it breaks the laws of thermodynamics, right? It doesn't like to extract the actual energy from the water. You need to break down the molecules into hydrogen and oxygen, and that process. What did you say?
You know how we had steam powered locomotives? Why not do that to a car?
Right, that's different, right? We actually use something to actually like that required energy input, and if you just use water, like to extract that energy through the process of electrolysis, typically it's you need a greater amount of energy that can be recovered from the resulting hydrogen. So like when you have hydrogen fuel cells,
you're talking about Myers water fuel cell. Like the problem is
right.
One, the water fuel cell actually is violating the law of thermodynamics.
So I said
where you basically can't put in the same amount of energy as you put out of it, right? So splitting water, like to make hydrogen and oxygen, the same amount of energy that you're using to electrolyze that is the same amount that you would be getting out of it expending your hydrogen and oxygen, if not more so.
That's what I just said. And then everything that I just said.
Yeah, and then your next problem is there hasn't been a single time where Meyer's water fuel cell has been independently verified or replicated. So where?
I'm just spitballing, man.
Oh, okay.
I'm just throwing things against the wall to see what sticks, man. Because this is a very big problem that we have.
What
if we
if-
actually want to live in the
Well,
future,
here's what
we
we
gotta
do.
fix it.
What if we
Here's
just
why-
put hydrogen tanks on cars?
Wait, there are hydrogen cars.
Yeah, no,
That's
hydrogen
cool.
hydrogen fuel cells are like a
Wait, what do
wonderful
they
idea.
produce then? I mean, like, what's the you know how cars have that
They produce
CO2?
water.
So what?
They produce water. Yeah, it's a Toyota manufactures them. Where basically you refill on hydrogen and it just converts it to water. That's it.
Then I send it to your water car.
A huge jump in electric, which is why I really like this. And again, not just for cars, electric, like this jump that we're making. And the biggest things that are difficult right now is just like we just got that new Arizona chip fabrication manufacturing unit to actually from TSMC. Right, like it's really expensive to build these things, and same thing with batteries. Right now, we're just using lithium ion, which is fine, but it's so much worse than solid state battery technology. And so, like a lot of these companies are going into producing these like way more. They're expensive, and there are certain hurdles, but it's like very viable because they have a way better energy density than lithium ion. Like it's the same space, is like a much small. You can
How
put
high is
a
it
lot more power.
2x?
I'm not sure how much. Like, I think it's actually more than that. It's like but the big thing is it actually is like safer too. So like a lot of lithium ion, I think it might not be like 100%, but I think it's at least like 50% more, like per like compared to the same weight
Gotcha.
and mass of a lithium, it's about maybe 50% higher or so. But anyway,
There's,
it's a lot higher, which that's the breaking point for a lot of the ideas of electric planes. Right now, a ton of carbon is released by carbon planes, and we can't break this thing where it's like, well, we can only get so light, and a lot of the lithium ion is extremely heavy. And because of that, it's really hard to mass produce these commercial planes and make them viable for long terms. But with solid state batteries, not only are they safer, like it actually has a lot of better. They have a way less fire reduction, like risk of fire. They're way more stable. So like even from like direct physical impacts, they're a lot less likely to like explode or shit like that with the battery. They have a lot longer lifespan, so you don't have to replace the battery as often. And it's a smaller, lighter battery for the same amount of power than a standard lithium ion. And so, so basically, even electric planes, all electric locomotives, electric cars, all these things would be like revolutionized in a lot better ways in order to actually and again, these things can easily, and faster charging. So they charge at a lot faster rate, which would also, get over
What
a lot
about
of
a magnetic engine.
A magnetic engine?
Yeah, I just realized that magnets are really powerful, right?
Well,
shouldn't we try to use
yeah.
magnet technology to create a car? Because then
it's the same thermodynamic problem.
Yeah, exactly. It still it violates the fundamental laws of physics. You have to
hold up. When you have two magnets, you don't need energy to pull it together. I mean, granted, it makes its own because the negative and positive ions are connecting each other, right?
No, because perpetual motion is the energy. You remember like energy states, it can't be created or destroyed, right? It only transforms from one form to another. So like a magnetic engine, it violates that fundamental law.
Because motion also can create energy.
Well, no, it's like
motion
just
is
with
energy.
like the electromagnetic, remember like a magnetic field creates an electric field, which then creates a magnetic field, right? That's where those people who are conspiracy theorists are thinking about that. Like when we think about like a lot of energy waves, we're thinking about a lot of the electromagnetism in waves because they they perpetuate each other. That's fine in quantum physics and and the nature of the world, but it doesn't work that way when we get to actual like mechanics of like magnetic motors or shit like that. Those rely on like external energy sources to actually operate. And so a lot of the devices that like use like a magnetic field to actually generate the motion, it's not perpetual motion. That's the thing. It needs an actual external source to.
Yeah, you need a perpetual motion.
Look at maglev trains. That's a great example, right? Like we have maglev trains, but that isn't just like using gravity.
Pour energy into it.
Yeah, same thing. Like this is something stupid that Elon Musk was trying to push with like with his hyperloops. Is like, yeah, if you just take out if you take
he
out
never wanted to push for the hyperloop. He
true.
basically
Yeah, he just wanted to
funnel the funding so that way people ended up having to buy more of his cars. And he basically funneled all the funding that was going to be for a public transport system in California entirely for his own thing. And
I agree, but
he knew it was never going to work.
But this is what
he was pushing. A professional con man. He conned the entire city.
Yep, he did, well, fortunately, I'll say this. Fortunately, there is still a lot of. They're like building, and I don't think this is Amtrak. It's the Bright Sun or whatever the company, that like is another really big one. And they're building between Rancho Cucamonga and Las Vegas. And then they're starting the inner workings of building between San Francisco and Los Angeles, but mostly a lot of really good interconnections in San Francisco.
Yeah.
So it's getting better. They are putting a lot in there, but yeah, you can't use all these things. It's like water and magnets and stuff. I love the thought. I really do. And I think that if we can use those. Yeah. And I think that's awesome. But in reality, like the best that we have so far, in my opinion, and I'm not discounting hydrogen fuel cells altogether. I think there might be something there, but by and large, like especially with the advent of solid state batteries, electric and batteries is the future in so many ways. Yeah.
Yeah, I do agree about that, man. But I have a bad, I don't know, I have a bit of a quarrel with the windmills, right? Because it's not the actual town that puts the windmills up that owns them. It's a third party or second part, whatever. Basically, what if you could get like your town to build because in Canada, the windmills are owned by someone else, not by the actual like electric people. So they basically pay for that electricity. Why can't you just make your own so you don't have to raise up the rates of electricity? And
I actually kind of agree, but there is some certain policy.
Sorry to stop you.
No, go ahead.
There was a
go
comment
ahead.
somebody made. Is the MDD going to be here, or is there another channel I need to go to? The answer is you can watch it here. You can go to the Modern Day Debate YouTube channel, but they get plenty of viewers as it is. I would really appreciate the support. But yeah, you'll be able to see the Zoom call on here.
That's right. Please give money.
That had nothing to do with giving money. I don't make any money.
He put his OnlyFans on there. Don't worry.
So like
my OnlyFans, you'll see.
A lot of like this is a lot different than the only thing I'd say about that is windmills. As you see, you drive by windmills. They're very like. They do break a lot, right? These huge fans, and depending, even if you needed a somewhat smaller one, just say you wanted to power your own shit,
Don't
right?
they have the windmills? Don't they have like major issues with like the lubrication, which is going to be like oil anyway, and then killing birds,
like I said,
messing with the electromagnetics, killing some of the birds.
That's actually a little bit exaggerated. Like
the whales too. Don't forget about it, man.
Yeah, the whales. Right? All these things are exaggerated in a way. Like,
there's not an OnlyFans tech.
Yeah, I do think there is like putting these things in it can be really expensive, but also maintaining it. The thing is, if you want your own personalized thing, what a lot of people do. And again, it's not for everybody because certain countries don't get this, but it's solar because most solar doesn't have any moving parts. It's a static thing that just works without any moving. Once you have moving parts about things, like that's where you start to like have a lot more higher maintenance and issues and even just the installation and availability.
I mean, like solar's major hang up is like the conversion rate efficiency for the sunlight, and then you got storage, and then the second thing is it might only run 40% of the day or 50% of the day. You know what I mean? Like
wind is very inconsistent as well, but
the issue with wind too is that if you looked at the wind equation, there's a cubic relation from power output to wind speed. So if the wind speed goes down, the energy goes down by a factor of that cubed. So the energy increase or decrease can be drastic depending on the conditions. It's
I hope we hit like
solar,
sustain fusion
efficiency
before we worry about like some of that stuff, but we never know.
Efficiency
They're
with
making
solar, I'd say it's
wafers.
really good. Like it's 25 to 30%,
Is it really?
in newer
I thought it
panels.
was
Yeah,
higher.
but that's actually really, think about it. Like that's actually, this is why a lot of like houses that have arrays of say like 12 to 20 panels or something can actually, like, that can sustain. And now obviously they should have their own batteries packed on, and even the batteries are getting better and better, right? But yeah, it like powers your own car, powers your house, powers your heating and your cooling, like off the grid, literally. Like this is something where it's
22.8,
yeah, but that's actually really good. Think about it. Like because there is an actual efficiency that I can't remember what it was. It was back, some guy in New York used the crystal. There's an actual, like, but because again, this is a physics thing. It's I can't remember the number, but it's essentially the greatest, the purest degree of like optimal conversion that you can get. Obviously, like with our panels, it's not going to reach that. But all you do is it's amazing that like the panels we have today, because what they do is they stack multiple panels on top of each other. So the amount of sunlight that hits the first panel, then the amount of photons that get to
like
the
multi-layer.
panel and so on, right? Yeah, multi-layer, but they're also getting efficient in all these other ways. And so you're essentially reaching, like, the panels of even 5 or 10 years ago are twice or 2.5 times as large as the panels today with the same amount of energy density that we're getting. And so they're getting really unique and amazing in the ways that we're actually able to capture a lot of this energy for households. And I'm just like, I'm all for it, man. And again, whether it's on a roof or whether it's on a solar farm, so that we can produce a lot of cheap energy for the masses. And actually, the California sucks ass. That's where I'm at. Like all these fucking, everybody hates like Gavin Newsom because of energies. Essentially, he works with the power companies, and he gives them he gives them deals to essentially make it harder for people to get their own personal solar, which is shitty. But essentially, at the end of the day, it is the better way to go. Like getting a lot of solar farms, getting these larger batteries that are going to last a lot longer, and making the batteries in ways that are A, cheaper to actually get the rare earth minerals, and B, more companies are propping up that make it to where when you have to recycle these batteries and recycle the solar plants, they're able to recycle 95 to 96% of the actual rare earth minerals back into new reusable materials. So those are actually becoming more profitable as well. I would like to see them get to a larger degree of recyclability, because I hate the idea of just all this shit going to waste. But we're getting there. It's moving up.
I'm intrigued about the solid state batteries. Is that just are those just pretty much big capacitors?
Well, we moved to solid state drives, like within a solid state, within like memory and stuff. The best part is less moving parts, which is fantastic. Less volatile. It's just the actual capacitance is a lot higher. I can't remember what they used to increase the capacitance, because what is the equation? V equals I times R. And
when you're dealing with a capacitor, you're dealing with the dielectric. And
oh, dude, I just did a whole course on dielectrics yesterday. That's so funny. I love this. Dude, I spent like 40 minutes just learning all dielectrics. So yay, that's cool that you said that. All right.
Capacitors are fun.
Yeah.
No, it's like, so really what you can mess with the capacitor is the distance between the plates and the size of the plates and the material in between them.
Yep.
So, I imagine in a battery, it's probably going to be using like probably a dielectric with a low ratio, or a low dielectric ratio. So I don't know.
Yeah, and you know what else is actually up and coming? Which it's still I think 8 years behind lithium ion, but sodium ion. So sodium ion, and that's still, it was 10 years behind, or it was like 15 years and then 10, and I think it's about 8 years behind, but it's slowly catching up to lithium ion, the actual ability for it to. So again, that's much cheaper, right, to produce. It's still not nearly, none of us would want to use a sodium ion battery in much of anything, because it is still quite a bit behind. But if it does catch up,
I know the craze. I know the craze right now is lithium polymer batteries.
0.9%.
Those things can be pretty dangerous. Lithium polymer. But there's one that I was looking into a few years ago, lithium iron phosphate, which is like they can be fully contained. So it's like compared to say you have a car battery, right?
Yeah.
It's like a lead sulfate reaction. Instead of that, you have a lithium ion, which is fully contained, but it's like the specific materials. It's like a lithium, iron, and phosphorus. So it's called like a LifePo. Those are nice. They were more efficient than the lithium cobalt batteries that are being used currently. So you don't need cobalt. It's just you need iron and phosphorus. But the issue that people were having was that they weren't able to make as high of a voltage output. And it's like I guess that's it. It was more efficient. It had a longer life. It had a longer timeline. It could go more cycles without failure. But the only thing is that it didn't have as much voltage density as a lithium cobalt battery does.
So this where solid state is actually has the advantages of other it uses it doesn't have any it doesn't use any of the liquid or gel. There's no lithium salts or anything. No organic solvents basically at all. And so it actually a huge advantage of just using electrolytes, a polymer electrolyte. It's much more flexible and lightweight, and just way higher energy density than both of those. And then once they actually set up the actual fabrication units, they can actually be a lot lower cost to produce.
Do I look okay for the debate? Hopefully.
We got the
solid,
mascara.
Dude. Good home. Comb over a little bit. It's good. And then also, it's just a lot more easily to keep them going for a lot longer. So the density and the faster charging and safety and longer lifespan, it's tons of huge advantages. But and it's also better for temperature. So a lot of places with the lithium ion in really cold environments that want electric cars or really hot environments, are susceptible to damage because of the increased heat. Whereas solid state batteries are also they're better against those higher or lower temperature changes. So tons of crazy huge benefits, but it's not matured as a technology at mass scale yet. And so I'm really excited for it to be, because it's going to revolutionize how we power our whole world. And it works so well with solar and charging speeds. It just creates long lasting equipment so where we can not have to mine so much and release so much more CO2 and all this other stuff. It's just I think it's one of the best solutions long term for keeping our world, keeping people ability to have the quality of life that we want with it does take a lot of power to have a certain quality of life, but at the same time we want to do that in a way that keeps our world going for generations and everything.
I'm waiting for the small nuclear reactors to start getting built.
RTGs in the back. RTG in the back.
Who are you debating, Commander?
There's two people. It's a 2v2. Let me pull it up. Hold on.
2v2.
Is this on a modern day debate? Or is this on
2v2s.
modern day whatever, YouTube?
You'll be able to see it on Discord, right?
You'll see it on my YouTube channel. Yeah, it's happening. It's also happening. It's also happening obviously on the modern day debate YouTube channel.
Watch your YouTube.
Yeah, go to my YouTube channel, man. Come on. They got enough viewers.
Subscribe to his OnlyFans.
Give me some love.
What's the topic?
I gotta pull it up. Are trans men? That's the topic. Yeah.
They're men in gender, but not in sex.
Yes.
Ooh, I wanted to actually talk to you about that with the way that you had
the easiest
that
way.
conversation. Do you feel like you've prepared better since you had that conversation with what's his name? What's his name?
Asshole?
But he's got what's his name? Andrew Wilson. Do you think you're going to go at a different tactic than you went at it with him?
I'm not going to be nice.
Well, not only attitude, but also the way that you will did you build up some different.
Yeah, rather than going into like a
positional
semantic
power.
thing to try to get them on a gotcha,
Yeah.
it's just going to go straight into the gender versus sex discussion.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was gonna say like once they try and wrap you into outside of that, it's gonna be really more in their corner, and that's gonna be harder to crawl your way out of. So good. I'm glad that you're doing that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Who's your buddy? Who's your team?
Who's your compadre?
Oh, let's
Yeah.
take. I gotta pull up my email. Where's my email? You guys are asking me all sorts of questions. I don't know.
You got to be prepared, Amender. Come on.
Dude, I am not prepping for this crap.
You got to be like Destiny,
I'm not
study for
prepping.
3 days.
I mean, if I was debating, like, I don't know, like Jordan Peterson, yeah.
I'll give it an hour.
I'll
of prep.
I'll probably give that a few days worth of prep, right? But that's not what this is.
I gotcha.
First, Minder, I'm gonna be I'll be your partner in a debate someday. We'll go in and
they said
rumble.
Debate like
yeah, the
solar power or
theoretical
something
teams
ridiculous.
is Amy Newman versus Josh. Me and Amy Newman versus Josh Cedar and Lauren Fogarty. And I said, yeah, that sounds great. Let's do it.
Amy Newman.
I'll take on any of these debates. Why not?
Minder, you're gay.
Good one.
Good one. Got him.
But yeah, I think
Good
like
argument.
nuclear is going to be like I don't know. I'd like to see that get expanded a bit more.
Minder, what was that one debate we had about stocks that one time? I'm trying to remember what it was about.
It wasn't about stock liquidity, was it?
It was about like long-term. It's like blue chip stocks, I think, or something.
I don't know. I don't remember.
Look, if you bought
That was a
Nvidia
that was a long time
in
ago.
2010,
No, that
you'd
is
have
a long time
$500,000 right now. Think about it.
If you bought Nvidia in
Yeah,
2010, you'd have
1,000 shares. No, dude, their stock inflated so much.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at it. Yeah, I mean, $1,000, just 1,000 one-time purchase in 2010 would be $440,000 right now.
Are you serious? That's insane.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, like the numbers there. That Tesla too. It's not that high, but like Tesla is also fucking ridiculous with that.
Yeah. That's the 1 in a million pick, though. You know, where you. Just
Oh yeah, for
pick
sure.
one, you're just like.
Yeah, imagine if you were like, you invested like, $100, $200 a month for like the past like 15 years in Nvidia,
And then
dude,
all of
you'd
a
be
sudden, just
killing
fucking, Yeah.
Yeah. I remember in like
Same thing with
2000
Bitcoin.
when
Like I had the
when
opportunity to buy a
AMD was
bunch of
worth
Bitcoin, and I didn't.
AMD was worth like $1 a share, man. In like 2000.
Bobro
And,
says I got to go soon. That's okay.
No,
buddy.
gotcha.
That's okay. Hopefully you can make it for the modern day debate thing, but if not, we'll miss you.
He left us.
No.
Who?
No
Amy
idea.
Newman looks like a pretty good debater. Watching a couple of her debates. Not bad. Oh, she's done stand-up too. Transgenders, religion, and 5 Value Energy.
She's an
That's pretty cool.
anti-trans.
No, she's pro-trans. I think more atheist.
Yeah.
And
I
more
did watch
like
her.
I was looking at your debate partner, and she seems pretty good.
Yeah.
So you said you're going to debate whether trans men are men.
Yeah.
Wouldn't the answer, isn't it just pretty simple? Like, they're men in gender, but not in sex. Like, isn't that generally just like the end of the answer right there? Yeah.
That's it.
Like, I don't understand like why it's a debate. Like, gender doesn't matter. You can kind of pick what you
there's
want
flat Earth
generally.
debates, but
I mean, I guess you're right, dude.
We don't.
It's all it is. Hey, is gender and sex the same or not? And then that's it. Yeah, that's all they'll be like. Well, yeah, gender and sex. Even if they agree, though, even if they take your side and be like, yeah, actually, all right, let's just say gender and sex are different. Then they'll still go into I mean, hopefully you can get them to agree to at least that point. But even then, there's a few tricks that
honestly, like
I think...
Josh Cedar is probably going to be the most annoying thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you argue you
I'm just going to
debated
call him
before.
trans. No, I did not. No.
Oh no, wait. Okay, I thought it's a
No.
different guy I was thinking of. You're right. It was a different guy.
I really, honestly, like, I wish Classy was here. Maybe he could help me because he debated. He debated that.
I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah, knowing how to like go against certain personalities is really beneficial. When do you start? 5 or an hour or so? 45 minutes?
45 minutes, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And why men instead of people? Like trans women and men are men and women. Why is it just men?
I guess it's just the specific topic, I guess. I don't know. We've done our trans women.
Okay. I guess maybe
why not
making
our
it
trans
specific
men?
is...
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, okay. I just didn't know if there was a reason why.
Oh boy. That's a lot of people. I'm going to go this direction. Jesus, that was rough. Why are there so many monolith people, bro?
What are you playing?
Oh, I'm playing Stalker 2.
Oh, I'm still waiting. I want to, but I'm gonna get my new... Did you watch CES? Like all the any of the keynotes and stuff of the new GPUs coming out and all that?
No.
Yeah, the Jensen Huang. I mean, it's kind of geeky and nerdy,
yes,
but
it's today.
It was great.
It's today.
His
It's
shiny
literally
crocodile coat.
Yeah, and his little shield and shit. I don't know. It was funny, but I was just
he's a
giddy
goofball,
about
man.
the whole...
Yeah,
He
it
is,
was
and I
great.
appreciate it. Like it's better than just like a Tim Cook,
Dude,
like
AMD
or a...
though, they fucking dropped the ball. I was like, "Where's Lisa, man?
I know.
Like, how are they gonna
know.
drop Lisa? Like,
Yeah,
what?
no,
Where's she
Lisa's,
at?
yeah, especially after she just got CEO of the year from she made CEO of the year. I bet Jensen Huang was like, "What the fuck?" Yeah, and I love her. She's such a good boss for her
100%,
engineers.
dude. She's the reason AMD's
She is-
where it's at, dude.
Oh yeah,
It was literally
and-
almost a bankrupt company.
Yeah, and even though they're only like 10% of the actual like total market compared to like Nvidia, they're still amazing. The CPU, I actually just got their
CPUs are great.
X3D, and it's fucking banging, dude. Their engineering for their CPUs are amazing.
Yeah, I
They
got
do
that one.
need to revamp their GPU department. I really want to see them. We'll see what happens when they unveil some actual like specs. Yeah, everything's leaks right now, but I'm really curious to see the actual like of course pricing point, which I know they were waiting until Nvidia unveiled theirs so that they can price it, aggressively and make it competitive. But also I do want to know the specs, because if they can, like certain leaks are like if it's placed around the 4080, that's pretty damn
It's
good.
unlikely again, probably.
Probably,
AMD has
yeah.
sadly they have like a struggle with competing with Nvidia's like mid to high end.
Yeah, well, that's because the FSR, like the FSR 3 and FSR 3.5, were just couldn't even. Yeah, like DLSS 4 looks fucking amazing. Like they just keep on, and it's because they use tensor cores, and that's proprietary to them. And AMD and the rest don't have access to tensor cores, but they're upscaling generation, and they're upscaling. They are at least using a lot of AI upscaling now. It's not in the same way, but as so far of what I've seen, FSR 4 as compared to their last 3 and 3.5 is like leaps and bounds better. So, I'll be open-minded, but you're right.
I mean, my problem is with Nvidia is they always like launch a card and then just market the bullshit features like frame gen. And they're like, oh, it's 300% better. I'm like, but you're not actually like rendering the raw performance anymore.
Yeah, that's what everyone's talking about. The fake frames. But it's like, I don't know. To some degree, I'm hung up on this, and maybe you could help provide context, because on one end, I don't mind that they, like nobody minded too much when it was the single frame gen. Now it's multi-frame. For every one frame,
Because
they're generating
every
three.
frame it does and it generates increases latency.
Yeah,
So,
that's the big one is latency, but it's
current
supposed to
frame
be
gen
better.
for me.
Yeah.
I won't use it because latency, and I'll put like
I kind of agree with you
boost NVIDIA Reflex Boost on there. And
Yeah.
it's like I just can't do it, man.
You
Like
can
it just
tell.
ruins the game. I can tell. I mean, I got a 4090 and I can tell. Like if I turn it on and put Cyberpunk on, dude, it's noticeable.
So
Like maybe it's not with like people with like
because that's the hardest, most hardcore game. Yeah.
It could be any game, man.
True,
You know
true.
what I mean? Like you can
I
tell.
actually have experience. I'm actually 2 generations back. That's why I'm excited to get the new one. I'm 6900 XT, so I'm actually
Great guy.
AMD from 2 generations, but it has 16 gigabytes VRAM, and it does the job, man. I only use a 2K monitor, whatever by 1440p, and it's nice, but I understand like trying to get into 4K gaming and OLED and whatever it is, you need more power, but it's like I don't. The other thing is like the latency. I'm not sure. Obviously, the people who do like fast-paced gaming or Apex Legends or stuff, it really matters a lot more. Whereas I'm more of like a side scroller or just like do like Indiana Jones.
Don't think of like latency as like how fast and twitchy you can be in Call of Duty. Think of latency as like a Mender. I'm not sure if you're watching a stream, but just like him walking and turning, you'll just feel like a little slight delay, and I don't know why. But like
that is
it's
annoying.
there with frame gen on.
That's how I feel.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I really wonder if DLSS 4 is going to, in some way,
improve that,
smooth that, improve that. That is going to be a big question because that's what I was seeing. And again, I don't have any personal experience with this because I'm using AMD. But yeah, true. Like, or is it maybe even going to be worse? They're now, instead of 1 gen for every native frame, now it's 3 rendered. AI rendered frames for every single native frame. So yeah, the latency is going to be a huge question, but I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, and I mean that's the big thing. They didn't even like the improvement.
I've had some
the
games where I apply
rasterization is
DLSS
very
and it's
minimal.
perfect, like no issues.
Yeah.
But then I've had other games you apply DLSS and it does exactly what was just being described.
Okay, yeah.
So it just I don't know. Sometimes it depends on the game. Like honestly, like DLSS is like perfect for like a game like I don't know, Flight Simulator.
DLSS.
Perfect.
So yeah, I'm actually excited. That's one thing I actually have the gear already, and this is gonna be the nerdiest thing I ever do. But I have the gear already for Microsoft like Flight Simulator or whatever other flight simulator like Elite Dangerous and stuff. So like the actual like the joysticks and the the shit to actually like fly. I might try it for a bit and then sell the shit off, but I do want to, and I have my VR headset, which also takes quite a bit of power, so I want to like fly in VR, and yeah, it sounds like it'll be a good time. But
yeah. I mean like DLSS is probably it's a great feature, right? Like I'll run DLSS if I don't have like stable frames. But like frame gen's just an option. The question with the 5000 series is the increase going to be strictly to the frame gen part, or is DLSS going to just get greater? Because they group frame gen and DLSS in the same package, you know what I mean? So is DLSS itself going to get better by like 30%? Or is it just, hey, we copied a Steam program to generate extra frames now?
Well, that was one of their claims. They did claim, again, it's just claims, that's why I want to know. They did claim that the lag is going to be like significantly reduced to the lag of previous generations. So like that's why the multi-frame is like adds a lot more to the accuracy and the efficiency. So that's where they say it's going to like
if it
help reduce that lag input.
FPS, I don't care, man. Throw it.
But it does
show me.
I agree because that's I mean I don't have anecdotal experience because I've only used the AMD 6900, but I am curious if it does actually resolve the lag like you're saying, then I think that's going to be pretty huge. And I would just love to see AMD price their shit and actually be competitive with at least the 4070, even the 4080 would be amazing to see. Like that sort of like because the rasterization between the 4000 and 5000 series is actually pretty minimal. You know, they're really putting a lot more into their generation of the tensor cores and the ray tracing cores, but the rasterization itself is actually very, very small between these two generations.
AMD's biggest struggle is ray tracing.
Yep, that's the other big one there. Yeah, they did say with our FSR4, that's where they put a lot of their, like they even said the same thing. Yep, our rasterization is going to be very small, just like NVIDIA's, but we did put in, we're actually like able to ray trace, you know, to a larger degree, but it's not going to be anything compared to what it could, just because they're not using tensor, because tensor cores
they don't
are
have RT
incredible.
cores. Shit. Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, well, tensor the RT cores are huge, but it actually works a lot with the tensor cores too, and that's why like because like AMD can actually use ray tracing cores, they cannot use tensor cores, and yeah, those tensor cores are fucking incredible. Those are just such a amazing piece of tech, and it sucks that no other company can like match that yet. But I'm hopeful that fucking Intel dropped the ball a long time ago, and if AMD can get their shit together in their GPU department, it would be nice to have some competition again. I'll be honest though, I'm still happily surprised of the prices of the 5000 series. Like I was honestly expecting 20 to 30% higher than what they said, and I know it's not anything to be crazy excited about, but yeah, I am a little bit like
I mean the 30 or so the 3080 was like $700, and then it went to 1300. And now it's back at 1,000, or it went down by 300. At least it went down.
Yeah.
For the the 5080.
5080. Yeah.
I think like if it was like $899, it would have been more of a bullet people would be buying. But people are gonna buy it because it's NVIDIA anyway, so they'll spend $1,000 on it. And I thought the 4000 series was gonna be like $2,200 to be fair.
The price
the 5000 wasn't the 4090 1600.
The prices were lower. I was like, meh.
Yeah, no, I thought the 5090 was going to be like $2,200.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Again, the 50. Oh yeah, but the 5090, like the amount of power increase from the 5080.
I mean, it's still expensive, but it's.
But also the power leap from like 5080 to 5090 is still remarkable, but not as remarkable as the huge leap that they're making from the 4090 to the 5090. That's why I guess it's so much more expensive. It's just so fucking powerful in that I might be doing
right? So fucking powerful.
I want to share
my mom.
We have to honestly just wait for the benchmarks.
Check my side chat. See, I want y'all to see this because it's a really funny short.
What is this? What the hell?
Yeah, dude. That's so funny.
Here, I'll play this for the stream. Hold on, give me a second. Let me, as soon as it pops up.
Oh, that is funny.
Because I need everybody to see it. Hold on.
That sound is insanely horrible, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I'll turn it down for the sake of
I'm so glad that I'm the proud owner of a 1650 Super.
1650, you're still rocking the 6. Nice, dude. I honestly,
no. You don't understand. You don't understand. Okay. You don't. Okay, so basically, you remember the GPU shortage we had a few years ago?
All right, this is just between you and me, guys. All right, we're gonna mute that for a second. I'm just gonna show you. All right, so I'm just gonna share my. Oh my God, Pepper, what are you doing? What are you doing, Pepper? Ow. Why can't I see it? Hold on. Let me see what the capture mode is. Windows 10. Okay, here we go. All right, I want you all to watch this because I just think it's funny. Once I adjust it and it like looks right. All right, ready? Here we go. This is a RTX 5090 IO. IO is the input output, and you'll notice in the big red circle there's an AC input for the video card.
Hey, Italian man. Huh?
What is going on here? Can I shut the fuck up here? Jesus Christ, shut up! What is going on? What's you guys doing?
Can you be quiet? I'm trying
The
to
electric
sleep.
bill. Alright, I'm sorry. I'll delete that.
240 hertz. Like I don't mind if it is 144. I don't need a
You're gonna get
a
a
500
QD
hertz.
OLED or
Yeah, it's gonna be QD OLED.
They're
But
great.
depending on like I know the this is what I like, the future of micro LEDs do look promising. They're still not where they need to be yet, but apparently
Yeah.
this year there might be some advances. But it's still to date.
It's gonna be far off, yeah.
I still think QD OLED is the way to go, and so I'm really thinking of hopping into the ultra wide, not super ultra wide, just like
So they don't,
I still.
from my understanding right now, currently they don't have a ultra wide 4K. So
They did announce them this year. That's the
but
first
it's gonna
time they
be.
announced it.
I mean, I guess if you're buying it like later on in the year, but usually they'll
Oh,
launch them
true.
like July and later.
April. Well, April is when these ones are coming out. Yeah,
Gotcha.
but even then, you're right. I might not do it. I might just stick because the thing is, I don't pay for. The only thing I'll pay max price for is a CPU and a GPU. I'll buy everything else secondhand, or I'll buy it like after it goes out like open box deal at Best Buy or some shit like that. Because like
stuff new.
I'll buy a GPU and a CPU new, but I'll buy the other stuff new. But what I have the advantage of, and like, I haven't lived in California for very long. I used to, like I'll live in smaller like 40, 50,000 population places. But one of the benefits of being where I am that I've realized, as much as like it can get congested, is like, holy shit, man, I can get everything I fucking want. Like people just like, I don't know why they just like toss shit out, and I'll vet it hard enough to make sure it's not a fake or make sure I'm not getting ripped off. But yeah, I'll get like a Samsung 4 terabyte 990 Pro SSD, which is like the current best solid state drive. And like, I think one of those is like $300 to $400, and I got it for $120. I got my motherboard, which an X870, which I only need a 650 for the to run my DDR5 RAM. But I got an X870 for $80, like a Tomahawk, like one of the
best. They're not even the best anymore. They use the old NVMe standards.
They use the what?
The old, so they have NVMe Gen 5 now, and like Samsung goes like 7800, I think it is, or something ridiculous.
Yeah, for the 990.
Yes, I have a 990. They're great, but I don't have the new ones. But Crucial makes one called like the T705. And it goes like 12 gigs a second. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and my board actually has 2 slots that support the Gen 5, but nice. I don't. But this X870 Tomahawk MAG motherboard, so I can get that. But the reason I don't is because I guess right now, I don't need that right now. But I do want the price for those to come down. But I got this like 990 Pro for really, really cheap. So I was like, fuck yeah, I'll just take what I can get. But also, I guess those Crucial ones run really, really hot still. Like you need to make
all of them, all the Gen 5 stuff, it runs hot, man.
Yeah, so I just don't need it yet, but I am excited for that to like eventually be a thing. But yeah, I got like my cooler. Like I got the Arctic Liquid Cooler 3. For insane, like everything I got, even my RAM, 64 gigs of like 2 sticks, 32 gigs each of like and the clocks are right, like it's a CL30 and it has 6,000 megahertz, like really nice. Good run, really good timings and all that. And I got that and all this stuff I got fucking brand new, insanely cheap, and I got it just from like Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist, or OfferUp on places around me that I'm scouring, and I'm finding people who are like, oh yeah, I just ended my business building computers. I had excess product. Here you go. I'm just getting like, I find these deals where people are just like kind of getting rid of stuff like on the chance, and I just happen to pick it up, and I'm so fucking happy, especially because I avoid taxes, which is 7.75% or 7.5% here in California.
What is it, bro?
And I just, all that shit adds up to build a fucking PC. You know?
don't pay taxes when you pay cash. Come on.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like when I just buy, I don't pay taxes when I go and buy from people, so I love that. But I will obviously end up. I'm afraid to buy like certain chips from people direct, like especially a GPU, because
Yeah, I don't
you
think
don't
I'd
know how long
buy
people have been
I remember
running these.
a few years ago when I was searching for my first GPU, bruh. The first like I forgot where it was from. It was some like Facebook place, not marketplace. It was something else. But like they had they wanted me to send them the money before they sent me the product.
No.
They faked an invoice and
No.
and an itinerary for UPS. And the product, the package never came, so you know, I didn't give them the money. My parents recommended I shouldn't. Good thing I asked.
No. Cash
And
at
they called.
handoff.
They called my they called my cell phone too.
So like
They demanded that I pay them, or else they would report me to the police.
Marxus.
Yeah, what's up?
Look at like side chat for a second.
Okay. Oh yeah, Far Cry. Yeah, Plague Tale. Is that
So-
which one is that for? Is that the 4080 or 4090?
4090, right? And here's the fun part. So Far Cry and Plague Tale, they don't support the next gen version of like frame gen and everything.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming these are the real performance metrics that we'll see with the 4090 and the 5090. And then games that do support the next gen version of frame gen, like Cyberpunk down there and Alan Wake, you're gonna get large bonuses.
Well, and the main one to look at here, out of all, when you're looking at that graph, the main one that means the most is a Plague Tale Requiem, because it's the only one out of all of them that only supports DLSS 3, and because of that, it's the best game that they actually use as a reference for the actual like measurement of how much better it's actually going to get. So yeah, all the rest are going to be better with the DLSS, but because Plague Tale Requiem out of all those games is the only one that does DLSS 3, that's the best one where you're.
Yeah,
and so
I think that's going to be like the raw performance. Yeah.
Yeah. Here's my. I don't think I'm doxing myself. Here's my. Here's my setup
chill,
of like.
Marexus. We are streaming. FYI.
Nice.
Oh no! I'm just showing my setup.
Hello, Amender's non-existent audience.
Yeah, it's my. I
don't
love my
have
new
a non-existent
PC.
audience. Also,
yeah, you have an
a
audience.
piece of garbage, man. I'll fucking kick you off, bro. Like fuck off.
Hey, I'm kidding. Okay, we joke around, Amender. We do a little trolling.
No, I'm not doxing myself.
I'm sorry, Amender. I wasn't trying to offend you. But...
I got one of the most recent Alienware QD OLEDs, one of the 4K ones. Great
Oh,
monitor.
nice. Wait, is that the 32.5Q? Like, oh man, I have all the numbers in my head because I like the 32 UCDM, UCDP. I like all these different monitors from these manufacturers. I think I'm insane for memorizing their actual like the model number of each of them because I like I said, I'm constantly looking for them on Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist, and OfferUp, and I've found some really good deals for a lot of these because again, if I can find them for like a really crazy good price, then I want to jump on top of it. But I'm just like, I'm hesitant with the monitor because A, I want to get the GPU first, right? Because I want to be able to actually support it. And B, I'm split between the decision of either going with a 32-inch 4K OLED or an ultra wide and staying with 2K. And I don't know, like I kind of want to do the 4K
think of it
OLED.
This way. If you're using it for work, right? Get the 4K. Like if you use your PC for work at all, get a 4K because you'll have a way better.
That's what I do.
Enjoyable.
A lot of work.
Yeah, you'll have a more enjoyable experience on a 4K.
But the ultra wide, I get this. Like the thing that turns me on about the ultra wide is like I can have like two screens really easily, and I know the 32-inch, which is what I have right now, a 32-inch, and it is pretty easy to separate the pages like in half, you know.
Yeah.
But it is a little bit nicer on the ultra wide. It just gives you a little bit more of that width. And I don't know. But you're right. I if I had to choose, I would rather go with the 4K QD OLED with the just like the 32-inch. You know, if in the future, if like they do come down in price with the 5x2K, 5K by 2K.
So let me describe because I had a regular OLED before this, a WOLED or whatever the fuck they're called. So anyways, I had one of them before this, and then I bought the QD OLED, right? And the QD OLEDs, blacks are not as black as the regular OLED monitor.
The W OLED, yeah.
Yeah, it's surprising. But the big difference is
gloss
the
versus matte.
It's not even that. It's the brightness and the colors. So like you'll get like the colors on this one, they're a little bit better, but the brightness is a lot better on the QD.
Oh, that's huge.
To the well. And
so that's what I really want.
That's why I would say,
already struggles with brightness. That's its biggest thing is HDR.
Yeah,
and
the QD OLED helps out a lot.
Okay, and that is a big thing that a lot of people do, like as well as the color. The color comes through better, and also the text clarity comes through better on the versus the matte, because the matte screens make the color acuity.
If you're shopping for monitors, right, you use Artings. You ever used them before?
Oh, dude, I use Artings for so much. I love Artings. Yeah, and that's where I got a lot of like the starting point for these things. And the one I wasn't sure about was Alienware. The one I think you have has that, I think, an 1800 curve, a 1800R curve, and so my current one has a curve too.
Yeah, you'll enjoy the curve.
I do like the curve. Like I'm using this.
It's like a nice eye hug. You know what I mean? It's not too aggressive.
Especially because
like
I'm
I have
right
a buddy
next to my
has
desk.
an Odyssey monitor, and it kind of stretches like really deep, and I'm like, no, I can't do that.
That's mine. I have an Odyssey monitor, but the problem is, and I've been using this for a while, is it got the horizontal, like
I mean like the G9, the big like 49-inch one.
Oh shit, yeah, mine's the G7, yeah, and the G9s are insane. I just couldn't do it. The
curve is just too much, yeah.
It's too much, and it's just not. It's way. Even if I couldn't do it. The one I was thinking about also though, which seems kind of appealing.
The ROG.
The LG G4 or LG C4. So it's just a TV, right? And it goes 120 or 144 hertz, which is as much as I would need. But you get the full 4K. All the actual like benefits. The brightness is really good.
It's not
so
as
you can
good.
really use this. Oh, really?
Yeah. So I went from a LG C1, I think C1 or C2, and I got the QD OLED, and it's noticeable. Like it's like 20% at least brighter, the monitor, than the TV. The TV, like, look, in my opinion, it's great because the versatility of it.
Yeah.
But sadly, the brightness, like you're gonna play or put up like a text document and it's gonna be white and your screen is gonna dim down and you're gonna be like, because LG builds that stuff in there to do that.
Wow. Okay. So man, damn.
I know.
Yeah.
Because I would have did that again, man. If the brightness was fixed, because I looked into it before I bought my QD. Like you can look at ratings and like I think the C1 and the C4's brightness are the same.
Wow.
You know what I mean? And I'm like, so they didn't increase it. Like if they had a G4, right? Like the top end with MLA panel. At 42, I'd be like, go for that, right? Because the MLA G4s are
but they're
like
so
15%
expensive.
brighter. But they don't even make them below 50, 52 or whatever it is.
Yeah, and they're really expensive and all the same. That's the other problem is I'm just like, damn, I
55,
really want.
Yeah.
No,
It's
55.
ridiculous.
That's the thing. They don't, and the most I would want is like a 42.
Yeah, 100%.
And that's the C4. And so the C4, but what is the C4's HDR? Peak brightness, because I'm sure the C4 is better than the C1, C2. Well, yeah, 1049 nits.
All right, I'm back.
So it's compared to like the C3, which is 830, right? So it's definitely pretty bright, but I still the one thing so I don't know, like that's okay, but the QD OLED is just a really cool technology, and I do like I don't mind the 32-inch that I have. I just I have crazy like stupid horizontal lines, so I don't even like these. I can't get rid of them. It's a problem with a lot of the Odyssey lineup with Samsung, unfortunately.
I get you.
But the Alienware looked really good, and so did the like, what is it? There's it starts with an A, but the 32U CDM, and then there's another one. So there's a few different manufacturers which I'm looking into that, whether it's curved or a flat panel, I'm not sure yet. But that's my biggest hesitancy is I'm just kind of waiting for a really good deal, and also maybe trying to decide in my mind what to go for. Yeah. But you like that 32, 3225 QF or whatever, right? The Alienware. Alienware also has the best, because it's Dell, and Dell has the best.
The build quality on it's amazing. The warranty on it is really good.
The warranty is the best out of all.
You know, a
warranties.
lot of people shit on Alienware, and I like sure shit on their computers, but their peripherals, aka the monitors, in my case.
Yeah,
I've never been led astray. Like I had the Alienware ultra wide.
I've been thinking on getting an OLED TV.
Phenomenal.
For my my monitor. Like I currently just have it's a really standard 4K TV. It is not expensive, whatever. It is not.
Yeah.
It's like basically standard run of I just wanted 4K, 43 inches, and it's got a decent response time, right? Low MS.
Oh, yeah, LG C4. There you go. That's what I'm looking at.
If you're wanting a TV, it's an OLED. It's the best on the market. You can get a 42 for $900 to $1,000 usually.
Okay.
Yeah, or I'm trying to find one for that's just barely used, and I'll pay maybe half price if I get lucky. But the Alienware AW, the 3225QF does.
So
look
you
really
can
good.
look at.
That's the one. Is the LG C4?
Is the
C4?
LG C4, yeah, or LG G4 is technically better, but obviously you're going to pay an insane, stupid amount more.
The G4 Amender, the smallest size is 55.
Okay.
So
true.
You got to be fine for 55.
Yeah, the C4 is the one that a lot of people use as an actual work computer, TV, and gaming monitor, kind of all on one.
Now, technically Amender, right? I'm just being honest here. They did announce some new monitors at CES that are going to come out later on this year. So if you got time, you could do that.
Time. I mean, I'm not.
Yeah, I would wait until the new monitors drop.
Or whatever.
That's the other thing I wanted to wait for, is because I've been looking for one for a while, but I wanted it to wait until CES, popped off, and just to really see a lot of what's coming out from the different manufacturers. And they're releasing the first new 27-inch 4K monitor. None of that really interests me, but it is cool to see
the 4K Acer Predator Z57. It's a 57-inch 4K ultra wide.
Jeez,
crazy.
Yeah, it is. But then again, I'm just teasing myself because I'm not going to actually pay the full price when it drops. I'm like, it'll drop, and then I'll wait. And I'll just look all the time and wait until there's somebody returns it to Best Buy and it's an open box deal, and then I'll grab it. Because you still get the full warranty, and you get a good, depending, sometimes they'll knock off $3, sometimes even more, $100, and then you're like, all right, shit, that's pretty amazing, just because somebody didn't want it, Yeah. And the Alienware warranties are just the best. They're so good compared to Asus, compared to Samsung, compared to LG, all that shit. Nothing is, or MSI, Gigabyte, all those don't touch the Alienware, the Dell warranty. It is by far the best warranty system.
The Dell warranty's been falling off, bro. Shit's been falling off.
At least for monitors, as far as I know, by and large, they when it comes to how many True, but how many pixels, and then also they have very little fuss around getting you to getting it exchanged and replaced, right? And it's
Chris
a lot of
Wilson
it's
says,
just a lot
what's
easier.
going on, everyone? What's the subject about tonight? So there's about to be a modern day debate. I'm going to be debating on Modern Day Debate, the YouTube channel, where the argument is, are trans men, and that's going to be that's just going to be straight on their YouTube channel. And so I'm on the affirmative stance that trans men are men. That's what's about to happen. Check me out on YouTube. I mean, I suppose you could go on Modern Day Debate, but let's be honest, man. I'm the guy who needs the views. Modern day debate gets plenty of views. Throw me a bone.
Yeah, thanks for the kind of the feedback. That actually helps me think about this a little bit better with the monitors. So I really thanks for the feedback there. That's
That's no problem, man. You know that they're
take that into consideration.
You know, I had my TV for a long time, and it was great. At some point, if they make a TV in the future and it's as bright as this monitor, I'd probably sell it and get the 42 again, because, you know, I could sit back and watch Netflix on it or whatever. Nice big screen. Why not?
Yeah.
But it's going to be a little while.
The OLED thing is like kind of one of those things where I'm like, I want it.
Amender.
It would be cool. Also, I don't need it. I don't.
Amender, let me elaborate like the difference. If you've have you ever like had an OLED monitor?
I've seen them. Yeah, they're pretty cool.
The technology is so good.
The problem here, Amender, is it's like going from like 30 frames to 60 frames. Like, it's a substantial difference in the color palette, and like you shouldn't have a good graphics card if you don't have an OLED.
Yeah, you're wasting
you're legit like wasting money. Like which graphics card do you have?
A 4070 Ti.
Yeah, so I mean, you got a pretty decent, but you can get like a decent OLED monitor for like $500.
No,
you don't have to go out and get a
I'm
Mac
ever gonna
Daddy
get an
one.
OLED monitor, I'm getting a replacement for my TV. But I mean, my TV's fine. I don't really, it's not. It's just kind of one of those things where it's like, well, it's just kind of one of those things where it's like, oh, I could, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's not. I'm not losing any sleep over it. It's just like a little wanty thing that I could get. And it's like, at the end of the day, it's like, I could probably take that money and, probably put it into, say, I don't know, like just throw my money at the stock market and watch that
that's
grow
true.
Instead, as
Actually, that is a much more responsible choice. But like I said, this is why it's not for me. I kind of agree. I'm in the same boat. I don't have an OLED. I have a 2K, and even this monitor I got used and it's fine. But I will wait for one that I can get on a really deep sale or a really good price from somebody online, and then I can still, sell this monitor and recoup some of the money. And then also, like, because of the OLED, like I don't care. I don't care going from like 240 hertz to 360 hertz or or whatever, or even honestly, it's actually less important for me to go from 2K to 4K, but the jump from non-OLED to OLED is just a much more massive leap because of the quality of, like, it's organic light emitting diode, right? So it's a real each diode acts as its own light source. So you don't need a backlight. You don't need, and none of it. There's not like this crystal that moves around to bend the light. Each one, and so it can create the highest contrast, the highest response time, really good blacks, insanely good color definition, because it also doesn't need a color filter in order to produce it. And so I'm really excited to get
invited.
one.
I'll talk to y'all later.
Okay. Good luck, man. Good luck.
All right, here we go. All right, let me quit. Let me quit. Quit this. And then remove the Discord thing? Yeah, we're going to remove the Discord thing. Hide that. Yeah, just hide that. It's fine. All right. And, all right, let's click that web Zoom thing. Open Zoom meetings. Okay. Looks good. James Coons' meeting. Test speaker and microphone. Output level looks good. Input looks good. Okay. I think we are good to go. Bobro says, hello, Amender, I am back. Join with computer audio. Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, I can hear you.
Hi.
So it looks like my audio is actually coming out. It's just James's that isn't.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, do you have your mic muted, James? Yeah, I can't hear a single thing you're saying. Can you hear him, First Amender?
I cannot hear him, nor can I see the little green around his thing, so that tells me that his computer is not picking up his sound.
Okay. Well, so we're blaming you for this, James.
I apologize, James.
No, it's fine. Okay, hang on. It gives me a couple of seconds. I was finishing up a little bit of my opening statement. Okay.
Now, can you?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you guys for being here. This will be really fun.
Yeah, your audio's a little.
Let's see.
poor at the moment on mine. Are you?
We are gonna have so much fun. You won't even believe it. And then Brenton, we also can't see your video feed in case you.
Yeah. No. I'm fixing that right now. There was a specific background I wanted to use.
Hi, Taylor. Let's see. Let me send. I forgot. I should send Taylor the instructions.
Okay. Can you guys?
Zoom is always. It's not as user friendly as I wish it could be. I wish it would just glom onto like. I wish it could just tell like what people's default mic is, but it doesn't seem to do that. So I just shot her an email that'll at least give the instructions. Oh, there's no picture though. Let me find this picture. Bro, I am a little bit worried that Josh is not going to come.
Oh.
Josh Cedar?
I'm
not... let me see in case we gotta.
That was the one I was most worried about.
Remember when we had this with the David D. Friedman debate? When Mike Humer, moral philosopher, did the biggest anarchist thing and completely flaked. Oh. By the way, I'm not saying that's bad. I've done shit like that before too. It was just like I was just like, of course you didn't show up.
You guys, yeah, it wouldn't work. Fudge. I don't know if he'd really be this upset over it.
Time for cat cam.
Can you guys hear me now?
Cat cam.
All right, I have my background set, so now I can show it to you guys.
Hello.
It's gonna be a bit weird.
Hello, Taylor.
Oh, you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, phew.
How you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Good.
Cute
Yeah,
cat.
good. Just making sure that
This is my kitty. Her name's Pepper.
Zoom.
She hates people.
I had a cat like
Taylor,
that.
can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, it's if you can. I can't hear you, but if you can hear me, nod yes. Okay, that's good. This is easy. It's an easy fix. So if you hold your cursor over the Zoom window, Taylor, that little audio icon on the bottom left, if you click on that upward arrow, that's like just to the top right of the audio icon. You can select which microphone you want Zoom to use, because Zoom unfortunately doesn't.
Good. Can you hear me?
It doesn't like automatically connect to a microphone for some reason. I think every other video software does, but.
That work? No.
I have like a billion inputs and outputs.
Go out
It
and
looks
come
like
back.
you're not seeing that. Taylor, are you on a desktop or phone?
Desktop.
Desktop?
Oh, never mind. I don't.
Then if you, how about this? If you wave your cursor over the Zoom window, do you see an audio icon that looks like a microphone and has the word? Okay, you see that, and then on that little, hopefully there's an upward pointing arrow just to the right of it. It's kind of in the same box as the microphone.
Yes.
Do you see that upward pointing arrow? It looks like a carrot. Okay, if you click on that, And then if you click on which microphone you want Zoom to use.
Yeah. That didn't work? No?
I don't
No?
hear you yet. So I think that there's maybe another microphone that you're able to try. And then
Maybe that.
I can't hear you yet, Taylor, but you were also muted. So okay.
Oh.
Well, now you're not muted,
Now
but I
can
still
you?
can't hear you.
No. Okay.
So
Hang on.
let's try.
Let me try these. Hang on.
I'm sorry. What was?
Hey, Josh,
what's
can you hear
going on?
me?
Yes, sir. I can hear everyone, actually.
Oh, you guys can hear me?
Yeah,
Josh
we
is.
Yeah, I can.
Oh.
Hey,
Let's see.
Yeah, you're kind of flashing back and forth there, but yeah, I can see you.
Oh, they can all hear you. That's so weird. Let me see. That's right, because I haven't heard anybody for like 2 minutes now. I'm sorry. Maybe I selected
Thought it
my
was me
speaker.
being old and okay.
Oh, you're right. Okay, this is totally my fault. I'm totally just retarded.
Classic
I'm sorry
James.
about that.
That's okay.
It was me.
me.
I set my speaker to my microphone. So let me just change this to. Okay, that's probably. Josh, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, gosh, I'm an idiot. Thanks for your patience. So what we'll do is, let me just fit your guys' video feed into the old Zoom here, or the old OBS. But yeah, thanks for everybody being here. Taylor, I'm going to get your link in that description box. I've just had like a really extra busy day, but.
Oh,
how's
can I
everybody-
change my name? I don't want my last name on there. Hang on. How do I do that?
I can crop that out. That won't show,
Okay.
so you don't have to worry about that.
Okay.
And let's see. But yeah, this will be fun. I'm really excited for it. And let's see, you got that. Good. Okay, cool. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start the stream, but they won't see or hear us, just to be clear. This is only going to be like the stream starting soon screen that they see. I just want to be sure the connection's good. So let's just see. Broadcast. Select broadcast and start streaming. Okay, cool. So, all right, that looks good. And oh, that's right. I've got to do that. Okay. So, who would like to go first?
I can. It doesn't matter. Or
cool.
Whatever.
Cool. We'll have the no team go first, and we'll have in particular Josh go first, unless anybody has a objection. And
Yeah, I think that's fine by me. Can I go last though?
sure. And what we'll do is
First amender.
That's fine.
Okay.
all right. Pardon my delay, you guys. I'm pretty slow today. But I am excited. Brenton, you have a crowdfund coming up. You must be pumped. Is there any flexibility in terms of how long your crowdfund goes, Brenton?
Not once I set it. The crowdfund's going to go for exactly 30 days. And I'm going to be trying to launch it on the 14th. Might have to push back to the 15th. But, as it is planned right now, that should be... How many days are in September? Or not, Jesus, not September. How many days are in January? Is that... February is less than 30. I think January is 31.
That I don't know.
30 days. I can never remember that damn poem. 30 days past half September.
It's 31. I just looked on my phone.
31. Perfect. Okay. So yeah. So we'll be going from there to probably if we launch on the 15th, we will be going until I believe it should be February 14th.
Okay. On a scale of 9 to 10, how bad do you want to delay it by a few extra days?
Not at all, honestly. The only reason I might be wait, why?
Well, I'll tell you later, but it might be worth it. I'll call you on the Facebook because yeah. But I am also we just launched our crowd fund for. Don't worry, I'm still doing this, guys. I promise. I'm not just talking to Brenton. All right. Is we also it's basically I have to like size up the little like things in Zoom, and yeah. So we'll be at it in like 2 minutes. So, but basically, Josh, okay, cool.
Well,
You got
sorry,
me started on crowd funds. Isn't that neat?
I did.
And yeah.
And by the
So-
way, I now consult on them professionally.
You serious? Wow.
Yeah. Let me know if you're
Big
ever
time.
interested. I'd love to help out.
I may. But yeah, it's gonna be so fun. So as you guys, Taylor, it's her first time here, and just because it is her first time here, hopefully this isn't too off the rails tonight. I mean, I don't know, maybe you like that, Taylor, but
Hey, I'll go with it.
I don't want to. It's purely because Taylor, it's her first time, so I'm like, I don't want her to be scared away. But sometimes it is. Well, yeah. Why don't we just say, how on a scale of what do you guys? How do you all feel about blood sports tonight? Do you guys want to keep it fairly civil, or do you kind of like, well, let's just take the gloves off? I have a feeling Josh wants to take the gloves off.
I'm actually not feeling pugilistic tonight, so I'm fine with a more tempered debate.
Wow.
I'll agree with Josh on that. I've been trying to be less of a dick in my old age. So, yeah, I would love to stay away from, personal insults and stuff. I think it's better to just for us to actually communicate, and hopefully we and the audience can learn something, or at least hear something, consider something they've never considered before.
Okay, fine.
Yep. And James, I just
Yes?
wanted to confirm this is in fact our trans men, right? I just wanted to make sure I didn't read it wrong.
I'm open if you guys are concerned. I think, frankly, I might have screwed this up. I might have said to someone, or
you said to me,
maybe even. Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
I mean, I can alter it.
No.
I had already written.
I mean,
stuff
it would be the same
about
argument.
trans men for my Haas debate. but-
Yeah, it'd be the same. I don't think it matters.
I appreciate your flexibility. Technically, I should be more detail oriented, so I will try to get it right next time. But I appreciate your flexibility.
Yeah, James, I will point something out. The phrase "are trans women women" is much more ever present within the discourse. Fewer people seem to care about whether or not trans men are men. It seems like more of a niche thing. So we might get more views if we do the woman thing.
That's a good point. Okay. Oh wait, hold on. Actually, I just realized we're not actually even streaming to the. Don't worry, we're cool. This is an easy. This new software stuff is just sometimes a little bit. That's okay. We're cool. Is the good thing. Okay, good. It at least didn't But let me just really quick. I am just going to change the stream key, and then we won't have to worry about that. But yeah. In terms of time, are you guys all pretty good? In terms of, you have a strict timer you got to go? Because some of you guys might be on the East Coast, right?
I'm perfectly fine with however long you want to go. I was expecting about an hour and a half to 2 hours, but I'm fine with whatever. It's been a while. I'm excited to bring my my comeback to MDT.
I'm fine with anything. Last time it was 3 hours and 40 minutes. So if we could keep it between 2 and 2.5 or 2:40, that would be preferable. 3.5 is definitely a lot for me. So
Yeah, I probably wouldn't do it past three and a half hours. It's currently 8:08. I'm generally hard stop. It's going to be hard stop at 12. I have that gives you a total of 4 hours. So
Yeah, I would prefer to do about an hour and a half. Could go to 2. I wouldn't want to go much over 2.
I agree with that.
Same.
Okay, let's shoot for about an hour and a half. How about 10 p.m. Eastern, strict cutoff? Does that work?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
we might.
James, you've got both my Patreon link and the Daruti link, the 1 to 3. for the Kickstarter?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Just want to
You
make
can
sure.
always count on me, Brandon.
I know I can. It's so weird. I haven't seen your face in like a year, so it's really great to just be there. How's the back tattoo going? Is it still you still getting those free subs?
It's really based in Red Pill. Thank you for asking.
Totally.
And here we go. So this stream should now be good. What I'm going to do is it's good to see you, Brendan. It's been a long time. And I will, in just about 45 seconds, go on stream for a cold open where I'll say, hey, everybody, today we're debating whether or not trans women are women, and we are starting right now with, and then if I'm trying to remember right, it'll be Josh. I'll say with Josh and Taylor's opening statement. Thanks for being with us, Josh. The floor is all yours. And then, Josh will take his approximately 6 minutes, and then you can actually hand it off to your teammate. So I don't have to jump in and say, okay, now Taylor. Instead, Josh, you can say, I'll take it over to Taylor. And then once Taylor's done, then I'll jump in to switch to the other team. And do I remember right? Is it Josh? You want to go first, right?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Hold on 1 second. We're gonna be okay. You just have to. There is something weird where, okay, not a problem. I can just send people over to this one. I'm working on a couple of bugs. The good thing is the stream is going. I just have to tell people to go over to this other link. But yeah. And then I remembered right that Brenton, you want to go last. So that means that when I do kick it over to your team, I start with First Amender.
Yep. And then and then on the way out, I would speak first, I guess, and or the guy who went first would go last.
Oh, we usually for this one, I was thinking that we'll just have open dialogue and then jump right into the Q&A.
Okay, I'm up to go last. So we're just doing open dialogue and no opening or closing
No
statements?
closings, unless if you guys all really want it, but that's where now it's kind of the default. Yeah.
I like to have a closing statement. I'm open.
Hey, we'll do that just for you, Brenton. All right. How long do you want?
I would say since I'm going to be talking off the cuff.
Don't get greedy, Brenton.
Yeah, don't worry. Is 10 minutes enough? I can go down to like 7 if not.
Gosh, you mean like 7 minutes per team?
Per person. But okay, for
Brenton, come on. For closing statements, for crying out loud, it's a politics debate.
Fair enough. Okay, what about 3 minutes per person? That should give a little bit of a cushion, but not push the thing beyond 16 minutes total.
Yeah, I can deal with that. Just remind me in case I forget. I think I'll remember though.
Okay.
You guys ready for this? Here we go. Let me just check over here. Thanks for your patience. It's usually not this. It's usually not this bad. All right, here we go. Thanks for your patience. Here we go. 3, 2. Okay, we didn't do a sound test. Really quick. 1, 2, 3. Josh, if you can give me a 1, 2, 3 really quick.
1, 2, 3.
Why is this? Let me look over here. If you can do that for me one more time.
1, 2, 3.
Wait, why is this not showing up? I don't understand. Brent, if you can give me a quick 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Is that good? I have a new mic, so I can adjust it if need be.
I'm gonna do a quick test. We can edit this out later. Hey folks, we're just doing a oh gosh, even my my sound is not showing on mine. This is a new I can fix this. Okay. There we go for mine. Hey folks, we're doing a quick sound test because something weird is going on. Can you do it one more time, Brenton? If you can do a quick 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Sibilance, 1, 2, 3.
Let me try to do this because it's not showing for some reason. Let's see. Application, audio input. So usually desktop audio will just pick up the Zoom call, but tonight it's not for some reason. But let me just see if I can get this to Let me just desktop audio. I'm trying to add a new source because I just don't understand why this is. Yeah, let me just try to add a new one. I can erase this one and then put a new one in. So application, video capture, and audio input capture. Let's try this. Brent, if you can say 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, that's not it. All right.
I heard myself in your background, by the way, though it didn't feel like I got like a. It wasn't reverberating or anything, so no feedback. But yeah.
Hmm. Let me try this. Folks, do you know about an update on, in case you're watching in the live chat, do you know of an update on OBS in terms of capturing desktop audio? Because this for years has worked, and for some reason tonight it's just not showing, and I'm not sure why. So if anybody's familiar with OBS, and in particular, how to capture desktop audio, for some reason it's just not working. So
I tried to learn OBS, and then I realized I didn't care. So I've been too lazy to actually get into it. I can't help.
it used to be the most versatile, awesome thing, but right now it is. Oh gosh. Okay, folks. Sorry, we're just having a technical difficulty. Hang with us as we're gonna fix this. And all right. We'll still get you out on the same time, I promise. And let me just see. It's just like, is it? I'm trying to think of. It's not that. Let me see what my. Okay, maybe this. What? Can you another time, Brenton? 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Perfect. All right. We've got it. Thanks for your patience. So I'm going to do that cold open as planned. All right, folks, we'll be right back. We're going to edit that stuff out later so it looks nice.
All right. Good luck to everybody. Break a leg.
Thanks for being here. And oh, we're going to do the audio test. Okay, just to compare everybody's audio. First emitter, can you do a quick 1, 2, 3 for me?
1, 2, 3.
Cool. And then Taylor?
1, 2, 3.
Cool. And then Josh?
1, 2, 3.
Wow, everybody's perfect. Okay. All right, here we go. Perfectly matched. And here I go in 3, 2, 1. Hey, everybody. Tonight we're debating whether or not trans women are women, and we are starting right now with Josh's opening statement. Thanks for being with us, Josh and Taylor. The floor is all yours.
Well, thanks for having me, James. Thanks to everyone for being here. To be a trans woman, a prerequisite of that is you must be a man. So women cannot be trans women. Only men can be trans women. So definitionally, you must be a man in order to be a trans woman. Ipso facto, they are not women. There is no transformative or magical power that comes with uttering an incantation, namely the incantation that your gender identity differs from your biological sex. Nothing magical happens when that occurs. You are simply making a statement. You are simply opining about how you feel. Anorexia is a thought disorder. Someone is not fat at 70 pounds. Schizophrenia is a thought disorder. The CIA is not chasing that person. Body dysmorphia.
James, we're not live on the YouTube channel.
Don't worry. I already directed people to this new link. So that
Oh.
page, I just have to take it down. But there's another link that we're streaming. We have 180 people there.
Apologies.
No problem. That's all right. Go ahead, John.
Body dysmorphia is a thought disorder. Their face is not out of proportion. Gender dysphoria, like all the other ones I just named, is a thought disorder. That man is not a woman. These are all fallacious thoughts that flow from a mental health condition, and it does not make those delusions real. Those delusions do not manifest into something factual simply because the person is cogitating on them or thinking about them. Furthermore, articulating those fallacious thoughts does not imbue them with some magical power that makes them objectively true. I say all this to say that men with a mental illness do not magically become women because of that mental illness. That mental illness should be treated. We should be kind and compassionate to people that are struggling with thought disorders, whether it's body dysmorphia, schizophrenia, anorexia, or in this case, gender dysphoria. Another problem and a more nuanced issue are the medical guidelines and scientific literature, which state unequivocally that someone is a valid trans person, even if they don't have gender dysphoria, don't get surgery, don't take hormones, and even if they don't transition. All they have to do is articulate a gender identity that differs from their biological sex, and they are considered valid under the medical guidelines and also under most statutes in most states. That is, the law of the land and the science is self-ID. It is self-identification. It is a self-declaration. In other words, it's totally meaningless. This network of medical rules and guidelines are so nebulous, so amorphous, as to render the meaning of trans meaningless. Not only is the meaning of trans meaningless, but as a consequence and corollary of that, they definitely don't become women. So I would argue that not only are they not women, but you're really getting into sketchy territory to try to say that they're even trans, because what trans is so loosely defined and so amorphous as, in my opinion, to be meaningless. Again, it is simply a man that is mentally ill. And a man that is mentally ill does not become a woman. A man that hacks off his penis is just a man that hacked off his penis. A man with so-called gender dysphoria is just a man with gender dysphoria. At no point in any of these processes does any kind of transformative power take over and make that person become a woman. Again, they would be called women if they were women. They are not. They are trans-identified men. We all know this. Everyone that's sentient and thinking and rational and logical knows this is the case, but people want to be kind. People want a virtue signal. We want to exercise some kind of compassion for people that are struggling with these mental illnesses and thought disorders. And so we think that if we just tell them, yes, you're a woman, that will make them feel better. But it doesn't make it true. And again, we wouldn't tell the schizophrenic person out of a desire to be kind and compassionate that, yes, the CIA is chasing you. We wouldn't tell the body dysmorphic person out of a sense of kindness and passionate, yes, your face is distorted. We wouldn't tell the anorexic person out of a sense of kindness and compassionate, yes, you are fat at 70 pounds. You should get liposuction and take those diet pills. We don't lie to these people. The only people we lie to that have thought disorders are people with gender dysphoria, and we only do it because of what's been going on in the political terrain and what's been going on in woke culture. So I would just like to sum it all up by saying we all know that a prerequisite to being a trans woman is you must be a man. We all know no magical power imbues in those people that are uttering this incantation that they believe they are a woman. And we all know that they are just men with a mental illness at the end of the day. And I'll pass it off to my teammate.
Great. Thank you so much, Josh. And thank you for having me. Thank you to James. Thank you for everybody watching. Okay, I will be arguing against the claim that trans women are women. Firstly, I would like to draw attention to the claim itself. Asking if one thing is another thing seems to answer its own question. A woman is not a trans woman and a trans woman is not a woman, or else we would have no need for these different terms. Accurately defining terms is important work. The purpose of language is to be descriptive and to communicate. We as a society have an obligation to work together in order to have agreed upon definitions so we can communicate with one another. The definition of woman that I propose as most accurate and informative is adult human female. Adult meaning fully grown and developed, as opposed to girl. Human being, the classification of species, and female being a person who undertook the pathway of female development as they developed in their mother's womb, specifically their gamete or sex cell production. None of these aspects of being a woman can be changed by any surgery, self-identification, or hormone intake. 1.7% of the population are born intersex, which encompasses different conditions pertaining to chromosomal, hormonal, or genital abnormalities. But when it comes to defining trans women, it gets trickier. I propose that there is no one definition that the trans community agrees upon for trans women. I'd like to go through a few of the common kind of conditions I've heard for meeting the term women or trans women. One argument could be that a trans woman is considered a woman simply by performing as a woman based on what society claims to be feminine or womanly. This then would boil womanhood down to simple societal norms that tend to change throughout culture and time. I would also posit that not all trans women identify with all or the same aspects of femininity, thus including some from the definition. Progressives tend to use transgenderism as a way to subvert social gender norms, though perhaps it would be more accurate to critique the gender norms themselves as a whole and concede that the norms, in fact, are not inclusive, as not all women like feminine activities, roles, colors, etc. I posit that those on the left who claim to be progressives are actually hurting their own cause when buying into trans ideology, as boiling a woman down to societal norms would seem to me to be the least progressive thing to do. Instead, why not claim that women can dress how they want, participate in jobs that they want, hobbies that they're drawn to while still maintaining their womanhood? Simply performing as something does not make you something. I can be mistaken by somebody dressed as a doctor when in fact they are an actor playing a doctor. My confusion would not make them an actual physician. Some activists would claim that my biological account for women is not pragmatic, in that everyday life we're not testing people's DNA for their biological sex, though this has no bearing on the truth of the matter that trans women are not in fact women. If self-ID is all it takes, then there is no need for hormone therapy, social transition, surgeries. All it would take to become a woman is a simple claim. The idea of self-ID for gender is unique to gender. There are no other situations in which you can claim something and just become it. There are always some sort of necessary or sufficient conditions that need to be met. For example, being a student or a Muslim requires something outside of just saying you are. There is a claim that one's internal perception creates gender, and that those who experience an incongruence with their assigned sex and gender. I do not believe that there is this idea of gender, that it is fully based on some sort of social construct, though some aspects of social norms associated with sex are arbitrary. Though if gender norms do exist, surely they can be subverted, and this has no bearing on one being a man or a woman. A person can be a feminine man, a person can be a masculine woman. Feminine and masculine would be the socially constructed part, not man and woman. The idea of trans women seems to rely on one's own perception of themselves as a woman instead of being their assigned sex. Internal perceptions can be incorrect. One can believe that they have been abducted by aliens when they are hallucinating, or that they are overweight when they are in fact underweight, as Josh had mentioned. Thus, we cannot rely on one's self-reported internal perception. And I would ask the question to trans women, what does it actually feel like to be a woman? Another argument that has been circulated around trans circle is that of the wrong brain argument. A female can have a male brain or vice versa, thus making one trans. This argument falls short of including all trans people, as not all trans people share brains similar to their perceived sex, and would also mean that we would have to include some people that do not identify as trans. One study shows that gay men tend to have brain structures more closely resembled to females, lesbians the same with men. Are those people men? Are those people women? I would also put forth that the brain studies are not sufficient enough for the wrong brain claim. Most have not been replicated. Brains are also plastic. They can change depending on many things. The amygdala is often cited in these studies, which is responsible for anxiety, sexual behavior. The amygdala can be affected by one's life experience, their culture. We often see it change in those who have PTSD. Cortical thickness is often cited as a difference in male, female, and trans brains, though this can be affected by age, exercise, environment. Many of these studies also find that the brains of trans people may be different, but not exactly the same as their perceived sex, gender. people who suffer from mental illness often have differences in brains compared to neurotypical individuals. Overall, the brain is plastic. It changes based on experience, exposures, and there's just simply not enough data to support the wrong brain claim. But most importantly, this definition of trans is exclusive of all trans women and does not explain the concept of like a non-binary person, say. There is no other mental health condition in which the treatment is to give into someone's false perceptions. We don't confirm someone who is paranoid of their delusions. We don't perform surgery on those who have anorexia because they think they are overweight. This ideology has consequences. We have little long-term studies on hormone therapy. We are transitioning children, and we are maybe just confusing people who have different preferences from a typical man or woman. I agree that compassion is important, and we should be kind and tactful with people. But we should be truthful because ultimately the truth is kind. I put forth that the most efficient and inclusive definition of woman is adult human female. Every other attempt at a definition is not useful or not inclusive of all trans women. I stand unconvinced that trans women are women, and ultimately the burden of proof is on my opponent's side to provide evidence that trans women are the same thing as women. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that opening. We are going to kick it over to the yes side, Brenton and First Amender. But
he just muted himself.
Host Dr. James.
Oh, try now.
Come again.
You muted.
Oh boy.
I think is he back?
I think
now you're
I'm
back.
able to be heard.
Go ahead.
But
sorry.
If it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, we want to welcome you to hit that subscribe button as we have many more debates coming up. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button, especially for our upcoming conference. It is February 15th and 16th. It's a weekend in Newark, New Jersey. If you were anywhere near Newark, New Jersey, you have to come to this conference. The link for the tickets is below. And we're going to kick it over to Brenton and First Amender. First Amender, the floor is all yours for your opening statement.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard my interlocutors. I'm actually surprised, at least like with Taylor, I actually heard some actual understanding of the academic research regarding at least the brain, as well as, I guess like my concern is that you consider that gender is not different from sex somehow. Well, I mean, gender, right, is typically going to be a social idea where you're talking about roles. You're talking about behaviors, identities, expectations of society associating typically with male or female. And yes, there are male and female typical behaviors which occur as early as very young ages. There are psychological impacts of that. It can be a social as well as a psychological construct. It can be shaped by cultural individual identity. And so a person's gender identity, it causes them to be effectively possessing a sense of being male or female in their brain, which may or may not be incongruent with their sex. It's typical that it is the same as their sex. So when I hear the question, are trans women women or are trans men men, what I'm thinking is by gender. Yeah, like if I'm saying like, are trans men men, I'm thinking, are trans men by gender men? I would say, yes, that is the case. If you're referring to sex, you'd be correct. Trans men would not be men by sex, but that would be the same situation. So I guess like my question is like, you spent all this time appearing to be reading through neurological papers regarding like brain gender identities, but for whatever reason, didn't seem to associate that gender is different from sex. I mean, ask yourself this. Is there out there, can I say the word, that is a womanly man? Is that a logical state? Can you think of something in your head and it actually makes sense to you? Okay, if you can, you're already separating sex from gender, right? Because if you can't separate the sex from the gender, you would be incapable of understanding a womanly man because you would be like, well, those don't actually make any sense. But we know there are girly men and we know there exist manly women. So what is that? What is that incongruence, if you will. Now, can that incongruence be so heavy to the point that they actually feel like that they are that of woman or that of man? Yeah, the answer is yes. We can exhibit that throughout many different societies, not just in the United States. So the problem is that if our trans men, yeah, in terms of gender, they are men. That's how that works, right? And like all this time, I guess like talking about the neurology is just, anyway, that's all I got. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Brenton. Let me see if you're muted. You should be unmuted.
Am I good to go?
We're ready for you. Yep.
Okay, wonderful. Very happy to be back here. If you guys get a chance, in the description, you're going to find I'm about to launch a new Kickstarter for Durruti Shadow of the People, which is my biopic/war epic about the life and death of anarchist Buenaventura Durruti. We were just covered in Bleeding Cool News. I'm going to be launching a Kickstarter, and fun fact, I actually introduced the real-life Infinity Gauntlet to comics. Long story, go check that out on Bleeding Cool. All right, so the question we are debating, are trans women women, is one that's exploded onto the scene post Caitlyn Jenner and Laverne Cox of Orange is the New Black. Prior to this, as a society, we were aware of the existence of trans folk, especially trans women, but mainly treated them as objects of pity, disgust, and outright hostility. Humans, unfortunately, have a very strong instinct towards conformity, and as such, beyond the simple cruelty, bullying, and at best, casual indifference that society treats we cis people with, there is an extra layer of, quite frankly, illogical and completely unreasonable rage at the mere existence of someone who doesn't conform to something that we view as so central to humanity, gender. And not just any gender, specifically the modern Western concept of gender, especially in how it relates to the right wing's favorite incoherent concept, that of the nuclear family. It's also ahistorical. Now, definitions are tricky, especially when it comes to politically charged rhetoric, and often emotionally charged discussions like this, people just wind up talking past each other. So, to put the matter to rest, here is Nature Journal, the single most respected scientific publication in the entire Western world, stating in no uncertain terms, quote, sex is a classification based on internal and external bodily characteristics, and gender is a social construct related to biological differences, but also rooted in culture, societal norms, and individual behavior. And then, of course, it goes on to say, whatever the cause, organizations such as the American Academy of Pediatrics advise physicians to treat people according to their preferred gender, regardless of appearance or genetics. The research and medical community now see sex as more complex than male and female, and gender as a spectrum that includes transgender people and those who identify as neither male nor female. Because, of course, when you're treating somebody, you're not going to start arguing with them about what their gender is. You're trying to actually help whatever, fix my damn arm. So to be clear, objectively, scientifically, as true as 2 + 2 = 4, sex and gender are different things, and woman is a term relating to gender and not sex. Thus, scientifically, trans women are objectively real women and should be treated as such. Now, you may want to run to the dictionary and declare loudly that the dictionary definition of a woman is X, Y, or Z. I'm going to stop you right there. Dictionaries have no authority whatsoever over the meaning of words. Rather, a dictionary is a curated list created by an editorial committee who simply put out the dictionary. Dictionaries are catalogs over its publisher's subjective opinion of how people are using language. Words are common property. The only thing that gives a word meaning is how it's used, and appeal to dictionaries quite literally a fallacy. Now, so you can't really use adult human female or large gamete producers for 2 reasons. The first one being that this is a begging the question fallacy. You have to assume that woman is, that the definition of woman is the second part of that definition that you put forward. And then further on from that, the argument relies on a conflation of terms. You are defining gender in terms of sex. So that's just going, nuh-uh. No. Let's not pay attention to any of these scientists. Let's not listen to anybody who's actually an expert in this field. No. I think because the dictionary says this, that the definition of woman is biological human female. Shut the... Anyway, getting a little hot there. But so what is a woman? As we have to do this. Now, the answer might seem simple, but this is actually a question that has been asked since the time of the ancient Greeks and probably a great deal before. Plato quite famously put forth what seems to be a reasonable definition of her eternal partner, a man, stating, "Man is a bipedal, two-legged, featherless animal," which received a great deal of applause until the far superior philosopher Diogenes strolled into the Lyceum, holding aloft a plucked chicken, all while shouting, "Here is Plato's man." Plato, having been completely owned by a master troll, took the L and amended his definition to include broad fingernails. You will notice that this definition also includes gorillas and many other species of great ape. The point is, gender is a much more confusing and philosophically fraught concept than it initially appears to be. Every human society in recorded history has had a different answer to this question. During the medieval period, women were seen as being the sexually aggressive gender, and men were widely believed to be more chaste and demure of the sexes. Blue was originally a feminine color due to its passive feel and the fact that it was the color of Mary's robes, while the true color of the modern masculine warrior is pink because of its association with red. This characterization lasted until advertising firms in the 1930s decided to market their products as the opposite, creating the pink to blue dynamic that we all have today. Yeah, that's right. Gendered colors are the ghosts of cultural inertia invented explicitly as a way to sell clothing, toys, and razors to Americans pre-World War II. The point is, the women of all these societies, including our own less than a century ago, behaved in ways that we would consider both masculine and feminine today. I love to bring it up, but high-heeled shoes were actually invented by Mongolian cavalry to make it easier to shoot arrows from horseback. So if you're watching Game of Thrones, Khal Drogo himself should have been walking around in a pair of pumps. That would have made the show actually a little bit more interesting. Anyway, so we can't get the answer from history. Let's go to biology, but yet again, we run into a problem. If we define a woman by her biological role, that necessarily excludes women who are infertile. And then there's the added complication that all life, biologically speaking, begins as female. Both the body and the mind are essentially female until hormones act on them. Ever wonder why men have nipples? Yeah, that's why. Hate to say it, guys, but scientifically speaking, we are all essentially modified females. Mother Nature is a mad scientist who does all sorts of weird shit all the damn time, confounding we humans who naturally want to straighten a wobbly world. But honestly, the world is not straight. Nothing fits into our human boundaries. We simply experience the world and try to understand it within the confines of our culture and level of intelligence and education. All right, so what we're really dealing with when we talk about gender is an ideal, a construction of the human mind. And as all ideals, by definition, only exist in the mind, what is and is not a man is a decision made by a person and their community, is the work of an entire culture at a given point in time. So when my interlocutor brings up doctors, the interesting thing about that is take somebody who is perfectly qualified to be a doctor. They've gone to medical school, but they don't have a doctorate, maybe by the end of that. And on top of that, they have not been they have not been given the authority to practice medicine via getting their medical license. What is the criteria for someone to be a doctor? Well, that's whatever a particular society has decided is the criteria for them to be a doctor. And you just got to look at all the snake oil salesmen back, like not even 100 years ago to see again, who fits into what social role is always 100% of the time subjective. The very fact that we can talk about it and ask the question, are women women, are trans women women, is about as dumb as like asking ourselves the question of, what the hell was it? If it was actually objective and if the line between sex and gender and all of this were not demarcated, James, what we would see right here is that we would see the demarcation. Well, I've got past my script there. Anyway, my point being here is that, there it goes. Yeah, it would be as silly as saying that a human has two heads. Obviously, humans have one head, and then, occasionally you get the issue with like conjoined twins. But again, the very fact that we can disagree about this proves the position that trans women are women. When people say trans women are women, usually what they mean is within society, trans women they believe them to be women, and thus they should be treated as women, and they are asking the rest of the society to do that right now. So, once again, sex and gender, two different things. You cannot argue with that. Gender is informed by sex, but is not defined by sex. They are not the same term, even though the dictionary definition, you have to assume that it's right when you begin for the end. Again, ad hominem logical fallacy. So I've gone on entirely too long, but right here, this is so key because so much of this discussion is based on a lack of information, insufficient education, and then finally on that, just the fact that people freak the hell out about gender for what is effectively no reason. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that opening as well. We're going to jump into the open conversation. I want to let you know, folks, we will have a wrap-up strictly at 10 p.m. Eastern. So if you happen to have questions, submit them early for the Q&A. You can do that either by tagging me in the live chat with @ModernDayDebate, or you can use a super chat. That will push your question to the top of the list. And in addition, we are very excited, as you can see on the far right of your screen, in addition to Brenton's crowdfund linked in the description box, Modern Day Debate has launched our own crowdfund. This is for our upcoming conference coming up in mid-February. If you can't make it to Newark, New Jersey, you can still get in on some of the action with those perks there that helps make these events possible. That's with that thumb. Oh, that's right.
And I
That's
wish I
with that little thermometer.
Manhattan, James. I could have gone to that one.
If it was in Manhattan, you're saying?
I could. Yeah, you can get to Newark. Yeah, you can get there very easily from Manhattan.
But why? Wait. So then why are you not going?
Because I'm not in Manhattan anymore. Remember, I moved out because of COVID.
Jeez, Brenton. Okay, what a bummer. But no, we have a feeling. I have a feeling, folks. I don't know. Let me know in the live chat. You know, maybe. Well, we'll talk later. We're gonna jump into the open dialogue. Thank you very much to all of our guests for your openings. The floor is all yours for open discussion.
Awesome. I just wanted to say we just heard a lot of talk. Our last speaker was very loquacious, and you heard a lot of tautological and circuitous logic going on and a number of non sequiturs. Mainly, gender is different than sex. Okay, well, that doesn't magically make a trans-identified man a woman. We could agree, assuming
doesn't make them a man either.
We could agree, assuming arguendo, that gender is different than sex. It doesn't make a trans-identified man a woman. And the burden of proof,
gender or sex.
The burden of proof is on you to prove that a trans-identified man is a woman.
Hang on.
And you have provided none.
Hold on 1 second. Okay, hold on 1 second. Hold on.
It's called a
1 second. Let me
tautology.
just try to bring order. Okay, I appreciate your guys. I appreciate it. Okay, both Brenton and First Amender want to respond. Who would like to go first? I suppose in the open dialogues we had First Amender go first, so Brenton will give you a chance to go first this time, and then First Amender if you want to respond. And then I just want to be sure that we don't go too deep down the rabbit hole because it sounds like there's a lot of thoughts on this. But go ahead. I will unmute you guys, and the floor is yours, Brenton. I tried to. I said,
right,
there you go.
Okay. All right. So, this actually goes back to a lot of what I was hearing from Josh. There's a ton of unsupported assertions. If you want to come at the beginning and you say, a man can never be a woman because that man is a man. Again, that is a circular argument that is begging the question. It is exactly the same problem that we have with biological human female as the definition. You have to assume that the answer is correct in the premise, thus it is inherently circular and 100% illogical. Now, if you want to talk about, again, like when we're making the distinction between sex and gender, this is a good way to explain it. And I'm going to be a little nicer here because I will say that, we've all been raised to believe lies, and that is one of the biggest ones. So the way to understand the difference between sex and gender: sex is what you are. You are classified by internal and external bodily characteristics. Now, gender is the therefore you should that is tied on to the end of sex. I have the body that I do, therefore I should perform very specific tasks. I should not perform other tasks, and if I ever step out of line in this, the overall predisposition of most of society is to enforce gender and do something to hurt me if I do something that is not normally.
I want to kick it. I want it just to be sure that because we had a small bit from Josh, and I know that First Amender, you're dying to get it out, but I also just want to give Josh a chance because Josh really hasn't gotten a chance to talk much. He got a little bit at that very start of the open dialogue, and then I want to give him a little bit more before we go to First Amender. I promise, First Amender, you'll be next. Josh, did you have any thoughts? It looked like you had something to say. I clicked.
Yes, so he just conceded that they're still biologically a man. They're simply confused about their gender or believe that they're a different gender, but biologically and anatomically, they're still a man. He's provided absolutely no proof that they're a woman because he can't, because it doesn't happen. He's separating gender from sex, and that's fine, but sex trumps gender. And even if you have a gender identity that you think differs from your biological sex, that person is still a man. And he can provide no proof that they stop being a man, even if they're gender confused. So I want the proof.
And First Amender, I want to give you a chance to respond because it looked like you had something to say, and then eventually we had to get Taylor here. But go ahead, First Amender.
Yeah, by sex you would be correct, but not by gender. Do you understand that? Sex
Great.
and
Which
gender
one
are different
trumps
things?
which? Which one trumps which?
There's no one trumping
Okay,
another.
Then stop calling men women. Language
One
matters.
sec.
Stop calling
I just
men
explained
women.
that gender is different from
All right,
sex.
let's
Let me ask you
stop
this.
calling
is a
men
man.
I do want to
Stop
hold on,
calling
but hold
men
on. I do
women.
want to let's give
you
Taylor a chance. Let's give Taylor a chance. We heard your point, First Amender. First time during the open dialogue that we heard from Taylor. Go ahead, Taylor.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to like a few things, and I think like maybe we could just like pause and get. I am curious on my opposing sides, both of their just definitions, so I just like know what we're working with. Like truly curious. What is gender? Like, can you guys just give me a very quick definition of what gender is, just so I know what I'm working with here?
Yes, I gave you one. Sex is what you are based upon internal and external bodily characteristics. It is a taxonomic classification. What gender is people take the taxonomic category and they say, well, your body is a certain way and I think you look like this. Therefore, you should, for instance, not be a man and have earrings.
Wait.
Therefore, you should take certain jobs. Therefore, you should do one of a number of different behaviors and avoid other behaviors.
I hear that. Do you think that that definition is more closely aligned with like gender stereotypes or like sex stereotypes or something like that instead of a gender identity? Like that's how you're identifying as what you should do based on your body. Is that correct? I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Yeah, no, you're misunderstanding. It doesn't have anything at all to do with stereotypes. Those are just ways that we can make a quick explanation. What is and is not a woman is determined by an entire culture at a given time and place. There is altering characteristics that are associated with it. This is why it was actually kind of interesting that you said performance, because a lot of the academic philosophy on this is that gender itself is performative, as in I am performing right now. I'm performing masculinity. You are performing femininity. Now, the criteria changes from place to place. But again, what we have here again are two ideals that exist in the mind, and they're being expressed as one of two social roles. There doesn't even have to be just men and women. There could be, like when they asked like Joe Biden, like how many genders are there? There's effectively an infinite number. It's just what we as society have decided is most useful in this time and place. So we have the two genders right now because we think it's useful. We run into some edge cases with, you brought up people, and you, by the way, 1.7 is a massive number. You brought up people with different conditions of birth where they can't be accurately classified as men or women. This is when the concept of gender, as we understand it now, begins to break down. It stops serving us. So
just to be sure we have equal amount of words approximately from each. Yes. Any thoughts on that, Taylor?
Yes.
And then we gotta go back to Josh.
Okay, sure. Just let me like that was just like so much. So I guess I just want to ask you if you feel like that definition of gender, and let's just say specifically woman, so we're not getting too like nebulous. If that definition of woman, which is like the expectation or how you're I'm still a little unclear. It just feels so nebulous to me. But I think I understand what you're trying to say. But do you feel like that definition of woman when it comes to people that are trans is inclusive of all women? What would you say if someone wants to be a woman, but they want to prevent very masculine? Or what if a biological female wants to be masculine? Like, do you feel like your definition is inclusive of all trans women?
So no definition at all for anything is ever.
You feel like it's mainly statistically like majority.
So what I would say, my definition is that woman is whatever a given culture believes a woman to be at a given time. There are aspects of that and ideals that get attached to that, and this is how we actually use gender. So I'm not actually saying like, oh, women should wear high-heeled shoes and not men. I'm not saying that like you must perform femininity in a way that I personally consider to be feminine, because it doesn't matter about me. You know, it matters, one, do you identify as embodying that particular subjective social role? And two, is this echoed back to you by your community? Are you treated as a woman? That is what makes someone a woman, a man, or a woman. People often will play with this issue, like with regard to definition.
I'll give you a chance to wrap up. I didn't mean to. I just want to be sure we kick it back over. Josh has been.
Yeah, no.
Well, he's been languishing.
First Amender hasn't gotten to speak either, so. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then we'll hand it over to First Amender. Would that make you happy, Brenton?
It definitely would. Anyway, I'll just to wrap this up like very, very quickly. People oftentimes think that a definition is something that is perfect, when in fact it is a concept, it is a subjective symbol of a wiggly world, essentially. So you can't even come up with a definition of like a chair that excludes all versions of a chair and everything we would call a chair and keeps all things that we would call a chair, essentially in that concept. This is like literally physically impossible because of like Russell's paradox. You can't make a set that contains all sets without like just having a massive problem. And the problem is, again, these concepts aren't real.
Dare you? Let's go to First Amender, really pithy. And then we have to go to Josh. He's languishing. He's dying to get in here for more. Go ahead. First Amender, you got 27 seconds. That's it.
And gender is just referring to the roles, the behaviors, identities, and expectations society associates with being male or female. It's a social or psychological construct which is shaped by cultural or individual identity, which results in a person's deeply held sense of being male, female, or something else, which may or may not align with their assigned sex at birth. I kind of get what you're saying, where there's like a level of, I guess, stereotyping which can occur. However, there are behaviors that are generally male or female, and I mean, I can go over those, but I mean, I think like, can we at least acknowledge that gender is different from sex? Like this isn't hard, right? Like
I can't, because I'm still unclear of what gender is. Like I am aware of the idea of like I am aware that there are kind of expectations or stereotypes associated with sex, but the idea of gender is so still unclear. Like women and man was
so does the term man, does a manly woman, is that possible?
I think that a manly woman is just like an incorrect use of the term manly. I think that in other ways that we
so
use
it makes no sense to you. You can't imagine a manly woman.
Just like I can say the only example I can use is like kind of insulting, but like just when it was kind of a thing when people would say like, oh, you're gay, but they didn't mean
if I saw like a woman that's
there's
like
ways to
benching
use
3
words
plates
incorrectly, and it's almost, I feel like that is just, this is like not how we use the term. It's almost an insulting. It's actually playing off of like, oh, you're a manly woman because you're not doing what like society says.
What I'm
like,
trying to say is not whether or not it's insulting. I'm trying to say, I guess it could be perceived as insulting, but what I'm asking here is, can you imagine it?
Sure, I can imagine a lot of things where the words are used incorrectly. Like I can, because
so like, do you think like if I looked at a woman that's like benching 3 plates,
is that woman?
I could come up with the idea manly, that that is a manly woman.
Yes, but is she a man? Is she a man because of?
Well, it depends. It depends.
It depends.
But that's
on
but
what,
that's kind
though?
of. It depends on their internal identity.
But
You're
what if
being
they're
disingenuous. You know
I
that's
wanna-
not true.
Oh, I actually want to hear this intelligent person talk. But so I wanted to go back. So here's the thing, right? If you can acknowledge that the concept of a manly woman exists, you're acknowledging the difference between sex and gender, because there's an incongruence between their sex assigned at birth and then something that is societally happening, right?
Yes, I am
it's not controversial that men tend to be stronger than women, right?
Yes, I agree. 100%.
All right.
And
is it possible for a woman to lift 3 plates?
I don't know, maybe, but
can most men lift 3 plates?
Okay, so you're just dragging this out, because the point is that people can be masculine and people can be feminine, and that is the conflation here. Is that you're saying that because somebody is more feminine, that they are in fact a woman, which I think
I'm saying they could be so much so that their gender identity is that. Yes.
But what if they are so feminine as much as whatever, and they internally don't believe so? Like, I'm asking you for your
more power to you. More power to you. That's gender expression. That's how it works.
The burden of proof is on you guys.
I just gave it to you.
But you're saying trans women are women. Yes, you're saying these two are the same thing. So you have
no. Now you're conflating sex and gender.
Oh,
I'm just talking about gender.
What part of that is sex?
Obviously,
Trans
their
sex
sex never changes. The sex never changes.
Yes, but I'm even asking you guys for a consistent definition of woman. I'm not getting that. That includes.
Yeah, I can agree. Adult human female, just like you. That's not any different, right? I can also acknowledge that sex is different from gender.
Female,
sure, I can agree with that. That's completely fine.
Trans women are adult human females.
Except if you're referring to gender. That's the problem. If you're referring to gender,
cannot and should not ever be used as a authority on the meaning of words. Dictionaries.
Why are you fighting on? Why did you even do this debate if words don't matter? Why does it matter if trans?
Words matter. It's just that dictionaries do not control the definition of a word.
The dictionary. That's what I want to use it as.
I mean, but no, you're saying that it's adult human female. You are essentially saying, again, as I said earlier,
a woman is yes.
So that is literally illogical. It does not work. It is a circular argument. You have to assume that the woman.
What's circular if female and women are different as per your own claim? Why is it circular?
Because, people get confused about this oftentimes because there is both a personal component to gender and a social component to gender. And that both of these are tied to biology. So again, sex, male and female, are scientific biological concepts in taxonomy. They're being described by people because we find this to be useful. People think, and they used to think, that whatever your sex was, that 100% made you a man or 100% made you a woman. The problem is that sex is never 100%. There is no 100% male or 100% female. I made the point, with the fact
unless
that
you're
men
The Rock, that guy's just 100% male. I'm just gonna be
Okay,
honest with you. That guy, that guy doesn't have a single bit of female in that guy's body. I'm sorry. All right,
I just don't think you guys have provided a definition that is like there's no necessary sufficient conditions to be a woman. Like even with your doctor, trying to go against my doctor example, you're saying like, oh, he has all the knowledge of being a doctor. You're naming conditions. He has the knowledge or whatever. You're not giving
in terms of the gender
with the job doctor. Again, doctor means something very different.
So a gender is based on someone's internal perception. Like that's part of it. Would you say that has to be part of it, no matter how they're presented? Okay. Yes. So do people that have like neurological conditions that can't have self-perceptions, are they nothing? Do they not have a gender?
What do you mean?
No, they do have a gender. You have a gender right now, Taylor.
I have a gender even if I don't want to or something.
No. You wait, you're saying you don't want to be a female?
If I had no internal perception, if I was like, I don't know what I am,
you don't feel female?
I have a gender. I don't know what that means.
I feel male.
Can you tell me what it means to feel male?
For me to feel male? I don't know. I like lifting stuff. I feel a little more aggressive. Stuff. I get a little loud sometimes and I'm obnoxious. I don't know.
I get loud. I'm obnoxious.
Arbitrary. Don't worry. Compared to me, you're doing great.
These things are arbitrary that you're naming, though. I know
yes,
but that's why I'm referring to the roles, the behaviors, the identities, the expectations of society
and you feel like
that are typically associated with male or female. if you're able to understand those, and sometimes they're not congruent with the sex, that's gender.
If I gave you, let me just see how you feel about this. Do you think that maybe it's more progressive to say that someone can be a man and maintain what it is a man? They're a man, they're a male, they're a man, whatever the word, and be as feminine as they want to be. They want to wear dresses, they want to wear heels, they want to wear pink. Is it maybe more progressive to say that that person is still a man and it has no bearing on their gender?
Biologically, they're a man, but if they identify as a female or a woman, then they are a woman by gender. But the sex never changes. It never changes. That's how that works.
Yeah, okay, so a man then. Forget
Right,
the
it's a man with a female gender identity. It's a man with a female gender
Why
identity.
is this so
So
hard?
it's
I haven't been
meaningless.
given a sufficient definition for gender.
Correct.
Wait, yes, I did. I'm going to repeat
It's
it one
a
more
man
time.
with a female
Refers to
gender
the
identity.
roles or behaviors,
Again, that's
identities,
just
and
not
expectations of society, associates with being male or female. It's a social or psychological construct shaped by cultural and individual identity, which results in a person's deeply held sense of being male or female or something else. That's what it is.
Your definition excludes some trans women.
No,
Do you
it
understand?
doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it
Of course
doesn't.
it does. Societal expectations. If some trans women choose to present masculine, which does exist, there are trans women in the community that want to say, I don't owe you femininity. That is a thing, that say that they want to remain as masculine or whatever the word you want to use, and they still want to be referred to as a woman. Some even want to be referred to as a female.
That would adhere with their
How is
person's
that adhering
deeply
to
held
social
sense of being male or female, which would in fact coincide with my definition. That is within my definition.
Should we uphold all of people's deeply held perceptions or whatever the definition says? Should we uphold everybody?
Yeah.
We should, even if they're incorrect or potentially harmful. We should uphold all of their perceptions.
I mean, in this situation, it's not harmful. It's actually
No,
quite
in
helpful.
any situation. Is it helpful? Are you sure?
I do want to
Josh,
give
yeah, sorry.
Josh a chance because we haven't heard from Josh. Do you have? It sounds like you might have thoughts. Jump in.
Yeah, so we've heard, I think we can just sum everything up for the last 15 minutes this way. There are people fall in two camps, and there's probably two different definitions of women. You have heard one definition articulated by my opponents that is completely and utterly meaningless. And then you have people that live in reality that are articulating a different definition that actually means something. And so we can just agree to disagree. We'll agree that me and Taylor hold a different definition of what it means to be a woman. And I posit our definition is correct. Now, I'll just quote one of my opponents. He said gender is, quote, an ideal, a construction in the mind. I would say that's meaningless. And they have already conceded that the sex never changes. What they are saying is that the person has, quote, a gender identity that is an ideal, a construction in the mind that is female. Okay, so we can all agree we are talking about a man with an ideal, a construction in the mind that he has a female gender identity. So we have just proven that it is a man. We have just proven it is a man that thinks he has a female gender identity. That does not make that man a woman. And me and Taylor's definition of a woman clearly would not include that person. Your definition of a woman is so loose and nebulous that it would. And I would posit that you guys are fucking idiots, and you know that.
Okay, but then again,
I love this. By the way, just FYI, prior to this whole thing even starting, Josh was just like, I want to make this to be like an intellectual discussion.
But you're stupid. You're an idiot. And you're being disingenuous.
Anyway.
And you're being
So
duplicitous.
Josh,
and you called me stupid earlier. And you said I wasn't intelligent.
I really want to go back to
No, you said I wasn't intelligent. You called me stupid earlier. So you started this pugilistic thing.
From gender.
So you started the argument. You insulted me with the ad hominem attack.
All right, hold on one second.
Ad hominems are not.
You're an idiot. Nobody cares about your opinion.
First Amender started it, but let's jump to the next point. What was the I think Taylor, did you have something you were wanting to say?
I did have something I wanted to address, but
Brenton,
he's talked enough. Why don't you let Taylor talk?
It
is true,
Let
Brenton.
Taylor
I
say
do.
something.
I'll be quick here, James. I'm
hold
sorry.
on one sec. I do.
You said that last
really,
time and you weren't quick.
I do need you to be really pithy, Brenton, because I do want to kick it back to Taylor, because it is true that you, like me, have a lot to say. But go ahead, Brenton, for a pithy rejoinder.
All right. So what was asked earlier was essentially like why is our definition incorrect because it is nebulous and it is open to change. The fact of the matter is that if you define anything in a hard and fast term at any point, you are always wrong, always a little wrong. Nothing is perfect. I am not perfectly a man. You are not perfectly a woman. We have different characteristics. And in fact, like when you talked about brains, there is no 100% male brain because every male brain from one individual to another is different. They are just similar. Now, why
This
should
might be a good time to jump over to Taylor.
Yeah, why should we use this? It's because it has more utility in today's day and age when we talk about gender and gender roles.
Okay,
It is
I'd like to
helpful.
go now.
Taylor.
That is a great point. I want to talk about utility because I actually completely disagree that your definition has more utility. I think at one point somebody said like this is how we understand gender now. This is how people understand it, and I would say that like I don't want to like this is a made up number, but like 90% of this country does not define gender in the way you define gender. So can you explain how that's more utilitarian if like most people wouldn't know what you're speaking about? If you went to anywhere that's not some like liberal city and you said woman in the way you're saying it, that they wouldn't understand what you're speaking of and you couldn't speak about it. Is that very utilitarian? The only reason I bring up the brain structures and all these things is because this is the attempts I've heard at defining woman in the way that you guys want to try to define it, which is self-ID or all these different kind of grabbing at straws. I'm just claiming that none of those are sufficient in encompassing all of the people that want to identify as trans. And the definition that I posited, it does encompass all people that are adult human females, even if there are some statistically, you know, small disorders like being infertile or something like that. That is something that went wrong. That doesn't mean that that makes them less of a woman. If a dog typically has 4 legs and they lose a leg, it doesn't make them not a dog. Like we know that. That's intuition. We can understand that. But I agree that definitions should have utility. So I would like to understand why you feel like yours has more than mine.
Okay, so mine has more utility than yours because I have 2 words in particular that are different. So if I'm talking about sex, and I want to make sure somebody understands that I'm talking about internal and external bodily characteristics, then I use male and female. If I'm talking about gender, I will say man and woman.
And if most of the country would see no difference in that, if most of the country or probably the world would see no difference in those things, that's still the most.
We're capable of learning. The actual philosophical and scientific knowledge within a society is
always. We're talking about utility, so it matters, right? I mean, if we're going to communicate,
if I had to like describe the word asymptotic, right? I would imagine there's an X amount of people that don't know what the word asymptotic means. That doesn't mean or revoke the utility behind the word, right? Yeah. This is a ridiculous argument.
But it's not very.
We're able to understand sex is different from gender, right? And if we're saying our trans women,
that's not very utilitarian.
What's wrong with you, Josh? Like I was like trying to say something.
You interrupt me all the time, so I'm just reciprocating.
All right, Josh.
But it's not very utilitarian if it doesn't include all of the people you're trying to define. Like I don't. That's my main point.
All of everything that you're trying to define, no matter what it is, sugar.
A lot. I would say a lot of the people you're trying to define, it doesn't include.
Okay. Well, what we can do is we can see about that, and maybe the definition that I am putting forth is not as good of a definition as I think it is. But to tell you the truth, it's actually a lot better and a lot more expansive. It lets.
Why is it more?
Yeah, we know that.
Definition. Why is it more?
Because mine is tied specifically to social to social time and place, to constructs of a
Even
society.
when you admitted that those things change all the time, your definition is still...
Yes. Everything changes all the time. Change is the only universal constant. Like, I'm sorry, like, are you going to take issue with freaking thermodynamics? Like, I know that it feels like we should have a world where there are definitive truths and falsehoods with regard to everything. That would be very nice, but that is not how the world works. The world is weird. Biology and science, they're still arguably in their infancy. And we've made these massive leaps. And as we make massive leaps and learn more about the world, we change our society to be more successful. I think that it would be much better if we allowed trans women to be considered women. because I think that's one, more correct, and two, I think it's going to be more useful in the long run. The argument about people learning something and something changing as a result of that learning, that is not a point against a concept.
So you think it's useful to have trans-identified men identifying their way into women's spaces and into womanhood?
Okay.
What is that word salad of it? Trans-identified
Trans-identified man. It's a trans-identified man.
So a trans-identified
Are you obtuse?
man. Well, no, that a trans man.
Are you obtuse?
would be like you're actually
It's a
being like pro-trans here,
Just to be sure we hear. Hold on. Just to be sure that there's
It's a
not
trans-identified
much interrupting.
Okay, so you're referring to a trans woman, right?
A trans-identified
Why
man,
can't
which
you
is a
just work
man
within
that
the
says,
paradigm?
because it's a man that's trans-identified, and you think they
As a
should be
woman.
able to just
As a
self-ID
trans
into
woman.
womanhood.
Why is it so hard to say it?
Language matters.
You're
Words
so
matter.
snaky.
Truth matters, and reality matters.
He can't even engage with the most basic of definitions.
You can't
It's so
engage because you're
ridiculous.
living in a delusion, and it's
I'm not
science
living
fiction.
in a delusion.
You need to live in
Pull
reality.
up any science textbook.
I need,
it's going to tell you
You
sex
are
is
living
different
in
from
a
gender. I'm
delusion.
sorry.
Difference between that and a insult. An ad hominem is saying you're
Taylor,
wrong.
what are your thoughts on Brenton's ideology?
Did you say me? Sorry.
Yes, what are your thoughts on Brent's ideology?
No, Brenton is that's my full name.
Now you want to go by Brenton. Okay. Taylor, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I'm just going to be repetitive here because I just think self-ID, I mean, it seems like there's two parts of the definition that we have for, let's just stick to the prompt, because the thing that you guys are saying is true is trans women are women. That's just simply the prompt. So you're saying that is synonymous. Trans woman is a woman. And you're saying that the way that they identify into womanhood is by identifying into it.
Okay, think of it like this. Two subcategories. You have the category woman. Then you have the category cis woman. Then you have the category trans woman.
But that's not the argument. It's not the type of woman, it is woman.
Yeah, no, it is because it's referring to gender. You're saying that gender is not different from sex. You're saying it's the same thing, but I'm showing to you plainly that it is that they are different. It's very easy to figure that out when you realize that, like, for example, I have an internal sense of being man. You have an internal sense of being woman. What if that's different?
But what if it isn't? What do you understand? Like, it's so arbitrary.
That's not arbitrary. That's an understanding of gender.
It is arbitrary when you're defining terms.
It's not arbitrary. It's referring to gender.
Can you name me any other term?
Else here a parent?
Yes.
Do you have any kids?
Yes, but I'm not sure.
I don't know
when
any
did
kids.
Kids start identifying as a particular gender?
They don't. I mean, it's absurd. They don't identify as anything. They just are.
How young are they?
I don't want to
kids that identify as transgender.
I mean, okay. My point being, so I'm a parent. I have a son. I expected my son to start identifying by one gender or another, when he was like 5 or 6. But actually, it was sort of between the ages of 2 and 3, if I'm remembering right. My son already had the internal experience of being a man, and it was very obvious that he was, both because of how he talked about it and how he worked. And most people are like that. Some people have an internal experience of being a woman and identifying with a woman, and this is probably biological in nature. It seems that we are predisposed towards one category or the other based on our own kind of individual makeup. And again, it seems like there are some issues with hormonal roots and different scientific things that can happen within the complications of the human body and mind that move someone in one direction or another. We can't choose our gender unless we are agender, or what was it, NB, non-binary. There are people that can, and then there are people who are non-binary who just cannot identify themselves with either. They are minorities. There's not as many of them as us, but what they are and how they act is exactly as valid as anyone else. So,
before it gets too much, can you give me some examples of how your son or anybody is showing you their gender? Can you give me like a hard example of that? that would make them have a gender then? You're
Well, that's
saying your
easy.
son can have a
Boys,
gender, but
boys tend to play with other boys and girls tend to play with other girls, but that's not always the case. There's also the fact that the type of play is physically different among boys and girls. Among boys, they often desire, usually it's the aspect of what's called rough and tumble play. Whereas among girls, it tends to be more nurturing, not rough and tumble play or physical action, but more towards care. Now, I understand that that's a stereotype, but that's how boys and girls play. And that's not just how boys and girls play. That is also how several different primates also behave. This was tested on rhesus macaques, where they would try it on baby macaques that don't even know what a truck is. And they would have to show them the difference between, or rather they would just have in a cage 2 toys. One of them was a doll. The other one was a truck. The boys overwhelmingly picked the truck and the girls overwhelmingly picked the doll.
Okay, so Brenton, if your son picked the doll, would you have ascribed him to a girl gender?
No, because well, first off, I wanted to make sure, like, because I value individuality and I value nonconformity. My wife and I, we did not want our son to suddenly be getting like deluged with cultural programming. So what we did essentially was we didn't tell anyone the the sex of our son. We didn't even know it up until the time that he was born. This forced our relatives to not come in with a bunch of pink toys or a bunch of blue toys, just come in with toys. And the way that my son behaves, it is very, very clear that he identifies with being a man. He is also biologically male. So this is how it works for 99.5% of us. There are unfortunately some edge cases where the internal experience does not match the external body. And this drives people crazy for some reason.
I don't think it drives people crazy. I actually don't think the problem is that people care if like boys play with dolls. I think the problem is that when boys plays with dolls, you guys ascribe to them to being a girl. Like, I think that's the whole problem.
Taylor, it's not that simple, right? Obviously, like it can be as like, I know I gave a single example, right? But there's also the fact boys tend to play with other boys, girls tend to, it's a multitude of factors that result where you may start to think, okay, their gender identity may actually be atypical, right? And if they actually exhibit that, okay, me personally, I'd take them to a psychologist, determine whether or not that they have gender dysphoria, determine if there's any kind of like a gender incongruence that results in suicidal ideation. If there is, then yeah, they need to be on hormone blockers, right? Because I want my kid to be okay, right? A majority of these things, believe it or not, it's actually just social, right? And they actually grow out of it. In which case it's just basically social affirmation from then on. That's basically what the medical consensus is sitting at, which by the way is already a very conservative position.
James, can I jump in since this is?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm hearing and what Taylor's probably hearing and most normal people out there is that there are men or boys who sometimes have feminine characteristics, have feminine interests, have traditionally female interests, express themselves in traditionally female ways. At no point in time do those boys or men ever become women. Now you can change the definition or try to define what a woman is. What you can do is you can try to change the definition of what a woman is so that let me talk for more than 5 seconds. We let you guys talk for like 15 minutes.
Let's let Josh finish.
More to say than just
it's ridiculous.
Let's let Josh finish his point.
I literally can't finish 30 seconds, but he'll talk for 10 minutes uninterrupted. And this is what happens every single time I come on here.
There, and you're very clearly submissive.
All right, but Brenton, for real, we have to give Josh a chance to make his point.
Yeah.
He is.
You're just an idiot. I don't know what else to say. You're just stupid. So, anyways,
okay, hold on. I'm just muting everybody because I know Brenton I know that he just called you an idiot, Brenton, but we'll come back to you, I promise, because my guess is you wouldn't agree that you're an idiot. But I gotta let Josh finish. Go ahead, Josh. It just clicked. There you go.
Again, so as I was saying, all we're hearing is that there are men or boys who might have some female characteristics or express themselves in feminine ways, but at no point does that make them women. There's no transformative or magical thing that happens that causes them to be women. Now, what they're doing is creating an ex post justification so that they can reverse engineer it and say, oh, no, but they are women because we're now choosing to define woman as this. And it turns and hinges on a gender identity, and anyone can express a specific gender identity that therefore makes them whatever they say their gender identity is. It's still just a man at the end of the day, or a boy, and at no point do they become a woman. And so we have two different definitions of what women is. I would argue your definition is wrong, ours is right, and we're never going to move past that, but we can continue in life with our two different definitions, and I think ours is more accurate, more factual, and more grounded in reality.
Okay, just unmuted you, Brenton.
Okay, so I asked Josh a question here when he started talking about, transubstantiation of sex or gender or whatever. I asked him, how many hairs make a beard? How long does the hair on my face or your face have to grow to where it goes from stubble to a beard? There is no answer for this question. In the same way that there is no answer for like how many grains of sand make a pile. So when you're trying to object to magic that changes someone from a boy to a girl, no one's saying that the person physically changes in any way. What we are saying is that what they identify with and what the rest of society wants to talk to the...
It's meaningless. Doesn't matter. It's meaningless. Still a man.
Okay, but that's just an empty assertion. You
show me the proof. The burden of proof is on you.
Oh
you provided
God.
Zero proof. You're the one claiming men can become women. Where's the proof?
And by the way, thank
I'm
you.
waiting for it.
Manly. The proof is I provided the definition.
Buddy, you're not manly.
Terms.
Look at your shirt. Look at your shirt. I thought you were a trans man when you first came on here. I thought you were a biological woman that had transitioned.
This is Calvin and Hobbes.
I thought you were a biological woman that had transitioned. You keep talking about masculinity. You're a fucking nobody. Joe Rogan was just talking about me on his podcast 2 days ago. I have 600 million views. You're a fucking nobody. You're a loser.
We'll just
Nobody
jump
knows who
into
you are.
Brenton.
The whole world knows who I am.
explain
No one
my
knows
shirt
who
to
you
please,
are.
Madam?
Joe Rogan wasn't talking
We'll
about
give
you 2
Brenton
days
a
ago,
chance
you
to respond.
dumbass. You're
So
a
we do
fucking
need to
nobody.
give Brenton the same chance. All right. We need to give Brenton the same chance to respond. So we'll give Brenton an unmuted 1 minute. Go ahead, Brenton. You'll have to click unmute on your side too, Brenton.
Yeah, that's new. Okay, so my shirt here. Awesome. You gave me a chance to talk about it. This is a Calvin and Hobbes re-inspired variant of Durruti and Machno. They're both two major anarchist military leaders. Durruti spent his time cutting a swath of revolution across 5 countries and 2 continents and saved the city of Barcelona from their own invading fascist military. Similarly, Nestor Machno was one of the greatest military leaders in history. He commanded the Black Army of Ukraine, 100,000 strong peasant army of anarchists that fought the Red and the White Army, and he was the one who defeated them. And I have them both in a Tachanka because that's a type of weapon that Machno invented. These men are objectively more manly than anyone here by any stretch of the imagination. But you just saw that I had a shirt with stuff on it and you threw some insults at me. You can do that if you want to, but that won't make you right. That will not make your argument anything other than circular.
Let's kick it over to Taylor. Taylor looks excited to be here. Taylor, go ahead.
So I just dissociated for like the last 2 minutes. But okay, I guess I do feel like we're kind of just talking in circles. I guess my main like qualm with the other side is I feel like I keep asking for a definition of trans woman, and every time they give me one and I challenge it saying that is not inclusive or it's not, it doesn't seem to include most or all of the people that would identify as trans. I'm just told that definitions can't be perfect. So I can't work with that, like, in that sense, because, you know, I do feel like that is what we're debating here, is the terms, that one thing is another thing. So
I mean,
if I get a definition, I'm happy to.
Okay.
That I don't feel like is.
So again, what's the definition of a beard? That includes all beards and excludes all non-beards.
But do you feel like there's at least like there's a good amount of sufficient? I mean, yeah, I can't. The facial hair. I mean, right?
Let me try to. Okay, so I've had this issue before. I don't know who the hell is telling you
you're muted,
to
sorry.
talk about.
Josh is.
Okay, I don't know who is talking about sufficient conditions, because you guys all say that word, which makes me realize that, like, you're probably all listening to the same bad argument. But I'll give you this. So you want a specific definition for a woman at a specific time and place. So let's go with right here, United States of America.
They asked for a definition for a trans woman. A trans woman, that's simple. It's a woman who is assigned male at birth but identifies and lives as female. Done. There you go. That's it. Gender is different from their sex.
What does it mean to live as a female and identify as a female?
I've already told you I kind of agree with you. There's certain levels of stereotypes, but yeah, that's kind of what that is. Sure. Like, what is
and
the
so
problem?
if a biological female doesn't live up to societal expectations or choose to be feminine, they are no longer a woman by that definition.
By their, what is their gender identity?
I don't know what that means. That's the internal
you're
perception
talking about
part?
Okay, so again, gender, roles, behaviors, identities, and expectations society associates with being male or female. It's a social or psychological construct shaped by cultural and individual identity, which results in a person's deeply held sense of being male or female. All right?
I guess, but again, I feel like that is.
So then when I say that they feel female, that would be they're born male, but they feel female. Okay, trans woman. Okay.
I guess I'm just not convinced that anyone can feel female if they're not female, because I don't.
I mean,
yes,
to some aspects, in some aspects of gender,
I would
yes,
posit
they
that
can.
nobody knows what it is to feel the opposite sex. That I couldn't
knows what it is.
No, but that's what you're conflating. We're not talking about
male.
difference
You said
in
male.
sex.
You said female. You just said female.
Okay, I get that. I'm talking about gender.
You said the gender is feeling female. That's what you just said.
Yes, because there are sex typical characteristics.
That could be wrong. The sex typical characteristics in a society, wrong. That is the social construct.
Me talking about the trucks and the dolls, that's not me making stuff up. That's
you
not
don't feel
wrong.
that,
right? That you're talking about something that's millions and millions of years old. That doesn't just pop up, right? That is an observable characteristic. Right, I understand it's a stereotype, and I understand people can fall against that stereotype. Yes, that's what I'm referring to as gender. Gender can be different from sex.
That's what I'm saying. Is your definition isn't inclusive of all trans women, because not all trans women like dolls. Not all trans women identify with the culture as feminine. And then what if the feminine?
Then you're talking about their individual identity, which results in the person's deeply held sense of being male or female. That's perfectly okay. That's also fine.
Okay, so then anyone can just be woman. Is that, you could at least concede that anyone?
Yes, that's what they're saying. Yes, that's what they're arguing.
So, I don't know if absolutely every single person could be woman. I don't know about that.
But Brenton
because their
be.
internal sense isn't that.
Okay, sorry.
What if they tell you their internal sense is? What if
they're just
feel
lying?
Maybe. How would you ever know?
What? I feel like they'd slip up. It seems like a pretty grandiose lie.
The only challenge is we have to jump into the Q&A because we have a lot of questions that I do want to get you guys out of here at the same time that we promised. Brenton, I hope you can forgive me. I know you've prepared a speech. I'll give you, how about this? You get 3 minutes. 2 minutes. 2. And then we'll give the other side 2 minutes. And sorry, First Amender, you're in jail. Brenton's the only one that gets to do it because he thought there was going to be a closing because he hasn't been on for a year.
All right, hold on. I'll get my jail back up.
Don't worry. I've got it on my end.
Tell me when.
But
I'd like
Brenton will double jail. Brenton, go ahead. You got 2 minutes, and then we'll kick it over to Taylor and Josh for a minute each, and then we're jumping into Q&A.
Okay. So what I'm hearing throughout this debate from the other side is in what is called empty assertions. Josh in particular is more he's more guilty than Taylor, but the reason we did nothing but argue about the definition of man or woman during this debate is that they both believe that your gender is determined by your sex, not informed, but determined, as in they are the exact same concept. Guys,
no, we said it's meaningless. We said it doesn't matter. I don't care what someone's gender identity is. It's meaningless. They're still a man.
Jump in here.
They're still a man.
My interruption. Okay, we'll give Brenton a chance to finish. I just asked you to unmute, Brenton.
Okay, you say it's meaningless. Is the United States of America meaningless? Or does that actually have a ton of meaning in it? Well, hang on. The racial makeup of the country's changed. The specific areas changed. When you were talking about the 13 colonies, was that not the nation of America? Of course not. Of course it is. Because that statement has context, even though it is subjective as to what countries are where and who is a citizen of what country. There are still important social consequences of being a citizen of the United States rather than a citizen of Mexico. So again, these are not meaningless terms just because they are subjective to one degree or another. In fact, they're arguably more meaningful than simple direct observations of reality.
Okay, we're going to jump over to Josh and Taylor. You have only 2 minutes, and Taylor will let you go first to the first 60 seconds.
It's going to be quick. I'll just close with saying my opponents have not provided a sufficient definition of trans or woman to prove that the claim trans women are women is true. That's my closing. Thank you.
You got it. Josh, any thoughts?
Yeah, a man doesn't know what it is to live as a woman because a man is not a woman. So the whole construct of gender, which again they described as a construction in the mind, an ideal, is meaningless. And I don't care if a man feels that their gender identity is female. They don't know what it means to be a female, and they are still a man at the end of the day. So we've had zero proof whatsoever that men become women at any point because of the concept of gender identity.
So I'm coming in from, make sure your questions, folks. Austin Sims asks for all the debaters, but I'd like to hear from Josh and Taylor first. What is the best treatment for gender dysphoria? So if you guys are able to give a short and pithy response, starting with Josh.
Otherwise, we're going to be here for 3.5 hours, guys.
Says the guy who talks 90% of the time.
All right, Josh,
you really are an idiot.
I barely talked.
So you're both idiots. So I think cognitive behavioral therapy or talk therapy is a efficient way to treat it. You use it for a host of other issues, whether it's bipolar disorder, depression, anxiety, OCD. Cognitive behavioral therapy restructures faulty and fallacious thinking, and I think that would be an effective way to treat gender dysphoria. Again, people that are so-called trans are the only ones who have their delusions entertained and then are encouraged to self-mutilate or carry out those delusions. We should treat it like any other mental illness.
Taylor?
Yes, agreed. And also say that we should be putting more research into that while not putting research into whatever the research is showing about creating new terms and things like that. And creating a society that isn't having people confused that because they like dolls, they're a girl. I think that's adding harm to the problem.
Brenton? Keep it pithy.
Quick and pithy. I would say that what we need to do when we're talking about how specific things like gender dysphoria should be treated within society, go to the freaking doctors, go to the psychologists, check out the DSM-5. There's a reason why they took being transgender out as a specific mental problem and instead replaced it with gender
dysphoria.
Thank you, gender dysphoria. The reason they did is because being trans, feeling like you are the sex that society thinks you aren't, doesn't actually hurt you. The only time it hurts you is when small-minded people like Josh try to force them to do things.
It hurts women and it hurts children.
Oh my God.
But you don't want to listen to them.
Go with Brenton's response here.
It hurts women.
No, that's like
Stop
don't care
changing the
about women, nor
definition
do
of
you care about
woman.
children.
All right, I need you to. We'll go over to First Amender. How would you say that trans people should be? What's the solution?
The medical efficacy, which is basically you go to a psychologist, 4 or 5 sessions, you determine whether or not you have gender dysphoria. If you don't have gender dysphoria, is this for kids or adults?
All of them.
Okay, yeah, I
All
mean, it's
trans
different for
people.
kids or adults. Obviously, like you have to have more checks and balances on the kids one. And then afterwards, if you have gender dysphoria, if you're a kid, then you need to go to the doctor to get hormone blockers. In which case, by the time you're 18, you can come to an informed decision as to whether or not you need hormone replacement therapy. Again, complete decision between the patient, the child. Shouldn't be up to a politician. Shouldn't be up to some
All right,
Supreme Court judge.
we must. Wholesome Joe says, Josh, could you please clarify the difference between biological sex versus gender definitionally in scientific terms only, please?
Yeah, so your gender can be, a set of beliefs that people have of what constitutes female, what constitutes male. And if you identify more with what I would say are tropes or stereotypes, that's a female gender identity. We already heard what our opponents said about what that can constitute, playing with dolls or playing with certain people, whether they're boys or girls. So again, I would just argue that it's completely meaningless. It's a social construct. It's completely made up, completely nebulous, and it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. And only your sex matters. And we all know what people's sex is, and that doesn't change just because someone articulates. A man says, I have a female gender identity. They don't know what a female gender identity is, so they can't say that.
I literally clearly defined it, but okay.
Is that just
so
for Josh?
disingenuous?
You're saying men or women, you're disingenuous. You're saying anyone can self-ID into womanhood, you're disingenuous.
You're right. I got to agree exactly with what you say. You're right.
hate to do this, but I have to do this. Damien has a two-parter. He says gender equals sex, and if it doesn't equal sex, well, then gender can equal anything. He also said impossible for a male to know he feels like a woman. I'll give you a chance to respond. Really pithy, Brenton and First Amender.
Sorry, one more time the question.
Oh, you want me to unmute you? I see.
Sorry, one more time the question. I apologize.
They said gender.
Okay.
Brenton will let you go first.
Can I hear that one more time?
Brenton, for crying out loud. They said gender equals sex. If separated, gender equals anything. And they also said impossible for a male to know he feels like a woman.
Okay. So
pithy.
Yeah, all right. So first of all, you're just again saying nuh-uh. It's been Josh's entire argument through this time. Nuh-uh. Gender and sex are exactly the same thing. They are not. And literally no one who studies this believes that they are the same thing. And they haven't believed it for a really long time. Unfortunately, most people are well behind the scientific consensus and medical consensus on specific issues. As far as the accusation that it's meaningless and that sex, somehow that gender could be anything if it didn't mean sex exactly, no, gender then becomes a meaningless word. It is, ironically, it is literally meaningless to equate gender with sex because, again, when you have two different words for the exact same thing, it gives no utility whatsoever. So again, gender is what society says you should be based upon sex. It's also an experience, people identifying with one or the other. You need both components to have a person of a particular gender.
Yeah.
This one from Damien says, transgenderism doesn't exist. An alleged trans person, if abandoned as a child and raised in the world, couldn't or wouldn't experience transgenderism at all.
That's not true, objectively.
Where did you get that?
Yeah,
First,
I'm sorry.
I'll give you a really quick pithy response, but it has to be like 2 sentences, Brenton.
Okay, there was a guy in I believe the 80s. His name was David. There was a botched circumcision where his genitals were mostly destroyed. As a result of this, they told him he was a girl, dressed him in girl's clothes, put him out into the world. He'd never known anything differently. But no, I'm a boy. I'm a boy. I'm a boy. He suffered his entire life because of people like Josh, and eventually took his own life at like age 33.
This one from Sunflower says, First Amender, asymptomatic Asymptotic doesn't repurpose a word that already exists and that everyone already has an understanding of. Your analogy fails miserably.
Words have multiple definitions. Try again. Like what?
This one, Sunflower says, first semester follow-up. The entire debate is about the repurposing and broadening of the word woman to include males. Asymptotic is not analogous.
Yeah, I just explained it. It's words have multiple definitions. Like what is this?
This one from jakecoin.com says masculinum mimica or femina mimica are the proper terms we need to adopt. I coined these Latin terms. Enjoy them. Do you enjoy these, Brenton?
No.
No.
This
I don't
one
either.
from
I like the.
I'm just
the
gonna go with
audacity.
whatever the scientific consensus is. Like simple.
Yeah.
Do you know
Oregoni's-
at one point scientific consensus was for like lobotomies? Do you realize that? Like that's not
That's correct.
that-
And then we
that's
learned
way
more,
to
and
go.
then we went to that.
Right, but maybe critical thinking should be involved. Okay.
You're not a scientist. You're not
is
equipped
involved.
to be able to
Or are
handle
you?
those things. Yeah, that's why I go with the scientific consensus.
This is Oregoni saying, why do trans individuals take hormones?
Because people treat them like shit if they don't.
Why do individuals take hormones? So that way they can be closer to their gender identity?
This one from Damien says, transgenderism doesn't exist. An alleged trans person is merely a male or female who has specific likes and dislikes. This is no different than anyone else.
By sex, but not by gender. Why is it so hard to figure this out?
I don't understand.
Damien says, force females to accept penises in locker rooms, yes or no? Okay, so if I go work out at Planet Fitness, which I do, and I go into the locker room, or let's say a girl goes into the locker room, and then she sees Brenton in the ladies' locker room and his balls are hanging out. Do you think this should be okay or not?
You go to a Planet Fitness and you see all the men's balls hanging out?
No. I said there if a woman went, I changed it.
So first of all, if I'm just like walking around nude with my balls hanging out, it doesn't really matter where I am. That's kind of rude, you know.
But can a trans person do it? Is what they're saying.
I mean, I have friends that are trans who've gone fully through HRT. If they use the bathroom that people of their original assigned at birth gender, like people would freak out. They would think that it was like me in there. The level of alteration in the body that happens when you are blocking testosterone and adding estrogen or vice versa is
Gigantic.
massive. Yeah. So even if like, okay, you know, we've got a trans woman using the woman's room. If she's gone through HRT, they're not going to be able to tell the difference.
What if she hasn't gone through that?
I don't really give a crap where
You don't. You
go to-
don't give a crap. But like, do women have a right to care?
I mean, everybody has a right to care about things, but
I mean, like,
there's no epidemic of women being assaulted by trans women in locker rooms. I don't
they
think
also
that's
like
even
it.
happened once.
Also, just FYI, anybody sexually assaulting anyone, man or woman, just go to jail. Like, it's okay.
So why
Like, just
even
take
have
them to
gendered
jail.
spaces then? So why even have gendered spaces if just
Huh?
any, you know, doesn't matter then?
Whoa, based and progressive pilled. Holy crap!
Yeah. There was I was at Dragon Con, biggest fantasy sci-fi convention in the world. They had bi-gender or whatever. Men and women could use whatever bathroom they wanted to use at any time, and it was fine. There were no assaults, and that's freaking crazy if you think about it.
Do you
because-
understand the concept of like a survivor's bias or something like that? Like just because something bad hasn't happened to you or directly to someone you know doesn't mean that it doesn't happen.
Okay,
It
but like
never-
statistically speaking, like trans
one
people aren't like
example.
assaulting women. Like, I'm sorry, it's just not
It is
real.
happening. I mean, it is.
It's
I
not the
actually
reality.
think that the bathroom issue is like
Like,
annoying.
it's already
and,
an
like,
incredibly rare situation.
Who?
I mean, there are cases.
To be fair, right? Like a majority of trans people, like they literally will just physically avoid these spaces just like this, just so that way they don't have to deal with like transphobes. Like, I don't know, like I can't even imagine what like a trans man would have to deal with, like seeing Josh at the in the men's like lobby. They would just like leave. Like that's
But wait,
99
but
out of
okay,
100 times.
I just want to be sure that we're
Changing the
clear. Okay, so like if there was a trans woman who looked like Brenton, so they had not transitioned and they had, they went in the locker room and they had
Use it,
balls.
fam. Use it, fam.
Would it be
Hang them
okay?
big
Everybody
old balls.
cool with that?
I really don't care where someone uses the bathroom. I care whether
Maybe women do. Maybe women don't want men in their bathrooms.
Actually,
Have you
most
thought of
women
that?
don't actually care.
Redux has done a number of studies showing the assaults that occur in female prisons when men are
FYI,
put in the
most women
cells
don't
with
care about
women.
this.
prison. Holy shit, dude!
This is just
That-
this
Where's
is just
your
right wing
statistics on
alarmism.
most women don't care? Where's your?
Let's do it yes or no. Okay, so
Yeah, I
like
don't care what
a
most
trans
people
woman with balls walking around naked in a woman's locker room. Like, is this yes or no, Brent?
just walking around naked and well, in that instance with our culture,
Like, you fine with it?
that might be an indication of a possible problem. Not because the person is trans, but because the person is violating social
Yeah.
convention in a major way. So I can see
But
why
are you-
somebody might
I mean, if
be.
they're like sexually assaulting people, yeah,
Yeah.
that would be the only.
Are you okay with that?
Flashing in
Yeah, I'm
public
okay
is-
with it if they're not sexually assaulting anybody. Sure.
Ask Taylor what she thinks since she's a real woman, an actual woman, instead of asking the men here what they think about other men in women's restrooms.
We got the gay voice
All
going
right, cool, cool.
The
cool.
gay
Let's
voice.
do the, let's do
Bro,
the
you
personal
look like
anecdote.
you're a trans man. You literally
All
look
right,
like a
let's
biological
jump to the next
female. What are you
question.
talking
If I was a
about?
trans man,
We agreed beforehand.
I became a
that we were not
multi-millionaire
gonna
off
do
of my
blood
social
sports.
media because
Why
of
would
my
I
body.
give a
You're a
crap about
fucking
that?
nobody. You're a nobody. Nobody knows who the
my
fuck you are.
Okay, so let me just jump to the next question. Sunflower says, there is no genetic binary underpinning beards. There is a genetic binary underpinning gender. The majority of trans people aren't intersex. Checkmate.
There is a genetic binary underpinning gender for, I mean, yeah, but sometimes it doesn't always. Like, you understand, like, when things can be bimodal, right? And it's like sometimes you don't fit in the, anyway.
it's not one or the other. Like, take binary. Like, we know that gender is not binary because of the existence of intersex people. And so, like, in a computer, when they're coding, code is binary. It is all zeros and ones. There is never a 2. There's never a 1.5. They literally don't exist, which comes back to the argument that I made right at the beginning, was that if gender were objective and were determined by the biological sex, it would be as silly as saying that a human has 2 heads instead of 1. We couldn't even have this discussion. The fact that we are having this discussion is proof that the concept of gender is different from biological sex.
Cool. It
Jump to
doesn't
this
make
next-
men women.
Oh my god.
Doesn't make men women, you fucking idiot.
I
You
swear,
are
this
fucking
guy does
stupid.
it just for clout. It's
I
just
mean,
clout.
You're a
at this
fucking
point. This guy
idiot. That's why I have
completely doesn't
600
care.
million views.
Hold
Nobody
on.
knows who you are.
Okay.
No one will ever know
Hold
who
on.
you are.
I know.
I don't care.
No one will ever know
No
who
one
you are. You're
cares.
nobody.
We want
It
to
is
hear the
Hold on a
debate.
second.
Everybody
Okay.
cares.
Vapid and
600
Hold on a
million
second.
people.
Okay. I hate to do this. Okay, Josh, you called Brenton. Brenton?
Yeah. What did you want me to say something?
This is your chance to call him an effing idiot.
Okay, thank you. I will actually do that. Okay, Josh, you think that having a bunch of money and a bunch of people watching you makes you better than people that don't have that? That is ridiculous. Not only is it ridiculous, like, it is completely
Okay, we'll go to the next
There
question.
is nothing going on in that mind of yours, and it's really
Let's go to the next
to
question.
find your
All right.
personhood in terms of what other people
Next
think.
600 million views. Nobody knows who you
cares?
are.
Okay.
Nobody
I
knows who
go
you
to the
are. They
next
never
question.
will.
More views than
Nobody
that.
will ever
We
know
have to
who
go
you
to the next question. I hate to do this. Fire 32 says Brenton and First Amender. In general, when a woman gets let's see, has a man penetrate her, they get pregnant. That being the case, how come when a trans woman gets penetrated, they do not get pregnant?
When a trans woman gets penetrated, they do not get pregnant because they don't have a womb, because they are not biologically a woman by sex. Correct.
I should also
Like, the
add
sex
that-
never changes, but the gender changes. Like Why is this so hard? Like, I swear, I feel like I'm like drawing it like in crayon for you guys, and it's like still impossible to kind of wrap your head around it. It's bonkers to me.
I'd just like to point out that you don't get pregnant just for being penetrated. You know, just that is
that
so
too.
you're
That
wrong.
too.
You don't understand how sex works, which is pretty goddamn funny.
I'm assuming they thrusted multiple times, and then they like.
This is weird. This is why you're behind bars. We gotta go to the next one. They are. Says Happy New Year, first molester. Did you miss me? That's why he's behind bars too. They say happy. He's not a molester that we know of. Happy New Year to James and everyone else as well. Thank you. You host the best of HL on the internet. I appreciate that. And Sunflower says
you're clipping, by the way.
Phenotype is to genotype as sex is to gender. One causes the other, but they are not the exact same thing.
So one is part of the cause of the other. I came up with it. So think of a hand. The hand right here is, think of that as sex, as biological sex. The fingers that come off my hand are gender expression. The thing that affects gender that does not affect sex is the social roles expected of people who are identified to be male or female, or hell, a third thing, or 5,000 different things. It's literally specific to a given culture at a given time and place. You need to identify as a woman and be acknowledged by your community as a woman to be a woman. In the same way that you need to identify as a doctor and be acknowledged by the AMA and have a medical degree to be a doctor.
Wait, what
if
does
you
it
don't
mean
have
to
that shit, you're not a doctor.
What does it mean to be identified by your community as a woman? What does that mean?
What I'm sorry.
You said they have to be recognized by their community as a woman in order to be a woman.
Yeah,
what if they don't recognize them as a woman? Are they not a woman?
They're a woman to themselves. They are stuck in like a twilight.
Meaningless. It's all utterly meaningless. They're still men that have a gender identity crisis. It's meaningless.
Whoa, wait. Is gender different from sex? Stop. No way.
They're men.
Did he find he accidentally slipped it,
They're
guys?
men. It doesn't matter if you call it gender identity or whatever you want to call it. Gender expression. It makes no difference. They're still a man. They're still a man.
Clipped.
Doesn't matter what you call the social construct. They're still a man.
We have a couple of questions that are relevant here. So this one comes in from Origuni says, if gender is just a mind state and it's not, doesn't mean your physical stuff, then why take the hormones?
It's not just a mind state. People take the hormones. I suspect people take the hormones primarily because if they don't look and appear and act like the gender that they feel on the inside, people like Josh will treat them like shit. Because again, he's stupid and he is ignorant.
They're men, you fucking retard.
Oh no!
You're a fucking idiot.
Dude.
That's why you're fat as fuck and nobody knows who you are. You're fat, poor, and stupid as fuck.
Brenton
no one
has
will ever know who you are.
Body. We're going to jump to the next question. Damien
Fat
says
fuck.
They said if genders, we got this one. They said Damien says they were too scared to answer my simple yes/no question. They're referring to about if if his balls were hanging out in the woman's locker room.
I answered directly. It was.
Yeah.
I'm perfectly okay with it. It's fine.
I mean, yeah, flashing in public indecency is a problem. So
it's a problem you have when men are in women's
if it's in a locker room.
restrooms.
It's a locker room.
But it's in a locker room, so it's not.
As long as they're not sexually assaulting anybody, go for it. Go for it, fam. Who cares? Just
You're
look
a
the other way.
man. Why are you speaking on behalf of women? Shut the fuck up.
Most women also don't care. Like, I don't know what this argument is. Like, you want me to pull up Pew Research? It shows that. So
a lot
get
of
mad.
women care, you fucking idiot.
All right,
You're
well,
an imbecile.
Okay, but the majority don't.
That's why nobody knows who you are.
We must go to the next question.
with more views than you. And
I'm more popular.
Nobody
Therefore,
will ever know
I'm
who
right.
the fuck you are.
Oh my!
I am.
What a
Do you
cringe,
understand?
dude.
Do you
He's so
understand
cringe.
values?
Arguing that men are
Don't
women
worry, I'll
don't
get there.
fucking
I'll get there one day.
stupid. That's why nobody knows who you are.
I don't care. My God, man! Like
That's why you're fat as fuck and you're
Hold on.
ugly
Okay.
and you look poor and dirty.
Oh
last,
man!
Last question. Les says, if an adult male identifies as a little girl and wants to play with and have sleepovers with little girls, should that identity feeling be condoned?
Age is not socially constructed. So, no.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's weird, like when an adult wants to play with young children unsupervised when they're not.
I think it's weird when men go into women's restrooms.
Oh my God. They don't actually.
We are going to wrap up. We hope you folks have a great rest of your night. I am going to do a post-credit scene letting you know about upcoming debates as well as DebateCon 5, which is our conference in where in chat. Can you tell me? When you put in chat, Newark, New Jersey, just so everybody knows, it's going to be in Newark, New Jersey, February 14th, 15th, and 16th. With that, I want to say a huge thank you to our guests. Brenton, you look like you're dying to say something. Did you want to insult Josh back before we go?
Well, actually, I didn't, because that's dumb.
Take some diet pills. You're fat as fuck.
Right.
And you look
my
God. We must go. Okay. Let's see.
You can identify as
okay, I hate to do this. So you gotta just What do you final thoughts? Like in the last scene from Jerry Springer when he had his final thought. Anything? Does anybody want to say? I really care about Okay. No. Brent, what have you got, Brent? Okay. I do want to I gotta let you guys go though. So really just super pissed.
What disturbs me about this debate is not that the opposition has been unable to understand and talk about what we are talking about in our terms and in our words. They only insist that, like, not even hypothetically, that the only way we can think about this is one way, and that that gender is determined by sex. This is ridiculous with the level of research.
I'm not like a final. I didn't mean like a final closing statement.
What did you want me to? Oh, go subscribe.
I meant I really care about everybody, even though we disagree. But I do want to say,
you want me to be nice. Yeah, okay. To tell you the truth, I've thrown some shade. I felt like I did that because Josh kind of deserved it for his opening statement. But ultimately,
okay.
I think I don't actually bear Josh any ill will. And to tell you the truth, Taylor, I have actually had a reasonably interesting conversation with you. So, even though I think
we have to go. Okay, it's like Taylor says thank you. Okay, so gotta go. Want to say, folks, check out our guest links in the description box. With that, I'll be back in just a moment. So stick around, and thank you to our debaters for being here tonight. All right, we're backstage, and nobody can hear. So thank you all for being here. I don't want to keep you any longer than the time we promised, so I'll let you go.
Thank you so much, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks.
My pleasure.
Thanks for having me, James.
First Amendment.
Thank you,
You
James.
and me talk. I'd love to do like a post show.
Oh, that'd be kind of cool. Yeah.
Connect the email, but I gotta close the Zoom call.
All right. Add me on Discord. First Amendment on Discord.
Bye, Taylor. Thank you. All right. Take care. Have a good night.
That was wild. Let me go ahead and start the after show. That was fucking wild. All right, let's see here. All right, let's see here. Let's get our timing here. It's 7:23. All right.
That was unhinged.
That was completely insane. Josh Cedar.
Josh Cedar was even like worse than last time. Like I didn't expect that. Like I don't even think he insulted me or even LSP or anything. But I guess he wasn't Joe.
I guess because I did at the beginning call him an idiot. I completely forgot.
Yeah, like one time, and he was like,
"You're fat and you're nobody knows you." I'm just like, I don't care. I literally don't care.
He's like a really insecure man.
That
So
shit
like he
was
was
wild, bro.
mentioned on Joe Rogan like for like a few minutes or something. Like they mention him, whatever. And I guess now he thinks he's like the king of the world or whatever. By the way, check the sensible chat, the sensible argument. I posted some screenshots of the debate. I think it's really good.
Oh, okay. Oh, sick, bro.
Yeah.
Nice, bro. Nice.
Yeah.
I'll make a video on this. This is a fabulous video. This will be a fabulous video.
I have to say, I think Brent's a really good debater. I haven't seen him before, but
I mean, my issue is that he was too long-winded. Like he needed to shorten his speech. That's
He's
saying
not
a
very-
lot coming from me, right? Like he's very
he's
verbose.
not very concise.
I mean,
very
I guess I'm not against being verbose, but like I could see why, and I guess I might disagree with like a few of what he was saying, but I mean that's fine. That's neither here nor there. We're on the same side anyway.
What did you disagree with him?
Well, he said that gender is not doesn't come from sex. No, it definitely does. Like 99.9% of people, it does come from your sex, right? Like it's highly correlative. So like he's saying that's ridiculous. No, it's not ridiculous. Like that's most people, but like, yeah, sometimes it doesn't align, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just, it is that way. Anyway, that's a different discussion, I guess.
I don't know if he's like a gender abolitionist or something like that.
Rob Peg says, and who are you to decide on these rules? I didn't make the rules. I'm merely spouting off what the current scientific consensus is. Okay. So, I mean, if you want to like pull up your psychology textbook, your biology textbook, your neurology textbook, your neurobiology textbook, neurochemistry textbook, endocrinology textbook, all of these espouse the same thing, right? And so what was that? 6 different fields of science, 5 different fields of science that say the same thing. They independently came to the same exact research. So either there's like a giant cabal or maybe you're wrong. Just saying. Rob Peg says, not you, chinless.
Damn.
Right, I'm not that chinless. I mean, it's only a little. I'm 35, man. I'm a little older, so it's gonna droop a bit. That's okay. It's fine. Gee, damn, bro. Fucking chill. It's fucking wild, bro. Yep.
Why nobody knows who you are?
No, yeah, nobody knows me. That's why. That's nobody knows who you are. Nobody will ever know. That's why they talked about me on Joe Rogan. I got talked about by Joe. I mean, to be fair, right? I'd probably feel very accomplished if Joe Rogan talked about me. That'd be really cool. Right? But like to say like nobody knows who you are, nobody will ever know who you are. It's like, well, I mean, give it time. You never know.
I mean, people know who Hitler is, but not for great reasons.
Yeah, imagine Hitler's in there. Nobody knows who you are. I am Hitler. Everybody knows me.
Yeah, he was mentioned on Joe Rogan.
I was mentioned on Joe Rogan all the time. Rob Peg says, so you invented a social concept, claim that men can be in it, and that's why you can force men in women's spaces. Okay. So, Rob Peg, the problem is that there's a difference between sex and gender. Right? That's what that is. Hey, Poon, how you doing?
Doing okay. How about you?
Good. Just chill.
I have to apologize. I actually totally forgot
Even though it was just the fuck with you before the debate, I totally forgot to watch.
That's okay.
I feel bad.
I'll stream it. I'll stream it later. I mean, it's gonna be a video because that was fucking wild. Dude, Josh is like an actual moron. Like he's just like is a moron. Like I don't know what to say. Like the guy is a fucking idiot. Like I just
He's like Taylor knows how to argue.
Well, I just had to ask. No, he doesn't even know how to argue. I just asked him the question directly, and he just didn't answer. He just refused to answer. So I asked it again. He didn't answer, and he just would continue refusing to answer. And I'm like, why can't he answer this basic question? It's like, it's not even like, it wasn't even a leading question. I was like, is sex different from gender? Right? He just physically would not answer the question. And I kept asking, oh, what's the fuck? Answer the question. He just wouldn't answer it. And I'm just like, all right, it's at this point, this guy's being disingenuous, right? He's not actually interested in having a discussion. All he wants to do is get people on gotchas and get more followers by doing that. Like, what the it's ridiculous, dude. Teeth Smith says, I'm back. This is still going. Yeah, I mean, it just ended. I'm doing some playing RuneScape right now. As you could see, I'm playing the Run Escape. Looks like Rob Peg is talking to Bobro in my chat.
Is that what they call it now?
The Run Escape? Yeah, Run Escape. You must run escape because this game will take your soul. Buddha Short.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Buddha Short.
Hello. What's
Hi.
up?
Good.
Hello.
Not much.
Hello. I'm Sigourney Weaver.
Why are you here?
Okay.
Or why are you gay?
It doesn't even sound like Sigourney Weaver. And also, can you just turn that off, please?
Turn what?
I can hear the AI modulator.
No, it's not though. That's the funny part. I actually
No, this is an actual this is a real lady, First Amendment.
Yeah.
No, that's AI.
She's an actual lady. Like she's a good-looking redheaded lady. But I mean, no disrespect. Like yes, she's an
No, you're
actual
good.
lady.
Are you like a voice actress or something?
No, she's really a lady.
Go ahead.
She's
try
not.
talking.
She's not. I
First
promise you,
Amendment, we've
Amanda. I
talked
promise.
before. It's just that what is it? You haven't talked to me while my kids are asleep in bed.
Oh,
Because I have to kind of whisper.
All right,
Yeah.
fair enough. Sorry. I
Yeah.
thought it was a
No, you're good.
modulator. Because, you
I
know,
think
AI modulators, they'll make like a weird sound once in a while. It's like, you know, it just makes kind of weird sounds
Oh,
here or
that's
there.
me being sick. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's what that's what that was. That's what-
I mean, I can do like an antidepressant commercial for you if you want.
Like made increase ability to fight infections, cause thoughts of suicide,
Well, 'cause
thoughts of self-harm. No,
what it
may cause
does is
erectile
that it-
dysfunction, more depression to begin with, may cause
it
death.
like
mate.
it like figures
Everything.
out vowels and stuff and like will like throw in vowels that shouldn't actually be there. Rob Peg says the gender confusion continues in his mind. Bro, I recommend taking my like trans quiz. I have a video for it where basically what it is I just show pictures of people and you have to determine whether or not they're a man or a woman. And I swear all these freaking transphobes, they don't get better than a 50%, bro. It's fucking wild. It's wild how shit they are at determining
Have like
who's
every
what.
other Discord incel do that, dude. Because you know how many times these incels say that I'm a fucking dude. They're like, you got a fucking strong ass jaw. There's no way you're a fucking chick. And I'm like, dude, my fucking genetics. I don't know what to tell you.
That's wild, bro.
Yeah. Or they say they can see my fucking Adam's apple. I'm like, no, dude, that's my double chin. Like, what do you mean?
Someone called me no chin today. Do I really have no chin? Here, let me.
I've never seen what you look like. Yeah.
You've never seen what I look like?
No. No, dude, you got, yeah.
You look fine.
You got like a toothpick neck, but I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I mean, I can see what they're talking about with this. Like,
Yeah. Well, it's like the.
You
I
need
have math
to.
here, yeah.
You
See, when
need
you do
to.
that, though, when you do
anybody
that,
can do that, though.
You need to take
Anybody
a course
could do that.
on. You need to take a course on cat physiology.
On cat
I
physiology?
can't. No, Chad physiology.
Chad
Yeah.
physiology, yeah.
I mean, I can ask my husband. He's kind of a Chad.
Nice.
Dude, I saw this one thing. It was so funny. It was like this guy was like, "Oh, a woman can only be 2/3 of their husband's body weight, so he can feel safe and imposing." And I'm like, dude, I'm only like 7 pounds off my husband, and this motherfucker keeps flinging me around. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're saying. And I'm like, am I on incel TikTok? Am I on bread pill TikTok? Like, hold on, wait a second. And it was a stitch, but yeah, apparently that's a thing.
I see.
No, I would say no. If you got a lady who's like, who isn't like, okay, I'm gonna sound really
Go ahead, be misogynistic. I love it.
okay. Ugh. Okay. Yeah.
My soggy
glad you
knee.
approve, but
My
I didn't
soggy
wanna hear
knee.
you don't have to love it though. If you find
Get that knee.
I've gotten lucky with this twice.
Make it soggy.
But if you find a woman
I
who's
knew you sounded like you need lotion.
I got that soggy knee.
If you find a woman
It's my
who weighs
soggy.
almost 200 pounds or more, and it's all in the right place, and she doesn't look obese,
Yeah, it's fine.
you've got a real woman.
Yeah.
My first
It's like-
ex was literally 300 pounds, but she was
Just like
5'11", and it was just all in her ass and titties, all of it. It was all of
Like,
it. She literally
the thing
looked like
is-
she looked like 2/8. Like
no, the thing is that people don't realize that muscle mass weighs more, right?
yes,
So,
it's more
like,
dense.
what is it for me? I'm 180 pounds, but the thing is, I'm only at a 27.8 body fat percentage, and so like, the thing is, if you are going to the gym heavy and you're building that muscle mass, dude, you are going to weigh fucking.
I've
That's
been
the thing,
going
though.
to the gym for 4 years, and it's been
Yeah.
Monday through Thursday,
Mhm.
roughly 30 minutes every time. And
Only 30
to this,
minutes?
yeah, that's all I have. It's lunch. It's lunch. That's all I
30
got.
minutes.
But here's
Did you
all I
see
got
side
to show
chat though,
for it.
Amender?
Here's all I got to show
All
for it.
you'll allow. All you'll allow.
Oh no, is he gonna flex?
Oh, I see the titties through the shirt. Calm down. Calm down. So you got arms, yeah.
It's something.
Like, what do you
I
train
wish-
though? That's the thing.
Huh?
No,
What do you
it's pretty
train
okay.
You need to do an MMA match with Josh Cedar.
Rog Peg says, "Milk toast. You don't lift. Stop it. I do lift. I do lift."
Yeah, he lifted a restraining order on.
That's why. That's why I was
almost
able
an
to say.
American the
That's
other
why
day.
I was able to say mid debate 3 plate, and I know what I'm talking about.
Right.
I think most,
You know, he almost-
just FYI, just so you know, most men can't do 3 plate. Okay, most
Milk
men,
toast.
let alone
Amender
women.
almost lifted a restraining order on American.
What?
Wow.
What do you mean?
Wait, Amanda, are you
When?
streaming?
You would have had
Yeah,
to
I'm
if he got
streaming.
unbanned, but he didn't. It wasn't meant to be.
I was just on the
Good.
modern day. I was just on modern day debate, like the YouTube channel.
Why are you gay?
No, I don't do that.
Oh, I debated
don't
Josh
follow it like
Cedar.
that. Who's that?
She's not a groupie.
Oh,
Yeah.
there was
I'm political,
a
but like Brett Cooper political.
Josh Cedar is this guy that he basically like wore a dress and wore makeup,
Ugh.
and were like saying that trans women aren't women. Over and
He's
over
gay now or something.
and he held that for like way longer than he was supposed to.
Interesting.
I was actually surprised that he didn't show up in a dress. I was about to say, I was like,
No,
dang
he did
it!
that in my debate. He did that in my debate.
God
and was
damn it! I
crazy.
really wish he would have done that.
He did in my
I think he probably was realized it was backfiring against him.
What are you talking about, boy?
Huh? The fucking Josh Cedar. Talking about Josh Cedar.
Bro, you know, I'm just thinking about this lady's behind.
Sick, dude.
Not you, Voodoo. This lady.
You talking about freaking neurotic over here? Damn, dude.
Oh.
No,
Waiter?
nobody
I got
in here.
cake.
Nobody. Oh yeah, well I'm more
I
of a pie guy.
I got some cake.
I'm more of a guy. I'm more into making pies.
Controversial. Cheesecake is actually a pie.
Sick, dude.
Not very it's pretty valid.
You know, people get mad at me when I say it. Like, they literally will scream.
Yeah,
at
because
me.
they just want to fucking.
But isn't it called cheese cake?
Cheesecake. But the thing is, the way that you make it with literally a crumb coating, and you fill it in there with a filling, and you can like freeze it or bake it, literally a pie.
I mean, I'll be honest. Like if I had to pick between a birthday cake and a birthday pie, I would pick pie. Pie is so much better than cake.
So would my husband.
Pie is so much better than cake. Cake sucks.
Cake is overrated.
Cake sucks.
I like cake.
Are you
No,
like a dentist kids?
Huh?
You a dentist kid?
No, I just okay, I don't like cake.
Stop it, Maddie.
I don't like
Okay,
cake. That fucking Walmart fucking like frosting with the sugary, airy bread that they put in
Here's
there,
a hot
and then
take,
the
though.
shitty
A
fucking
mediocre
icing
brownie-
cream.
boy.
A
And they're just
mediocre
like, oh,
brownie.
and like
While
the
describing
blue
a cake,
icing
I
tastes the
just
same
wanna
as the
fucking
red
back one.
icing, and the red icing tastes the same as the white
Are you
icing.
writing
It's
an
all
essay?
it's all the same, and it's trash.
Here's a hot take. A mediocre brownie is still better than like a really good quality cake.
Are you guys talking about store-bought or homemade? Because in my opinion, the way you guys are talking about fucking cake sounds like you picked up a Costco cake and wiped your hands clean. Like,
You know what I'm talking about.
Amender,
You know what
Amender,
cake
cover
I'm
your
talking
eyes.
about.
Amender, close your eyes.
are you about to say good boy or some shit like that? Like, what do you?
Just keep your eyes
What do you
closed.
want
Look
from
at this cake. Look at this cake. This is the good
Can I
good
open
cake.
my eyes?
I usually
No,
show
look at this
ass, dude.
cake.
Can I open my eyes?
Oh, it's not focusing right. It looks weird because it's not focusing. Ugh.
There's
Okay,
more
forget it.
leg
I just
than
ran
cake,
out
I'm
of
sorry.
prayer, bro.
No, there was cake. Believe me, there was cake.
Can I open my eyes?
No,
Everyone's
you
up
keep them
here
closed the rest of the
looking
night.
Fuck you.
Why
No,
are
look,
you
see,
showing
it's real.
someone
It's real
else's
cake.
pictures
See,
like that
it's real cake.
when he's
Oh,
streaming
nice.
this?
Looks good.
No, there's no stream. It's this is
Thankfully,
I am
can't
not
see
on his
that.
video.
Thankfully, I can't. Yeah, thankfully, I don't have that.
Who the fuck is on his thing? Oh, okay.
He's just got Samus jumping around on screen or something.
No, I don't.
Okay.
It's RuneScape.
Okay.
Well,
never
you
mind.
have had Samus jumping around on screen.
It's just RuneScape right now.
Oh, so I can say blasphemy and no one will know who I am.
No.
I'm kidding.
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay? Mm-mm. No, I tried streaming.
finally play my favorite
I streamed for like 3 days for like a few hours each day.
Yeah.
Only got average like 60 followers or viewers, whatever the fuck it is.
60 viewers?
Yeah, consistently for the 2-3 hour streams.
Wait, that's a lot.
Well, okay. To put in perspective, me being a chick,
No, it's
I'm
not.
going to get more viewers. But even if it's full like a intro to streaming and I already have that average viewing, it's not going to accommodate as much as it could be, even though I'm a chick, unless I pop tits.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
I mean, like, to be fair, right? Like, I'm a pretty good artist. Like, I can do artwork. I'm not drawing porn.
No.
Like, I could totally do it. I'm not doing it.
I had a friend, so she did furry content, if you know.
Yeah. I
for
don't
a
want to do
year,
that.
And she literally paid off her house, which was $450K.
That's nuts with furry art.
Just from furry art.
Wow,
Just from
that's
that.
wild.
She is a really good, renowned artist and graphic
Maybe I should
design, but, like,
reconsider. Maybe I should
yeah.
reconsider.
there you go. That's where your niche is going to be now.
Like, just be like, fuck it, pay off the house. Just think about that. Like, pay
Mm-hmm.
off the house, pay off the house.
Yeah.
Well, listen, Mender, I'm gonna go to sleep now, but you gotta stop flaking out my podcast interview.
What? I'm not flaking.
Thing.
I'm not.
Podcast
Yeah, you're
interview.
flaking.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I just
What
been
is your
doing
podcast
stuff, man.
interview?
I've been, dude. You know what happened, man? I got food poisoning. I got really, really sick.
You can
Because
still
of the
shit and talk.
rainwater?
I'm kidding.
No, yeah, yeah, dude. No, but I went to Neurotic's house. No, I'm sorry, no. I'm calling your. I'm sorry, I screwed up. What's his name?
Neverfall?
Neverfall. I went to Neverfall's house. Yeah.
Right. Hey, Bert.
He gave me some water.
Yeah.
I was vomiting and puking for hours.
That's terrible. Fuck that. I'm sorry.
No, but in all seriousness, yeah, I got food poisoning on Thursday afternoon, and it did not get much better on Friday.
Yeah.
And I was just in bed the whole time. I mean, it was miserable just watching YouTube videos, just 24 hours in bed. It was terrible.
I'm sorry to
You know
hear
what?
that.
You just reminded me I still have like a Korean corn dog in my fridge.
Speaking of which, I could have the rest of that pho that I got.
Yeah.
No, I think I'm cured. I'm on the mend.
That's good.
Though I still feel like a little bit here or there, but it's definitely better.
That's
No,
fine. We'll discuss it another time.
All right, man.
You're good.
Good talking.
You're just gonna continue pushing it off until you forget about it.
That's not true. I don't want to. I'm not pushing
kidding.
it off.
I don't know you like that. I was gonna be sarcastic. Fuck. Why do people take me seriously in here? You know how many motherfuckers take me so seriously in this?
I don't know. I why would I not take you seriously?
I'm the fucking chick on Discord. I'm kidding.
What?
No, dude. I'll like say something that's like completely out of context, and they're like, "Wait, really?" I'm like, "No, motherfucker. Don't take my shit serious." Oh no, I was like, "Oh, dude, I have a nemesis finally, in like a different server."
You have a
and
nemesis?
This guy was like, "Yeah, I have a nemesis," which is like completely sarcastic, right? And he goes, "I went and talked to people in that light," and I'm like, "Who hurt you?"
Oh, you should see me. There's people that, I mean, like, I think like people are joking around, and then like I've been doxxed. Like, it's horrible.
Right, dude. I had someone show up to
It's
my
not.
house.
Yeah, it's not cool. It's not a fun time. It's not fun. But
That's
yeah.
why I carry.
Based.
Dude,
I've been telling like anybody, any non-suicidal trans person, buy a gun.
Great.
Buy.
What is it?
Buy a gun. Like,
No, my first gift from my dad.
Why?
From the bar, it was a
what?
gun.
So they can defend themselves against these fucking psychos.
Yeah, but that should be a device for everyone, shouldn't it?
I guess so, but especially
not
trans
who aren't
people.
mentally equipped for it. In general,
okay.
like people who are not mentally equipped for it, who do not understand the process, because I think a lot of people like the idea of owning a gun, but they don't understand the call to action and value and responsibility it calls for.
Is this
Or
like
practice
Burke? Is this Burke from Blue Politics?
I don't know if that's me, bro.
That is
I
you.
do have a
That is
Burke
you.
on my friends list.
Ooh, no, it's not me.
No, he's
Burke
not.
from what?
From Blue.
You're not Burkerov?
What the fuck is Burke, man?
Oh,
Why do you have
Burkerov?
the same floppa avatar?
I found this literally on Google Images, man. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it's a coincidence.
All right.
I swear I don't know who that is.
Okay.
Amanda, you're in Blue? When were you
I
in
used,
Blue?
bro.
You missed him.
I wasn't just in Blue. I killed Blue.
You killed Blue?
I'm the one that killed Blue Politics.
Dude, it's so funny because, like, to talk tea, some, like, you know how I've gotten 2 people DMing me in, like, literally in the span of 2 weeks, being like, I left Blue Politics, you have to come join the server that I made. It is so corrupt. And I'm like, dude, I'm just here. Literally in my thing says I'm just here. Like, what do you want?
It's true though. It's true. They're not wrong in sending you that DM. But
But they don't tell me anything. That's the thing, though. They're like, "Yeah, come join me." I'm like, "Why is the reasoning?" Like, I'll join, but don't expect me to just outright and leave. And they won't tell me why. And that's my thing, though. I haven't had cause to reason
I'll
to
tell
leaving, but they didn't tell me.
yeah, I mean, okay, so I was in Blue Politics for several years. You know, hell, I even have a T-shirt. Here, I'll show you.
You have a T-shirt? You have a Blue Politics? That's funny. Okay, okay.
Come on, I gotta get it. Oh, fuck is it? There it is.
No, I think the only ever really heated debate I got into was
See?
someone telling me that's hilarious. You
Yeah, I
gotta turn
was
that into a cropped tank top.
honorary member of Blue Politics. I was there. I was a moderator for a
You
little
were
bit.
a mod?
Yeah,
Stop.
I was a helper, and I was I loved that server, dude. I was all about it. And then there was a kind of a shift
Okay.
where I started noticing basically if I disagreed with the admins or whatever, that I would see retaliation in some way. They would usually try to find things to be okay, well, we don't like this person, so we gotta figure out ways to get rid of them.
Yeah.
And it was crazy because I made a server with my friends. It was just
Yeah.
a friend server, and it was
And you can't
27.
advertise.
Well, there were 27 people in the server.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm
And they were
listening,
like,
go
"Hey, we couldn't help but notice that you have a side server." And we were hoping that you would talk to the administrators, or you would talk to the mod staff about it. This is when I wasn't a mod. And I was like, with all due respect, I don't really trust you guys aren't going to take me out of context. So I don't want to have the discussion. And they're like, okay, but if you don't, then they can basically think whatever they want. And then, they can do whatever they want from there. And I was like, okay, well, I feel like I shouldn't have to owe an explanation about my friend's server. I'm not poaching, if it makes you feel any better. And also, secondly, anyway, they were like, okay, well, would you do a text chat? Would you do it over text? That way they can't take you out of contact. I was like, all right, sure, we'll do that. The next day I was banned. And they did not want to hear a ban appeal for 6 weeks. And so there I was, just completely just alone in my friend's server, banned. And I was like, well, since they've banned me, I wonder if I could just show them what poaching actually looks like. So that's what I did. I basically just started inviting a ton of people to a new server, and I got it to about 2,000 members.
That's insane.
And then I gave it up because it was too much work.
I got bored.
Too much work.
I got bored. Oh, that's fair. No, so far I've had literally two other people who, one, pathological liar. I'm sorry. The other one doesn't know how to train his dog. So I already don't like it. But he was like, yeah, they don't, the mods, they're in their own clique, blah, blah, blah. And I know that you're kind of at that underbelly, or that sweet spot where they won't come at you. It's because I mind my own fucking business, dude. I don't know what to tell you. But
Yeah, it's only a matter of time before they won't let you mind your business.
dude, no, literally the other night, I jokingly told one of the mods, I was like, what can I do to get privilege? Because I promise I will only abuse my power when I remember, so I could serve or mute people temporarily. And what is it? One of them was like, yeah, just send a foot picture to one of the dudes. And I was like, I did it. And this guy hates feet, cannot stand feet. And he was like, I would at least expect something better.
Understandable.
Yeah, no, that's completely fine. We all know he does not like feet, but they're like, yeah, that's how you get in. So, that's been kind of just the runaround. It was not a pretty picture at all. I'm sorry, it was not. My feet were contorted all weird because I contort my toes weird. And so
So you sent us a feed, and then what? Did you get banned for that?
no, literally.
Because you sent a mod feed pics.
Yeah, he literally hopped in, and he was like, "Is this bribery? Because this is the wrong person to bribe to get mod roles." I was like, "Damn, who should I send it to?"
Who was it? Who'd you send it to?
Tim. Yeah.
Cringe.
Uh,
That's
see,
wild.
it's funny.
Look, the wiener is trying to talk to me.
The
I
wiener?
feel like you make having a wiener your personality.
They take over my peripheral vision.
See, they have such attitude issues. Back when I was a dog stylist, they issues, bro. I have a scar on my fucking tip.
You're a dog stylist? That's sick.
Yeah.
Whoa, Garrett Link just subscribed. Why do I see that twice? Thanks, Garrett. Thanks for the sub.
You're a doggy stylist.
Yes, because if I
Why do
literally
I see that
said I
twice?
was
Let's figure out
I'm
why
a
I
dog
got that
groomer,
twice.
people are gonna start making the fucking jokes, and so I'd say dog
Oh,
stylist.
okay, so it's alert.
Yeah.
You're a doggy stylist.
Yes, I am.
I figured out why. There's 2 alert
No,
boxes.
was it? I enjoyed it, but the thing is, they make shit money. Like I really enjoyed it because I'm not a dog person, but I like people's dogs and smell them out. Yeah, they don't make shit unless you have like some really nice old white ladies to take care of.
I'm sorry, I thought I muted.
You're good. Just be a pick me again.
No. So like as a result of like creating that server, it and by the way, it's still alive today. It's just under different management. It's called Atlas Politics.
I'm in that.
Yep. That's the server I started from scratch, 0 to 2000.
You gathered up a lot of liberals in there.
There are liberals in there? There are no liberals in there.
Dude, the amount of fucking fuckers that I've met in there, and like I like to joke that I'm a trad wife. I have traditional views on marriage.
Oh, that's wild. I'm very liberal.
Yeah, I know. But I've heard.
Very liberal.
Yeah. What is it? I like would express my opinion on heterosexual marriage. I could give 2 shits. I'm a bisexual man. If you want to have gay sex, have gay sex. But the best marriage I think is optimal for me. That's where they get upset.
Wait,
and they
that's
say I'm
perfectly okay.
Well,
What?
no, it's either I'm oppressed or for somehow my husband ends up being a cuck.
What? Oh, no. You're talking to hard right wingers. That's why. No, it's perfectly okay to
They literally said that
do what you want.
They're lesbians. They're liberals.
If they're lesbian, they're a liberal.
No, I said lesbian. Why
Bunch
would I
of
say liberal?
bunch of liberal lesbians.
Yeah. No, dude. What I want to say, I think one.
Isn't that isn't that like a quote from what is it, Jesse Lee Peterson? He's like a bunch of lesbians.
I don't know. I'm not that much into the political field. Like literally, most of the stuff I'll watch is probably like Candace Owens. I think his name is like Amaya and then Brett Cooper, but it's mainly just to hear their takes on social dynamics with a conservative view.
I'm sorry. Repeat that. I was reading chat. My fault.
No, you're good.
Repeat.
I know you can't multitask. You're a man. I'm kidding.
What? I have ADD like a motherfucker. Like I can't
It's
ADHD.
okay.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. I have 3 screens up. I'm like looking back and forth. It's wild, bro. Anyway. Sorry. Go ahead.
You're good, Amanda. No, freaking. I was saying that like most of my like political stuff that I even just watch are like what is it? They're conservative perspectives that Candace Owens, Brett Cooper, and Amaya, I think her name is, the light skinned girl who's also conservative. I listen to a lot of their takes, but I am a right-leaning centrist, so I'm not like fully right. If that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't mind if somebody's like a right winger. By the way, like people think that like because somebody's right wing, like they're gonna bite their head off. But like, what I don't like is like there's like a section of the right that is like super hateful. Like it really hates people.
You're talking about the old school right people.
Bobro says I'm going to join the Discord call. Yeah, that's perfectly all right, Bobro. That's kind
the
of
old fashioned right wingers is what you're
Hey,
talking
boo.
about.
No, so I wouldn't even say it's the older ones. I would say that both sides have their own neo version. And I hate using the term neo version, but they both have a really hard left or hard right takes.
Yeah, that's true.
My thing is, when it comes to politics, you shouldn't fully agree on one or the other side. If you have predominant views on one side or the other, cool, that's great. But you shouldn't completely overlook the opinion or the things that people want to push on the other side. You should always keep it up. That's why I say I'm a centrist, and then people say I have lukewarm takes. So, you know?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi. Oh, looks like Bobro's here.
Hello.
Bobro, you know you don't have to ask for permission to join. You can just join.
Yeah, just do what I did. Invade in the conversation and make it about me.
Based. Based.
See, but again, people take me seriously when I say that shit. They're like, really? And I'm like, no, motherfucker.
Bobro is like just trying to be polite.
That's...
Rob Peg says, I agree with that chick. In a binary world, you shouldn't agree entirely with either. That's why we need a third party. Yeah, I mean, like, this is kind of the problem. It's like, we already have a definition for this. It's called sex is different from gender. And then we understand that gender identity is...
What are you talking about, boy?
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't know we were talking about that part.
Oh, I apologize.
I think he was talking
That's
about
what the modern day
party.
debate thing was about.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm waiting. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I wanna hear.
From who?
I don't know.
What are you talking about?
Dude, I'm just... This is a Wendy's, okay?
Why do you got 2 buckets of hydrochloric acid in here? This is a Wendy's. This is a Wendy's.
I gotta get that misogyny out.
Ooh, okay.
Do you want to see misogyny again?
Like I said, dude, need that coconut oil. Get that cocoa butter. Sound like you got dry ashy knee.
Rob Peg says, Rob Peg says Trump is going to make a third party before he goes out. Oh, great. Great. We'll call it
Going to be the MAGA party.
We'll call it the Arsler party.
And he ended up just migrating into the
Yeah.
campaign.
I hope he does.
Amanda, that's a funny name for a party.
The Arslers.
The retired party? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be cool if they had one called like
The short
Partisan
bus
shit
patrol.
like that, in my opinion.
The butt
It
chugging
would
party?
be funny if it was named the Dementia Party or something.
But
he's not Joe Biden.
They actually are in.
I mean, Joe Biden doesn't have dementia. He's just a bit old and has a stutter.
He's right.
I think he does have dementia.
He doesn't have to.
Yeah.
He was
Yeah,
individually checked by.
What about
by people in
Alzheimer's?
family,
Fuck.
Does he have
Gouda
Alzheimer's?
cheese.
Bro, that is a massive understatement.
See, that's why I don't say fully no to you, Jenna.
Oh my God! It's Tech. Hi, Tech.
Oh my God!
Oh god damn it! I
Hi,
didn't
Tech.
realize.
Hi, Tech.
Why is everyone coming in here? What the fuck is this?
Because Amanda is cool.
Because I clicked a button.
And I
Yeah,
wanted
cool at
Janet.
fucking.
Did you
cool
watch
at
the modern day debate?
Debating trans men.
Oh,
Trans women.
I
What's wrong
literally
with
had
debating
to do
trans men
that
and trans
while
women?
Also trying.
No,
to
because
teach
the
a
guy he's debating,
that
he did so good, he
being
turned the guy
gay
trans.
Is okay.
Oh, that makes sense.
Did you watch?
It's like whenever it's like what happened. The same thing happened to Cosmo.
Did you
except
watch
in
the
a
modern day
tournament.
debate?
No.
You
It
did
was
good.
funny.
You did good.
You think? How'd I do? Give me.
You did good.
I thought you did well.
You think
You
so?
did good.
Okay.
You just got screamed at by somebody that's obviously trans.
And it felt like they were just being purposely obtuse.
I can say that from the top of my head. They are
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
very much trans.
Watch this, guys.
They are 100%
Why are you
trans.
stuttering?
There's no way they're not trans. There's no way.
That's wild.
No way at all. No way at all. No. Mans is gonna sit there.
You don't wear dresses for like 6
And
months.
he
If you're like,
is
it's just a
going to have
gag.
crimson. not crimson. Actually, I have it because I sent it to Amender earlier. Mans literally had a color of mauve that can be described as.
Who the fuck calls it mole? Hold the fuck.
Technicalist does.
Hold on.
Technicalist is a well-read bird.
Hold on. I need you to relax first off before.
No.
Before. Oh, you want to go immediately into fight? Because we can go into
Yes,
fight.
we fight.
Yes,
we can
totally.
100%
I
fight.
would love
Tech,
that.
this is not. Trust me, these servers are horrible.
No.
You should.
No. These servers are for the streets.
Oh
and
my, yeah, holy
unless
crap.
you know what mauve is, You're in my
Are you
sheet.
talking about the color? 'Cause
Like
it's
an
mauve.
MOV?
The color, yeah.
Mauve.
Mauve.
No, mauve.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Mauve.
Mauve
No,
is
it's
correct.
Mauve.
Mauve is
Mauve.
correct.
No, it's pronounced
mauve.
indigo.
It's
Bitch.
mauve.
It's
If
definitely
you don't
mauve.
understand
I
that,
watched
you
Hey
should
Arnold.
just be barefoot.
I watched Hey Arnold. It's definitely
I watched
mauve.
Two Girls, One Cup.
It's pronounced Maguave.
I like that
oh,
one better.
okay, cool.
I like that one better.
MAUVE.
You can like whatever you
Mauve.
want to like. It's still
Mauve.
Mauve.
It is
Still
mauve.
It's mauve. No, fuck off.
It's mauve.
It sounds like Chinese when you say it. It
you
is
know,
mauve.
you say
It is mauve.
you can say it like a cat if you want to, but cats go in heat.
Why is your fur?
Colors
Hold the
don't.
fuck on. Okay.
Yeah,
Furry.
yeah, it's a
Hold on.
four-eared
All right,
bird.
so
yeah.
T-Smith-
yeah. Look at
Hold
my
on, hold on a sec.
profile.
Hold on a sec.
Look
Hold
at
on.
my profile.
Hold on a
Yeah.
sec. Hold on a sec. So T. Smith.
Yeah. Bully me on my profile picture. Come
All
on.
right.
now.
So T. Smith asked. Hey Amender,
I can lift you.
Are you truly capable
I hope
of being?
so.
They said, are you truly capable of being nice or even friends with people of opposing political or societal views? Yes.
Yes, I am. I
I've-
voted for Trump, and Mender and I get along great.
Yeah, like there are Republicans.
Look, I'm here fighting
get along.
everybody around a mender right now. That's what I'm doing.
What?
Why
And
not?
Amender
Why not?
voted for
Just
Trump
text
last
it,
time, and I liked him, and I couldn't
Damn.
vote yet.
Damn.
I disagree.
Yeah, Amender
I
voted
don't-
for Trump in
I-
2020.
oh,
Really?
Honey. No.
Yes, he also served in Iraq during the after 9/11.
you're being-
But he's really
you're
modest.
being
He won't
sarcastic.
say.
Unlike
He's
Trump,
really modest.
who's
He
a
doesn't brag
brave
about it.
Dodger.
He doesn't like
I
to
am on
brag
the-
about it.
Did you
He'll
say-
never
did
brag
you
about it.
say
He'll deny.
Amender did or Trump did? Because I got confused.
Amender served.
Wait,
Amender
so
served.
are you
I
saying
did not
that?
serve. I
that
never
Trump
I mean, in
voted
Iraq.
for
Look at my
Amender?
arms. Do I look like I've served?
Dude, you look
You
like a
fucking
Hulk.
served.
I
Quit
could
fucking
see it.
being
I didn't
modest.
serve.
Hulk.
Look at my
You deserve to
arms.
brag. You
There's
deserve to
no
brag
way
about
I
it.
served.
You was in
That's
the
not-
Navy,
no, there are a lot
and
of
you came
skinny
back
guys
gay
in the military.
from the Navy.
Amender, it's not just big guys in the military. What do you mean? There are a lot of skinny little dudes.
Yeah,
Like,
they want
fit in-
skinny guys in the planes. They don't want you to be too big in that plane.
I'm
No,
pretty
but
sure they
Because
just
back
want
then they literally had a
skinny
I,
guys
lo-
so that
I
they
lost
can...
5 pounds from the food poisoning I had. It was horrible. Horrible. I had
Yo,
a
Amanda.
horrible weekend. Just FYI, it was not.
Amanda, what's your
I didn't
least
get to do
favorite?
any of the fun things that I normally do. It's
So you
fucking
had a
bullshit.
detox? You had detox, dude. I need a detox.
It was 5 days of just shitting and vomiting. Like, what? How is that detox?
That sounds like my high school career.
Ugh. And it
Yo,
was like
Amanda,
every
I-
10 minutes, it's like, all right, time to shit and vomit again. I'm like, okay, stomach.
Yeah.
Yo, Amanda, I got some questions for you, bro. Will you answer them honestly?
Sure. What do you?
What's your least favorite? What's your least favorite racial group?
My least favorite racial group?
Bro, Amanda, you must answer.
White people, because they're really entitled.
That's
What?
really
So, like,
racist.
if you're in a subway. Listen, you're in a subway.
Friendly fire will not be
Which
tolerated.
race? Listen, which
But I mean,
race
if you had to, like, I'll be honest, like,
Yeah, you can't pick your race.
Like, all of these are equal to me. Like,
Yeah, mate,
So
you
wait,
can't be
Amanda, if you were,
self-hating.
okay,
I don't think
second
one's
question.
worse than the other.
Imagine
you're-
being racist in 2025.
If you were in a subway and someone of another race were to walk, like, okay, say you're in a subway, right?
Mm.
And some dude comes down the stairs and, like, you know, kind of like wearing like street clothing, right?
Uh-huh.
Like, which race would he have to be to scare you the most?
I guess you're probably expecting me to say black, right?
I'm not expecting. I'm just asking you.
You
Like,
are
you're
expecting. Come
me
on
to say
now.
black.
Like
question
sit
seems
down,
facetious.
eat your Cheerios. Shut up.
Like,
I'm asking a question.
I mean, like, if they look
Damn,
like
that's
a
crazy.
thug, whether like white, black, don't matter. Like, they look like a thug. Like they're all kind of little.
from the
scared.
hood.
Honestly,
Bro,
I no.
white people
Honestly,
are
you know what? Let me
scarier when
let me
they're
change
hood.
my argument. No, it's in a subway. No, I'm not scared at all. Like, I'm
What
just
are you talking
walking
about,
past.
boy?
Like, that's
Would
not.
you rather? No, I'm
I
saying
never
you're
been on a
alone. You're
subway.
alone at 2 a.m. You're alone at 2 a.m. and someone of another race comes down the stairs.
There's subways open at 2 a.m.
I can't even see them.
I mean, Metro Atlanta is not.
Why would
open
Why
at
would it
2
matter
a.m.
what race they are? I can't
There's
see
lights
them.
inside the subway.
What?
The
Down
subway's
the
got
stairs?
lights.
Not always. No. Plus, they're wearing a hood. Can't
No.
see
No, I
them.
didn't say they're wearing a hood. I didn't
You
say
guys
they're
are,
wearing
like,
a hood.
Said
Why
they're
do you-
wearing hood clothing.
No, I said they're wearing street clothing. I didn't say
No,
they're wearing a
that's
Street clothing. Yeah, that's a hood. hoodie.
What if they? What if they?
Clothing is what
Hey,
people wear
Poon.
on the fucking street, depending on what area.
If they start
you're in.
yelling "Ayo" walk up at you.
All right, so
Yo, what if? Okay,
I'm trying to
Amanda,
answer
say
your
this.
questions. They're
Hear
very
me out, the
loaded.
host
though.
wins.
Amanda, if you had to drop a nuke on one country, where would you drop it?
What?
If I had to drop
Yours.
a nuke on a country,
Yeah, Russia. Come on.
what is the country that has like the lowest population density?
Isn't it Madagascar?
Drop it in Hawaii. That's the safest place.
What?
Well, somewhere in South America, to be honest.
Like some
Drop it
random
on
country where there's
drop
nobody
it
gonna
on
like, it's not gonna
North
affect
Sentinel
anybody.
Island.
Wherever
Sentinel
wherever
Island.
is the
Easter Island.
least effect.
Actually, that's probably
Easter
the most
Island
effective
has no
is-
people, I'm
Is
pretty
probably
sure.
North Sentinel Island.
Easter Island.
North Sentinel
Yep, we're
Island.
doing
Yeah,
it
but those
Easter
people
Island.
are need to go. Need to die.
I think.
Dude, what are you guys
Look at my
talking
dogs
about?
fighting to the death.
Geratidos, by the way, FYI, Monster Hunter is an amazing game. I hate that
Ew.
you're a
Oh,
transphobe.
yeah, it's fucking
and-
great.
I hate that you're a transphobe and you like Monster Hunter. Anyway, why did you dodge Andrew Wilson on modern day debate last time? I did not dodge him. Where is
They
this
debated.
rumor?
They
Like,
debated.
there was a debate. I wasn't invited.
I
Like,
watched.
what do you want?
What? What was the debate about?
There was
Yeah, but you
just.
should have been
It's about is it gay to kiss men?
Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to have been there. Like, it does. Like, it's not like I dodged them. Like, no.
Is it gay to kiss men? Yeah, that's what it was.
Rob Peg
No,
says,
sorry,
"What would happen if
kiss
you
men.
nuked Antarctica?" I don't know.
But it's
Bad
also
stuff.
really nice.
Dude, where would the penguins go?
Bad
Would
stuff
have
would
some
happen.
melted ice.
You got penguins in
Hang on,
Africa. You got
somebody
penguins in
else.
South America. They'll
But
be
not
fine.
the same genetic makeup.
But they'll be
okay?
fine. But you asked about penguins. We still have penguins if we nuke those, so it's fine.
Yeah, I'm talking about those penguins.
The second
It's not
debate you were
okay.
slated for and never showed up. No, that's not true. I was not slated.
Maybe they
for
moved
that.
to
I
Canada.
literally,
Canada's
I
too
never
hard. They
received
had
an
to go
email
towards, like, Alaska.
for it, and that was it. I wasn't
Amanda, are
invited.
you streaming something today?
No.
Yes, I'm streaming right now. Yes.
Oh golly, I don't
I'm
know.
not gonna lie. It's actually
Geratidos
really
says
weird.
also transphobe, cry more loser. Like again, I'm not like I'm just calling it like I sees it, bro. Like I don't know why you gotta be so aggro.
It's just weird that Africa has penguins. I don't think that should happen, but like here
There's
we are.
Africa.
Bro, it's Africa. What do
They're
you mean?
cute.
No, I'm just saying like it just
There's
Bro,
also
it's
areas
don't
in South
feel right.
America that have penguins.
Well, that feels better than like African penguins. Something about that sounds weird.
Like,
Bro,
aren't they,
it's
aren't they
Africa.
evasive?
It's South America.
I don't
It's
think they're
very close
invasive.
to
I think
No,
they're
they're not
native.
invasive. Are they
They
native?
just get there.
I'm pretty sure they're native because where else would they have come from in that region? Like I actually don't know.
They existed
Oh,
there
have
beforehand.
you not seen
What are you
Happy
talking
Feet? They can
about?
swim for
T. Smith.
miles.
Oh my god.
T. Smith says he probably needs to be more relevant and bigger to be invited more, to be honest. LOL. Not in an offensive way. Yeah, I mean, generally, like, the bigger you get, then the more you get invited to stuff because people recognize you and, you know, it helps bolster their platform. So maybe that is a factor. But again, I mean, like, I don't tell
Where's
I don't tell James, like, you know, what to do. I mean, the hard part is, like, getting an initial, you know, getting invited initially, you know, which that in itself can be a bit. But you know, I was able to get invited, and ever since then, he's like, all right, this guy's legit. He'll show up on time. He'll actually debate his points, and he does it cogently. And yeah, he's good guest. So I've been on what? How many has it been? Like 4 times now? Is it 3?
Who are you talking about?
3, I think.
Sorry, I'm talking to the
I
chat.
think it's been 3.
Where's Neverfall? I want to talk to Neverfall.
Oh, Neverfall was
Is
I
want to talk about water filtration with him.
Bro was
Oh my
mad.
god, Neverfall's the best, dude.
The fucking
Dude,
seething
He
in
is
chat.
amazing.
Dude
He is amazing.
The Seethe Lord General, bro. He is like the
a
fucking
big slump?
He's
this dude.
amazing.
I need to
I
draw
love
this
him to
guy.
death.
Like,
I love
need
him
to
to death.
draw him.
Like, if we can get Neverfall to come
God.
back, I will debate him if you will moderate.
He
Because
won't.
he's
He
gonna
won't
be
do it. He needs an impartial moderator.
An
I can do
Impartial
so logic
moderator.
is
I can
is
do
a
that.
partial.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't have mod powers, but I could do that.
I will do it if you give me one.
I will debate him
I don't know. We'll get
myself.
Coyote or somebody to do
Well,
it.
I will debate him myself.
He's
You
an
ain't
actual
even gonna
mod.
fight him. You ain't
T.
even
Smith
gonna fight
says,
him.
"Who is Neverfall and why is he important?" Oh, my sweet summer child.
He's not important.
The best.
No, he
He
is.
is the-
No, he is
he
very
is-
important.
Oh no.
We love this guy.
He is
He's the
great.
backbone of
I
the
This
love
guy
Mendes
is
panel.
legend.
I love him. He has got so much serotonin for the level of stupidity that guy has. I want him on. I want him on. I want to debate him on water
He got
reclamation.
so upset.
I want to fight him.
About water reclamation.
I want to fight him.
Bro, it's wild.
Gotta get far away from the
Amender,
mic.
I want to fight him.
I
on
know
water
you
reclamation
do. I
so
know
bad.
you do, Tech. I want to
I
too.
am biting at the bit. I am the pit bull, ready to fucking put him in his corpse.
I like that.
Of course,
I
the
like
furry
that.
says it.
I would
I
love
love
to
him.
watch or listen to that debate.
It's a vibe. It's a bop.
Well,
it was a bop last time.
You're
with
only
the-
gonna get it through First Amender, because that's the only way I'm gonna do it.
You can't.
Wait,
I'm
You,
biting.
you don't
I'm
want to
biting
get into
through
this
it.
debate stuff, Tech. It's
You're
terrible.
biting Amender's.
It's bad. It's
The
bad.
dogs, the dogs.
Oh,
the
don't
dogs
do not
thing.
Yeah, they're
front with me,
playing.
Oh my
Amender.
God.
You know. You
Yeah, I
know
know you
who
like
I
to
am.
argue.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. I know.
No,
That's
maybe
like-
bad, but
going,
it's fun.
I'm going to ruin people.
Oh my
Tech,
God.
what do you
Dude,
like to argue
no.
about?
Debating is worse than League of Legends. I
Dogs,
want
It
you to
is.
remember that.
It is. It
What?
It's
literally
worse
is.
than
You
League
get
of Legends.
addicted and you're fucked.
There's
You're
no
fucked.
way.
You can never pull yourself away.
League of Legends is way worse.
And then it's like, and it's not like, not like
Have I
that. There's
been
a
muted?
rainbow at the end of this. At the end of it.
No,
It's-
there's
it's-
no rainbow.
There's no
There's no
rainbow.
rainbow.
There's
Dogs.
only.
But-
There's only hate.
But
I know.
There's
I
just-
see them.
But I will kill him.
Yeah, they're running
I will
around.
kill him. I will kill him. I will destroy him faster than the 113 deaths.
Oh
you have
my
on
god!
soccer.
Oh my god! Oh my god! The dogs.
Insane.
Fuck!
Dogs are gonna
What?
kill each other.
What happened?
I died in the video game.
I'll
But I'm still
Oh,
winning.
that sucks.
Did you deserve
No, I'm
it?
doing so fucking good.
Did you deserve the death?
I did.
I didn't-
Were you just
Well,
bad?
no, I mean he finally got me. I'm winning, but
Oh.
still, I was trying. I wanted
I
to be
didn't
even more ahead.
realize it was gonna be water reclamation.
Should have.
plants. That
Do you
was
know
gonna
what?
be
You
my
would have
doom.
won if you
Water
didn't. If you
reclamation.
brought out the
But
wieners
it is.
earlier. If you brought the wieners out earlier, I wouldn't have interrupted you, would I?
Yes,
See?
you still would have interrupted us.
Tech,
Oh
Tech,
my
Tech,
God.
this is Southcat. Southcat.
Is that
mute Tech.
is that Boss Clips photo strat?
Yeah.
Oh wow, you just screenshotted it.
I was gonna say, South, you interrupt people.
No.
You need to download
I-
this game, and we can learn to play it. And you can learn to play a
I
character.
did not.
and we
I
can-
did not screenshot it. I just saved the image from someone else who did.
That's what is that supposed to imply?
Boo.
What are you trying to
no,
say
it's not
there,
my
little
fault.
boy?
If
He's
somebody's
got
got
luscious
their
locks.
puppy dog
It
running
means-
around in the background, I can't help it. It's not my fault.
You're
Yeah.
What? What happened so
Look at
far?
the puppy dog. Oh my god. It's not my fault.
Oh, the dogs.
All right, guys.
What are you
Is this
talking about?
gonna be a debate
All
or
right,
something,
guys,
or is
so
this just gonna
here's
be random talk?
so here's
I'll debate you.
here's where we're at. The
Debate.
stream is done for today,
Oh, shit.
but
Mashallah.
but
Left.
the stream, the actual the I'm sorry, the modern day debate video, I will be grabbing, condensing down, make sure I get the good points in. All the uns, us, and ums and the repeats will be removed.
Turn them louder.
And we will, and I'll make sure that it's, good volume for everybody. And, look out for that video. It's coming. It's coming. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. Subscribe to my YouTube channel, guys. I love you very much. Come on, subscribe to my YouTube channel. Mwah. I love you.
Ew, what?
Hey, yo, my guy. Hold on.
Hey,
So,
there's a minor in here, brother.
oh, I feel violated.
I
What is
gotta
this?
work in the morning.
That's what I gotta work in the morning. What are you doing?
I gotta go to work.
I'm an
Why are you
adult.
getting me love
Amender.
drunk,
I'm an adult.
Amender?
Relax.
I'm not
You
even
guys can be
drunk. I'm not even
trad-wise
drunk.
and
Why are you
just
getting me
say,
love drunk, Amender? With your
Oh.
kisses. Fuck off, please. I haven't worked in the morning.
Okay.
You have changed Poon from being straight to questionable. Okay, understood.
No, you cured me of my bestiality.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Beastie.
I don't.
Okay.
Like,
all right. All right.
Okay, so I'm happy for you, but also
I'll
excuse
talk
me.
to you all later. Thank y'all. Thank
Have
y'all
a
very
good
much.
night.
Yeah, have a good one.
Who
Have a
wants the
good night.
VC? Who wants the VC?
Give it to Amender.
Yeah.
I mean, Strat.
Give it to me.
I'll take it.
No, I'm not giving it to you. Ted.
Oh yeah! Is anyone watching me
I'll
kill
give it
this
to
guy
Strat.
in the
I'll give it to
game?
Strat.
That was really
Come on.
funny.
I am.
Who
You
said?
see me beating his ass, bro?
It was,
Yeah.
I'm giggling.
And I was in the wrong color.
All right, guys. Good night.
Oh, interesting.
Who said?
Have a
Good
good
night.
one, dude.
That-
That was wild. All right. Thank y'all. Thank y'all very much. I really appreciate y'all so much. Haters or lovers, man. You love my work. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. Very small YouTube channel. I'm growing though. So, if you like what I do, you like the debates, just join my YouTube channel. So it's nice talking to y'all. Have